Hey everyone. Hope you're all doing well. Here, we provide high-quality novel audiobooks for free. Many of you might think that web novels and web novel audiobooks are the same, but they are actually quite different. Simply converting a web novel into an audiobook without adaptation often leads to a poor listening experience. That's why I carefully revise every chapter to create an immersive and enjoyable experience. I go through multiple rounds of rewriting and listening to ensure the narration flows naturally, just like reading it out loud yourself. This is not just a direct copy of the original novel. However, I want to be transparent. I've adapted this novel for commercial purposes, so most chapters are paid content. Please know that this does not violate copyright policies. I do all of this for one simple reason: I'm a huge fan. As many of you know, I love listening to web novel audiobooks, and this is one of my personal favorites. The audio speed is set to 3x, but if that's too fast, let me know. If there's a novel you'd like me to turn into an audiobook, feel free to suggest it, and I'll do my best to make it happen. We also have many more audiobooks available for free on Patreon, including I Am a Legendary Boss audiobook, Versatile Mage starting with the White Tiger Pendant, Naruto the Wind Calamity, the Necromancer is amassing troops like crazy in the apocalypse, the mighty dragons are dead, Naruto, leader of Hidden Grass Village, Naruto Uchiha's Unserious Saga, your lord has a screw loose, Apocalypse I can see the health point bar, killing monsters drops loot, Starsea Fleet Age of the Lord, my monster fuses everything, Naruto, I traveled with a max level account, Fate in Bleach Unlimited Blade Works, killed for 100 years in Hueco Mundo, Aizen invited me to Soul Society, the world Conquest giving birth to become a god, my master only breaks through on the edge of death, Bleach the Invincible Slacker from Rukongai, Naruto's Special Shop, One Piece the strongest female pirate cruise, Reborn as Danzō's grandson, must I offend the entire ninja world, Naruto starting with snatching the Mangekyo Sharingan, Naruto Card King. In Hueco Mundo with Shindu Template, Naruto the Hidden Danzō, my journey as 4th Kusagakure, Naruto Troublesome Ninja Haruto, Naruto the Hyuga Mastermind, Bleach the strongest Shinigami, Bleach the 5th Division Captain, Fate Ultimate Antagonist, Fate of DXD, Fate I Heard After Death, you can ascend to the throne of heroes, Fate DXD Archer Reborn, Fate beginning with Type Moon, a Berserk Heart, Fate Grand Order Insert, One Piece take the Uchiha clan to the Grand Line, One Piece don't worry, I'm a doctor, building harem and dungeon with monster girls, DXD, Multiverse the day-to-day life of the Sephiroth hero, I'm the bad guy but heroines are obsessed with me, in Naruto, I have an affair with Mikoto and Kushina, many children bring happiness, a shameless start, Naruto Reborn with a Tenseigan, Naruto sleeping Invincible, One Piece, life choice ask me to kiss marine goddess Hina, reborn as the genius son of the richest family, start by eating jacket fruit model, jacket human devil fruit, the days of being the richest man in the ninja world, the Witcher and Madara Uchiha, villain I possess the dragon Yang Dao physique, all saintesses turns into villainesses, all beautiful girls want to stick with me, interdimensional farming in another world, Naruto from Hidden Leaf Village to One Piece, and more. Don't forget to check out our Facebook page on Twitter, X for the latest updates, new releases, and upcoming projects. Thank you for your support. Enjoy listening. The Federation will be able to move a large spatial barrier into the space passage. This kind of machinery can greatly affect the half-mechanical life forms within the space warp. At that time, the defense outside the mausoleum will be affected and completely destroyed. Apart from that, we've received news that the Western District Federation and the Central Federation have reached an agreement. Once the Tier 5 space passage is completed, they can set up spatial coordinate waves to send out a spatial boundary position. Then, they can use the power of the Central Federation to open another high-level game world passageway controlled by the Central Federation. To put it simply, the Central Federation will mobilize a group of high-level elite players to join this world. The pressure we will face will only be greater. Fang Hang raised his eyebrows and said in a deep voice, "Tell me more." Fauna said seriously, "You should know the level barrier in the game world. The game's world boundary barrier. It was a special setting of the King of Gods game. It was considered by the players to be a setting to protect the low-tier players in the game world. Under normal circumstances, ordinary players would go through the process of advancing from a low-tier game to a mid-tier game to a high-tier game. It was a process of gradually advancing from a low-tier game to a high-tier game. It was extremely troublesome to return to the low-tier game world. Not only would they need to spend a lot of resources, but they would also be punished severely by the game. After entering a high-tier game, it was very difficult for players to move between different worlds. They often needed special tools. As for the large-scale teleportation of more than 3 people, it was even more troublesome. They often needed to control a large local force in the high-tier game world and obtain control of the space-tearing device of the large force. It wasn't that easy to achieve this. From this, It could be seen that the World Lord of the elementary game had a lot of resources and authority. They could directly break the space passage. As long as he had the coordinates, he could go anywhere he wanted after establishing the passage. It helped to save trouble. Of course, after Feng Heng led the zombie apocalypse and upgraded its level, the zombie apocalypse and the world of the vampires under his control had been upgraded to the mid-tier game world. Therefore, if he wanted to enter a new beginner game world, he would have to pay a huge price. Therefore, after the Western District Federation obtained the coordinates of the Spawn's mausoleums, they weighed the pros and cons and finally chose to build the 2 teleportation passages in the mid-tier vampire apocalypse game world that Feng Heng had given them previously and another advanced game world. There was nothing wrong with the Western District Federation doing this. Players in high-tier game worlds could provide top-notch combat power, but the number of players was extremely small. The construction work could only be handed over to the players from the mid-tier game world. Previously, the Federation had sent out all the elite players in the high-tier game to deal with them. Right now, these elite players were blocking the entrance of the mausoleum to prevent the party from escaping. As a result, the current level of the players guarding the federal camp was not high. Feng Heng finally understood. He had thought it was strange before. Why were the players guarding the Federation camp so weak? It didn't seem like they were from a high-tier game world. It turned out that high-level players could not reach the battlefield. They were all at the northern mausoleum, waiting for the people of Black Castle. After listening to Fauna's explanation, Feng Heng finally had a partial understanding of the situation in this world. All of his previous doubts had been answered. All in all, the current situation that Black Castle was facing was extremely troublesome. On one hand, their people used their psychic powers to influence the creatures, causing them to launch attacks on the Federation's base at night, hindering the construction of the Federation's base. On the other hand, it seemed that Black Castle did not have an action plan to enter the mausoleum yet. So what do you all plan to do? Currently, we are constantly trying to enter the mausoleum area, but the success rate is not high. Tonight, we will have an operation. We know your strength and hope that you can provide some help. Other than that, we will also organize people to launch an attack on the Federation's base tonight to delay their upgrade operation to expand the Tier 5 camp. This mission may expose your identity, so we hope that you will participate in the first operation. Feng Heng understood the gist of it, and several thoughts flashed through his mind. He looked up and said, I understand, but I don't like either of your plans. Without waiting for Fauna's reply, Feng Heng continued, I have a plan. If you are willing, I hope you can provide a team with psychic abilities to follow me temporarily and provide me with some help. 1678 Assist. Fauna frowned. She hesitated. Even though Wu Xiang admired Feng Heng greatly and his abilities were extraordinary, this was the first operation between her and Feng Heng. Was it appropriate to give Feng Heng more authority? After weighing the pros and cons, Fauna exchanged glances with her companions behind her. Alright, as you wish. During the day, our team will accompany you to assist you. After dark, we have other operations. We only hope to rescue the trapped team as soon as possible. Thank you. That's what I wanted too. Seeing that the agreement was reached, Feng Heng nodded and took out the map to check again. He waved at Lu Yanlong, who was not far away. Lu Yanlong hurried over. He had already guessed the general identity of Fauna and the others. Previously, he had been hiding at the side with the people from Starfish Company. He only returned when Feng Heng called out to him. Brother, something good happened. I don't think you want to know the details. Anyway, we have to work overtime today. Don't worry, I will go back and tell your boss that we will pay you 10 times the overtime fee. Lu Yanlong grinned and gave Feng Heng a thumbs up. You're the most reliable boss I've ever seen. Feng Heng pouted at Fauna and the others, and said, Alright, bring them to familiarize themselves with the new vehicle first. I will bring some fuel over. No problem. As they spoke, a few lickers dashed out of the spatial teleportation passage and stopped in front of everyone. Kai kai kai. Black sticky liquid flowed out from the licker's body and quickly turned into a flesh cocoon on the spot. The flesh cocoon expanded rapidly in front of everyone's eyes. Clack, clack. After a few breaths, tall fusion tyrant forms broke through the flesh cocoon and stood up. Fauna and the others looked at the fusion tyrant forms with a serious expression. They had not updated Feng Heng's database for a long time. It seemed that Feng Heng's strength had improved a lot since the last time they met. But this was not enough. The Federation players guarding the mausoleum area were all elites in high-level games and were extremely powerful. The fusion tyrant form could only be said to be not weak. It was still far from reaching the level of arm wrestling with the Federation's elites. At the very least, Feng Heng's current strength was not enough. Kai kai kai. Vines gradually spread out from the fusion tyrant form. Lu Yanlong skillfully grabbed the vine and quickly jumped onto the shoulder of the fusion tyrant form. He nodded at Fauna and the others below, and said, "Come on, keep up. Don't worry, this thing is very stable." Fauna and the others were just about to evaluate the fusion tyrant form's strength when they saw Liu Yanlong's familiar movements. What? The tyrant creatures summoned by Feng Heng were not used for combat? They seemed to be used as vehicles? Fauna hesitated for a moment before carefully walking forward. The vines quickly wrapped around Fauna's waist, lifting her up and placing her firmly on the shoulder of the fusion tyrant form. The other players in black cloaks looked at each other and followed suit. The vines that had descended from the fusion tyrant forms also lifted everyone up and placed them on their shoulders. Feng Heng saw that they were ready and nodded. "Time is limited. Let's set off now." Fauna was stunned for a moment. Now? Of course, she wanted to act quickly. The faster they could rescue the trapped team, the better. However, it was still a little out of her expectations. After all, they had not prepared anything. She didn't even have a plan. Fauna hesitated for a moment before asking, "Don't you need to prepare? World Lord Feng Heng, isn't it too dangerous for us to head to the Federation alone?" "No need." As they spoke, the fusion tyrant form took a step forward and gradually accelerated toward the lakeside. It was extremely convenient to use the fusion tyrant forms as vehicles. They could easily cross all kinds of unfavorable terrain. The only thing missing was the shock absorption system. When running, players would feel very bumpy. Fauna quickly adapted to the new vehicle. She sat on the shoulder of the fusion tyrant form and looked around. "World Lord Feng Heng, it doesn't seem like we're heading towards the northern forest." "Yes, that's right. We're not going to the northern forest." A large number of high-level Federation players had gathered at the mausoleum in the northern forest. There was no need to rush over and confront the Federation head-on. Feng Heng felt that he couldn't beat the entire team. Moreover, he did not want to directly engage in a direct battle with the Federation and cause conflict. He might as well try to start from another direction. For example, the mausoleum by the lake in the west. They were both mausoleums. Perhaps he could obtain more useful information from it and find another way to sneak into the mausoleum to rescue the trapped members of the Black Castle. At the very least, he could rely on the mind control ability of the Black Castle to help him farm some elite-level half-mechanical mutated giant crocodiles. It was not a loss no matter what. With my current strength, I won't be able to gain an advantage in a head-on battle with the Federation. I have a good idea that requires your help. Fauna nodded and stopped asking. She had already thought it through. Since she chose to believe in Feng Heng, she would give him the greatest support within a certain range. Soon, they arrived at the edge of the forest outside the lake. Liu Yanlong, Fauna, and the others jumped down from the shoulders of the fusion tyrant forms. Fauna and the others looked up at the mechanical life forms that were entrenched on the riverbank. They couldn't help but reveal a puzzled expression. A few days ago, when they were exploring the surrounding area, they noticed that there was also a mausoleum in this area. However, compared to a few days ago, the lake area had shrunk to about 1/6 of its original size. The lakeside was far from having such a large number of half-mechanical mutated creatures wandering around. Their expressions changed. The situation had changed after 2 days? All these changes were related to Feng Heng? Feng Heng clapped his hands. The fusion tyrant forms once again took out heavy energy beam weapons from the forest. They split into 2 rows and stood at the edge of the forest, aiming their muzzles at the lake. When Fauna and the others saw the weapons in the hands of the fusion tyrant forms, their expressions changed even more. The fusion tyrant form. The number of fusion tyrant forms that Feng Heng could control was more than she had expected. Moreover, this group of fusion tyrant forms could actually control heavy beam weapons. It was equipped with a high-level technological weapon, and its attack power was increased by several levels after fusing with the fusion tyrant form. Even high-level players were not easy to deal with. However, compared to this, Fauna was more curious about why Feng Heng had brought them here. She looked up at the yellow barrier in the distance and had an uncertain guess in her heart. Could it be that he wanted to find another way to break through the entrance of another mausoleum? Feng Heng looked at Fauna and pointed at a lake in front of him. He said, "There are elite-level mutated giant crocodiles under this lake. It's very troublesome for these things to hide in the water. Do you have a way to deal with them?" Fauna looked at the mutated giant crocodile that kept poking its head out of the lake and replied, "That depends on what you're referring to. The casting of Genetic abilities is related to distance. The further the target is, the more difficult it is to cast. In addition, it's very difficult to directly destroy the mutated creatures through Genetic abilities. This will consume a large portion of our strength. 1679 battle. There's no need to destroy them directly. We just need to lure them out of the lake and deal with the elite-level creatures. I will handle the rest." "Yes, this is much simpler. Theoretically, it can be done." Fauna nodded in agreement. She continued, The mind control left behind by the spawns in the mutated creatures is still present. We can stimulate this part of their bodies, causing them to temporarily lose control and enter a berserk state. However, you have to be careful. Their abilities will increase when they go berserk. Good. Feng Heng's spirits were lifted. Just as he had expected, the people of the Black Castle could deal with elite creatures. As long as he could get rid of those few troublesome elite monsters below the lake, Liu Yanglong would be able to easily draw water. It wouldn't be long before they could break through the yellow barrier outside the mausoleum. Feng Heng nodded at Liu Yanglong. The latter gave Feng Heng a ready gesture. Prepare for battle. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, a large group of red lickers appeared from the surrounding forest. The group of lickers quickly gathered and pounced toward the giant mutated crocodile on the shore of the lake. Boom! 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 The fusion tyrant forms in the back row pulled the trigger of the heavy energy beam weapons, causing an area of effect indiscriminate bombardment in front of them. At the back, the zombies controlled the catapults and threw the vine zombies that were wrapped around the fuel barrels into the distant lake. Boom! Just like in the morning, the lake was once again engulfed in a sea of fire. Fauna and the other players behind him had a change in expression as they exchanged glances. Feng Heng could actually control such a large number of zombies. And there was even tactical coordination? The burning lake was used to deal with the creatures lurking in the lake, preventing them from using the terrain advantage to attack. The lickers in the front row were responsible for blocking the lake shore, and the fusion tyrant forms from the back was the main output. Fauna and the others were all players in high-level games. They were directly teleported into this world through special tools. They were not weak to begin with, and their horizons were not low. After careful observation, they quickly realized how different the lickers were compared to others. High health point, and that terrifying self-recovery ability. Naturally, there were weaknesses. The licker's damage output was obviously insufficient, and it was difficult to deal fatal damage to the mutated giant crocodiles. However, these flaws were also made up for by the continuous bombardment of the energy beam weapons by the fusion tyrant forms at the back. Fauna looked at Feng Heng, her expression brightening. It was a good tactical arrangement. She realized that Wu Xiang was right about Feng Heng. Feng Heng's strength was much stronger than they had expected. Perhaps Fauna was also looking forward to it. Perhaps Feng Heng really had the ability to break through the outer barrier of the other mausoleum. Everyone, it's your turn to act. Feng Heng clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention, then pointed at the lake in the distance. Fauna and the others looked in the direction Feng Heng pointed. On the surface of the lake, the elite-level half-mechanical mutated giant crocodile gradually surfaced. The elite giant crocodile had already gotten used to its old opponents over the past 2 days. After it surfaced, it opened its mouth and fired dozens of condensed flame cannons at the lake. Boom! 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 Immediately, the riverbank area was blasted into a sea of burning limbs. The players from the Black Castle revealed a solemn expression. They clearly knew what they were doing. They immediately lined up and reached out to condense a mark in front of them. Fauna whispered, Feng Heng, we will use our psychic skills to affect the elite creatures. This will also cause the elite creatures to have an infinite amount of hatred towards us. Please protect us. Definitely. Feng Heng gave Fauna a thumbs up and curiously looked at the players who were using psychic skills. He couldn't understand it at all. The omniscient I did not have any psychic options, so he could not learn it. Feng Heng looked away after observing for a while. But soon, the psychic skill took effect. The elite giant crocodile, which had been hiding under the lake and firing its cannon, seemed to have been greatly provoked. Its eyes were bloodshot, and it left the bottom of the lake for the first time, charging directly towards the lake. Its target was the players from the Black Castle who were beside Feng Heng. Immediately, there were lickers on the shore of the lake who pounced towards the elite giant crocodile. The elite giant crocodile's speed did not slow down at all. Like a charging bull, it knocked down the lickers in front of it and charged straight towards the players of the Black Castle. Feng Heng snorted in disdain. The elite giant crocodile had lost its environmental advantage and its rationality. It was even easier to deal with. The fusion tyrant forms at the edge of the forest aimed their heavy beam weapons at the elite giant crocodile. Whoosh! Swoosh swoosh! The concentrated beams focused on one spot, and after a simple aiming, they bombarded the elite giant crocodile. Boom! 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 The beam weapon accurately hit the target. Its huge body made it extremely difficult for the elite giant crocodile to dodge the beam attacks. After a round of volleys, the giant crocodile was sent flying backward, its skin and flesh split open. At the same time, a large number of lickers pounced on the giant crocodile. The licker's sharp teeth tore at the crocodile's body, and it hung on to the crocodile's body. Its sharp claws continued to scratch the crocodile, causing physical damage to it. Amongst them were a few lickers that had completed the transformation of the original devouring body. After the modification, the lickers' offensive abilities did not increase. The Ember's resurrection effect only appeared once. It seemed very ordinary. It was just as Fang Heng had predicted. Currently, there were too few lickers that had been modified by the original devouring body virus. Moreover, they had yet to solidify their status, so the effects were limited. Once the numbers increased, the lickers could revive indefinitely. The ability to not be killed was the lickers' greatest reliance. In just a short moment, the elite giant crocodile's body was full of lickers, so much so that its mobility was severely hindered. It couldn't barge through. After the fusion tyrant forms fired 2 volleys, the elite giant crocodile was already on the verge of death. At this moment, it was still under the effect of the psychic skill, and its aggro was full. Even if it dragged its heavy body, it still wanted to get closer to the people from the Black Castle. Kaka. Suddenly, the elite mutated form stopped and opened its mouth. A flame aura visible to the naked eye was faintly discernible in the giant crocodile's mouth. Fauna's expression changed. Not good. Just as she was about to make a move to help protect her companions, more than 30 fusion tyrant forms had already formed a human wall ahead of her. They used their tall bodies to block the players from the Black Castle. Boom. 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 The condensed fire cannons landed on the backs of the tyrant forms. Instantly, the fusion tyrant forms were set ablaze. 1680 retreat. In fact, it only looked a little scary. Unless someone hit its weak point, the fusion tyrant form had an 85% damage reduction effect. It also had a terrifying health point bonus and the bug level health point recovery effect of the undying body. This bit of damage was nothing to be worried about. The flames on the fusion tyrant forms quickly subsided. After the final attack, the elite giant crocodile was completely blasted by another round of beam weapons fired by the fusion tyrant forms. Ding! The player's zombie clone, fusion tyrant form, has successfully killed the elite half-mechanical mutated giant crocodile. The player has obtained 320 survival points. Unfortunately, there is no Tier 2 mutant crystal. Fang Heng glanced at the game notification and sighed in his heart. Moreover, the elite giant crocodile was killed by the fusion tyrant form using heavy beam weapons. The corpse was severely damaged. It was still unknown whether they could collect the built-in converter Kaiyu Yokeng mentioned. The vine zombies immediately moved over and dragged the elite crocodile's remains away from the battle area. More ordinary zombie clones that had yet to be modified gathered from the forest and began to harvest the elite giant crocodile. A channeling bar appeared above their heads. The relevant game notifications began to appear on Fang Heng's retina. Ding! The player's zombie clone has collected the remains of an unknown life form. Ding! The player has obtained a broken unknown mechanical part from the zombie collection. Well, he couldn't tell if the collection was successful at his current research level, so he could only bring it back to Victor for inspection. Fang Heng thought about it and looked at the people from the Black Castle. How is it? The few people from the Black Castle stopped their mind control skills and nodded at Fang Heng. The masked men didn't seem to want to talk, and they looked like they were following Fauna's lead. Fauna saw the ordinary zombies hiding in the forest, and her curiosity was piqued. How many zombies could Fang Heng control? She put away the doubts in her heart and nodded. She replied, yes, it will indeed be a bit of a burden, but it's still acceptable. We will be able to fully recover after a short rest. Alright, take it slow. We will think of a way to settle them one by one. Fang Heng looked up into the distance as he spoke. On the surface of the lake, the second and third elite level mutated crocodiles had already surfaced from the bottom of the water. The masked members of the Black Castle nodded to show that they understood and formed another mark in front of them. Very quickly, the second elite half-mechanical mutated crocodile was also affected by the psychic skills effect. It pounced towards the shallow shore without caring about anything else. Boom. Boom boom. As they left the lakeside, the fusion tyrant forms raised their high-energy beam weapons and fired at the elite giant crocodile. Following that, the lickers pounced on it crazily. This time, the elite mutated giant crocodile did not even have the time to fire the condensed flame cannon. After 4 volleys, the elite mutated forms were completely destroyed. Fauna stood at the side, observing the battlefield. Compared to before, Fang Heng's control of the zombie clones was much more skillful. Fang Heng's face also revealed a hint of joy. It's here. Ding! The player's zombie clone, fusion tyrant form, has killed the half-mechanical mutated giant crocodile, elite. The player has discovered a Tier 2 mutant crystal. Good news. The elite giant crocodile could drop Tier 2 mutant crystals. Fang Heng waved his hand forward. In the distance, a black crystal with a diamond-shaped pattern flew into his palm and quickly fused into the mark on the back of his hand. This way, he would have a way to obtain the Tier 2 mutant crystal. There was a high chance of reaching level 36. Fang Heng was excited and looked at Fauna. Fauna nodded at Fang Heng, indicating that they could continue. The members of the Black Castle were in a spirited state. The faster Fang Heng dealt with the elite monsters, the less energy they would consume. However, Fauna was still very worried. According to their current speed of clearing, it would take at least 2 to 3 days to completely eliminate all the half-mechanical mutated forms. Was there enough time? Fang Heng retracted his gaze, his expression excited. Very good. Then continue. Work. As time passed, Fang Heng followed a fixed pattern. With the help of the Black Castle player's mind control ability, he lured the elite half-mechanical mutated crocodiles out of the lake and killed them one by one. As the 6 elite creatures were eliminated one after another, the burning lake temporarily calmed down, and there were no longer any long-range condensed flame cannons. Without the damage from the elite monsters, the survival rate of the lickers in the front row increased greatly. Moreover, they could proceed to the next step. Seeing this, Fang Heng gave Lu Yanlong a look. Lu Yanlong had been waiting for this moment for a long time. After dealing with the elite creatures, he could finally start draining the water. He gave Fang Heng an OK sign. Go. The fusion tyrant formed through the prepared stone slab into the distant lake. Plop. A magic array pattern quickly appeared in Fang Heng's right eye, and at the same time, his hands condensed a mark in front of him. Gather. Whoosh. The magic array on the stone slab set off, and the spatial passage opened above the stone slab. The water immediately flowed into the spatial passage and a vast whirlpool immediately appeared on the surface of the lake. The people of the Black Castle who were resting at the side were surprised when they saw Lu Yanlong and Fang Heng's actions. Using spatial power to drain water? There was such an ability? Were they trying to get a complete picture of the lake's terrain? During the break, the players from the Black Castle exchanged glances. Last time, when they were outside another mausoleum, Black Castle had paid a huge price to break through the mutated creatures outside the mausoleum. Now, it seemed that Fang Heng could do the same. Lu Yanlong had been tormented by the elite giant crocodile for the past 2 days. He was filled with anger. He knew that this was a rare opportunity. Without the elite giant crocodile's harassment, he could fully control the spatial passage. The water continued to flow out through the spatial passage and he continued to draw water for more than 10 minutes. Ripples appeared on the lake's surface again. Again? Another elite mutated giant crocodile emerged from the lake. Mind control. Seeing this, Fauna immediately gathered the players of the Black Castle to cast a crowd control skill on the elite giant crocodile. After a stalemate of 4 hours, Fang Heng and the fusion tyrant forms had killed more than 10 elite mutated giant crocodiles intermittently. The water in the entire lake had finally been drained. Standing in the distance, everyone could see the bottom of the lake with their naked eyes. Lu Yanlong also retreated. Using spatial skills for a long time consumed a lot of his energy. He had already reached his limit. Currently, there are still a large number of elite mutants left in the lake. Fang Heng had encountered a bigger problem. The weapons and ammunition that the fusion tyrant forms were using were depleted. After thinking for a while, Fang Heng said, "Let's retreat first." Retreat? Fauna was surprised by Fang Heng's choice. 1681. A terrible reputation. They had already reached this stage. With a little more effort, they could completely eliminate all the mutated creatures in the lake area today. As long as they broke through the yellow seal barrier, they would be able to come into contact with the mausoleum area inside. Retreat now? Fauna asked, why? We don't have enough ammo. Fauna looked at the fusion tyrant forms behind her and fell silent. She was still unwilling. If you need help, I can think of a way to find a team to help clear out these creatures. We have the ability to deal with the subsequent spawn's energy barrier force field. No need. Let's call it a day. Fang Heng waved his hand. He was still counting on this group of creatures to drop mutant crystals. Without the protection of the lake water, the strength of the mutated crocodile was greatly reduced. The last part was the finishing touches. As long as there was enough ammunition, it could be completed. You guys still have important things to do tonight, right? Fauna frowned and nodded. She understood Fang Heng's intentions. It was almost dark. Tonight, they would launch an attack on the Federal base. It was very important. They needed to delay the Federation from building the Tier 5 spatial teleportation passage. World Lord Fang Heng, will you be participating in tonight's raid on the Federal camp? Fauna looked at Fang Heng and felt a little conflicted. She had just witnessed the power of the zombie crowd under Fang Heng's control. If Fang Heng were to assist in tonight's attack, he would definitely bring great trouble to the Federation. However, once Fang Heng made his move, the Federation might very well dig out Fang Heng's identity through all sorts of clues. No, but I will return to the Federal camp later. I will try my best to find a way to cause some chaos within the Federation. Alright, please be careful. Fang Heng thought of something and asked, oh right, you guys should be attacking in one direction tonight, right? Which direction would you choose to attack the federal camp? From the south. We controlled a small group of elite creatures there. In addition, we found a way to influence a commander-level creature. Yes. Feng Heng nodded lightly. He planned to get some ammunition and supplies from the Federation later and then escape. Wouldn't it be awkward if they ran into the people of the Black Castle? After the people from the Black Castle left, Feng Heng controlled the zombie clones to retreat and clean up the battlefield. Feng Heng looked at Lu Yanlong, who was leaning against a big tree, and asked, "How is it? Are you alright?" "Not very good. I am about to collapse." Lu Yanlong was exhausted and waved at Feng Heng. "You have to help me up." Forcefully controlling it continuously consumed a lot of his energy. Fortunately, he had completed his mission. He used his spatial skill to draw all the water in the lake away. He had accomplished something in his life. In the future, this would be something he could brag about to others. Feng Heng asked, "We have to think of a way to get energy weapons and ammunition from the Federation. Do you have any suggestions?" Lu Yanlong suggested with a bitter smile, "This won't be easy. The Federation has very strict control over these kinds of items. I will go offline and see if I can find some through the company's resources. Why don't we go back to the federal camp and see if there are any related commissions?" "Let's go. Let's go back and take a look first." The two of them immediately jumped onto the shoulder of the fusion tyrant form and returned to the federal camp area. At the federal camp, Feng Heng stood in front of the bulletin board screen and observed. In the past 2 days, the Western District Federation had received the direct assistance of the 12 corporations and the official military forces of the Central Federation. The security of the entire camp had increased by several times. The outposts that were previously contracted out were all personally guarded by the support teams provided by the 12 corporations. The only relevant mission that a normal player team could receive was probably to stay in the camp and assist the camp. Other than that, most of the tasks were the construction of various buildings and external exploration missions. After 2 days of construction, large temporary factories were built in the camp. They looked like large containers that were arranged in a disorderly manner. Lu Yanlong explained in a low voice, "The previous commander-in-chief has been replaced because of his incompetence. The new commander-in-chief is called Josh, but he doesn't like our Starfish company either." The high-energy beam weapon ammunition that Feng Heng needed was a strategic tool controlled by the Federation. Under normal circumstances, it could not be exchanged. Only after accepting some of the relevant missions would they be allowed to exchange. For example, the last Sentry Tower mission. In fact, the research and development team in the zombie apocalypse had also equipped the fusion tyrant form with a super-heavy rotating machine gun. The rotating machine gun's firing speed was enough, but its output was still far from being comparable to energy weapons. If he really couldn't get the ammunition, Feng Heng could only settle for the next best thing. "It's still a little lacking." Feng Heng muttered to himself as he quickly scanned through the various missions provided by the Federation. At the same time, he thought about how he could get enough beam weapons and ammunition from the Federation. Weapons and ammunition could be thrown into the backpack, but they could not exceed a certain amount. Putting in a quarter of a box of weapons and ammunition would result in an additional weight penalty in the game, and putting in half a box would basically make one unable to walk. He could only move them. If there were more, he would need to use trucks to transport them. After glancing at the commission page, Feng Heng realized that there was no commission suitable for him. On the side, another player from Starfish Company walked over and whispered a few words into Lu Yanlong's ear. "Really?" Lu Yanlong's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. After receiving confirmation from his colleagues, he said to Feng Heng, "Mr. Feng, our company has found a potential commission." "Oh?" "The Obsidian Company has a very urgent commission. They're willing to exchange high-energy beam weapons for this commission." Feng Heng frowned as he listened. Obsidian Company. It was very notorious for its negative reputation. The Obsidian Company was one of the largest corporations in the Western District Federation. Its reputation outside had always been very bad. In the business world, they often bullied the small and medium-sized companies that worked with them. Many investors from other regions were often scammed by them and fewer people were willing to do business with Obsidian Company. However, the company was able to rely on its relationship with the Western District Federation to steadily monopolize the business. If any company offended the Obsidian Company, the Federation might even use all sorts of methods to target them. Most of the companies that worked with it dared not say anything. The Obsidian Company had always been living well. They received a mission from the Western District Federation to guard outpost number 6. Due to certain reasons, a few large weapons that they took over were damaged. They need to urgently recruit high-level maintenance personnel to assist in the maintenance of high-level machinery. We are still in the midst of contacting the other party for specific information. They're in a hurry. As long as we can complete the repairs before dark, they've promised to provide us with 100 boxes of energy beam weapons and ammunition. 1682 compressed magicite cannon. Lu Yanlong hesitated. There was nothing wrong with the commission. The mechanic director of the company had already received the project and confirmed that it could be completed. He was preparing to enter the teleportation passage with the maintenance resources. It was mainly because the reputation of the Obsidian Company was really not good. It felt extremely unreliable. Fang Heng thought for a moment. Let's give it a try. The defense of the camp in front of him had increased by more than one level compared to a few days ago. The inner area was heavily guarded, and it was not easy to sneak in and move the materials out. A dead horse must be treated as a living horse. Let's try it first. If it could not be done, he could only think of a way to attack the federal camp together with Black Castle. Tear down their homes. Steal their goods. Lu Yanlong nodded and said, "All right, our people are already on the way. They will be able to meet us through the zombie apocalypse's teleportation passage soon. Fang Heng, do you want to go with us to take a look?" "Yes, let's go together." Lu Yanlong nodded and immediately brought Fang Heng back to the obelisk's teleportation point. Nearly an hour later, Lu Yanlong brought a group of more than 10 mechanical maintenance personnel from Starfish Company to meet up and drove a few off-road vehicles to outpost number 6. Halfway through the journey, Fang Heng got specific information about the mission from the mechanical maintenance supervisor of Starfish Company. Ever since the federal camp was breached, the Federation's investment in guarding the campsite had increased significantly. It was said that other than the sudden appearance of high-level creatures in the western area, the destruction of the camp was also related to a traitor in the camp. For safety reasons, many important commissions from the Federation were not directly released to the players. Only large official player teams like the 12 corporations, who worked closely with the Federation, would be responsible for important missions such as guarding the outposts. The Obsidian Company's duty to guard the outpost was assigned after a discussion at the Western District Federation meeting. The Federation had also provided a large amount of military materials for this. For a large corporation like the Obsidian Company, it was easy for them to defend the outpost for an hour. However, Obsidian Company's ambitions did not stop there. During their previous reconnaissance, they had learned in advance that a commander-level mutated creature was hiding near outpost number 6. They suspected that the mutated creature might be related to some mission. In order to trigger the mission and obtain the reward for killing the commander-level creature, Obsidian Company had consciously chosen to guard outpost number 6. Through some internal means, they had secretly borrowed the compressed magicite cannon from the Western District Federation. This weapon was ruthless. It could cause a huge amount of damage to a commander-level creature. They would borrow the compressed magicite cannon and send it back after using it. It would be done without anyone noticing. However, they did not expect that there would be some twists and turns in the process of killing the boss. Although they had successfully killed the boss in the end and the Obsidian Company had indeed reaped a lot of benefits, however, it just so happened that the Tier 2 commander-level mutated monster's sticky liquid had corroded the borrowed compressed magicite cannon. The compressed magicite cannon was damaged. These 3 compressed magicite cannons were originally meant to protect the federal camp. 2 days ago, the Central Federation had lent them to the Western District Federation with special approval. It was an extremely rare situation. They had originally planned to bring them back immediately after borrowing them. Now, something had gone wrong and this was going to lead to serious trouble. As a result, the Obsidian Company privately sought help to repair it. As they talked, the off-road vehicle drove into outpost number 6 under the instructions of the guard of the Obsidian Company and stopped outside the outpost warehouse. Lu Yanlong led a group of people out of the car. Inside the warehouse, the director of the Obsidian Company, Midwell, was anxious. He urged while smoking his cigarette. Once the Federation discovered that there was a problem with the compressed magicite cannon, the higher-ups of the company would definitely be in trouble if they traced it back to them. Midwell believed that he knew the Obsidian Company very well. Under the pressure of the Central Federation, by then, he would definitely become the company's scapegoat and bear the wrath of the Western District Federation and the Central Federation. While cursing his subordinates for being a bunch of idiots, he urgently mobilized the company's high-level mechanics to repair it. He had to finish repairing the compressed magicite cannon before he sent it back. It was a pity. Time was too tight. Obsidian Company's own technicians were not good at maintenance. In desperation, they could only release news through some private channels and recruit some high-level mechanics to repair it. As long as it could be repaired, the price was negotiable. Midwell looked at the logistics warehouse supervisor and maintenance staff who were in a hurry, and his blood pressure rose. It can't be repaired. This is not a technical problem. We lack high-precision equipment and accessories, so there is no way to repair it. Corrosive damage. Only replacement. No way to continue using it. The maintenance staff were also helpless. The compressed magicite cannon was extremely damaged. With their company's current ability, it was impossible to complete the repair. Just as they were talking about the damage, Lu Yanlong and his maintenance team appeared. "We're from Starfish Company. We've discussed the relevant cooperation with your company offline. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Why are you only here now?" Midwell was already impatient from waiting, and his tone was unfriendly. "Are you a maintenance worker? Come with me, over here." The warehouse manager seemed to have seen his savior. He immediately walked forward and called Lu Yanlong over to help check the compressed magicite cannon and think of a way to repair it. Lu Yanlong nodded to the mechanical maintenance supervisor of the company. The maintenance team went up to check. Feng Heng was also curious about the compressed magicite cannon. He followed the maintenance team to the few energy magicite cannons in the warehouse and quickly scanned them. The compressed magicite cannon was a special weapon that combined beam weapons and occultism. It could release compressed energy light cannons and had a magic attack effect. It was extremely powerful and was good at dealing with large creatures. The entire compressed magicite cannon was about 5 meters long, with a muzzle diameter of 0.5 meters. It was made of a special magic alloy and was relatively heavy. It took a lot of effort to move it. As for maintenance, it would require mechanical maintenance skills and occultism. The threshold for maintenance was high. From the outside, the compressed magicite cannon had already begun to corrode. The maintenance supervisor of Starfish Company came back very soon after a thorough inspection and whispered a few words into Lu Yanlong's ear. Lu Yanlong looked at Midwell. Perhaps because he was in a bad mood, Midwell's tone was very unfriendly as he asked, "How is it? Can you complete the repairs? The damage is more serious than you described. A large portion of the special parts need to be replaced." Midwell frowned. Their company did not prepare any high-precision parts that could be replaced in advance. This was also one of the reasons why they were helpless. The warehouse logistics and maintenance manager followed up, "Can you repair the missing parts? You don't need to repair them to 100% accuracy. It's fine as long as they can be used. Don't let others see that there's a problem with them at a glance." 1683 Fooling Midwell also looked at Lu Yanlong. He didn't expect to finish repairing all 3 of the compressed magicite cannons. He only hoped that he could fool them for just one night. "Can you do it?" Lu Yanlong nodded and said, "Yes, the request is just to fool them. It's not a big problem for us. We brought a portion of the precision parts in advance this time." The warehouse supervisor was pleasantly surprised and asked, "Really? Can the repair be completed within an hour? We should be able to make it if we hurry." As Lu Yanlong spoke, he looked at Midwell and confirmed with him, "As for the remuneration? Hurry up and do it, the reward will satisfy you. Our Obsidian Company has always been fair." Lu Yanlong felt that something was wrong when he heard this. The other party did not seem to have any self-awareness of his reputation outside. He couldn't help but look at Feng Heng. Seeing Feng Heng nod his head, Lu Yanlong also nodded at the company's maintenance supervisor. "Start repairing." The Starfish Company was a professional mining company. The various missions they usually took on were mostly supportive. This included all kinds of high-end maintenance services. Its professionalism and after-sales service were widely praised by the industry. This was also one of the reasons why the Obsidian Company sent a request to them for help. After Starfish Company found out the model of the machine that needed to be repaired in advance, they spent a lot of money to buy some parts from the black market and brought them over. Seeing that there was finally a turn of events, Midwell was finally at ease. He even felt a sense of relief that he had narrowly escaped death. Feng Heng also knew about mechanical maintenance and occultism. However, he did not join the maintenance team this time. He just observed quietly from the side and did not say a word. The entire warehouse was very quiet. Only the slight sound of parts colliding could be heard. Starfish Company's repairmen were all elites. After nearly an hour, the 3 compressed magicite cannons had been repaired. The actual effect was unclear. At least on the surface, it didn't look like it had been damaged. Good. All data indicators are normal. After the Obsidian Logistics warehouse supervisor checked the data of the compressed magicite cannon, he was a little excited. He quickly reached out and called for the team to load the magicite cannon into the truck and bring it back to the federal camp. "Quick, we have to send them back before the warehouse completes its stock taking tonight." Hearing this, the people from the Obsidian Company began to move the compressed magicite cannons onto the trucks. Seeing this, Lu Yanlong walked up to Midwell and asked, "Supervisor, regarding the energy beam weapons and ammunition we need." Midwell frowned, and his tone carried some doubt as he asked, "Energy beam weapons and ammunition? What is that?" Feng Heng, who had been following Lu Yanlong all this while, suddenly had a change of expression when he heard that. Lu Yanlong also had a bad premonition. It wasn't just a day or two that Obsidian Company had a bad reputation. Was he going to go back on his words? "Please don't joke with us. You should remember our agreement. Starfish Company provides mechanical maintenance services to Obsidian Company and keeps it confidential. In exchange, Obsidian Company is willing to provide us with energy beam weapons and ammunition. Alright, you don't have to continue. Midwell waved his hand as if chasing away a fly and interrupted impatiently. This is a matter of the upper echelons of our company. I am not too sure. I only know that you will come over to assist us in repairs. As for this transaction, it's best if you communicate with our headquarters. As Midwell spoke, he walked towards the players who were loading the trucks outside the warehouse. Wait a minute. Lu Yanlong was anxious. He wanted to chase after them and explain things clearly, but he was blocked by two players with loaded guns. I am sorry, sir. Please stay here. Lu Yanlong's face was ashen as he looked at Midwell's departing figure, cursing madly in his heart. Previously, that guy was so anxious that he jumped up and down like a dog. Now that the matter was resolved, he turned hostile and refused to pay for their services. This was the first time he had encountered such a shameless thing, and Lu Yanlong could not accept this. It was no wonder that few people were willing to do business with the Obsidian Company. The more Lu Yanlong thought about it, the more he felt that he couldn't take this lying down. Seeing Feng Heng walk to his side, Lu Yanlong felt a little apologetic. He lowered his voice and said, I am sorry, Mr. Feng. I didn't expect them to do this. We will find a way to contact the Obsidian Company offline. It has nothing to do with you. I was the one who said I wanted to give it a try. Feng Heng looked at the players from the Obsidian Company who were loading trucks outside the warehouse and shook his head. He said, looking at them, offline communication probably won't be effective, and we're in a hurry. Feng Heng was also a little angry. Judging from Obsidian Company's arrogant attitude, he did not have much hope for offline communication. He was expecting the ammunition tomorrow and there was no time to argue with the Obsidian Company. Then we. Lu Yanlong's face was bitter. He really couldn't deal with such an unreasonable company like Obsidian Company. Feng Heng already had an idea. He patted Lu Yanlong's shoulder and said, there's no hurry. Let the maintenance staff rest here for a while. I will think of a way. The players from the Obsidian Company loaded the supplies and 3 compressed magicite cannons into the truck and immediately returned to the Federation headquarters. Midwell sat in the front passenger seat of an off-road vehicle and led the way, urging the driver to move at full speed. All he had to do was to return the magicite cannons to the camp's warehouse intact. He had finally settled his problem. As for Starfish Company, thinking of Lu Yanlong and his team, Midwell couldn't help but laugh. Energy beam weapons and ammunition were products controlled by the Federation. How could they be traded to them so casually? If Starfish Company only needed some ordinary materials, they would still consider it. Unfortunately, the other party was too greedy. This was not the first time that Obsidian Company had done something like this. He was already used to it. As Midwell was thinking, he realized that the SUV was gradually slowing down. What happened? The driver looked at the black shadow in front of him, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead as he stammered, Supervisor, it seems like. Midwell was puzzled, and he couldn't help but raise his head to look in front of the convoy. What the hell? Suddenly, Midwell's pupils contracted, and his heart began to beat faster. Not good. Mutated creatures. A group of mutated creatures suddenly appeared on the truck's route to the Federation base. How could this be? Where did they come from? Midwell was shocked. This was an area protected by the Federation, a safe area that had been verified countless times. Theoretically, there should not be any monsters around. Buzz. Before Midwell could figure out what had happened, a large swarm of mutated creatures flew toward the transport team. The flying locust had undergone a special mutation and was about 20 centimeters in size. The most terrifying thing was their numbers. They were densely packed together like a thick black fog. 1,684. A swarm of locusts retreat. Evacuate immediately. Return to the outpost. The transport team had never expected to encounter a group of mutated forms here. The trucks were full of goods and there were not enough guards. They only had the most foundation combat strength. Such a large swarm of mutated locusts suddenly appeared. They couldn't block it at all. Kai. Large groups of locusts rushed over and attacked the SUV that Midwell was in. Boom. Boom boom. The mutated locusts used their bodies to slam against the windows continuously. Midwell stayed in the car, and a dense swarm of locusts instantly covered the windshield in front of him. Hurry up. Retreat. Return to the outpost area. Midwell urged the driver to get them out of this predicament. The driver's scalp immediately went numb. He used his memory to forcefully control the off-road vehicle to make a 180-degree turn on the spot and quickly escape. The driver stepped on the gas pedal and drove the off-road vehicle to break through the area covered by the mutated locusts. The mutated locusts attached to the windshield were gradually thrown away. Had they successfully escaped? The swarm of locusts didn't seem to have any intention of chasing after them. Midwell was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Before he could heave a sigh of relief, He suddenly thought of something and quickly poked his head out of the window to look behind him. Damn it! The off-road vehicle could escape, but the trucks transporting the supplies behind them would be in a dire situation. They had heavy loads, and it would take time to turn the trucks around. With a slight delay, the densely packed swarm of mutated locusts surrounded the trucks. The flying locusts seemed to be very interested in the trucks transporting goods. They gathered around the trucks and kept hitting them with their bodies. There were also compressed magicite cannons at the back of the transport trucks. For a moment, there was a loud thud. Reinforcements. Quick, send reinforcements from the outpost. Midwell realized that something was wrong. His face turned pale as he shouted at the top of his lungs. Boom. Boom boom. Before his subordinates could go offline to ask for help, the swarm of mutated locusts had already overturned a few trucks. The compressed magicite cannon on the back of the truck also fell to the ground with a dull thud. Midwell's expression was terrifyingly gloomy. The mutated locusts continued to attack the trucks for 2 minutes before they began to lose interest in the vehicles. Then, they left like a gust of wind. The driver opened his mouth. Left again? It had been about 2 minutes since the attack. The mutated locusts came and went off in a hurry, leaving only a mess. Midwell said in a deep voice, "Quick. Drive over and take a look." The off-road vehicle returned to the trucks that were attacked. A few trucks had already flipped over under the attack of the mutated locusts. The driver hiding in the truck was not badly hurt, but the goods being transported were seriously damaged. The compressed magicite cannon was a precise instrument. After experiencing a wave of impact and continuous impact, its surface was already full of holes and even shattered into pieces. A repairman inspected the remaining magicite cannons and turned his head. His face turned green as he said, "The compressed magicite cannon has been severely damaged. It's no longer usable. It needs to be repaired." Fuck. Midwell was so angry that he was about to go crazy. Why were they suddenly attacked by a group of mutated locusts? He immediately thought of something and quickly turned around to shout at his subordinates, "Where are the people from Starfish Company? They're still at the outpost. When we left, they were still there. It looks like they're still communicating with the higher-ups of the company. Stop them. Make sure they stay. You can use whatever method. I must see them. Hurry up. Pack up all the parts and return to the outpost immediately. I repeat, immediately." The entire transport team once again began to move in a hurry. Leaving the truck behind, Midwell took the lead and followed the SUV back to the outpost. In a dense forest not far away, more than 20 masked players looked at Fauna. "Fauna, controlling these creatures has consumed a lot of our strength. This will affect part of our plans tonight. Is it worth it?" "Yes, I think it's necessary." Fauna retracted her gaze from the front and said, "Tell Feng Heng that the mission has been completed. The rest is up to him." At outpost number 6, the communication between Starfish Company's team and the upper management of Obsidian Company was fruitless. Lu Yanlong was holding back his anger and was about to take the maintenance staff to load the car and leave. "Mr. Feng, the company just talked to the management of the Obsidian Company. They said that the goods we want are listed on the Federation's list of prohibited transactions and can't be traded. They want us to exchange them with other items of equal value. TSK, the list is full of ordinary goods. Who wants them? We spent so much effort just for this trash?" Lu Yanlong did not hide his displeasure. This kind of secret transaction could not be seen in the light. There was no such thing as a contract at all. They could only accept it. The Obsidian Company was shameless, but Starfish Company needed to preserve their face. Lu Yanlong was filled with righteous indignation along the way, but Feng Heng did not seem to care at all. He even asked his companions to pack up and prepare to leave. He could not help but feel a little strange. This didn't seem like Feng Heng's style. "Mr. Feng, we're almost done packing. Are we leaving just like that? Let's go. Calm down. They will come back for us." Feng Heng was calm. Lu Yanlong didn't know what Feng Heng was thinking. He waved his hand at the engineers behind him in frustration. "Let's go, brothers." Just as they were about to leave, a player rushed over from the outpost and stopped in front of the off-road vehicle, forcing the group to stop. "Friends of Starfish Company, please wait a moment." Lu Yanlong was in a bad mood and was in no mood to respond. He stuck his head out of the car window and said sarcastically, "What? And now you're not letting us go? Is there a federal law that forbids us from leaving?" "No, I am afraid there's a misunderstanding between us." The supervisor in charge of the warehouse had a fawning smile on his face as he said, "Director Midwell will be back soon. He has repeatedly asked everyone to stay for the time being. He wants to talk to you personally." Lu Yanlong's heart skipped a beat when he heard that. Could it be that there was still a chance for things to turn around? He couldn't help but look at Feng Heng. Feng Heng shook his head subtly. Lu Yanlong received Feng Heng's signal and rejected, "All right, stop. Can't you see what time it is now? If we wait any longer, the mutated monsters will appear. Can you take responsibility if something happens to our people? And I don't think I have anything to continue talking with you guys about. It's enough to be fooled once. Is there any point in targeting a company? Lu Yanlong said as he prepared to drive off. 1685 stopping people. The deputy supervisor thought to himself, what is this? He quickly stood in front of the SUV and continued to apologize with a smile. Please calm down. Director Midwell will be here soon to discuss the matter of the beam weapons and ammunition. Lu Yanlong was furious when he mentioned the high-energy beam weapon. Energy weapons and ammunition? Didn't you say that you didn't know anything just now? Why? Now he remembered? Get lost. Don't block the way. Lu Yanlong was about to step on the accelerator when an off-road vehicle sped over not far away. It passed by the many guards at the door and stopped in front of Lu Yanlong and his group. Midwell hurriedly got out of the car and looked at Lu Yanlong's team who was about to leave. He said in a deep voice, you can't leave yet. The compressed magicite cannons haven't been repaired. According to our agreement, you can only leave after the repairs are complete. Lu Yanlong was stunned. They weren't fixed. He turned around and looked at the company's mechanical supervisor in the back seat. The mechanical supervisor shook his head repeatedly. Impossible, we've tested it. After the maintenance team's repairs, the compressed magicite cannons might have been lacking in efficiency, but they were definitely usable. Get out of the car. You will see it soon. In less than 5 minutes, the truck returned to the outpost area with the heavily damaged magicite cannons. When the mechanics of Starfish Company saw the heavily damaged compressed magicite cannons behind the truck, their expressions turned grave. It had been less than 20 minutes since the convoy left. What had they experienced during this period? How did they end up like this? Lu Yanlong suddenly understood something and stole a glance at Feng Heng. That's right. Mr. Feng. He must have found a way to destroy the magicite cannons. He was simply a genius. Lu Yanlong immediately felt that his hatred had been vented. Looking at Midwell, he looked even more like a clown. No wonder he rushed over to stop them from leaving. It turned out that the magicite cannons were broken again. And now, he was asking them to fix it? As if it was only natural? Did he really think that everyone else was a fool? Lu Yanlong did not hide the cold smile on his face as he spoke. Midwell, I am afraid this is not a result of our repairs, right? Midwell pointed at the damaged magicite cannons on the truck with a dark face and said, is there a need to argue about this? If I say it's not fixed, then it's not fixed. Now, go and fix it immediately. I am sorry, Mr. Director. We just received news from the higher-ups of the company that our cooperation with your company has been terminated. We don't need the compensation anymore. Stop. Midwell stared at Lu Yanlong with a sinister expression. He didn't expect the people from Starfish Company to be so tough. In the Western District Federation, the major companies were under the mercy of the 12 corporations and they would often admit defeat when they suffered losses in cooperation. The major companies knew the tricks of the Obsidian Company and would not cooperate with them at all. It was to the extent that Midwell had gotten used to bullying his other partners over the years. It also led to Obsidian Company being as unreasonable as ever. Starfish Company, don't you want to do business in the Federation in the future? It's not that I don't want to, but I am afraid your Obsidian Company alone won't be able to affect the entire Federation. Lu Yanlong taunted and waved his hand to signal for his mechanic team to leave. Midwell's face twitched a little. Seeing that Starfish Company had made up their mind to leave, he was silent for a while and said, there are only 30 boxes of energy ammo for beam weapons in Outpost number 6. As long as the compressed magicite cannons are repaired, you can take them all away. Only 30 boxes? Lu Yanlong frowned. Feng Heng, who was sitting in the driver's seat, nudged Lu Yanlong gently. He continued, we agreed on 100 boxes of ammunition. The second repair will consume more originals, so we need 200 boxes. Are you negotiating with me? Midwell stared at Feng Heng, his eyes filled with anger and killing intent. He felt like a tiger had fallen to the ground. There was actually someone who was talking about conditions with them. Feng Heng was silent. He did not nod, shake his head, or speak. Midwell gritted his teeth and looked at Lu Yanlong. Who is he? Can he represent your company? He's a high-level mechanic and one of the partners of our company. Of course, he can represent our company. Midwell gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, I don't have that much energy weapons and ammunition on hand, only 30 boxes. I will find a way to give you the remaining 170 boxes tomorrow. Immediately. Feng Heng continued, we have to bring back the 30 boxes of ammunition first. Midwell nodded to a soldier beside him, indicating that he would take them down to collect the supplies. Is it okay now? I want you to repair the cannons immediately. Feng Heng nodded. Lu Yanlong finally got out of the SUV and called the mechanics of Starfish Company to resume the maintenance work. Feng Heng also walked to the damaged compressed magicite cannons and observed their damaged state. He nodded in his heart. There was a saying, the work of the Black Castle was done beautifully. He then walked to the side of Midwell and said, it's too late. Judging from the damage of the magicite cannons, there's absolutely no chance to repair them in half an hour. Veins bulged on Midwell's neck as he roared, I don't want to hear excuses. You must do it. We have to send the compressed magicite cannons back within an hour. If anything goes wrong, your entire Starfish Company won't be able to take responsibility. Lu Yanlong shrugged his shoulders when he saw Midwell's useless rage. He was secretly happy. The magicite cannon has been damaged to this extent. No matter who you call over, they won't be able to repair it in half an hour. However, there's a way. Midwell suppressed his anger and asked, what is it? The compressed magicite cannons consume a lot of energy and have a long cool-down period. In the beginning, the Federation didn't need compressed magicite cannons to defend against the mutated forms at night. We can first complete a portion of the magicite cannon's external restoration, at least to make it look intact. Midwell frowned and asked, and then? What will happen if they need to use them? I will follow the repairman into the Federal camp. As long as we finish repairing the magicite cannons before the Federation officially uses them, no one will be able to tell. Midwell frowned. He knew that time was tight. There was no way to solve this problem. The plan proposed by the other party seemed to be the only solution at the moment. Feng Heng's expression was calm as he said, hurry up and make a decision. If you agree, we will do it. It will take 15 minutes to restore the exterior. Otherwise, no negotiation. You can find someone else. We can't complete this mission. TSK. At this time, he still had to find someone else? Who could he find? Midwell knew very well that this was his last chance. He immediately nodded and said, all right. 1686 Sneaking in 40 minutes later, the Obsidian Company team returned to the Federal camp with a large truck loaded with various materials. The camp area has entered a state of martial law. Most of the ordinary player teams hired by the Federation were assigned to guard the periphery area, completely isolated from the internal security protection area. The purpose of this was to prevent spies. The new Federal commander, Josh, had learned his lesson from his predecessor. He would never fall twice in the same place. The Black Castle was resourceful, so it was normal for them to plant a few spies in the camp. After the truck entered the Federal camp, it drove straight into a large container warehouse in the internal logistics area. The interior of the camp was still under construction, and many of the warehouses looked like huge container warehouses. Midwell got out of the car. Johnny, the person in charge of the logistics warehouse of the Federal camp, was already there to receive them in advance. He called for everyone to carry the compressed magicite cannons that had been repaired off the truck for assembly. He was also involved in lending the compressed magicite cannons to the Obsidian Company. If anything happened, he wouldn't be able to escape. Quick, the work clothes are over there. The maintenance engineers who stayed behind should quickly change into them. Wait for the Central Federation's inspection team to come and check. I will inform you in advance. When the time comes, you will immediately restore the compression cannon to its original state. Don't worry, they don't understand and won't check it carefully. Also, I will tell the guards nearby not to approach this warehouse. You must not leave the warehouse area, understand? Johnny repeatedly reminded Feng Heng and the mechanics, the mutated forms attack will begin soon. Be careful during the battle. If anyone comes over and asks, just say that you're from the logistics department and are carrying out a maintenance mission. Do you understand? Lu Yanlong waved his hand to signal the company's mechanical maintenance staff to start working. He nodded and said, don't worry, we're all professionals. We only have 3 hours. We must finish repairing the condensed magicite cannons within 3 hours. Yes, don't let outsiders disturb us. Lu Yanlong nodded and said, we only need 2 hours. I guarantee that it will be as good as new. I hope you can do it. Midwell was still a little worried, but he still had to rush back to preside over the guard work of the outpost. After communicating with Johnny for a while, he left Starfish Company and hurried back to the outpost. Johnny was responsible for the logistics of the Federal camp. After the battle began, he had many things to do. He repeatedly reminded the mechanics of various things to take note of and left in a hurry, leaving only 2 normal maintenance personnel. After the irrelevant personnel left, Feng Heng and Lu Yanlong quickly exchanged glances and made a few hand gestures. I will leave this to you, I have something to do. Yes. It was not convenient for outsiders to know what Johnny did, so there were only 2 maintenance staff in the warehouse. After Feng Heng's signal, the maintenance supervisor of Starfish Company immediately pulled the 2 of them over to check the compressed magicite cannons, attracting their attention. Feng Heng took the opportunity to sneak out of the warehouse. There were guards outside the warehouse. However, they did not know that Fang Heng and his group were outsiders. When they saw Fang Heng's uniform, they did not question him. Fang Heng swaggered out of the warehouse under the watchful eyes of the federal guards. Next, he had to think about how to get more energy beam weapons and ammunition from the federal camp. Fang Heng had no confidence in the promise given by the Obsidian Company. This group of people turned hostile faster than flipping a book. He still had to rely on himself. Fang Heng took a few steps forward along the path between the warehouses and quickly hid in the shadows behind the corner. Kai. A moment later, a bat flew into the sky from behind the corner under the cover of the night and stopped on top of a large container warehouse. The Federation did not know that more than 10 mechanics from Starfish Company had infiltrated the camp. In fact, they had set up security measures in the camp to prevent infiltration by the Black Castle. They did not expect Fang Heng to sneak in. Commander Josh was very confident in tonight's arrangement. According to the plan, as long as they spent 2 more nights peacefully, the spatial passage would be able to expand to level 5. The guard mission would be completed perfectly. The sky turned completely dark. Outside the federal camp, the players from Black Castle were making their final preparations. They expected that the Federation would complete Tier 5 of the spatial passage expansion by tomorrow or the day after. Today might very well be their last chance. They couldn't miss it. In the later stages of Black Castle's plan, when the elite mutated forms appeared, they would launch an attack on the Federation. Besides the mutated forms, the commander-level mutated creature that was controlled by them would also take advantage of the chaos and attack together. In an ideal situation, they would break through the federal camp and completely destroy it. At the very least, it would cause damage to the teleportation channel and delay the Federation's construction of the teleportation channel. Soon, as the sun set, mutated forms appeared from all directions and attacked the few sentry towers in the periphery area of the federal camp. At the same time, Fang Heng was still on top of the warehouse. With the cover of the night and the bat form of the vampires, he hid in the warehouse and observed for a long time. He had already roughly figured out a few large warehouse areas in the Federation. The armory was located in the deepest part of the warehouse. There were also federal guards outside the warehouse. As the attacks of the mutated monsters in the periphery of the camp gradually increased, small teams of soldiers came to collect materials. From his observation over the past hour, Fang Heng determined that the warehouse that stored energy weapons and ammunition should be these 3. Special weapons such as high-energy beam weapons were highly flammable and explosive, and they needed special explosion-proof warehouses to be stored. All 3 doors had safety warnings pasted on them. The leftmost warehouse was the largest, but no one had entered it during this period. The warehouses in the middle and right were constantly filled with people. If there was a lot of human traffic, it would not be suitable for them to play tricks inside. Therefore, Fang Heng set his eyes on the leftmost warehouse. He had to find a way to sneak in and take a look. He wanted to confirm if there were any high-energy beam weapons or ammunition stored inside. The troublesome thing was that all the teams that came to collect the materials had brought along the supply withdrawal slip. However, he did not have this thing. If he went down rashly, he might be discovered. However, none of the warehouses had any windows, so it was impossible to sneak in. Fang Heng chose to continue waiting for an opportunity. After waiting for more than half an hour, Fang Heng realized that his chance had come. He saw a group of more than 10 Federation players wearing the same maintenance engineer uniform as him enter the leftmost warehouse in a hurry. He would give it a try. Fang Heng waited until all the maintenance staff had entered the warehouse before he quickly walked out from the shadows and ran toward the warehouse. Seeing the few Federation soldiers outside the warehouse looking at him, Fang Heng spoke first. "A maintenance team went in just now, right? 1687 dismantle. Yes. Thank you. I am here to look for them." Seeing that Fang Heng was alone, the Federal Guard did not suspect much and stepped aside to let him in. Fang Heng slowed down and walked into the warehouse. There were also guards guarding the material warehouse. The mechanical maintenance engineers who had entered the warehouse earlier were collecting materials. When they saw Fang Heng following them in, they could not help but take a few more glances at him. They were all wearing the same maintenance staff uniform, but it seemed like they had never seen this person before. "Hey, what do you need?" Fang Heng turned his head and looked at a short middle-aged officer sitting at a table in the corner of the warehouse not far away. "Supervisor Johnny asked me to come. I am not in a hurry. I will wait for them to finish first," Fang Heng said as he stood to the side, carefully observing his surroundings. Through his blood perception, he could clearly sense that there were a total of 3 guards in the warehouse. The Federation's maintenance team still had important tasks to do, so they did not care too much about Fang Heng's identity. After receiving the necessary materials on the list, they carried the 2 boxes and left. The short officer looked up at Fang Heng again and said, "It's your turn. What do you need? Where's the list?" "Ah, yes. Fang Heng began to dig into his pocket as he spoke. He walked toward the middle-aged officer as if he were searching for something. Hey, where's the list? I remember putting it in my pocket. We need 20 sets of energy conversion crystals. Officer Johnny's. The middle-aged officer in charge of the warehouse frowned and asked, Are you sure? There are no energy conversion crystals here. Ah, did I remember wrongly? Are there high-energy beam weapons and ammunition? Yes. The middle-aged officer's face was filled with unconcealed suspicion as he asked, Why would you need high-energy weapons and ammunition as a member of the mechanical maintenance department? Ah. Found it. The list. The middle-aged officer watched as Fang Heng took out a piece of paper from his pocket. His gaze gradually became dull. He saw the piece of paper gradually open and bloom in front of his eyes. It released a blood-red aura. The blood-red color expanded rapidly in front of his eyes until it enveloped his entire body. Crack. Fang Heng appeared behind the middle-aged officer and gently tapped his neck with his hand knife. Hellfarum's compound eyes. The hallucination effect was still useful. The other two guards were also affected by Hellfarum's compound eyes and stood rooted to the ground. Fang Heng quickly knocked the three of them unconscious, then took out a powerful sleeping potion from his backpack and fed it to the three of them. He then dragged all three of them to a corner to hide. Done. Fang Heng quickly searched the warehouse. The warehouse was very large. In addition to various ammunition materials, there were also various large-scale equipment such as desert crawler vehicles, new combat tanks, mobile generators, portable energy fields, and other types of large machinery. Soon, Fang Heng found the high-energy beam weapons and ammunition in the corner. There were more than 1,000 boxes. They were sufficient. If he took all of them, it would be enough for him to consume over some time. Next, he had to think of a way to take the ammunition boxes away from here. There were a large number of Federation soldiers outside, and it was too difficult to take them away by force. His zombie clone was also very conspicuous. If he used it rashly, the Federation might find out that he was the one behind it. It would be too late to dig an underground tunnel out now. Then, Fang Heng lowered his head and thought for a moment. Then, he raised his head and looked at the ceiling. There it was. 5 minutes later, several magic arrays appeared beside Fang Heng. Kai. 3 lickers revived beside Fang Heng. Crack. The licker immediately climbed up the metal wall of the warehouse until it hung upside down from the ceiling. Buzz. Buzz. The licker's sharp claws scratched the steel plate, making a sharp sound. A moment later, the lickers worked together to dig a small hole in the ceiling of the corner of the warehouse and then crawled out. Seeing this, Fang Heng immediately transformed into his bat form and flew out through the hole in the ceiling of the warehouse. Arriving at the top of the warehouse, Fang Heng maintained his bat form and looked around. This warehouse was one of the taller ones among the surrounding warehouses, and the view was pretty good. Fang Heng looked toward the west side of the campsite. He rubbed his chin and pondered for a moment. His thoughts became clearer. 5 minutes later, Fang Heng returned to the warehouse. After waiting for another 10 minutes, the second batch of lickers revived one after another. They quickly formed a cocoon and returned to their normal zombie forms. Under Fang Heng's control, the zombie clones held wrenches in their hands and staggered toward the desert crawler vehicles and the mobile generators. They began to dismantle them. A channeling bar appeared above the heads of the zombie clones. Densely packed game notifications began to appear in Fang Heng's vision. Ding! The player's zombie clone, normal form, has dismantled the desert crawler and obtained 2 alloy steel plates. Ding! The player's zombie clone, normal form, has dismantled the desert crawler. You have obtained 4 precision parts, rusty gears. With the help of the zombie clones, the desert crawler was quickly dismantled into a large number of steel plates, nails, precision parts, and other maintenance tools. Next was the second assembly. Fang Heng licked his lips. Outside the warehouse, the 2 guards did not know what was happening inside the warehouse. They were still guarding the warehouse loyally. As for Fang Heng, who had entered earlier, they subconsciously thought that he had left with the previous batch of maintenance personnel and did not care at all. Everything was fine. 2 hours later, after completing the mission of defending Outpost Number 6, Midwell also rushed back. By the time he returned to the warehouse, the 3 compressed magicite cannons had already been repaired. After Midwell personally confirmed that the repairs had been completed, he was finally at peace of mind. In this situation, it would not be a problem for him to get past the Central Federation's inspection. Without giving them any time to discuss, the logistics supervisor, Johnny, also rushed over with a group of Federation soldiers. Elite mutated forms have begun to appear outside. It is confirmed that the forces of the Black Castle will take action tonight. There is a high probability that they will attack from the southern area of the camp. We have just received an emergency order to deploy compressed magicite cannons in the southern area. Johnny waved his hand and said, "Take them all." The 3 compressed magicite cannons are here. Yes, sir. Midwell watched as the soldiers of the Federation moved the 3 compressed magicite cannons. He didn't find anything unusual, and he finally heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the problem was solved. Midwell, who was in a good mood, did not notice that Fang Heng was missing from the crowd. Seeing the Federation soldiers leave with the magicite cannons, Lu Yanlong walked to Midwell's side and whispered, "Sir, it's not safe for our people to stay here. It's hard to explain if we're discovered. If it's convenient, it's best if you can take us away." Midwell also hoped that these people would quickly retreat. He nodded and said, "Yes, the teleportation channel is ready. Have your people follow me now. I will take you guys out." 1688 continued to throw at the same time, in the periphery area of the camp. As time gradually approached dawn, the elite-level mutated forms began to join the battlefield. On the sentry tower, the Federation players who were proficient in long-range firearms and sniper skills continued to repeat the same operation. Find the target, aim, and pull the trigger. While switching the magazine, a player on the sentry tower suddenly saw something out of the corner of his eye and turned to look at the camp behind him. Seeing this, the team leader said unhappily, "Alex, focus." Alex frowned and said, "Captain, there are a few warehouses over there." The team captain pulled the trigger and accurately hit the right eye of the elite monster. Without looking back, he asked, "What about the warehouse?" The sky was very dark, and most of the people's attention was focused on dealing with the creatures outside the camp. Very few people paid attention to the inside of the Federation. Alex pointed at one of the many warehouses. "Did that roof exist before?" Only then did the team captain turn to look in the direction Alex was looking at. Indeed, just as Alex had said, there seemed to be a bulge on top of one of the warehouses in the logistics area. It looked like an attic building. It was very strange. Did this attic exist before? There didn't seem to be any in his memory. He couldn't remember. The team captain was about to say something when the alarm sounded from the walkie-talkie, warning. A large number of elite-level creatures are about to appear in the north of the camp. There is news that the Black Castle may move tonight. All units, please pay close attention. The captain immediately shouted, "Enough. Don't worry about that. The people from Black Castle might make a move tonight. Focus on dealing with the enemy." Understood. Meanwhile, in the camp headquarters area, the camp commander, Josh, was observing the battle through the surveillance cameras in 4 directions. The danger alarm came from the south. According to reliable sources, Black Castle would attack from the southern region tonight. However, at this moment, Josh was staring at one of the surveillance cameras in the west with a solemn expression. "Sir, we found a group of special creatures gathering in the west area." "Report the specific situation." "Yes, sir. We have observed a large number of unknown creatures appearing on a hill in the western region. We suspect that they are special mutated forms. The outside world is quite chaotic, so we are temporarily unable to send people to observe and analyze them. Due to the long distance and coupled with the dark sky, the federal guards could only see a dense shadow on the slope of the hill in the distance. The photos were also very blurry and could not be seen clearly. The Federation judged that it was a mutated creature that they had never seen before. The strangest thing was that this group of creatures did not attack. Instead, they gathered on top of the hill. The mutated creatures that attacked the federal camp all went around the hill. The more these creatures did not move, the more uneasy Commander Josh felt. It was very strange. He had never seen such a situation before. The time and place where the mutated forms appeared was very illogical. And tonight was the time for Black Castle to strike. There must be a connection. For safety's sake, Josh hesitated for a moment before ordering some teams to increase their manpower in the west area. Just as the Federation was sending reinforcements to the west to guard against the mutated forms on the hill, Fang Heng was also looking in the direction of the hill from the newly built attic in the warehouse. "It's about time. It should be fine," Fang Heng muttered to himself. He was also a little uncertain. On the hill to the west, there was a mix of lickers and vine zombies. Since a few hours ago, Fang Heng had been staying in the unmanned warehouse to control the zombie clones. Fang Heng had also controlled his zombie clones to quickly build the attic in the warehouse with the steel plates they had taken down. Besides Fang Heng, more than 20 zombies were adjusting the large machinery that had just been built. Metal catapults. Fang Heng had thought through deeply. Since it was too time-consuming to dig a tunnel in the ground, they might as well transport it from the sky. It was the same as burning the lake during the day. He could just throw it out through the catapult. The stability of high-energy beam weapons was relatively reliable. Unless it was a close-range explosion, the general impact would not detonate. As for the materials needed to build the catapults, there was no need to worry. He could just use the materials in the warehouse. For a zombie clone with high-level construction skills, building a low-end catapult was a piece of cake. Soon, the angle of the catapult was adjusted. According to Fang Heng's calculations, the catapult could throw boxes of energy beam weapons and ammunition directly onto the hill outside. Of course, this kind of operation was more dangerous, and there was still a chance of being discovered. Therefore, for safety reasons, Fang Heng did not act immediately. Instead, he waited patiently for a while. Fang Heng transformed into his bat form and landed outside the skylight of the attic, observing the battle in the distance. A large number of elite-level half-mechanical mutated forms appeared in the southern domain of the camp. Following that, more and more mutated forms began to appear, swarming toward the federal camp from 4 directions. The flame cannons released by the half-mechanical mutated form were all fired at the outer wall of the base. At the back, the Federation players increased their output to block the mutated forms' attacks. Due to the large number of mutated forms that had appeared on the western hills, the Federation had placed a large portion of its efforts on the western region. However, there was no movement from the mutated forms on the hill. In comparison, the northern region looked a little dangerous. Josh was more steady in his work, and he didn't dare to let the southern area go. When the players from Black Castle appeared from the south, Josh realized that something was wrong. Could it be a diversion? In the southern direction, about 20 players from the Dark Castle were mixed in with the mutated forms and attacked. The first layer of defense outside the southern camp was instantly destroyed. Fang Heng saw the chaos in the southern area and thought to himself, good job. He immediately flew back to the attic through the skylight and began controlling the zombie clones to control the catapult. Caw 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 caw. The height angle of the catapult was adjusted, and the metal spring was pushed to the limit. Aim. Fire. Whoosh. The box that was tightly bound by vines flew out from the skylight in the attic. The federal team was engaged in a fierce battle with the anti-Federation forces. No one noticed that black boxes were flying out from the top of the warehouse one after another, cutting through the night sky. Boxes of high-energy beam weapons and ammunition were thrown toward the periphery west slope. Bang. Bang bang. The accuracy of the catapults was very average. Most of them landed among mutated forms that were trying to attack the federal camp. The good news was that mutated forms were not interested in ammunition. No one in the federal army noticed that the warehouse was being looted. Even if someone occasionally noticed a black shadow in the sky, they would only think that they were seeing things or that it was some kind of high-altitude weapon. The bad news was that the boxes were not very sturdy. Most of them were smashed into pieces after they landed. High-energy beam weapons and ammunition were scattered all over the ground. 1689 Burning Fang Heng looked into the distance, but he couldn't see clearly. He didn't care. Continue. The zombie clones kept moving the boxes and controlling the catapults to throw them. When the time came, he would control the zombie clones to collect the scattered ammunition outside. Continue throwing. Fang Heng left the zombie clone behind to take action, then jumped down from the upper floor of the attic and returned to the first floor. Next, he had to think of a way to help Black Castle. It was a pleasant experience working with Black Castle today. If it wasn't for the help of Black Castle, it would not have been so easy to kill monsters or steal energy weapons and ammo. So, the best way to cause a riot was probably this. Burn down the warehouse. Fang Heng quickly made a decision. South of the federal camp, the Black Castle team intermingled with the mutated forms and kept exerting pressure from afar. Other than the players of Black Castle, there were also some allies who had been invited by Black Castle. The Federation's firepower was extremely strong. Other than players with special skills, most people did not dare to get close to them easily. They used their skills to support them from afar. Fauna was observing the battlefield from a distance. At first glance, their attackers did indeed have the upper hand. The outer perimeter of the camp had already been breached. However, Fauna frowned. The Federation's resistance was very tenacious, and there had never been any chaos. They handled it with ease, especially the 3 compressed magicite cannons that were set up high up in the sky. This thing was a great deterrent to players. No one wanted to test the strength of the compressed magicite cannons with their own bodies. If this situation continued, their attack tonight would probably end in failure. Fauna, we've tried our best. It's time to control that guy. Yes. Fauna nodded with a serious expression. That guy was referring to the commander-level mutated form. This was their greatest reliance on this trip. Of course, the commander-level mutated form was extremely powerful, and Black Castle could not control it completely. They could only provoke the leader and lead it to attack the federal camp. Fauna's team wasn't the only one attacking the federal camp. Fauna nodded and prepared to use her Genic ability to enter the party channel. In order to avoid being accidentally injured by the leader, the other teams had to retreat first. Fauna had just used a psychic skill when she suddenly felt a violent vibration under her feet, followed by a loud bang. Boom. What the hell? Including Fauna, everyone in Black Castle raised their heads and looked in the direction of the explosion. At the center of the federal camp. Exploded? Boom. A flame that was more than 10 meters tall rose from the center of the federal camp. Fauna's heart skipped a beat. A familiar face appeared in her mind. Fang Heng. Could it be him? She remembered that Fang Heng had mentioned that he would help them create chaos in the camp and coordinate with them from the inside. The players from the party were stunned when they saw this. Then, one of the old men said in a deep voice, "Fauna, the Federation is in chaos. This is our best chance." Fauna nodded with a serious expression. This was their best chance. Directly use the leader of the mutated forms. We won't retreat. Try to charge. Moving at the same time as the leader of the mutated form was extremely dangerous and they might get injured. But this was their best chance. Follow me. While it's chaotic, we will try to break in. Following the explosion, the central region of the Federation fell into chaos. Who would have thought that the tightly guarded warehouse would explode just like that? The flames quickly enveloped the entire warehouse. What was even more troublesome was that the flames were rapidly spreading towards the other warehouse. The warehouse next to them was also filled with flammable and explosive weapons and ammunition. They could not let the fire spread like wildfire. What if the surrounding warehouses were also lit up? If they also exploded, it would be over. The Federation soldiers in the logistics area of the camp immediately took action and organized their personnel to put out the fire. The Federation soldiers guarding the outer area of the camp did not know what was happening in the warehouse area. They only saw the fire rising in the rear area of the camp. They were shocked and could not help but feel uneasy. What was going on? A fire in the backyard? Was their base being attacked? For a moment, while the morale of the Federation was still unstable, the Black Castle team commanded their leader of the mutated forms, the Snake Dragon, to launch an attack on the federal camp. At the same time, in the central command center of the federal camp, Commander Josh's expression was gloomy. What was going on? Why did it suddenly explode? What happened? Where's the report? Where did it explode? Sir, the location of the explosion is Warehouse B-17. We have urgently mobilized backup personnel from the Central Federation to bring fire extinguishing equipment to support us. The fire is currently under control. Judging from the current situation, we have the ability to completely extinguish the fire within 10 minutes. What's the cause of the fire? Not sure yet. Damn it. Josh slammed his fist on the table. Without a doubt, it must be Black Castle. The people of the Black Castle had infiltrated their ranks. He had already been extremely careful. Everyone who entered the inner area of the camp had to go through the highest level of inspection by the Federation. And yet, it was still exploited by the Black Castle. You must control the fire and strengthen the protection of the 4 entrance areas. In addition, you must protect the space-tearing device, understand? Yes, sir. Josh remained calm and gave the order step by step. The Black Castle. Very good. However, this was the best they could do. Using such underhanded methods to do something sneaky under his nose. Tell everyone to calm down. The fire will soon be under control. Don't let down your guard on the 4 regional defense lines. The enemy will definitely take the opportunity to attack. Understood. At this moment, Fang Heng was not far from the burning warehouse. He also realized that the exploding warehouse could bring a lot of trouble to the Federation. However, it was only troublesome. The warehouse was filled with reserve supplies. Burning them all would not affect the overall situation. In less than half a minute, the Federation Army and the Logistics Department quickly arrived and began to extinguish the fire. More people came to join the fire extinguishing team. The fire was quickly controlled. Taking advantage of the chaos, Fang Heng walked towards the teleportation channel in the center of the camp. He knew exactly what the goal of this trip was. A spatial teleportation passage. The teleportation passage was the core protected area of the entire camp. Since the establishment of the self-operated land, the teleportation passage has always been open. Even though the warehouse was on fire and the rear area was in chaos, the Federation still retained a core team to guard it. Fang Heng transformed into his bat form and stopped above a large warehouse, carefully observing the situation of the teleportation passage not far below. Considering the convenience of teleportation, the Federation built the teleportation passage on the square. Fang Heng frowned. There was big trouble. It was very difficult to destroy the teleportation passage. Other than the core guardian team at the side of the passage, there was also the group of Federation players who were teleporting into the world through the teleportation passage. A large number of players used the teleportation passage to support the camp. Fang Heng even saw Federation players running out of the teleportation passage with all kinds of fire extinguishing equipment to put out the fire. 1690 operation. It was no wonder the Federation had acted so quickly and controlled the spread of the fire so quickly. So there were players from other worlds who had entered the game to support them. It was a little tricky. Fang Heng pondered. In the current situation, it was difficult to gain any advantage by charging head-on. Boom. Boom boom. Just as he was thinking, 2 consecutive violent explosions came from outside the camp. Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat as he looked toward the southern area where the explosion came from. In the distance, a half-mechanical mutated form that was as big as a hill was approaching the federal camp with heavy steps. The monster's height was almost the same as the 6-meter-tall sentry tower built by the Federation. A commander-level creature guided by the Black Castle. The mutated snake dragon. Boom. Boom boom. The 3 compressed magicite cannons placed on the south side of the camp opened fire at the same time. The magicite cannons bombarded the snake dragon's body, creating huge bloody holes. The mutated snake dragon's body paused for a moment before it retreated again. The pain stimulated the snake dragon even more. Feng Heng was secretly speechless. The compressed magicite cannon was extremely powerful. This was even after he had intentionally asked the maintenance staff of Starfish Company to make adjustments and weaken the power of the compressed magicite cannons. The guards in the camp were quickly mobilized, and the defense force quickly gathered towards the south. The players knew very well that it was the crucial moment of the night. If they could survive, they would be able to defend the camp. Feng Heng looked at the portal again and narrowed his eyes. To him, now was the best time to make a move. However, how should he deal with the teleportation passage? If he couldn't use force, he could only use his wits. Lure them away? It was a little difficult. There were too many people. He might not be able to do it alone. Or they could just give up and stay behind to think of a way to cooperate with the operation of the Black Castle. Suddenly, Feng Heng thought of something. Wait, if he remembered correctly, it seemed like. Feng Heng lowered his head and opened the personal control panel, flipping out the World Lord control panel that he hadn't used for a long time. Back then, in order to ease the hostile relationship with the Federation, Feng Heng made a compromise and chose to accept the Federation's supervision. He ceded a few vampire apocalypse worlds to the Federation. If he remembered correctly, the other side of the portal in front of him was District 5 of the Vampire Apocalypse. He was the one who gifted District 5 to the Western District Federation. At that time, Feng Heng had given the acting World Lord authority to the Western District Federation. However, the Federation didn't know that Feng Heng was still in control of the World Lord. Feng Heng's actual authority was much higher than the acting World Lord. Closing the world portal was naturally an option. Feng Heng tried to search and soon found the relevant operation among the dense options. Wouldn't the problem be solved? It was easy. Feng Heng laughed self-deprecatingly and quickly edited a game prompt. Then, he chose to temporarily close the teleportation passage for half an hour. Half an hour was enough for him to complete several operations. After he finished controlling the domain selection channel, Feng Heng looked down again. Ka. The spatial teleportation passage that was originally operating normally was obstructed, and the transmission channel instantly became distorted and unstable. Buzz. Immediately after, the entire passage lost its function, and the spatial passage completely closed. The players who had just walked out of the spatial passageway were dumbfounded. What was going on? So what if it was a teleportation passage? Was it broken? Hadn't it been working well before? The core player guarding the teleportation passage immediately gathered around to check. Is it broken? Why did the passage stop working? There might be a problem. The players were all talking at once. Could it be that the teleportation passage is temporarily shut down because it overheated? Similar situations have happened before. Are you sure? Why does it look like there's a problem with the energy source? The impurities have caused the energy crystal transmission pipeline to be blocked. It needs to be cleaned up. In the crowd, the captain of the team responsible for guarding the teleportation passage broke out in cold sweat. At the most critical moment, the teleportation passage was in trouble. He immediately turned around and shouted, "Hurry up! Call the people from the mechanical maintenance department over. Hurry up and call someone over to check." When Feng Heng heard this, he immediately realized that his chance had come. He quickly flew from the top of the warehouse into the shadows below. After landing, Feng Heng returned to his human form. Go. Feng Heng took out a high-level wrench from his backpack and jogged toward the teleportation device. Along the way, Feng Heng did not forget to put on a show and kept shouting. "I am from the maintenance department. Excuse me. Please move aside and let me check the state of the spatial device. Is the energy source of the passage sufficient? Is the indicator light always on? Has anyone approached the main facility of the mechanical passage before? Has the circuit been tampered with?" The players were at a loss as to what to do. When they saw a person wearing the uniform of a Federation maintenance worker rushing over, they immediately made way for him and placed their hopes on the expert. In their desperation, everyone did not pay much attention to Feng Heng's face. Feng Heng quickly came to the main teleportation device beside the teleportation passage that had stopped working and skillfully opened the mechanical plate cover under the device. Behind the cover were dense circuits and wires. Feng Hang pretended to inspect the place and a dark light appeared in his palm. He quickly stuffed a small explosive device into the depths of the dense wires. Then, he randomly inserted the small explosive device into the dense wires. After pretending to check for half a minute, Feng Hang raised his head again and stood up with a troubled expression. The captain of the guard team saw Feng Hang's expression and immediately felt that something was wrong. He asked, "How is it?" "That's strange. I checked carefully just now and didn't find any mechanical faults. I think there might be something wrong with the other end of the passage and it was affected by the spatial fluctuations. I had to hurry and ask Officer Johnny to come over." While they were talking, another group of maintenance personnel also received the news and quickly rushed over. Feng Hang took advantage of the chaos and quickly hid in the crowd. In the central command room of the camp, Josh was directing the team to deal with the leader of the mutated form, the snake dragon, that had emerged from the southern area. The snake dragon was huge and its movement speed was slightly slow. It also needed a long casting time to cast its skill. Furthermore, once they left the swamp, the mutated snake dragon's combat ability was greatly reduced. But Josh found it strange. Why was the commander-level snake dragon's defense so strong? Even the compressed magicite cannon was unable to completely restrain it. Fortunately, the snake dragon was very slow, so they still had time to adjust. At this moment, a player hurried over and whispered a few words into Josh's ear. Josh's expression changed when he heard that, and his heart skipped a beat. "What did you say?" "There was a problem with the passage." "What's going on?" "Oh no. If something happened to the teleportation passage." Josh didn't dare to think about it. 1691 Exploding. The problem has been investigated. There is a problem with the teleportation passage at the end of the Vampire Apocalypse District 5. The World Lord of this world has received a hint that the portal is affected by spatial turbulence and is temporarily unavailable. It will take half an hour to recover. Bang. Josh punched the table again. Black Castle. How could there be such a coincidence? In the past, the teleportation passage had always been operating steadily, and there had never been any spatial turbulence. Needless to say, this accident must have been caused by Black Castle. They used some kind of special tool to affect the stable operation of the space passage. The teleportation passage could not be opened, which meant that follow-up reinforcements could not arrive. Even their escape route was cut off. Calm down. Josh took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He began to think about how to solve the current predicament. The most important thing now was to stabilize the morale of the army. With the strength of their current camp, it was still possible for them to block the Black Castle and the mutated monsters outside. However, it could not be chaotic. The second was a fire in the logistics warehouse area. Without the support of the Central Federation team from the other end of the passage, the manpower to put out the fire was immediately stretched thin. Josh said in a deep voice, "Gather all available personnel to help put out the fire in the logistics warehouse area. We can't let the fire spread." "Yes, sir." "Understood." The moment the soldiers received the order and ran out of the command camp to give the order, Josh heard another commotion outside the door. "What now?" A soldier hurriedly entered the room with a solemn expression and cold sweat on his forehead. Josh suddenly had a bad feeling. He stared at the soldier and said in a deep voice, "Speak." "Sir, a violent explosion just occurred in the teleportation passage. 12 maintenance personnel, including Sir Johnny, were seriously injured. The spatial teleportation passage is severely damaged." What? It exploded. Why? The cause of the accident is still under investigation. Josh clenched his fists in anger. What the fuck? The Black Castle. They still attacked the teleportation passage. All along, the attacks from the outside world were a scam that they had set up. This included commander-level creatures. Everything was done to divert their attention away from the teleportation passage. Josh felt hatred in his heart. He had already guessed that Black Castle would attack the teleportation passage, and he had already made a lot of preparations. But no matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't defend against it. In the end, it was still captured by the Black Castle. But, thinking back, how did the Black Castle do it? What method did they use to destroy the teleportation passage in front of everyone? Thinking about it carefully, the anger in Josh's heart quickly subsided. Instead, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he felt extremely uneasy. That was not right. The Black Castle did not have such power. Therefore, the problem was internal. The Western District Federation's internal structure had long been infiltrated. Josh looked up and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry about the teleportation passage. Have someone control the fire immediately. Tell the guards at the 4 entrances that the portal has been destroyed by the Black Castle. No one can escape. If the camp can't be defended, everyone will die together." The soldier's expression turned cold as he cupped his fists and said, "Yes. Understood." Outside the federal camp, The various guilds of the Black Castle increased the intensity of their attacks on the Federation camp. The leader of the mutated forms, the Snake Dragon, had been enraged and had completely escaped from the control of the Black Castle. The Snake Dragon used its wide body to curl up into a ball and roll around to attack, causing indiscriminate attacks on nearby enemies. This was also a great threat to the Black Castle team. Just as the battle situation was in a state of anxiety, the morale of the entire Federation army suddenly soared for some reason. The soldiers of the Federation instantly unleashed 200% of their combat power. Fauna watched as the vanguard team was about to approach the camp, and then they were forced back. Fauna had no choice but to retreat with the team to avoid the attack. A comrade of the Black Castle was caught off guard by the Federation's attack. He spat out a mouthful of blood on the ground and said, "Damn, what's going on with the Federation? Are they on steroids?" Fauna also felt that something was wrong, and she activated her mind control skills to enter the team's mind communication channel. "Fauna, the Federation is more tenacious than we expected. Our team's situation isn't too good either. Our combat ability has been reduced to 75%, and our people have already retreated. Everyone, this is the closest we will be to destroying the teleportation passage. There's still 20 minutes until dawn. We will focus on the final assault in 5 minutes. We must break through the Federation's last defensive line." "Good. Let's try one last time." "Understood." Fauna took a deep breath. Some of their comrades had already begun to die, and the team's combat ability was rapidly declining. However, she was unwilling to give up now. Once she gave up, not only would all his previous efforts be in vain, it would only be harder to find similar opportunities in the future. Forcefully attacking the Federation camp would definitely be accompanied by a large number of sacrifices. Even if they had to pay a huge price, they had to try. Fauna no longer cared about her life. Forcefully attacking again. Fauna's expression was grave. Just as she was about to give the order to the team behind her to gather and attack, a message suddenly came from the team's spiritual communication link. The person who spoke sounded a little strange and did not dare to speak in a straight line. "Everyone, please wait a moment. My people have just received news from the Federation. The Federation's spatial teleportation passage seems to have encountered some trouble. It seems to have exploded. We are confirming the details. Please wait for 2 more minutes." "What?" Hearing this news, not only Fauna, but the others were also shocked. The teleportation passage was destroyed? Was this for real? The Black Castle had a plan to deal with the internal operations of the Federation. They wanted to break through the camp. Unfortunately, the Federation had already suffered once. The newly appointed commander, Josh, was extremely strict with the defense of the camp. It was difficult for ordinary players to sneak in. The ones guarding the teleportation passage were also his trusted aides. After trying several times, they could not find a breakthrough point, so they gave up. Who did it? I am not sure yet. It should be someone on our side. While the Federation's attention was focused on the exit area, they first started a fire in the Federation's logistics warehouse area and then destroyed the teleportation passage. Everyone. The news was confirmed. It has been confirmed that the central passage of the Federation has been damaged. The passage is temporarily unusable. Who did it? It's not clear for now. The Federation is also conducting an internal investigation. The people of the Black Castle did not feel excited when they heard the news. Instead, they were a little confused. They couldn't believe it. They had just mentally prepared themselves to fight the Federation to the death when they were suddenly told that there was no need. Has the matter been resolved? It made people suspicious. 1692 Hacking. Is the news accurate? Could it be fake news released by the Federation? It's been confirmed. The teleportation passage has been severely damaged. The Federation has no way out. This is also one of the reasons why they are resisting so tenaciously. The internal communication channel was silent for a few seconds before someone said, "In that case. Our mission. Is it done?" "It's done. Let's retreat first. Don't waste any more time. We still have important things to do." "Understood. Retreat. Before the mutated snake dragon leader is killed, everyone will retreat in small teams to preserve our current strength. We will find a way to investigate the true situation of the teleportation passage being damaged." Everyone was still in a daze at first, but after a simple communication, they had a clear direction of action. They immediately exited the spiritual communication channel and prepared to retreat. Fauna also exited the communication passage. She was silent for a moment before she looked up in the direction of the flames rising from the center of the Federation. It was settled just like that? Was it Fang Heng? That's right. It must be him. Other than Fang Heng, Fauna couldn't think of another reason. In the wee hours of the morning, the mutated forms that attacked the federal camp gradually retreated. The Federation had obtained the final victory. However, in the command room, Josh's mood was extremely heavy. It was just a miserable victory. Most importantly, the space passage had suffered serious damage from the explosion. According to the preliminary maintenance report, if he wanted to repair the teleportation passage to level 4, it would take at least 1 day. Other than this, Josh couldn't help but look at the monitor screen. On a small hill in the southern area of the camp, a group of black shadow monsters still had no intention of retreating. It was very strange. They had never joined the battlefield. What was the situation with these mutated forms? At this moment, on the small hill, Feng Heng was also looking at the federal camp from afar. Taking advantage of the chaos in the federal camp, he used the vampire bat form to leave from the sky. As the mutated forms attacking the federal camp were all land-based monsters, the Federation's air defense was about zero. Escaping was much easier than expected. From time to time, a zombie clone would pass by Feng Heng and throw the high-energy beam weapons and ammunition they had collected on the ground. After that, the zombie clone staggered away and began the next round of collection. Ding, your zombie clone has completed the search. You have obtained 22 high-energy beam weapon ammunition. Ding, your zombie clone has completed. The zombie clone searched the battlefield and collected the ammunition scattered on the ground because of the broken catapults. Soon, the ammunition piled up into a few hills beside Feng Heng. Feng Heng retracted his gaze and controlled the zombies to repack the ammunition, ready to be transported back to the lake area for battle. He had to admit that the Federation still had some combat power. The warehouse was on fire, the teleportation passage was destroyed, and they still had to deal with the attacks of the leader of the mutated form, the Black Castle, and a large number of mutated forms. Under all kinds of unfavorable circumstances, the Federation had managed to resist. However, Feng Heng had achieved his goal. He had collected most of the energy beam weapons and ammunition, which was enough for him to use for a while. Now that they had ammo and the lake water had been drained, the threat of the half-mechanical mutated form to the zombies had been greatly reduced. It was time to hack. Feng Heng cheered up and left a portion of his zombie clones to continue collecting the scattered high-energy beam weapons and ammunition. He brought the fusion tyrant forms to carry the boxes of ammunition back to the lake area. Time to work. Half an hour later, by the lake, to be precise, the lake water had been drained until only a shallow layer was left. It could only be considered a shallow area. The island in the center stood alone in the protection of a faint yellow energy barrier. The island was surrounded by dense rings of half-mechanical mutated giant crocodiles. Without the protection of the lake water, they were completely exposed to the fusion tyrant forms. The fusion tyrant forms lined up in front of Feng Heng, raising their heavy energy beam weapons and aiming them forward. Whoosh! Show! A blue beam of light pierced through the night sky. Boom! Boom boom! The beam of light landed on the mechanical mutated giant crocodiles and caused a second large-scale explosion. The explosion broke the silence of the night again. Start farming. At 1 in the morning, Feng Heng was in high spirits. This time, he made a targeted arrangement to farm monsters. In the past, the front row was filled with lickers. This time, the front row was filled with a large number of ordinary zombie clones. The zombie clones had no combat power anyway, and they were not expected to deal damage. They were just meat shields to attract fire. After reaching level 35, the ordinary zombie clones would form a dense mass after 3 rounds of reproduction. After the mechanically modified body was attacked, it reacted and immediately released the beam cannon to fire at the fusion tyrant forms. Ding, your zombie clone, normal form, has been bitten and received 982 damage. Ding, your zombie clone, fusion tyrant form, has used a high-energy beam weapon to cause 32,552 explosion damage to the area. Ding, your zombie clone, fusion tyrant form, has killed the half-mechanical mutated giant crocodile. It has discovered a Tier 1 mutant crystal. For a moment, the game notifications on Feng Heng's retina began to spammer for more than 10 pages. Feng Heng naturally profited greatly. The zombie clone had a lot of health point and Feng Heng's king-level vampire bloodline had a huge boost to his health point. In the past, the mutated giant crocodile could still drag the zombies underwater to deal with them. Now that the lake environment was missing, the crocodile's damage output was even lower. If they were unlucky, the zombie clones with extremely low health point would be instantly killed by the mutated creature's cannon. As the beam cannon skill had a built-in cooldown, the mutated giant crocodiles charged forward in large groups after releasing the skill in an attempt to fight head-on. Then, thousands of zombie clones lined up in front of it and blocked its way. The fusion tyrant forms at the back had sufficient ammunition and only needed to bombard the area with dense monsters. The number of mutated giant crocodiles rapidly decreased. Feng Heng even had time to control the extra zombie clones to build the vampire's altar. In the past, when he was farming monsters, the blood of the mutated forms would flow into the lake and be wasted. Now that most of the lake water had been drained, the blood could be used again. Waste is a sin. Feng Heng opened his palm and tried to guide the blood into the blood pool that was still under construction. The rest of the zombie clones also started to move the corpses and collect blood. Soon, everything went according to Feng Heng's plan. He killed monsters, farmed crystals, and collected blood at the same time. He could completely hack the game. It was almost time to go offline. After waiting for another half an hour and confirming that the hacking mode was working perfectly, Feng Heng gently closed his eyes. Whoosh! A magic ray appeared under Feng Heng's feet, blooming with scarlet blood and quickly transforming into a blood pool. The blood pool slowly dragged Feng Heng into it. 1693 upgrade. When Feng Heng opened his eyes again, he had returned to the real world. In Haynes University's dormitory, Feng Heng turned on the light, picked up the phone on the table, and scrolled through it. He had just bought a new phone, so he didn't have many contacts other than Tongjia. There were several mass messages from the school. The news was about the attack that happened in the exhibition hall the night before. The Central Federation's investigation into the students of Haynes University had come to an end. They had already made a preliminary official report on the matter and confirmed that it was the work of the anti-Federation force, the Black Castle. The Federation was still investigating this incident. While Haynes University comforted the students, they also reminded them that classes would resume today. Feng Heng looked at the message on his phone and thought of Tongjia. The simulator fragment that could trigger the original devouring body to carry out the biological transformation of zombies was obtained from Tongjia's research project. After several tests, Caillou Yaoking confirmed that the effect of the simulator would gradually weaken after repeated use until it completely lost its effect. In this way, the liquors in the original devouring form could not be mass-produced. Caillou Yaoking was currently concentrating on trying to replicate the simulator. From the information he had, the simulator was a combination of several special substances, and these substances all came from the high-level game world. Without the raw materials, Caillou Yaoking would not be able to replicate it so easily. Feng Heng looked at Tongjia's profile picture on his phone and rubbed his chin. Why don't he start with Tongjia and see if he can get more simulators? However, Feng Heng did not have a good idea of how to participate in Tongjia's research. Feng Heng admitted that his talent in scientific research was extremely limited. He still had to think of a way. It was already so late. He would wait until tomorrow. Tomorrow, he would have to make a big deal out of it in the game. Feng Heng felt a little sleepy. He washed up and went to bed to rest. The next day, the sun shone into the room through the gaps in the curtains. After waking up from his nap, Feng Heng stretched his back. It had been a while since he had relaxed and the fatigue on his body was gone. He was going to check out the situation of the zombies in the game and continue to work hard. Feng Heng ran over to wash his face and then rushed back to the game to open his liver. Woo! Returning to the shore of the lake in the game, the zombie clones that had been resurrected wailed and crawled out from the ground around Feng Heng. Feng Heng looked around. In just one night, the zombie clones that had stayed in the western area of the federal camp had collected all the scattered high-energy beam weapons and returned. After 6 hours of continuous bombardment, the mutated monsters in the lake had been wiped clean. About 2/3 of the refined blood had gathered in the blood pool. The surface of the lake was also covered with a layer of black crystalline material. Feng Heng stretched out his hand. Large patches of black mutant crystals flew into his palm and fused into the mark on the back of his hand. Ding! The player has obtained 36,279 Tier 1 mutant crystals. The harvest was bountiful. After a night of hacking, he had obtained more than 36,000 Tier 1 mutant crystals. It was mainly because the mutated forms had all been wiped out. Otherwise, there would have been more. Apart from leveling up, the clones also needed to consume the crystals to modify their original devouring bodies. The demand was huge. Unfortunately, not a single Tier 2 mutant crystal dropped after a night of hacking. It seemed that the probability of a normal creature dropping a Tier 2 mutant crystal was 0. If he wanted to level up, he had to start with the elite monsters. Feng Heng raised his head in thought and looked at the yellow barrier that enveloped the island not far away. It had been tested before that the attack barrier could trigger the safety level of the mausoleum. At that time, there would be a large number of transition prism teleporting mutated forms onto the battlefield. The people from the Black Castle had not arrived yet, so he had nothing better to do. Should he continue farming? With the increase in the defensive barrier's level, what if he could spawn elite-level mutated forms? Anyway, the lake water was almost drained. He could even easily deal with an elite mutated giant crocodile. Farm. The main reason he came here this time was to level up. He would try and see. Feng Heng immediately made a decision. He controlled the zombie clones to stand in the predetermined position again and enter the battle preparation state. The fusion tyrant forms at the back row raised their guns again and aimed at the yellow barrier in the distance. A blue beam of light shot out from the muzzle. Boom. 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 The beam of light landed on the dark yellow barrier and caused a violent explosion. The light barrier immediately trembled violently. Ding, your zombie clone, fusion tyrant form S attack has triggered an unknown barrier, triggering a high-level alert. Ding, the current mausoleum guard level has been raised to level 6, whoosh. Swoosh. The spatial prism appeared around the yellow light screen again. A large number of mutated forms entered the battlefield through spatial transmission technology. Just in time. He continued to farm. Feng Heng waved his hand, and the zombie clones that had just been resurrected immediately rushed to the front. The number of zombie clones was his advantage. Feng Heng directly used the zombie clones to form a zombie wall to restrict the movement of the newly spawned mutated forms and forcefully control the mutated forms within a small area of activity. The half-mechanical mutated forms were extremely aggrieved. They could release fire beams to deal a lot of damage to the zombie clones, but this skill had a cooldown time of up to 3 minutes. The rest of the time, they could only attack through biting and other methods. In the past, it could even drag zombies into the water and devour them, but now there was no water. Facing the rows of thick zombie walls, the mutated crocodiles could not break through at all. In fact, the monsters' movement area was limited, and they were densely packed together. As a result, they were bombarded by the beam weapons. Feng Heng observed the spatial transmission prisms in the air and licked his lips. There were no elite-level monsters. However, his farming efficiency could still be improved. Then continue to farm. Feng Heng waved his hand again. The fusion tyrant forms raised their high-energy beam weapons again and aimed at the light screen. Boom. 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 The concentrated beam energy cannons bombarded the yellow barrier again. Ding, your zombie clone, fusion tyrant form S attack has triggered an unknown barrier, triggering a high-level alert. Ding, the current mausoleum guard level has been raised to level 8. More and more transition prism lights appeared out of thin air. As the half-mechanical mutated forms landed, they used their beam weapons to attack the zombies. There are still no elite monsters. Feng Heng muttered to himself. Level 8 was obviously not enough. Then continue. Another 2 consecutive rounds of shooting by the fusion tyrant forms. Ding, your zombie clone, fusion tyrant form S attack has triggered an unknown barrier, triggering a high-level alert. Ding, the current mausoleum guard level has been raised to level 9, 1694 self-healing. Feng Heng had been observing the yellow barrier outside the isolated island and the surrounding transition prisms when he suddenly frowned. This didn't look good. It seemed like the barrier might not hold much longer. Feng Heng quickly manipulated the fusion tyrant form to temporarily halt their attacks. After several rounds of close-range beam weapon firings, there were noticeable cracks on the yellow defensive barrier. The barrier seemed on the verge of shattering. How could this happen so easily? Feng Heng had originally planned to continue his attack to raise the mausoleum guard level to level 10, hoping to spawn elite-level mutated form creatures. But now, it seemed like the defensive shield couldn't withstand the bombardment. Huh? While Feng Heng was observing, he let out another light exclamation. The cracks on the yellow light screen were gradually disappearing. Of course. It was self-repairing. The light screen had self-repair capabilities. That made things easier. Feng Heng breathed a sigh of relief, instructing the fusion tyrant forms to stop attacking the light screen temporarily and focus on eliminating the newly appeared group of mutated form creatures, giving the defensive light screen enough time to recover. After 5 minutes and the complete healing of the light screen, Feng Heng controlled the fusion tyrant forms to attack again. Boom. 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 He continuously escalated the attack, controlling the fusion tyrant forms to relentlessly bombard the barrier until its level was raised to level 12. Here it came. Feng Heng noticed the sudden appearance of a dark red spatial prism in midair and felt a spark of excitement. This was different from before. The transition prism was red, and its size had significantly increased. From within the prism, a gigantic figure gradually emerged. It was an elite, half-mechanical mutated giant crocodile. Finally, it came out. I've been waiting for you. Feng Heng exclaimed. Whoosh. 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 More than 20 blue light beams simultaneously blasted toward the partially formed red spatial prism in the air. Boom. 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 The beams exploded. The red prism endured the explosion, with numerous cracks covering its surface, but it didn't completely shatter. Crack. 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 The red transition prism was slowly regenerating. Feng Heng looked at the prism and thought. It seemed like the high-tier creature's spatial prism teleportation had some protection. It wasn't so easily shattered. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 similar red spatial prisms appeared around. Feng Heng quickly scanned the area. With level 12 defense, within half a minute, 16 elite-level mutated giant crocodiles had appeared. Haha. Good. Feng Heng's spirits were lifted. Seeing these monsters, he felt like he was on the path to leveling up. He was not afraid of them coming, but he was afraid that they wouldn't come. He would take them down. Feng Heng decided to stop attacking the red spatial prisms that were currently in the process of transitioning. Instead, he controlled the fusion tyrant forms to aim and wait for the elite half-mechanical mutated giant crocodile to complete its transition. Kai. The targeted elite half-mechanical mutated giant crocodile completed its transition from the air and was hit by a volley of more than 30 light beams. Boom. 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 The enormous damage sent the elite giant crocodile flying backward, crashing heavily into the yellow light screen, producing a muffled thud. The elite giant crocodile, just after completing its teleportation, was severely injured by the fusion tyrant form's concentrated fire. After landing, it rolled over and struggled, probably trying to escape or burrow underground. But as it writhed, it noticed something was off. Where was the water? Why was the water so shallow? The second round of beam weapon fire began. The elite mechanical mutated giant crocodile had no chance of evasion. Boom. 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 In no time, after 3 rounds of concentrated fire, the elite mutated giant crocodile was shattered before it could launch any counterattacks. Ding! The player's zombie clone, fusion tyrant form, has killed an elite half-mechanical mutated giant crocodile, obtaining a Tier 2 mutant crystal. Great. It came. The appearance of the in-game hint reinvigorated Feng Heng's spirits. A Tier 2 mutant crystal was in his possession now. This way, he would have a method to obtain the Type 2 mutant crystals. Level 36 was just around the corner. Feng Heng stared at the elite monsters that had just landed from the red spatial prism in the distance, his eyes slightly reddening. Grind. Oh right, you too. Feng Heng turned his gaze toward the group of normal zombie clones that had nothing to do. He controlled them to gather materials nearby, construct more vampires' altars, and transport monster corpses and blood. He wanted to kill more monsters, get more crystals, and store more blood. Meanwhile, as Feng Heng was deeply engrossed in grinding monsters, Fauna's team from the Black Castle reorganized their team and set out on their journey to find Feng Heng. After reviewing the events of the previous night's battle, the Black Castle still wasn't certain who had destroyed the teleportation passage inside the Federation's camp. They had a strange feeling of winning without knowing how. Regardless, based on the current information, the Federation's teleportation passage had been severely damaged. Even after several hours of emergency repairs, it had only been restored to level 1 just before dawn. It could now only support the most basic teleportation, and it was expected to be repaired to level 4 by the following morning. But who could have damaged the teleportation passage within the Federation? This was a question that had always been in the Black Castle. Fauna believed that Feng Heng was the likely accomplice. However, other teams within the Black Castle were somewhat unsure about this answer. Could one person, even someone as powerful as Feng Heng, infiltrate the Federation and destroy a teleportation passage so easily? The Black Castle acknowledged Feng Heng's strength. But according to their intelligence, they believed Feng Heng was more skilled in controlling and summoning creatures for combat. Infiltrating and sabotaging missions like this didn't align with his expertise. Too much speculation wasn't necessary. They just needed to find Feng Heng and ask him. After resting for a night, Fauna's team arrived at the obelisk teleportation point the next morning to look for Feng Heng. Upon discovering that he wasn't there, they followed Lu Yanlong, who was heading to the lakeside area to investigate. By the time they reached the lake's edge, it was nearing noon. Suddenly, in the distance, on the main road leading to the lakeside, they witnessed an astonishing sight. Spatial transmission. Countless spatial transmission prisms were suspended in midair. A vast number of half-mechanical mutated giant crocodiles were continuously being sent through the teleportation passages into the frontline battlefield. Among them, there were even red spatial transmission prisms. Lu Yanlong, peering through the car window, was shocked, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. What was going on? Why was this happening all of a sudden? The red transition prism was under special protection. It wasn't like the cannon fodder. At the very least, they had to be elite-level creatures to be worthy of the energy expense of protection during the transition. What exactly happened on a lakeshore? Could it be that yesterday's excessive pumping of water caused some kind of anomaly? As the off-road vehicle approached, and they saw the blood-red protective barrier enveloping the island from the outside, the people inside the vehicle fell into silence once again. 1,695 large-scale Operation Fauna's team exchanged glances, their hearts already filled with waves of shock and surprise. The color of the protective barrier had deepened significantly, indicating a substantial increase in its defensive level. As the vehicles gradually entered the lakeside area, the entire front-line battle came into view. The fusion tyrant forms were shouldering heavy energy beam weapons, frantically pulling the triggers to unleash their firepower. A large number of zombies charged in the first line, locking the mutated monsters that were pouring into the battlefield from the prisms around the island. So, it appeared that Fang Heng had initiated an attack on the defensive barrier voluntarily. Amidst their astonishment, Fauna couldn't help but feel more puzzled about Fang Heng's intentions. What did Fang Heng want to achieve? Hadn't they already agreed to assist in solving the defensive barrier? Why did he choose to forcibly break through it? Besides, there were numerous towering altars lining the lakeside. They were altars that emitted a strange smell of blood. Vampires' altars. They were spread densely across almost half of the lakeside area. Seeing this, Fauna and her team dared not make any sudden moves, fearing that Fang Heng had a significant plan and not wanting to accidentally disrupt it. They parked their off-road vehicle a distance away. Fortunately, Fang Heng noticed the arrival of the Black Castle team and waved at them from afar, signaling them to come closer. For safety reasons, everyone got out of the car and chose to walk the last part of the way. Fang Heng. Fauna nodded at Fang Heng and then turned her gaze to the nearby blood-red energy protective barrier, her eyes filled with confusion. I couldn't wait any longer. Since you weren't here, I decided to test the barrier's strength, Fang Heng replied. Test it? And it turned into this. Moreover, it seemed that Fang Heng summoned creatures were handling this situation effortlessly. Hearing Fang Heng's explanation, the Black Castle team behind Fauna once again fell into collective silence. Fang Heng glanced at Fauna when she didn't respond immediately and also looked at the red energy defense barrier nearby. He then asked, what's the maximum level the defensive barrier can reach? At this rate, could it summon higher level creatures? Like commander level? Fauna was momentarily taken aback and turned to look at Fang Heng up and down. She really wanted to know what Fang Heng was planning with this question. The limit of the barrier. They didn't know either. Usually, in such a situation, shouldn't a normal person consider other ways to breach the barrier? After all, Black Castle had encountered the protective barrier set up by the spawns much earlier than Fang Heng. In situations where attacking the barrier would cause it to level up, Black Castle had chosen not to attack but instead tried other methods to temporarily halt the barrier's operation. Even if players were confident in their own abilities and wanted to forcefully break the barrier, they should have continuously attacked the barrier or directly used their most powerful skills to completely blast it open, right? There wasn't anyone like Fang Heng, though. He would fight for a while and then take a break, giving the barrier some time to heal itself. To Fauna, it felt as if he was testing the barrier's limits. World Lord Fang Heng, she said, we weren't sure about the barrier's maximum strength, and we didn't recommend testing its limits. Yes, I understand. Fang Heng listened to what Fauna said and thought it was a pity. It seemed that Black Castle's understanding of the barrier wasn't sufficient. So, he would have to personally test the defensive barrier's limits. Seeing the regret on Fang Heng's face, Fauna found it even more puzzling. She tried to keep herself calm and continued, by the way, World Lord Fang Heng, did you infiltrate the Federation camp last night? Yes, Fang Heng replied while simultaneously controlling the fusion tyrants to focus their attacks on the elite mutant giant crocodile. I also set fire to their warehouse and destroyed their space passage. That should delay them for a while. It was indeed him. Getting a definite answer from Fang Heng's mouth, Fauna felt a stir in her heart. She really wanted to ask Fang Heng how he had accomplished it. But the words stopped at her lips. This was Fang Heng's secret. The players following alongside Fauna also wore serious expressions. Fauna slightly bowed and said, on behalf of Black Castle, we thank you for your help. Regardless of the final outcome, we owe you one. Fang Heng didn't notice the change in Fauna's demeanor and casually waved his hand, saying, it's not that serious. It's just cooperation, lending a hand when needed. By the way, how's the situation on the Federation side now? After the repairs, the Federation re-established a level 1 spatial teleportation passage 3 hours ago. We expect it to be restored to level 4 by tomorrow morning. Fang Heng made a light sound of acknowledgement. This meant that they still had very little time left from the advantage he gained last night. Fauna grew even more concerned about the stranded team's situation. She nodded to the members behind her and then asked Fang Heng, World Lord Fang Heng, we haven't been in contact with the stranded team for over 4 days. The situation is dire. We hope to take action as soon as possible. Yes. Fang Heng nodded in agreement and then asked, you temporarily disrupted the energy defensive barrier through special abilities, right? It won't cause any damage to the barrier, will it? Huh? Fauna and the several Black Castle players accompanying her were a bit puzzled when they heard Fang Heng. Why did he seem concerned about the defensive barrier? Ahem, Fang Heng noticed Fauna's strange expression and cleared his throat, explaining, what I mean is, you've only temporarily made the barrier malfunction, and it will recover after you leave, right? Indeed, with our current abilities, we can't make the barrier disappear directly. That's good, then. Fang Heng thought to himself, feeling relieved. He was still planning to rely on the defensive barrier's power to continue leveling up later. Everything else was secondary. The limit of the barrier had not been tested yet. What if it could spawn commander-level monsters? Fauna blinked and stared at Feng Heng. She wondered if she had misheard him. What did you say? Nothing. Feng Heng waved his hand and continued controlling his zombie clones to deal with the remaining mutated form monsters. Unaware of Feng Heng's thoughts, Fauna continued, World Lord Feng Heng, we still need some time to set up spatial fluctuation disruption devices to shield the defensive barrier's influence. It's estimated to take 2 hours. What do you think? No problem, go ahead and start. Please do it as quickly as possible, Feng Heng said, nodding. He then raised his hand toward the distant water surface. A black mutant crystal suddenly flew into Feng Heng's hand and melded into an imprint on his palm. Ding! Player obtains 12,992 Tier 1 mutant crystals, 23 Tier 2 mutant crystals. Ding! Player has fulfilled the conditions for upgrading to level 3. Would you like to level up? 1,696 new side mission done. After grinding for a whole morning and half of the afternoon, Feng Heng finally met the conditions to level up to level 36. However, he didn't rush to level up. Feng Heng contemplated for a moment and chose not to level up immediately. They were about to break through the defensive barrier and enter the mausoleum area for exploration. He decided to keep some zombie clones just in case. After all, reaching level 37 would definitely require more high-level mutant crystals, which wouldn't be easy to obtain in the short term. Black Castle needed 2 hours to set up the shielding device, so Feng Heng had some free time. He decided to return to the zombie apocalypse for a moment to check on Dodd's research progress. In the zombie apocalypse, the research team was working tirelessly. Since obtaining various mechanical fragments collected from the half-mechanical mutated forms corpse, Dodd's research team had been diligently studying them. Mr. Feng, the half-mechanical creatures brought back by the zombies suffered significant damage, which has caused some trouble in our dismantling and research, Dodd explained to Feng Heng. We managed to create a disruptor as we anticipated, but it's still an experimental version, and we can't guarantee its specific effectiveness. We need more experimental data. While speaking, Dodd gestured for one of his researchers to bring a tray over to Feng Heng. On the tray were 3 silver metal objects shaped like grenades. Mr. Feng, if it's possible, I'd like to accompany you into that world this time. I need to collect experimental data up close, which is essential for our future research. Feng Heng nodded, taking the tray with the metal objects. Ding! Player completed the mission discovery of the research team. Ding! Player obtained 3 half-mechanical mutated form psychic transmission disruption devices. Item: half-mechanical mutated form psychic transmission disruption devices. Description: a specialized signal wave disruptor created by Dodd's research team for half-mechanical mutated creatures. Theoretically, it can affect half-mechanical mutated creatures within a 2,000-meter range, inducing a state of chaos. However, as this item has not undergone practical testing, its actual effectiveness is unknown. Effect: unknown. Ding! Player triggers a side mission. Further research. Mission name: further research. Mission description: Dodd's team has successfully developed the psychic transmission disruption device, but it is unstable, and its specific effects need to be tested in the field. Dodd's team needs to observe the testing on-site and collect information to determine the next research direction. Mission requirements: please lead Dodd's team into the unknown world area and attempt to test the psychic transmission disruption device. Mission reward: possible subsequent side mission triggers. Feng Heng looked at the game prompts, lowered his head, and pondered for a moment. Currently, the periphery of the mausoleum area, located to the west of the federal camp, had been cleared of mutated giant crocodiles, and the immediate danger had been eliminated. Taking Dodd's team with him for research seemed like a viable option. Besides, Black Castle would find a way to break through the energy barrier surrounding the island's periphery later. They needed to explore deeper into the mausoleum. Taking Dodd's research team along might help them discover something valuable. After weighing the pros and cons, Feng Heng nodded and said, "All right, let's make preparations." The team going to the unknown world should be compact, with no more than 8 members. We will depart in half an hour. Understood. I will make the arrangements right away. Upon Feng Heng's agreement, Dodd waved his hand, and his research team began preparing various research tools and materials. Soon, Feng Heng, along with Dodd's team, entered the unknown game world where the mausoleum was located. Starfish Company had already prepared vehicles, and they drove toward the lake area. Due to the long journey, Feng Heng and Dodd's research team arrived at the lakeside at 3 p.m. Fauna's team had already prepared the barrier suspension device. From afar, as soon as Dodd's team members saw the red barrier, they began enthusiastically taking pictures. After disembarking from the vehicles, upon seeing the spatial fluctuation disruption device set up on the lakeside, Dodd's eyes widened in surprise. His researchers were naturally drawn to it. Fauna nodded to Feng Heng, who had just gotten off the vehicle, and said, "World Lord Feng Heng, we are ready. We can activate the device and enter the mausoleum area for exploration whenever you're ready." Feng Heng looked up at the spatial fluctuation disruption device built on the lakeside. The device was about 3 meters high, with a circular base at the bottom and an irregular top that spread out like a tree. It looked quite peculiar. "Do you mind if my research personnel take a look at your device?" Feng Heng asked. "Please feel free to do so. The device has been set up, but please refrain from touching it without permission." After receiving permission, Dodd's eager team immediately moved forward to observe the device. They also started bombarding the Black Castle's maintenance mechanics who had set up the device with questions. Seeing that everything was ready, Fauna couldn't help but urge, "World Lord Feng Heng, it will be getting dark in 3 hours. I suggest we start as soon as possible." "Alright, let's begin." A Black Castle mechanical specialist stepped forward and gently pressed the button to activate the device. The spatial fluctuation disruption device emitted a soft yellow light. Under the effect of this gentle yellow light, the red barrier covering the island's exterior gradually dissipated. Fauna and her team exchanged glances and then nodded to Feng Heng. "World Lord Feng Heng, it's ready." Additionally, the disruption device can temporarily deactivate the barrier for 3-5 hours after each operation. To prevent accidents, we will leave some people outside, ready to pick us up when the time comes. "Good." Feng Heng gestured to Dodd, who was standing nearby. "Let's go check out the mausoleum." "Alright." Dodd's team, still astounded by the advanced technology of Black Castle, walked back while conversing with the Black Castle mechanic. Clearly, Black Castle's research in alien technology was far superior to theirs. The zombie clones were the first to cross the barrier area and pave the way ahead. The others followed closely, landing on the small island and heading towards the central location of the mausoleum. In the center of the island, there was a wooden structure that covered an area of about 10 square meters. On the outer layer of the building, 3 obelisks were erected in a triangular formation. The tops of these obelisks were round and still spinning. Dodd, upon seeing this, once again signaled their researchers to take photos and record the scene. Dodd himself approached one of the obelisks and carefully studied the patterns and inscriptions carved on it. Feng Heng also went closer to observe. Fauna stood beside him. She tried to read the inscriptions on the obelisks and quietly exchanged a few words with her companions behind her. Unfortunately, they couldn't understand it. Fauna said, "World Lord Feng Heng, among us, the team members who understand the mission line the best are currently trapped inside the mausoleum. There are no players in our team who understand the spawn language, so we can't provide much assistance." 1697 Contact Dodd studied the inscriptions on the obelisk for a while, then stood up and said, "Mr. Feng, the inscriptions on the obelisk are prayers as well. Based on the content of these prayers, it seems that the mausoleum contains the heroic warriors of the spawn race who died bravely. Anyone who intrudes into the mausoleum disrespects these warriors and will be regarded with hostility by the spawns." After thinking for a moment, Dodd added, "From the descriptions, there should be undead guardians below the mausoleum. What exactly they are is unclear, but we should be cautious." Feng Heng then turned to Fauna and asked, "How much do you know about what's beneath the mausoleum?" "We know very little. Inside Black Castle, various teams are responsible for related tasks, but our team is not clear about the specific objectives of the Hyla mission. I can only try to share the information we do know and hope it can be of help." "Alright," Feng Heng nodded and gestured for Fauna to continue. "As we mentioned before, we discovered this world while investigating the Hyla mission-related clues." Feng Heng couldn't help but interject, "Is the Hyla mission line also related to the alien spawns?" He had a premonition that the Hyla mission might be deeper than he thought. However, he hadn't invested too much effort in this direction yet, primarily due to a lack of time and clear entry points. "Yes, indeed. You personally participated in completing the main storyline related to the Hyla virus, so I assume you already have some understanding of the entire story of the zombie apocalypse. I wonder if you've delved into Hyla's mission line during her time at the Psychic Research Institute." Feng Heng furrowed his brows and shook his head. While the main storyline did touch upon aspects related to the Psychic Research Institute, he hadn't delved deep into that particular area. "We've investigated that the Eternal Life virus is a result of the fusion between Hyla and a special virus entity. Hyla herself is a new human with unique psychic powers." Fauna paused and looked at Feng Heng, continuing, "To be precise, Hyla has some alien spawn bloodline within her. The parasitic infection of the virus led to a complete awakening of Hyla's psychic abilities, and under tremendous mental stimulation, her powers were enhanced thousands of times," Fauna explained. Feng Heng fell into contemplation. When he initially entered the zombie apocalypse game world, he had been exploring the Hyla main storyline, which he was very familiar with. However, he hadn't delved deeply into Hyla's superpowers. Even if he had that idea, it would have been difficult to make any discoveries given the technological level of the zombie apocalypse at that time and then. Next, we investigated Hyla's relevant background and found that Hyla's maternal grandfather and grandmother were once members of the Cosmic Aerospace Patrol Bureau. There are records showing that a few years after Hyla's birth, there was an unknown extraterrestrial life form crash event on the planet, suspected to have scattered extraterrestrial debris all over the world. Hyla's maternal grandparents were the chief researchers in charge of that study at the time. We suspect that Hyla might have come into contact with some form of radiation or mutation during that period. We investigated and found that individuals with special psychic abilities discovered in various parts of the world had varying degrees of connection to that event. So, we turned our attention to that specific event. Feng Heng inquired further, "What did you find?" In the year 1271, on November 12th, Fauna looked at Feng Heng. "Do you remember this specific date?" Feng Heng thought for a moment, and his pupils dilated suddenly. He spoke in a solemn tone. "The Meteorite Company crash? The primogenitor virus had been extracted from the fallen Meteorite Company." "That's correct. So we conducted a more in-depth investigation and discovered that the time of the extraterrestrial life form crash coincided with the Meteorite Company's crash, with only a 3-day gap between the two events. We analyzed various possibilities and are inclined to believe that the zombie apocalypse virus and Hyla's mutation are both related to the alien spawn. Based on these clues, we investigated the alien spawn. However, we believe that the alien spawn are not our enemies, and the zombie apocalypse caused by Hyla was just an accident. The team which was trapped found clues of the spawn mausoleum, which led us to discover this world." As Feng Heng listened to Fauna's account, he couldn't help but stroke his chin. He felt like he was getting some clues, but there were still missing pieces that didn't quite fit together. In any case, he needed to find the trap team that Fauna mentioned. Perhaps they held the answers. "Alright, do you know how to open the entrance to the mausoleum?" Feng Heng asked. "Yes, there's an entrance in the outer structure of the mausoleum that leads to the lower levels. As for the entrance to the main mausoleum below, it requires a special key, which we don't have," Fauna explained while gesturing toward the mausoleum structure ahead. Feng Heng examined the mausoleum from the outside. It resembled an open pavilion. In the center, there was a conical giant stone. At first glance, the giant stone seemed to be the centerpiece of the mausoleum, the object of some kind of ritual. Fauna led the way into the mausoleum structure and nodded toward the conical giant stone. 3 Black Castle players who specialized in psychics approached it, placing their hands together in front of them and forming a handprint. Converge. Whoosh. The conical giant stone responded to their touch, and faint purple patterns appeared on its surface. Through the use of psychic skills, the giant stone slowly floated into the air and shifted to the right. Underneath the giant stone, an entrance to the lower levels was revealed. Bang. The giant stone descended again after being moved several meters into the air. A game hint appeared on Feng Heng's retina. Ding. Player's current mission exploring the mausoleum's completion rate increased to 45%. Please continue to explore the depths of the mausoleum. Mission name: Explore the Mausoleum. Mission difficulty: S. Mission description: After some research, Dodd's research team believes that the high-tier world you are in is very likely a resting place for alien spawn warriors. After some exploration, you have found one of the mausoleums in this unknown world. Mission requirements: Please continue trying to explore the depths of the mausoleum. The members of Dodd's team gathered around this strange scene, taking various photos and studying the conical giant stone. Feng Heng asked, "What do you think?" "It's a special material that reacts to unique psychic powers. It's very similar to the Enlightenment Stone we saw in the spaceship data," Dodd replied with a serious expression. "Mr. Feng, we need to conduct further research on it, and it would be best if we could take it back." Fauna chimed in with an explanation. "Bringing it back shouldn't be a problem. This type of stone can be stimulated by psychic powers and is widely used among the dependents. It doesn't contain any inherent energy, so it's not dangerous. Alright, I will figure out a way to bring the stone back for research later. For now, let's go down and take a look," Feng Heng said, gesturing toward the cave leading to the lower levels of the mausoleum. 1698 Void Lurking Beast. Upon hearing this, Dodd's team immediately followed behind the group. Fauna and the others led the way, turning on their flashlights, and descended the stairs into the depths of the mausoleum. Feng Heng walked in the middle of the group, accompanied by a group of lickers. As they ventured deeper, the passage ahead soon opened up. On both sides of the passage, there were murals painted on the stone bricks. The Dodd's team became interested upon seeing the murals and began taking photographs and examining them carefully. The passage ahead was pitch black, and its length was not immediately apparent. Feng Heng wasn't in a hurry. He signaled the team to slow down and took his time examining the murals. The murals depicted a terrifying and gigantic monster, locked in battle with humans wearing peculiar masks. Huh? Feng Heng suddenly turned his head and examined the Black Castle players accompanying Fauna. The style of the masks on the murals seemed quite similar to those worn by these players. Dodd carefully examined the images on the wall and was the first to speak. Mr. Feng, the mural describes the bravery of the dependents as they fought against an evil creature, ultimately achieving victory. It's highly likely that the warriors buried here are the ones who sacrificed themselves in the battle against the monster. Be cautious, and let's proceed further, Feng Heng said. The group continued down the passage, quickly leaving the passage area and entering a more open cave. Hiss, hiss, hiss. As Feng Heng followed Fauna into the cave, his sharp perception sensed that there were pairs of eyes watching him closely in the darkness. What's there? Feng Heng immediately swung his flashlight in the direction of the lurking presence. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the distance on the rock wall, a dark, crawling creature swiftly darted out of the flashlight's beam and disappeared into the crevices of the rock wall. Everyone caught a fleeting glimpse of the creature. What kind of creature was that? It was about a meter long, rapidly crawling against the rock wall. Their movements were so fast that their appearance couldn't be discerned. Feng Heng, this place is very similar to the entrance where our previous team was trapped. What we just saw is a special creature called Void Stalkers. They've undergone special modifications by the dependents and are under their control. Normally, our psychic abilities work against them, restraining them, but because there are so many Void Stalkers, we can't handle them all. Fauna explained this to Feng Heng as she cautiously approached the rock wall ahead. Void Stalkers possess a unique spatial movement ability. They can directly pass through rock walls, and we can't see them now. But if they launch an attack, there could be thousands of them. They usually don't attack on their own, but if we attack the stone door, it will provoke them. While she was speaking, Fauna walked directly to the front of the rock wall, stopped, and turned to Feng Heng. Feng Heng, we've arrived. This is the main entrance to the lower level of the mausoleum. Feng Heng looked at the wall behind Fauna. There was a large door made of blue stone blocks, engraved with unique patterns specific to the alien spawns. The iron door was tightly wrapped with more than a dozen chains made of blue stones. The chains gave an eerie feeling, as if they were carved illusions. It was fake. Feng Heng nodded to Dodd behind him, and Dodd was immediately excited to bring the team closer for inspection. Since arriving on the island, the various discoveries along the way had filled Dodd's team with excitement. It's the text of the dependents. There are records of the dependents on it. After observing the door for a moment, Dodd immediately made a discovery and exclaimed excitedly. What did it say? Well, it probably says that below lie the brave warriors who fought valiantly and perished. The warriors defeated the monsters but were also tainted by the blood of the monsters. They are forever buried here, and their memory will be honored by various races. No one is allowed to enter the mausoleum without permission. Unauthorized entry will result in a wanted status issued by both the dependents and the Interstellar Joint Commission. Dodd furrowed his brow and tried hard to translate. This is a decision made by the highest council of the dependents, and no one can change it. Violators will face the harshest punishment. Feng Heng listened curiously and asked, what does tainted by the blood of the monsters mean? Dodd rubbed his chin, hesitated for a moment, and said, I can't be sure, but I feel like it's more of a metaphorical description. Feng Heng then looked at Fauna and asked, any clues? Sorry, I've never heard of this before, and we don't know much about the other mausoleum either, Fauna replied. She also noticed the prayers on the door and looked solemn. She then pointed to a triangular hole in the blue stone door. I mentioned this before, the key we need. In a previous mission, we only found one key, but unfortunately, it's not in our possession now. What specific mission was it? I am not sure. Another team was responsible for the mission, and I only know that it was in an advanced game world, with extremely high difficulty. It took the team several years to find clues and obtain the key. Hopefully, we can find something here. With that, Fauna nodded to her Black Castle companions behind her. The Black Castle players also stepped forward to inspect the stone door entrance and tried to trigger the door using their psychic abilities. Feng Heng shrugged. At this moment, finding another mausoleum was undoubtedly a significant discovery. Perhaps they could find a way to enter the mausoleum from here. While Dodd's team and the Black Castle team were busy searching, Feng Heng surveyed his surroundings. After leveling up as a king-level vampire bloodline, his perception of blood had greatly improved. He could feel the flow of blood in the darkness. He could even distinctly sense hidden creatures lurking in the darkness. Were they coming for him? Feng Heng couldn't help but ask, are Void Stalkers very strong? Fauna's expression turned serious. Void Stalkers can be classified as creatures of the agility form, and in advanced games, they are considered normal strength creatures. They have special abilities to move through rock walls, making them challenging to deal with in the current cave environment. After undergoing half-mechanical modifications by the alien spawns, they have become even more formidable. In another large mausoleum, even elite players from advanced games found themselves helpless against a large number of void stalkers. Fauna believed that forcibly breaking through this situation might not be the best idea. The most troublesome thing is their quantity. In another mausoleum, the void stalkers seemed endless, and they could overwhelm our team with their numerical advantage. 1699 Testing the strength. Dodd carefully inspected the hole several times and then took out his flashlight, shining it into the opening. The stone door appeared ordinary on the surface. However, upon closer inspection, it became clear that there was a transparent barrier attached to the stone door. Mr. Fang, both the stone wall and the door have a special spatial energy structure defense layer. Any slight touch might trigger a defense alarm. Dodd quickly reported to Fang Hang about their current findings. Furthermore, we've confirmed that the hole is a unique locking structure of the dependents. We've seen similar structures on the spaceship. Is there a way to break through it? Dodd looked serious and nodded. We will find a way, but it will take some time. Fauna's heart sank as they couldn't afford to lose more time. Alright, let me take a look, Fang Hang said as he approached the door, trying to gauge the thickness of the stone wall. If the wall wasn't too thick, could he use his zombie clone to dig a passage through it? Instead of digging from the front, he could find an entry point from the side. After all, digging tunnels was something he was quite familiar with. As Fang Hang was deep in thought, he had taken a few steps forward when suddenly his brow furrowed, and he stopped in his tracks. Fang Hang, what's wrong? SHH. Fang Hang wore a serious expression and raised a finger to his lips, gesturing for everyone to speak quietly. From all around, they heard rustling sounds, as if something was rapidly gathering in their direction. Not good. Everyone immediately pointed their flashlights toward the walls surrounding them. Pairs of crimson eyes emerged from the crevices in the walls. The bodies of the void stalkers gradually materialized from the uneven wall surfaces. It was more like they were emerging from within the rock walls. It's void stalkers. Fauna watched the creatures with a sense of shock and confusion. What was going on? Why were the void stalkers attacking without them triggering the stone door? Retreat. Follow me. Without pondering this question further, while the void stalkers were moving through spatial manipulation, which was extremely slow, Fauna immediately ordered her team to protect Dodd's research team and retreat. There were researchers in their team, and they were not suited for direct combat. Dodd's team immediately followed the Black Castle group and ran back along the same path to escape. Fang Hang didn't join the retreat but immediately controlled a group of lickers to move forward and confront the void stalkers. Perfect timing. He wanted to test the strength of the void stalkers. The cave was narrow, and the fusion tyrant form couldn't be deployed effectively, so the lickers became the main force. Fang Hang chose to act as a rearguard and gather information. The void stalkers were smaller in size than the lickers, with small heads and large abdominal cavities, using their limbs to rapidly crawl on the walls. From their appearance, they looked more like mutated crawling spiders. The lickers pounced on them immediately. The void stalkers didn't show any weakness and swung their sharp-bladed limbs in retaliation. In just a few brief clashes, the lickers found themselves at a disadvantage. The void stalkers had formidable melee abilities. Besides using their bladed limbs to attack, they could also eject a corrosive fluid from their mouths as their main offensive method, which caused high corrosion damage and impact. Ding, your zombie clone, Licker, has been attacked by the corrosive venom of the half-mechanical void stalkers, causing your zombie clone to enter a state of severe poisoning and armor corrosion. Ding, your zombie clone. After a brief exchange, the group of lickers began to retreat. The void stalkers, after undergoing half-mechanical transformation, had equally strong defensive abilities. The effectiveness of the lickers' attacks was limited. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, several scorching red beams flashed in front of Fang Hang. This was bad. Fang Hang's pupils contracted as he realized the trouble. Beam weapons. After half-mechanical transformation, the void stalkers possessed beam weapons. These beams could ultimately inflict fire damage. It meant that they could deal fatal damage to the lickers. However, although the void stalkers had a significant advantage in numbers, the actual combat situation was manageable. Using beam attacks consumed a tremendous amount of energy, so the attack frequency of the beam weapons was very low. Moreover, due to the lickers' powerful life regeneration effect, they were able to withstand the attacks from the void stalkers. Before Fang Hang could think about his next move, a denser whoosh, whoosh sound echoed from all directions. Fang Hang looked around and realized that void stalkers were gradually appearing from all sides of the large cave. A dense, sprawling mass of them. This was infuriating. There were so many of them. Fauna wasn't exaggerating when she said there were thousands. Fang Hang muttered to himself that this was bad. If they continued like this, he would be overwhelmed. He needed to run. Fang Heng sensed that the situation was dire and immediately headed back toward the entrance of the passage behind him. The lickers also retreated and blocked the entrance of the cave, forming a gathering at the cave's entrance. The number of void stalkers was skyrocketing. There were at least 3,000 to 4,000 of them. And there was no sign of them stopping. They continued to increase in number, crawling out continuously from the walls. Huh? What was this? Suddenly, there was another special change on the battlefield. From one of the void stalkers' mouths, it spewed out white, thread-like substances that firmly immobilized one of the lickers in place. After being controlled, the licker was wrapped round and round by layer upon layer of spider silk and, in just a few seconds, was encased in a white cocoon. Ding, your zombie clone, licker, has been affected by the binding effect, Kai. In the blink of an eye, the white cocoon was hanging upside down in midair. Fang Heng was shocked by this scene. What the hell? This special binding effect rendered the licker unable to break free, and it was suspended in midair without being declared dead. It couldn't even attempt to be reborn. What was even more troublesome was that the void stalkers gathered in the cave seemed to have a learning ability. Seeing that their companions used this move to effectively restrain the lickers, they followed suit, changing their battle patterns and using spider silk for attacks. For a moment, the lickers that blocked the path ahead were wrapped in spider silk one after another and suspended in midair continuously. The number of lickers that Fang Heng brought into the cave this time was not large to begin with, and now their numbers were greatly reduced. He dared not stay any longer and immediately led the remaining group of lickers to retreat. Outside the mausoleum, taking advantage of the time Fang Heng and the lickers bought for them by acting as rear guards, Fauna's team, along with Dodd and the others, quickly escaped from the mausoleum's entrance. They waited outside the mausoleum for a moment, and soon they saw Fang Heng emerging from the passage below. Fang Heng was a bit surprised to see the group gathered outside the mausoleum. Why hadn't they run away yet? The void stalkers prefer cave environments and generally won't leave their habitats. In the past, they never chased us out from below the mausoleum, Fauna explained when she saw Fang Heng's confusion. We will wait outside for a few hours, and by then, the monster's aggro should reset. Alright, Fang Heng nodded. However, before everyone could completely relax, the Kai sounds came from below the passage again. 1700 special ability whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. The void stalkers had come out from the passage. After leaving the mausoleum, several void stalkers immediately pounced towards Fang Heng. What the hell? Fauna and the other players from Black Castle were shocked when they saw this scene. What was going on? They had come into contact with the void stalkers several times before. These creatures would only attack when the entrance to the lower level of the mausoleum was under attack. Moreover, they would not leave the cave at all. The Federation team even tried to lure them away from the cave several times, but they failed. However, the void stalkers in this cave were too abnormal. They were actually chasing after them. Retreat! Fang Heng shouted, and the lickers around him immediately pounced at the void stalkers that had just emerged from the mausoleum's exit, cutting it off in midair. More lickers swarmed over from all directions, using their bodies to firmly block the entrance below the mausoleum. Fauna and the rest quickly escorted Dodd's team back. Something was wrong. Fauna covered the team's retreat while carefully observing the void stalkers' movements. She suddenly realized something extremely strange. The target of this group of void stalkers seemed to be Fang Heng. Fang Heng felt it too. From the moment he entered the cave area below the mausoleum, he could vaguely sense the hostility coming from the darkness. This hostility was coming from the void stalker. When he tried to get close to the entrance to the depths of the mausoleum, their aggro exploded. Strange. Why were the void stalkers so hostile toward him? It didn't make sense. Fang Heng also slowly retreated, controlling more zombie clones to come over and help. The lickers that were using their bodies to block the entrance of the mausoleum did not last long. Whoosh. Boom. 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 A moment later, the lickers' bodies were instantly pierced by the scorching light from the entrance of the mausoleum and were sent flying by the beams. In the blink of an eye, a black hole appeared on the ground, and a dense number of void stalkers crawled out from below. The nearby lickers and ordinary zombies also rushed towards the void stalkers, trying to stop them. In the beginning, the zombie clones could barely resist the attack with the bug-level recovery effect of the undying body. But soon, more and more zombie clones were dragged into the mausoleum by the spider silk, and the number of void stalkers was still increasing. A black mass of void stalkers climbed out from the hole in the ground and spread wildly in all directions. The number of void stalkers increased, and as a result, the zombie clones were unable to withstand their attacks. Fang Heng also quickened his pace and left the island area. The void stalkers did not have any intention of stopping. They chased after him out of the island. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! Suddenly, more than 20 blue beams of light entered the battlefield. Boom! Boom boom! More than 20 explosions were triggered in the middle of the battlefield. Carrying heavy energy beam weapons, the fusion tyrant forms quickly joined the battlefield and bombarded the dense group of void stalkers in front of him. What? It had no effect. Feng Heng looked at the battlefield with a surprised expression. A large number of beam weapons exploded, but a layer of white light appeared on the body of the void stalker, flashing continuously. The strange light seemed to be able to distort space and completely negate the damage of the explosion. World Lord Feng Heng, what you are seeing is the alien spawn's unique technology, the long-range space barrier technology. This barrier is automatically triggered after deliberate calculation and can absorb a large amount of long-range damage. Feng Heng observed the battle while retreating. He had already left the island area and came to the lake to meet up with Fauna and the others who had retreated in advance. Fauna stood beside Feng Heng and explained. She then looked at Feng Heng curiously with a puzzled expression and asked, "Do you have any special items on you? Why are they chasing you? We've never seen anything like this before." Feng Heng thought to himself that this was really weird. What special item did he have? Could it be that the few holy artifacts he carried with him would be targeted by the void stalkers? Feng Heng quickly scanned the items in his backpack and smiled bitterly. "I've looked through the items that I have, but there's nothing. I also want to know why they're targeting me." On the side, Liu Yanglong, who had run over to join them, was also stunned. What was going on? He was still a little confused about the situation. Starfish Company did not want to get too involved with Black Castle. They were only interested in exploiting the resources of this world. Therefore, Liu Yanglong was sensible enough not to follow Feng Heng's team to the island to investigate. He only stayed at the lakeshore area to receive them. After resting for a moment, he quickly saw the dense number of void stalkers spreading out from the island. He immediately felt his scalp tingle. "What's going on? Mr. Feng, did you stir up a hornet's nest? I am afraid it's more serious than this." Fauna shook her head and continued, "World Lord Feng Heng, the void stalkers hate you very much. It's very dangerous to stay here. I suggest you retreat to a safe area." "Yes, I understand. After we disperse and retreat, I still need you to help me escort the research team away. I will lure them away and see if they have any weaknesses." Feng Heng then looked at Liu Yanlong and said, "You should leave with them. We will meet at the federal camp later. World Lord Feng Heng, void stalkers are extremely hard to deal with, please be extra careful." Fauna waved her hand, signaling for the Black Castle team to retreat. "Mr. Feng, find a way to get some live samples. Our lab needs them for research." Dodge shouted and was hurriedly escorted away by Fauna's team. Feng Heng retracted his gaze and looked at the void stalkers in front of him again. Their number had already exceeded his number of zombie clones. Moreover, it was still constantly overflowing from the bottom of the mausoleum's entrance. If this continued, their numbers would soon surpass the zombie clones by several times. Now that the long-range attacks of the fusion tyrant form were ineffective, the problem of the Licker's insufficient damage output was completely exposed. It was difficult to kill the void stalkers with just the zombie clones. Feng Heng quickly sized up the battlefield. He simply controlled more than a dozen fusion tyrant forms to put down their high-energy beam weapons and charge into the void stalkers barehanded. Against a large number of creatures, the fusion tyrant form was the same as before. The latter raised its huge fist and smashed at the place where the void stalkers were concentrated. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! The void stalkers were unexpectedly agile. The few void stalkers within the range of the tyrant form's fist leaped to the side at an extremely fast speed. In the past, when dealing with normal monsters, the fusion tyrant form could kill and injure a few of them with a single punch. It also had an AO stun effect. However, the effect was not good. After the void stalker completely dodged the fusion tyrant form's attack, it immediately spat out corrosive venom from its mouth to counterattack. 1701 Terrifying hatred. The additional knockback effect of the poison spit attack was only effective against small and medium-sized units like the Licker. It was not enough to deal with a supersized unit like the fusion tyrant form. It didn't feel anything. The fusion tyrant form was sprayed with more than 10 mouthfuls of venom, but it was unaffected. It raised its fist and smashed forward again. Boom! The void stalker was sent flying by the punch. Lightning flashed on its body and it fell heavily to the ground with a loud bang. Following that, it struggled a few more times on the ground before quickly turning over and climbing up. It then ran along the entrance of the mausoleum to escape. Escaping? This was troublesome. Seeing this, Feng Heng couldn't help but mutter a few words in his heart. He felt that the problem was even more troublesome. The void stalker clearly had extraordinary intelligence. It would choose to retreat if it was seriously injured. Kai. Kai kai kai. After seeing that the poison attack was ineffective, the void stalker tried to spit out white spider silk from its mouth, trying to use spider silk to deal with the fusion tyrant form. However, The fusion tyrant form did not fall for this. Unlike the liquor, its huge body made it difficult for the fusion tyrant form to be controlled by the spider silk. It quickly broke free from the spider silk and dashed forward. For a moment, the fusion tyrant form and the void stalker went back and forth for a few rounds, but neither side gained any advantage. Monsters with high game level strength were indeed difficult to deal with. Feng Heng observed the battle and could not help but rub his chin. He more or less grasped the strength of the void stalker after observation. Judging from the information he had gathered so far, the void stalker had 3 special abilities that were extremely difficult to deal with. The first was its special spatial ability that allowed the void stalker to move within the walls. The second was its long-range high-tech shield defense ability. And the third was its spider silk binding ability. Right, not forgetting that it also had intelligence and knew how to work together with other void stalkers. It was indeed very difficult to deal with. Let's see their aggro range first. Feng Heng pondered and controlled his zombie clones to retreat while fighting. Even when they retreated to the forest area by the lake, the void stalkers still had no intention of giving up on their target. They were still chasing. Strange. What did he do? He didn't steal from them, so how could the aggro be so high? The void stalkers seemed to have a special positioning system that could firmly lock onto him. In order to verify the void stalkers' aggro lock, Feng Heng controlled the zombie clones to retreat in 2 different directions. Soon, most of the main force of the void stalkers were chasing after him. Only a few dozen of them were chasing after the zombie crowd. Seeing this, Feng Heng directly transformed into a bat and tried to fly. As soon as he transformed into his bat form and took off, 20 to 30 scorching beams of light flew towards him. Fortunately, he was still quite far away and the other party's aim was not good enough. Feng Heng quickly exited his bat form and returned to his human form. Interesting. Let's see how far you can chase. Feng Heng's interest was piqued. He turned around and returned to the forest. He found a motorcycle that he had left behind earlier and sped off into the distance. The void stalker was an agility-type creature, and its movement speed was extremely fast. However, Feng Heng's various attributes were not low. He rode the motorcycle forward. Feng Heng didn't think of running away. Instead, he wanted to test the void stalker's greatest aggro. Anyway, the danger was not high. If it really didn't work out, he could just log out of the game. He wasn't afraid of accidents. Whoosh! Whoosh! Behind him, the void stalkers locked onto Feng Heng's aggro and had no intention of retreating. They passed through a small forest area and continued to chase after Feng Heng. Feng Heng spent more than half an hour leading the void stalkers around the periphery of the desert area. He even saw other void stalkers coming from the front to gather with the rest. He was shocked. Was the aggro really that great? How could there be such a good thing? In fact, the higher the aggro of the monsters, the more they could be lured into special terrain or ambush areas. It was actually very beneficial to the players. For example, the mutated giant crocodile in the lake that he had encountered previously. If the giant crocodiles had the aggro of the void stalkers, Feng Heng would have wiped them out long ago. The prerequisite was that the aggro was high and the player had to have the ability to protect himself. Only Feng Heng's dexterity attribute was high, and he had the zombie clones to help stall for time. Otherwise, if he was an ordinary player, he would have been taken down by the monster horde within seconds. Seeing that the enemy had chased him for 5 or 6 kilometers, Feng Heng suddenly thought of something and took out a human skin mask from his backpack. Let's see how far you can chase. Feng Heng thought of a good idea. He might as well change his target and head toward the sentry post outside the federal camp. Yes, let's go to outpost number 6. If he remembered correctly, the Obsidian Company still owed him a lot of energy beam weapons and ammunition, right? When he met Liu Yanlong in the morning, he asked about the situation at the Obsidian Company. The other party didn't refute their claims, but they chose to be wishy-washy, hoping to drag this as long as possible. It would probably take some twists and turns to get the goods from the Obsidian Company. Since the other party was so reluctant to give the goods, they could only count themselves unlucky. At outpost number 6, just like yesterday, the Obsidian Company continued to guard the outpost tonight. Last night, after the explosion of the federal camp's teleportation passage, Midwell's uneasiness reached its peak. In fact, he had not slept since last night. His mind was filled with thoughts of the warehouse explosion and the destruction of the teleportation device yesterday. From the investigation of yesterday's attack, the Federation had confirmed that it was an insider's doing, and it was very likely that it was done by a maintenance staff. Midwell quickly realized an extremely terrifying fact from all the clues. The personnel of the Black Castle who infiltrated the federal camp yesterday were very likely related to the Starfish Company. And he was the one who had personally brought him into the federal camp. Even though he was somewhat doubtful, Midwell didn't dare to tell him the truth. If his guess was wrong and it was a false alarm, then he would definitely be severely punished by the Federation for violating the rules. If his guess was correct and the explosion last night was really related to Starfish Company, then it would be even worse. He would be the person directly responsible for the accident last night. He was looking for someone to take the blame for him, so he didn't dare to admit that he was the one. Therefore, what Midwell could do now was to seize the time to cover up all the traces left behind last night and confirm that no outsiders had entered the internal area of the Federation through his Obsidian Company. Fuck, what was this? Midwell had a bitter feeling that he couldn't say. Supervisor, the high-energy weapons and ammunition we want have just been sent to the warehouse through the teleportation passage. Starfish Company just sent someone to contact the company's higher-ups and asked us for high-energy beam weapons and ammunition. 1702 Interferential Tower. Hearing the name of the Starfish Company, Midwell was even more furious. Temporarily store the ammunition in the federal warehouse and tell the people of Starfish Company that they will have to wait a bit longer for the ammunition that they want. This kind of high-tier weapon ammunition is strictly controlled by the Central Federation and needs to be approved and signed by the Department Superior. The leader just happened to be on vacation. Yes, sir. Understood. Starfish Company. They still wanted the goods. A look of disgust appeared on Midwell's face. Starfish Company had caused him so much trouble and he was the one to clean up the mess that they created. They actually want to pick up the goods. Midwell had the intention to tear Starfish Company into pieces, but he couldn't say anything. He could only try his best to wipe off all traces. It was best for him to draw a clear line between himself and Starfish Company now. After receiving the order, the subordinate hurriedly ran out to arrange for the personnel to prepare the materials for tonight. He had just left for a few minutes when he hurriedly ran back in. Reporting. Midwell was trying to communicate with the headquarters using the radio, but he found that the signal was very unstable. He hung up the communication impatiently and raised his head to ask, "What is it?" "It's the mutated creatures. Sir." A large number of mutated creatures suddenly appeared within the surveillance range of the outpost. They are heading towards the outpost. Midwell was stunned. What? Now? It was not dark yet. Hearing this, Midwell's heart skipped a beat. He stood up from his chair and quickly went to the window to check. Looking through the window and seeing the outside world, Midwell's pupil shrank. A dense patch of black dots appeared on the flat ground in the distance. There was no mistake. It was a group of mutated creatures, and there were a lot of them. Oh no. Immediately enter Tier 1 alert state. All to go online to prepare for battle. Inform the Western District Federation immediately that we have been attacked by a large number of mutated creatures. Requesting orders. In an instant, the alarm in outpost number 6 rang loudly. The sky was not dark yet. Theoretically, there were still more than 2 hours left before the mutated creatures attacked at night. Why were they suddenly on guard? The mutated creatures' attack for tonight had been brought forward? Outside the outpost, the captain of the company's security team raised his binoculars and looked ahead. In his confusion, he saw a black dot appear in the distance. It was a player. He was driving a motorcycle towards the outpost. About a kilometer behind the player, a large number of black mutated creatures followed closely behind. The guards naturally thought that Fang Heng was an unlucky player who was unfortunately involved in the attack of the mutated creatures. He had actually been expelled by so many mutated creatures along the way. How unlucky. Who would have guessed that so many mutated creatures were chasing after Fang Heng? Even Fang Heng had no idea what was going on, let alone the ordinary players. He was shocked. Previously, he was just casually thinking about testing the limits of the Void Stalkers and casually saying that he would lure them to outpost number 6. He did not expect that these Void Stalkers would chase him all the way to outpost number 6 as if they had lost their minds. Was there really so much hatred? This was really troublesome. Fang Heng had a very bad feeling. Even if he went offline now, the Void Stalkers would not disperse easily. They would gather at the point where he went offline and wait. Fang Heng drove the motorcycle and quickly approached the entrance of the outpost. The guards at the door immediately raised their megaphones and shouted outside. "Stop. This is a Federation outpost. Unrelated personnel, please leave immediately." The guard saw a large group of mutated creatures rushing towards the sentry tower from behind and was nervously preparing to fight. He did not have the time to care about the player and waved his hand to chase Fang Heng away. "Don't prevent us from dealing with the mutated creatures behind. Hurry up and leave, or we will attack." Fang Heng pursed his lips and did not say anything else. He started the motorcycle and immediately bypassed the outpost, heading straight for the federal camp. Of course, after passing by the outpost, Fang Heng quickly slowed down the motorcycle and gradually stopped. Then, he turned around to look at the situation at the outpost. The Void Stalker's aggro was still locked onto him as they charged towards the outpost. However, the players of the Obsidian Company in the outpost did not know this at all. Boom, boom, boom. The Void Stalkers had yet to fully approach the outpost, and the defense turrets inside the outpost were all activated. The concentrated artillery fired wildly at the area where the Void Stalkers were concentrated. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Instantly, a long-range attack was detected. White distorted light barriers appeared around the Void Stalkers. The white spots of light flickered and absorbed all the long-range bullets. The players guarding the outpost were stunned. What was going on? It was ineffective. In the past, when dealing with the mutated creatures, the dense long-range bombing attacks combined with the traps prepared in advance could last more than half an hour at the outpost. But today, the long-range attacks were ineffective. What kind of monster was that? The players looked at the horde of Void Stalkers that were rapidly approaching from afar, and their eyes could not help but reveal a look of fear. The Void Stalkers charged at the outpost at an extremely fast speed, not giving the players any time to think. Electromagnetic barrier. Hurry up. Activate the electromagnetic barrier. Buzz. The high-energy electromagnetic field barrier towers around the outpost were activated to the maximum. Faint purple electric currents were constantly flowing through the 3-meter-tall tower, making crackling sounds. An invisible electromagnetic barrier rippled outward rapidly. The first wave of Void Stalkers that charged towards the outpost were immediately affected by the electromagnetic interference, slowing down their speed. The Void Stalker's body flashed with a light blue electric current. It instantly entered a paralyzed state and lost control of its body. It could not even break in time and rolled forward. Cannon attack. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. A dense barrage of bullets rained down on the Void Stalkers that were affected by the electromagnetic barrier. Due to the strong electromagnetic interference, the outer layer of the Void Stalker's defensive barrier had lost most of its effectiveness. Bang. Bang, bang, bang. Under the continuous barrage of bullets, the paralyzed Void Stalkers exploded one after another. Feng Heng was observing through binoculars not far behind the outpost, and he could not help but nod his head when he saw this. The Federation still had some tricks up their sleeves, especially those weird buildings. It could cause some kind of interference to the robots, greatly weakening their outer space defense energy shield. It could even affect the movement of the Void Stalkers, causing them to enter a paralyzed state. The Void Stalkers that were charging at the front were paralyzed and completely lost their ability to fight. With that, the outpost should be able to withstand the Void Stalkers' attacks. Wait a minute. Feng Heng pondered and touched his chin. 1703, an erroneous estimate. If that were the case, the Federation had the ability to counter the half-mechanical Void Stalkers. That was strange. Since the effect of this building was so good, why couldn't they deal with the Void Stalkers in the northern region of the mausoleum? Could it be that this kind of building required a special location? Feng Heng had some guesses in his heart. Void Stalkers usually stayed in caves and wouldn't leave their habitat easily. It was only today that they met him. He did not know what was the cause of their madness, but he had eventually lured them out. This gave the Federation the chance to completely destroy them. As he thought about it, Feng Heng retracted his gaze and continued to start the motorcycle. Since the outpost had already helped him get rid of the pursuers, there was no need to stay here. He would go to the federal camp first. Liu Yanglong should have escorted Dodd's research team back to the zombie apocalypse world, and he should have gone to the federal camp by now. He was going to ask Liu Yanglong about this special building. Let's see if Starfish Company can get it. Or could he exchange for it from the Federation? If he could find a way to get it, coupled with a zombie clone and his unique high aggro, perhaps he could find a way to lure the half-mechanical Void Stalkers out and kill them. Feng Heng's spirits were lifted as he thought about it. He no longer paid attention to the outpost behind him and headed straight for the Federation. This time, Feng Heng took it for granted. He subconsciously thought that the outpost had a special electromagnetic building that could block the attack of the Void Stalkers. However, that was not the case. Inside the outpost, Midwell looked at the swarm of mutated creatures that were surging towards him, his forehead covered in cold sweat. What kind of monsters were they? The long-range shields of the Void Stalkers at the forefront were partially disrupted by the electromagnetic force field, and they were even paralyzed by the force field. Then, they exploded under the concentrated shots of the players in the outpost. But the electromagnetic force field effect was only effective in a small area near the sentry tower. Meanwhile, in the area in front of the outpost, more and more Void Stalkers could be seen with the naked eye, and they were approaching the outpost at an extremely fast speed. Their current damage output was simply insufficient. The outpost was unable to counter so many cyborg monsters. This was not the most important thing. The most troublesome thing was that the 3 high-energy electromagnetic field activation barrier towers in the sentry tower were already operating at full capacity. A single barrier tower could only deal with 100 or so robots at most, and the effect would be greatly reduced if there were more of them. Once the number exceeded 3 to 4 times, more Void Stalkers would enter the magnetic field network, and the entire defensive magnetic field would not be enough. At that time, the defensive electromagnetic field would even collapse. Through the binoculars, Midwell saw a dense horde of Void Stalkers lurking in front of him, and cold sweat rolled down his face. It was as if he could already see the ending. The entire outpost would be completely submerged under the attack of these monsters. It was impossible for anyone to survive. Retreat. Such a terrifying horde of half-mechanical mutated creatures had completely exceeded the defense range of the outpost. The difference in strength between the enemy and himself was too great, and Midwell did not have the slightest intention of resisting. He activated the 3 high-energy electromagnetic field activation barrier towers to their maximum power and overloaded them, greatly affecting the movement speed of the half-mechanical mutated creatures. He also left a group of suicide squads behind to counter the rear. The rest of the players quickly retreated with their high-level supplies. Don't hesitate. Time to make a run. After giving the order, Midwell hurriedly left the outpost and boarded the off-road vehicle, preparing to escape. The logistics manager hurriedly chased after him and said, "Sir, we still have a large number of important supplies." Midwell poked his head out of the window beside the passenger seat of the SUV and shouted, "Forget about the supplies. Retain only the highest level resources and immediately organize the retreat. You must ensure the safety of the company's staff. This is an order." The logistics manager's expression turned cold as he gestured, "Understood. Sir." The off-road vehicle left the outpost through the back door and sped toward the federal camp as if it were fleeing for its life. In the front passenger seat, Midwell calmed himself down and asked his assistant behind him, "Have you informed the federal camp about the attack on the outpost? Did they give any feedback?" The assistant in the back seat replied, "There is electromagnetic interference in the body of the half-mechanical mutated form. Our long-distance communication has been cut off. We have already gone offline to inform the Federation that our outpost is under attack. We have not had the time to inform them that the outpost has fallen. We have already sent people to think of a way to contact the federal camp offline." "Yes." Midwell frowned and stuck his head out of the window to look at the outpost behind him. Behind them, trucks carrying evacuated personnel and valuable supplies followed the off-road vehicles. They quickly evacuated the outpost and formed a long line on the road. Midwell's expression turned even uglier. At the back of the escaping team, the Void Stalkers surrounded the entire outpost at an extremely fast speed and quickly devoured it. Then, the Void Stalkers did not wait for long. After a short pause, they continued to chase after them. Damn it. As expected, it was not over yet. The sudden appearance of this group of mutated creatures was indeed not an accident. Their target was most likely the Federation's main camp. The Black Castle. They must be controlled by the Black Castle. The faces of the people in the seats turned slightly pale when they saw this. What should they do? Could the Federation's main camp withstand it? Indeed, there were more high-energy electromagnetic field activation barrier towers in the main camp, and their defense capacity was dozens of times that of the outpost. But, after witnessing the strength of the Void Stalkers, the players of the Obsidian Company were not confident at all. Not far away, on a small hill, through the binoculars, they saw the Federation outpost being devoured by the Void Stalkers in an instant. Everyone from the Black Castle was shocked. Fauna put down her binoculars. Previously, after escorting Dodd's team away, the Black Castle team also left the obelisk teleportation point, preparing to control the mutated creatures to attack the federal camp at night. They did not expect to see such a scene when they passed by outpost number 6. The outpost did not last more than 5 minutes under the attack of the Void Stalkers. Although the Void Stalkers' main force did not join the battle, a small portion of the Vanguard unit alone had completely eroded the entire outpost number 6. This was not the only thing that was terrifying. The Void Stalker horde did not stop after clearing outpost number 6 and was heading straight for the federal camp. Fauna looked at the horde of Void Stalkers lurking in the distance, and a terrifying thought appeared in her mind. Was this part of Fang Heng's plan? Could his real target be the Federation headquarters and he wanted to borrow the power of the Void Stalkers to destroy the entire federal camp? This was too. Fauna didn't know how to describe it. Was this too crazy? But Fang Heng. It seemed like he was really going to do it. 1704 optimistic. The dozen players beside Fauna also put down their binoculars and looked at her. Everything happened too suddenly. They didn't know what to do next. So Fang Heng was prepared to destroy the entire federal camp? Fang Heng had not communicated with them beforehand. Then what should they do? Should they go over and help, or should they act according to the original plan? Would it bring trouble to Fang Heng instead? Fauna, now we go and inform the other guilds to be prepared to move at any time. Don't act rashly. We will follow and see the situation first. Yes, I understand. At the federal camp, After the fierce battle last night, the camp received manpower reinforcement material resources from the Central Federation during the day, and the defense level was raised again. The commander of the Federation, Josh, felt that it was still very stable. Based on the strength of the camp's defense, even if the strength of the mutated creature's attack last night was doubled, he was confident that he could block them. Now, he was afraid that the enemy would play dirty. Just like last night, they directly entered their territory. For this reason, Josh once again strengthened the security in the camp to prevent any suspicious people from entering the inner camp area. The security of the entire inner area of the camp had already reached a strict level. All personnel will undergo a strict screening to ensure that no spies from Black Castle are allowed to infiltrate. However, more than 10 minutes ago, Outpost Number 6, which was guarded by the Obsidian Guild, suddenly reported that a large number of mutated creatures had been discovered and were attacking them. When Josh heard the report, he immediately felt that something was wrong. The attack of the mutated creatures tonight was brought forward? But why didn't the other outposts suffer similar attacks? Was it just an accident? Josh didn't have time to ask about the details when he received the news. Soon after, he received the news that Outpost Number 6 had fallen. Apart from that, a large number of high-intensity mutated creatures were heading towards the federal camp. Josh did not dare to be careless. He immediately ordered the entire camp to be mobilized and enter Level 1 alert mode to prepare for the mutated creatures coming from the west of the camp. Feng Heng had just entered the federal camp on his motorcycle not long ago. At this time, the federal camp was not completely closed and was still open to external players. Of course, non-Federation personnel like Feng Heng were prohibited from entering the tightly guarded inner regions of the Federation. Their activities were limited to the non-important outer regions. At the prearranged Federation Mission Distribution Hall, Feng Heng found Lu Yanlong, who had arrived one step ahead of time. Mr. Feng, it's done. Dodd's research team has safely returned to the zombie apocalypse world. When Lu Yanlong saw Feng Heng coming over, he nodded and gestured to him. Then, he walked over and quickly said in a low voice, "The people from the Black Castle also left first." I didn't ask any further. It seems like they're preparing to lead the mutated beasts to continue dealing with the Federation tonight. Yes, thank you. It's nothing. Mr. Feng, are you okay? It's considered resolved. It's very strange. The Void Stalkers have a very high hatred for me. I just tried to lure them to Outpost Number 6. The people from the Obsidian Company are guarding there. I finally stopped them for the time being. I think it will give the people from the Obsidian Company a headache for a while. Recalling the scene he saw before, Lu Yanlong was still a little scared. He heaved a sigh of relief and said, "It's good that it's done." Feng Heng asked again, "By the way, do you know about the special magnetic field device of the Federation? I saw that there was a special electromagnetic tower set up outside Outpost Number 6. It seemed to be able to restrain Void Stalkers." "Yes, I've heard of it. High-energy electromagnetic field activation barrier tower, I think that's what it's called. That thing is one of the top technologies of the Federation. It has extremely strong restraining abilities against half-mechanical modified monsters. It's very powerful. This time, in order to deal with the half-mechanical mutated creatures, the Federation prepared a lot in advance." Lu Yanlong was quite familiar with this kind of mechanical thing. He introduced the pros and cons of it. It's powerful, but it also has its flaws. The first is the energy consumption. The energy field created by the high-energy electromagnetic barrier consumes a lot of energy. The second is that the effective area is not large enough. They are very effective against a small number of enemies. Once the number of targets increases, the effect will be bad and it will be prone to malfunction. Feng Heng was stunned, feeling that something was wrong. Wait a minute. You mean that this device is only effective against a large number of targets? Yes, the specific effect depends on the number of enemies and the level of the cyborg life form. In fact, it is still related to the energy conversion. After the energy field is activated, it will affect the enemy and consume a lot of energy. Once the energy required for conversion is insufficient, the effect of the activated energy field will be greatly reduced. Lu Yanlong continued to explain, "Our company has bought this kind of stimulation device before. After activating the magnetic energy force field, it is very effective against 10 to 20 mechanical bodies. It can directly paralyze them. When the number reaches dozens, it won't work. It can only slow down their movement speed. When the number increases to hundreds, it won't work at all. The barrier tower will go on strike." Feng Heng could not help but open his mouth when he heard Lu Yanlong's words, and his expression turned grave. If he remembered correctly, the first batch of Void Stalkers that were affected by the high-energy electromagnetic field at the outpost was only a dozen or so. Feng Heng realized that he had been a little too optimistic just now. Previously, he had seen the outpost use a magnetic field to completely restrict the Void Stalkers, So he had miscalculated that the outpost had the ability to resist the invasion of the beasts. Now that he heard Lu Yanlong's explanation, that didn't seem to be the case. There were a huge number of void stalkers. More than hundreds. Fang Heng's most optimistic estimate was at least a few tens of thousands. With the 3 high-energy electromagnetic field activation barriers outside the outpost, perhaps they couldn't block all of them. Alright, assuming that they really couldn't stop all the monsters, then, would the remaining void stalkers continue to lock onto the aggro and continue to chase after him? No way. Fang Heng couldn't help but glance at the west side of the federal camp. Could it be that they would chase after the Federation's main camp? Lu Yanlong saw that Fang Heng's expression was strange, and he even looked into the distance a few times. He couldn't help but feel puzzled and asked, "Mr. Fang? What's wrong? Did you forget something?" Fang Heng raised his head and said, "Not really. I just suddenly had a bad feeling." "Huh?" Lu Yanlong blinked his eyes, looking baffled. Fang Heng waved his hand, feeling that it was better not to scare himself. "Let's not talk about this first. Can we get a high-energy electromagnetic field to activate the barrier tower?" "Yes, the Federation doesn't have strict regulations on equipment like high-energy beam weapons and ammunition. Our company can think of a way to exchange for it, but it will take some time." As Lu Yanlong was speaking, a special warning message issued by the Federation sounded from the loudspeaker in the warehouse. "Warning, the camp has entered Level 1 alert mode. 1705 Level 1 alert. A large number of mutated forms have been detected rapidly approaching from the west side of the camp. They are expected to arrive at the periphery of the west side of the camp in 10 minutes. All soldiers, please enter the Level 1 state and alert. All Federation personnel can go to the Commission office to receive the Commission mission. If you refuse to participate in the mission, please immediately head to Camps A, B, C, and D and stay as instructed." As the alarm sounded, the entire federal camp was in a slight commotion. Fang Heng could see a large number of fully armed Federation guards outside the warehouse, quickly gathering in the west area for pre-battle deployment. What happened? Lu Yanlong was a little confused. Why did it suddenly become a Level 1 alert? The sky was not dark yet. It was clearly not time for the mutated forms attack tonight. The most troublesome thing was that the entire camp would be sealed off after the alarm was raised. They were trapped inside. Lu Yanlong was feeling strange. He turned his head and saw Fang Heng walking toward the Federation Commission office. "Let's go and take a look at the mission first." After the campsite entered Level 1 alert state, all players in the campsite will automatically receive the campsite guarding mission issued by the Federation. Players can choose whether to accept it or not. They either accept it to join the defense work of the camp or obediently listen to the instructions of the Federation soldiers to gather at a fixed location. Fang Heng went to the commission office and confirmed that there was a high-energy electromagnetic field activation barrier tower in the exchange items. He quickly checked with Lu Yanlong and received the guard mission in the name of Starfish Company. Ding! The player has accepted the mission issued by the player that has been verified by the game. Defend the federal camp. Mission type, player release type. Mission difficulty? Mission description: a large number of mutated forms are attacking the federal camp. Please assist the Federation in killing these creatures. After killing the mutated creatures, the game will receive contribution points based on the player's contribution to killing the mutated creatures and the strength of the mutated creatures. After completing the mission, the player could obtain the corresponding points certificate of the game. Mission requirements: assist the Federation in killing the mutated forms that attack the camp. Mission reward: points certificate. Additional description: the game mission only provides the mission points certificate. For the specific mission reward, please find the Federation players to exchange for it. Fang Heng looked at the game notification and nodded at Lu Yanlong. Let's go. A mission that had been verified by the system was considered a fair one. Simply put, the objective of the mission was to kill monsters. The more he killed, the better. Undoubtedly, this kind of mission was a bit disadvantageous to the support-type players. Therefore, the players often received the mission in teams. After completing the mission, the rewards would be distributed between the teams. Fang Heng had just seen it. Redeeming a high-energy electromagnetic field activation barrier tower required a total of 5,700,000 Federation points. It could be considered one of the top items provided by the Federation. Soon, Fang Heng and Lu Yanlong followed the Federation soldiers' directions and arrived at the periphery of the camp in the western region. The periphery area was a forest of sentry towers built by the Federation. The players who had received the commission mission were responsible for the backlines to earn points and take advantage of the Federation. After all, close combat was too dangerous. Only a small number of players were willing to take the risk. More teams chose to engage in long-range sneak attacks, earning as much as they could. Fang Heng and Mojai Ai were not conspicuous among the group of players. He was a little dizzy now. Accepting the guard mission was only to find a legitimate reason to continue staying in the federal camp to continue observing the situation. In fact, he had yet to figure out how to deal with the current situation. Help the Federation guard the campsite to earn points? It didn't seem appropriate. Wasn't he prepared to destroy the federal camp and the teleportation channel? How did he end up helping the Federation? However, if he didn't help the Federation clean up, based on the current situation, this group of Void Stalkers had already set their eyes on him. They seemed to be determined to kill him, and he couldn't shake them off even if he wanted to. In fact, it was very likely that he would not even be able to get rid of this damned aggro when he went offline. It was not a good idea to keep them. He had to think of a way to clean it up. Soon, just as Fang Heng was letting his imagination run wild, a dense group of Void Stalkers swarmed towards the camp from the west. In the distance, darkness appeared on the horizon. What was going on? Why did the group of mutated forms that appeared in the distance look so familiar? Lu Yanlong was also dragged over by Fang Heng. He was still a little baffled just now, but now he was shocked by this scene. Void Stalkers? Was it the group that chased after Mr. Fang? Lu Yanlong could not help but turn his head to look at Fang Heng beside him, his small eyes filled with great confusion. Mr. Fang. Didn't you just say that you've dealt with the Void Stalkers? Ahem. Fang Heng felt Lu Yanlong's gaze on him. He coughed lightly and returned the gaze. Yes, but not completely. Boom. Boom boom boom. While the two of them were exchanging glances, the Federation took the lead in using energy beam weapons to attack the Void Stalkers on the sentry towers. The players also started firing at a large group of mutated forms in the distance. Buzz. 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 A white defensive light field appeared on the body of the mutated forms, blocking the long-range attacks. Seeing this, there was an uproar among the players. Fuck. What was going on? All long-range attacks are ineffective? What monster? Why is there no reaction at all? Once the long-range attacks failed, the players who accepted the commission mission would lose the means to earn points, and they would immediately complain. The Federation's command center was even more astonished when they saw this situation through intermittent video signals. Midwell of the Obsidian Guild didn't know what destroyed Outpost Number 6, but the Federation knew it very well. Void Stalkers. In theory, Void Stalkers could only appear in the area below the mausoleum, but why did they appear here, and in such large numbers? Didn't they say that they wouldn't leave the mausoleum? Black Castle. It must be Black Castle. Josh's heart sank and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He felt immense pressure. Black Castle was already able to affect a powerful monster like the Void Stalker. Even the elite players in high-level games could not do much about the Void Stalkers in the mausoleum. Of course, the environment of the mausoleum and the number of Void Stalkers were also extremely important factors. No matter what, the strength of the Void Stalker was real. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. The half-mechanical Void Stalkers that were surging toward the federal camp at the forefront were the first to bombard the federal camp with a wave of red energy beams. Bang. Bang. Bang bang bang. The beams of light exploded on the Federation's external energy field. 1706 Aggro Report. The defensive force field has been attacked and its energy point has decreased by 6%. Report. The force field is recovering. The current load is 62%. The load is increasing. Josh frowned and immediately ordered, activate the high-energy electromagnetic field activation barrier tower. Hurry up. Set up an anti-mechanical force field internet. We must stop them. Yes, sir. The anti-mechanical force field internet was the best way to deal with the mechanically modified body. Buzz. Almost at the same time, the 100 high-energy electromagnetic field activation barrier towers in the federal camp were operating at full power. An invisible magnetic field internet spread out from above the barrier towers. The barrier towers in the federal camp were not cheap goods like the ones in Outpost Number 6. They were high-level versions that had been specially modified by the Central Federation. This time, they had spent a lot of effort to transport them to support the camp. It was a high-grade product that the Federation would not sell to the outside world. Hundreds of high-energy electromagnetic field activation barrier tower screens were activated at the same time, and the powerful force field formed by them even created a layer of light purple barrier electric current in the air. Outside the campsite, the Void Stalkers that were charging at the front were immediately affected by the force field. Sparks exploded on their bodies, and they were instantly paralyzed. Shoot. The various teams of the Federation once again used their long-range firearms to attack. Boom. Boom. The dense bullets rained down on the paralyzed Void Stalkers. The Void Stalkers' outer space barrier had failed, and the bullets pierced through their skin and entered their bodies. Blood splattered everywhere. It's effective. The players heaved a sigh of relief. The special force field broke through the outer defense of the Void Stalkers, and they stood up again. Realizing that there were still benefits to be gained, The players also raised their weapons and attacked the paralyzed mutated creatures. Fang Heng also took out a long-range sniper rifle specially made by Dr. Ding Minutes from his backpack. He aimed. Bang. Headshot. The armor-piercing sniper bullet sent the cyborg Void Stalker flying and exploded in the air for the second time. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. The fusion tyrant forms would also provide Fang Heng with weapon skill experience points when they used beam weapons. As a result, Fang Heng's weapon skill experience points were always full. He was naturally familiar with using firearms. In addition, the player's perception attribute had an additional bonus to aiming and critical strike, and the strength attribute also had a slight bonus to the weapon's final damage. In addition, Dr. Ding Minutes' special sniper rifle had an additional killing effect on enemies with less than 30% health point. Therefore, Fang Heng focused on killing the monsters with low health point. Headshots. The other players did not have any objections. After all, the final points were calculated according to the contribution points of the kills. There was no such thing as stealing monsters from others. Moreover, these cyborgs didn't drop anything. Fang Heng quickly entered the farming mode. Find the Void Stalker with low health point. He aimed at the target. Bang. A headshot. The cycle repeated. There were quite a number of players with good eyesight. When they saw that all the mutated beasts that Fang Heng aimed at were shot without fail, they could not help but take a few more glances at Fang Heng. A top gunner. Very strong. His kills were not that exaggerated, so after a few glances, the players focused on farming monsters again. Fang Heng killed more than 30 Void Stalkers in a row. Taking advantage of the time when he was switching magazines, he looked around and pondered. Even though he could kill the Void Stalker with one shot, his farming efficiency was still not high enough. As more and more Void Stalkers swarmed into the outer perimeter of the federal camp, the high-energy electromagnetic field activation barrier tower had already entered full capacity mode. The cyborg Void Stalker was no longer paralyzed like before, only its movement speed was greatly reduced. The defensive barrier had also recovered by nearly a quarter. Sometimes, it all depended on luck. As more and more Void Stalkers approached the defense point, a Federation officer appeared behind him and shouted at the players, "All of you, split into two groups. Players who are willing to stay behind and participate in close combat, do not move. The rest of you, follow me immediately." This was not the first time the player team had been attacked by a horde of mutated beasts. After hearing the command, they quickly followed the sergeant and ran up the stairs to the right. It was Fang Heng's first time here, so he did not understand what the Federation wanted to do. Seeing this, Liu Yanlong hurriedly pulled Fang Heng and caught up with the people who were going upstairs. He said, "Mr. Fang, let's follow them." Soon, only a dozen or so people were left. Soon after, a team of about 20 people from the Federation rushed over from the camp. Fang Heng followed the team as they continued to retreat on the high metal passageway. At the same time, he lowered his head to observe the situation of the Federation team below. Beep dot beep. Beep. A near-piercing alarm sounded from below. Looking down, the 3 metal alloy gates that were used to stop the invasion of the mutated creatures opened up one after another and a large number of Void Stalkers entered through the alloy gate. The close combat soldiers of the Federation and the player teams that had stayed behind to guard the ground had already finished their rendezvous and were ready for battle. A team of Federation soldiers fighting head-on. Boom. The 3 alloy gates at the entrance of the passageway opened for less than a minute before they quickly closed again. The 100 Void Stalkers that had rushed in earlier were instantly trapped inside the camp. Attack! The captain of the Federation team shouted and rushed forward with the team behind him. The Federation teams that had gone through formal training cooperated with each other. Even in close combat, they could display extremely strong combat power and block the Void Stalkers. Fang Heng raised his eyebrows. So that was the case. He immediately understood the way the Federation fought. In fact, Fang Heng had already noticed that the internal structure of the outer circle of the federal camp had undergone special modifications. They used alloy metal gates to divide the area into large blocks of grids. They would lure the enemies into the inner area and then block them in groups. They would deal with them in batches. The alloy metal gate was also equipped with high-voltage electricity to prevent the Void Stalkers from climbing up. This method was specially developed by the Federation to deal with the weakness of the mutated beasts, which was their inability to fly. However, it was a pity that the Federation's plan and deployment were all very good, but they had overlooked the most critical point. Liu Yanlong had already noticed that something was wrong. He silently shifted his gaze to Fang Heng. Fang Heng replied with a bitter smile. Aggro. It was different from the mutated beasts that attacked the federal camp in the past. The Void Stalker's aggro was locked onto Fang Heng. Even though the alloy gate had sealed off the entrance and was connected to a high-voltage current, most of the Void Stalkers were still attacking the gate where Fang Heng was located. The diversion effect that the Federation wanted to achieve was not as good as expected. 1707 Bad luck. The close combat soldiers of the Federation were very strong, and there were also some players who worked together. They had the upper hand against the hundreds of Void Stalkers who were isolated and helpless. However, the pressure on the players grew when they saw the alloy gate that blocked the passage in front of them continuously explode and its durability rapidly decreased. He had to get rid of these creatures before the alloy metal gate broke. Otherwise. Behind. Don't dawdle. Hurry up, let's change places. Fang Hang raised his head and saw the Federation soldiers in front of him urging him to speed up. He did not stay any longer to observe and follow the group of players who were good at long-range sneak attacks to another ambush point to shoot. As soon as he left, the Void Stalkers that were attacking the alloy gate like crazy instantly quieted down. The durability of the metal gate decreased at a slower rate, and the square area where Fang Hang followed to provide reinforcement suddenly became even more stressed. In the beginning, Lu Yanlong was still a little uncertain, unsure if it was Fang Hang's fault. After following Fang Hang for a few rounds, he was completely sure. This matter was related to Fang Hang. Wherever Fang Hang ran, the Void Stalkers would attack the area like crazy. At the Federal Central Command Post, Josh observed the situation in the west through a few intermittent surveillance screens. He dispatched the Federation team on the spot to spread out the Void Stalkers that invaded the Federal camp area and killed them in batches. He was already under a lot of pressure. Not to mention, he had to think of a way to delay the Void Stalkers that were constantly swarming into the outpost. It had been less than 5 minutes since the official battle, but several alloy gates at the western entrance had been severely damaged. However, this group of Void Stalkers was particularly strange. They switched their targets very casually. Sometimes they would stare at a place and attack fiercely, and sometimes they would suddenly change their targets quickly. It was very casual and there was no logic to speak of. Not only the Federation, but the players from the Black Castle were also confused. Fauna and the other players from the Black Castle quickly rushed over when they noticed the strange movements of the Void Stalkers. They gathered together and stopped at the edge of a forest not far from the Federation to watch carefully. Seeing the Federal camp being besieged by layers of Void Stalkers, they were also puzzled. What was wrong with this batch of Void Stalkers? What kind of big shock did they receive? Why did they suddenly go crazy? Fortunately, they were attacking the Federal camp after going berserk. The players of the Black Castle felt a strange sense of luck. I've tried. It's the same as the Void Stalkers below the mausoleum. Genetic power is effective against them, but it requires more energy. A player from Black Castle who was very proficient in psychics tried a few times before putting down the mark in front of him. He looked at the Federal camp area in front of him and continued. The cyborg Void Stalkers did not lose control. For some reason, they chose to attack the Federation outpost. Another player frowned and whispered, could it be that the Federation has discovered some special mission item that has aroused the hostility of the Void Stalkers? Hearing this, everyone's hearts sank. If that was the case, it might not be good news for the Black Castle. Another team leader continued, we can't be sure about that at the moment. What's even more strange is, where did this group of Void Stalkers come from? Everyone looked at each other. Fauna said amidst the silence, everyone, I think these Void Stalkers are chasing after World Lord Fang Hang. Everyone looked at Fauna in surprise. Fang Hang? That World Lord? He could control so many Void Stalkers. Everyone's first reaction was disbelief. After all, the Black Castle had done a lot of research on psychics. What they couldn't do even if they gathered together, could a single player in an intermediate game do it? It was indeed a little unbelievable. It's not what you think. Before I could communicate with you, we tried to invade another mausoleum with Lord Fang Hang. Fauna quickly recounted what had happened when they invaded the Lakeshore Mausoleum. After hearing this, the various guilds of the Black Castle began to discuss in low voices. Why would the Void Stalkers have such a strong hatred towards a player? Indeed, it's very strange, and Fang Hang probably doesn't have any psychic abilities. Does he have a special mission or a special item? Fauna shook her head and replied, not as far as I know. Let's not discuss this now. What should we do now? The Federation's defense forces are clearly insufficient. This is a good opportunity for us. If we think of a way to join the battlefield, we have a chance to destroy the Federal camp in one fell swoop. An older team leader thought for a moment and said, I suggest that we do not move. We know very little about the strange movements of the Void Stalkers. We still don't know why they are so crazy. We also don't know anything about World Lord Fang Hang's actions. Indeed. If we rush in rashly, it would be a joke if the Void Stalkers turn around and attack us. I agree. Let's wait and see. The people of the Black Castle discussed for a while and nodded. Fauna nodded and said, I also agree to not do anything, but we can't just do nothing. I suggest that we give them some pressure and tell the Federation that we are watching from the shadows. Perhaps we can also let World Lord Fang Heng notice our existence. Good. This is the best way. Everyone from the Black Castle agreed. They formed a line and formed a mark in front of them. At the same time, inside the federal camp, Fang Heng followed a group of players who were good at long-range attacks and sneak attacks all the way to the 7th garrison area. Before he could fire a few shots, the alarm sounded again. The group was pushed to the next area. One of the accompanying players couldn't hold it in anymore. As he ran, he couldn't help but curse and complain. Damn it, why are these mutated creatures charging at me wherever I go? I just want to farm monsters in peace. Many players echoed. They also felt that they were unlucky. Originally, they wanted to earn some points by shooting in the dark from afar. They did not expect that they would be chased by the monsters for a long time. Wherever they went, the mutated creatures would go crazy. They were only focused on running, and they did not get the points they wanted at all. Fang Heng and Lu Yanlong exchanged glances. Even the players realized that something was wrong. If this continued, the Federation would probably notice something was wrong. At that time, he might be exposed. Fang Heng quickly calculated in his heart and whispered, "Let's split up later. You follow them and retreat to another place. I will stay here." 1708 Powerful taunting skill. Lu Yanlong swallowed his saliva and carefully looked at the void stalkers outside the alloy metal gate, which had begun to become restless and crazy again. He asked softly, "Mr. Fang, are you sure you can do it alone?" "I am fine. Don't worry about me." As he spoke, the alloy metal door at the bottom of the upper passage opened, and a large number of void stalkers surged in like a flood. In less than 2 seconds, nearly 100 void stalkers had entered the area, scaring the Federation soldiers into closing the 3 alloy gates again. Bang! Bang bang bang! The falling alloy gate temporarily blocked the void stalkers outside. At a glance, there were about 100 void stalkers trapped in this rectangular cage. The Federation soldiers were the first to charge forward, followed by more than 10 players who joined the battle. Fang Heng observed for a while and decided not to retreat. He jumped down from the 2nd floor and joined the team of players who were dealing with the void stalkers. Whoosh! As soon as he landed on the ground, the 2 void stalkers closest to him on the right gave up on their original opponents and pounced on Fang Heng. A Federation player saw a player suddenly appear and shouted, "Be careful!" Ho! Fang Heng's alloy metal rod sliced through the air and smashed into the heads of the void stalkers. Boom! The 2 void stalkers' heads were struck by the rod, and sparks flew out. The huge impact sent them flying away. The surrounding players looked at Fang Heng in surprise. What a powerful strength attribute. He could send a half-machine flying with a single strike. Most of the Federation's close combat soldiers had undergone professional training. The skills they were proficient in were more standardized, and they used standard equipment. Most of them were special electric knives and protective shields that dealt additional damage to half-machines. Other than that, the bodies of the close combat soldiers of the Federation soldiers had been strengthened by several rounds of special genetic drugs. They were generally taller and stronger than ordinary players. Most of the other players who were involved in close combat also had their own methods. There were very few players like Fang Heng who used stick weapons with bare hands, especially since the other players had their teams supporting them. But Fang Heng was alone. Whoosh! Swoosh! Sensing that Fang Heng had entered the attack range, the void stalkers immediately found their aggro target and changed toward Fang Heng. Fang Heng had already observed the fighting style of the Federation's close combat team several times. Instead of retreating, he advanced and charged straight at the void stalkers in front of him. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Fang Heng rushed to the front alone. Even though there were more than 30 melee players, the Federation players had been hammered thousands of times. Only 3 to 5 of them were at the front to take damage. Most of the players who were acting as meat shields had damage reduction skills. Friend! Be careful! The soldiers of the Federation team were in the midst of a fierce battle. When they saw a player suddenly appear and charge into a large number of void stalkers, they were instantly shocked. What was going on? Charging in alone? Was he crazy? In the next second, the void stalkers pounced on Fang Heng crazily. Phew! Fang Heng quickly waved the alloy metal rod in his hand. Bang! Bang bang bang! The metal rod kept hitting the void stalkers, sending them flying one by one. The attack effect was limited, and he mainly relied on his skills to hold on. He relied on the powerful recovery effect of the Undying Body skill and a large amount of additional health point from the Vampire Prince's bloodline to forcefully resist the damage. He resisted it. The players were also a little surprised for a moment. They all looked at Fang Heng, who was surrounded by a large number of void stalkers. This guy was so powerful. Where did he come from? Never seen him before. Needless to say, the players of the Federation had a tacit understanding of each other. The players had been receiving similar missions to guard the camp during this period, and they had cooperated for some time. They were more or less familiar with each other. There were very few melee tank players like Feng Heng. If they had seen him before, they would have an impression of him. Of course, this was not the strongest aspect of this player. He also had some kind of powerful taunting skill. Ever since Feng Heng appeared in the center, the surrounding Void Stalkers immediately dropped their original targets and swarmed toward Feng Heng. The players were shocked. He was strong and terrifying. He was a high-level elite tank player. He also had an extremely powerful taunting skill. The two skills combined to achieve a terrifying effect. He had the capital to be reckless and could directly kill all the Void Stalkers. The Void Stalkers' sharp claws and corrosive liquid left marks on Feng Heng's body. The game notifications on Feng Heng's retina flashed rapidly. Ding! The player has been attacked by the Void Stalker. Player's health point minus 1282. Ding! The player has been attacked by the Void Stalker's venom. The player's constitution authentication has been successful. The player is immune to the knockback effect. The player has entered the unknown poison state. Ding! The player's immortal body effect has been activated. The player's health point has increased by 22,889. The player's health point has recovered to its maximum. The player's negative effects, corrosion and unknown poison, have been removed. In an instant, Feng Heng was surrounded by nearly 100 Void Stalkers, who kept attacking and nibbling at him. His health point was fluctuating. Hurry up. Go help him. Healing team. Most of the players who dared to accept the melee mission were not noobs. After the initial shock, they immediately reacted and called the healers in the party to cast a positive state on Feng Heng. All kinds of recovery skills were cast on Feng Heng. The situation was critical, and the players did not have the time to think about Feng Heng's identity. They only thought that he was an elite meat shield player trained by a large company team. It was very likely that he was an elite player from a high-level game world. Right now, everyone just wanted to get rid of these Void Stalkers as soon as possible before the alloy metal gate was broken. As they charged forward again, the players finally realized the difference between normal and high-level elite players. Compared to the normal player, Feng Heng's ability to attract monsters was too stable. The Void Stalkers seemed to be attacking Feng Heng recklessly. Even if they received other attacks, their first target was still Feng Heng. Perhaps this player's talent was some kind of taunting skill? The players were uncertain. He had an extremely strong defensive ability and an unbelievable taunt. What was his innate skill? In any case, with Feng Heng at the forefront to lure the monsters, the Federation team and the player team could use all their strength to deal with the Void Stalkers. The difficulty of farming monsters decreased by more than twofolds as compared to before. 1709 the number of Void Stalkers was rapidly decreasing. Boom. Boom boom. The metal gate in front of them kept exploding like a death talisman, and its durability rapidly decreased. The players didn't have time to think and did their best to farm monsters. They had just cleared out the Void Stalkers with great difficulty, but before they could catch their breath, the explosions from the metal gate behind them became more and more intense. In the blink of an eye, 2 metal gates had been broken through, and the durability of the last metal gate was rapidly decreasing. Warning. Durability is less than 1/3. Please evacuate immediately. The captain of the federal team immediately waved his hand and shouted, "Open the gate. Follow me, we will retreat first." The metal gate behind them rose. Feng Heng followed the federal team and retreated. After passing through more than 10 gates, the team entered the temporary resting area after an intense battle. Taking advantage of the break, the player found a place to sit down and began to pour potions into their mouths. The captain of the federal team, Dormer, walked to Feng Heng's side and handed him a bottle of medicine. He said, "Friend, you're very powerful. I would like to thank you for that. Which company are you from? Are you interested in joining our federation?" "Thank you. I am from Starfish Company." Feng Heng nodded, took the medicine, and poured it into his mouth. He said, "I don't have any plans to enter the federation for the time being." Starfish Company. Feng Heng. Captain Dormer muttered softly. He had never heard of this name before. "Are you new here? Where's your team? Are you alone?" Feng Heng smiled and scratched his head. He said embarrassedly, "Yes, I just followed the team here today. I didn't expect to encounter such a lineup as soon as I arrived. I accidentally got separated from the team. I felt that I could help, so I came down to join the battle. It's okay. Just follow me. After we defeat these monsters, I will bring you to your team." Dormer patted Feng Heng's shoulder. Everyone did not have time to rest for long. Soon, a player rushed over and shouted, reporting. "Captain Dormer, a large number of mutated beasts are attacking the B1223 alloy gate. Its durability is rapidly decreasing. The command center has requested our support. Due to the Federation's built-in radio system being severely interfered with, sometimes, the communication between the Federal team and the Central Command Room could only be done manually. Understood. The captain stood up and bowed to the liaison officer. He then nodded at Feng Heng and said, "We will be going to be 1223 area to carry out a guarding mission. We need your assistance. After the mission is over, I will report to you and provide you with additional points. Is that okay?" Feng Heng agreed without hesitation. "Sure. No problem." Seeing Feng Heng's reply, Dormer nodded and waved to the team behind him, "Get ready. Let's continue." The team started moving again, moving quickly towards the right side of the camp. Feng Heng then followed them into a few areas to fight and kill Void Stalkers. As the number of times they fought with Feng Heng increased, the players felt that Feng Heng was more and more terrifying. What kind of special defensive skill was it? He was actually able to withstand the attacks of nearly 100 Void Stalkers. After it ended, he still acted like nothing had happened. Terrifying recovery ability. Although the team could complete the mission every time they cleared out the Void Stalkers, the alloy gate would be attacked until it was on the verge of collapse. After 3 consecutive attempts, the Federation had yet to discover anything wrong with Feng Heng. However, an accident happened first. Boom. With a loud explosion, the alloy metal gate was blasted open by the Void Stalkers. The Void Stalkers leaped out of the hole and surged into the Federation like a tide. Not good. Retreat quickly. The team had just cleared a wave of Void Stalkers, and the entire team was not in their best condition. Thus, Dormer quickly called for the team to retreat. At the same time, a backup team from the Federation immediately came to support them. Originally, both sides only needed a simple handover to completely eliminate the risk. However, an accident happened inadvertently. Crack. With a dull thud, the alloy metal gate in the middle of the area that had fallen halfway was stuck in midair. It did not fall. Oh no. There was a malfunction. The players' expressions changed when they saw this. It still malfunctioned. The power facilities in the entire federal camp were overloaded, and the failure rate was extremely high. It was already very lucky that they had not suffered any malfunction until now. A near-piercing alarm sounded from the horn. Warning. There is a power failure in the area bin 1923 bin 1982. Repairmen, please rush to the maintenance point for repair. Warning. Area bin 1923 bin 1982, please increase the number of members immediately. The other 2 federal teams that had came to provide support quickly rushed forward to provide support. However, it was a step too late. The Void Stalkers broke through the opening and forced their way into the federal camp. Perhaps, in another situation, it would be fine if the alloy metal gate that was stuck appeared in other areas. The 2 federal teams were enough to deal with this group of Void Stalkers for a short period of time before reinforcements and the subsequent maintenance teams arrived. But Feng Heng was present. The Void Stalkers' target was Feng Heng. The Federation team's few Meat Shield players were unable to hold the mutated beasts aggro. After the Void Stalkers came out of the hole, they immediately chased after Feng Heng's team. From the players' point of view, the Void Stalkers were invading the Federation's territory. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Big trouble. Feng Heng raised his eyebrows. The opportunity had come. He had seen the internal map of the Federation and had personally checked it last night. He was extremely familiar with the passages and structures within the Federation's inner region. In this situation, their team's current location was not far from the central teleportation point of the federal camp. Perhaps he could think of a way to lure these Void Stalkers into the Federation's teleportation point. I will go block them. In just a few seconds, Feng Heng quickly made a decision after weighing the pros and cons in his heart. He shouted and bent down to dash forward. Whoosh! Show! A large number of Void Stalkers sensed Feng Heng and rushed towards him. In the eyes of the Federation, the Void Stalkers were about to break into the federal camp. At this critical moment, Feng Heng stepped forward alone and used a taunt skill to lure all the Void Stalkers back. This was the first time many of the Federation soldiers had seen Feng Heng. They were shocked to see how ferocious he was, pulling hundreds of monsters with his own strength. Hurry up. Help him. Seeing this, veins bulged on Dormer's forehead as he shouted for his team to help. Feng Heng's body quickly emitted shields and various damage reduction support skills. At the same time, a dense number of Void Stalkers rushed over. Ding! The player has received laceration damage from the Void Stalker. Received 2,331 damage. The player has entered a bleeding state, 1710 disruption device. For a moment, Feng Heng's vision was filled with Void Stalkers. He forcefully waved the alloy metal rod in his hand and slowly moved back, relying on his senses to retreat to the teleportation point in the center of the camp. The federal team quickly responded by relying on Feng Heng's powerful taunting ability. They immediately divided into multiple teams to help Fang Heng to reduce the number of Void Stalkers. On the other hand, they quickly sent people to repair the faulty alloy metal gate. In just half a minute, Fang Heng's powerful taunt skill and damage resistance had convinced everyone. The aggro was too stable. The Void Stalkers were locked onto Fang Heng. Fang Heng had unknowingly become the central meat shield of all the teams in the Federation. Under his subtle guidance, the Void Stalkers that had broken into the camp were slowly approaching the Federation's central teleportation point. Damn it! It must be the Black Castle. In the central command center of the Federation, after learning that the Void Stalkers were invading the central teleportation point, Josh clenched his fists tightly and cursed. Their target was the teleportation passage. Moreover, he had just received news that a powerful commander-level mutated creature had appeared outside the eastern region of the camp. The mutated forms didn't attack. They just stayed outside the attack range of the federal camp and watched. Even so, Josh didn't dare to be careless. In order to prevent being attacked from both the front and the back, a group of people was forcibly sent to the east to guard the area when the situation inside the camp was already tight. He did not expect that just as he sent a group of people out, there would be a big problem internally. Send reinforcements over immediately. They must not be allowed to get close to the teleportation passage. Use whatever method. Do you understand? Yes, sir. On the other side, Fang Heng was still luring a large group of Void Stalkers towards the teleportation passage in the center of the camp. Along the way, more and more teams of players from the Federation joined in. Some came up to help Fang Heng share the load, while others tried to lure the Void Stalkers away. However, the effect was very mediocre. The soldiers of the Federation used all sorts of methods, but all of them were ineffective. Fang Heng only needed to stand there and he would be able to fully trigger the Void Stalkers. Some people tried to shout at Fang Heng, asking him to try to lure the Void Stalkers away from the danger zone. However, the scene was extremely chaotic. Fang Heng pretended not to know and put up a weak facade. He consciously retreated toward the central teleportation passage of the Federation. 8 minutes. After 8 minutes of delay, Fang Heng finally lured a large group of Void Stalkers to the central teleportation passage area of the camp. Under normal circumstances, outsiders who were not from the Federation would not be able to get close to the inner region. But in this situation, no one cared about this. A large number of Federation players who were waiting at the entrance immediately joined the battle and rushed forward to deal with the Void Stalkers. They were desperately trying to stop the Void Stalkers from entering the teleportation passage. Fang Heng narrowed his eyes. He knew that the monsters were almost all hooked, and he could find a way to escape. I am counting on you. Don't disappoint me. Fang Heng prayed in his heart as a silver grenade appeared in his hand. Item: half-mechanical mutated form mind transmission signal disruptor, effect, unknown. Whoosh! Fang Heng threw the silver grenade on the ground. Bang! The disruption device exploded upon impact. The dark purple lightning instantly spread outwards and enveloped a large area around Fang Heng. It only lasted for an instant. Under the influence of the disruption device, the Void Stalkers that were originally attacking Fang Heng seemed to be paralyzed, and their bodies froze at the same time. Game notifications flashed across Fang Heng's vision. Ding! The player has successfully used a half-mechanical mutated form mind transmission signal disruptor. Affected by the device, some half-mechanical modified creatures within range will enter a paralysis state for 8.25 seconds. Attack will break the paralysis state. Good. At least 8 seconds of paralysis. Fang Heng thought to himself, awesome. He seized the opportunity to quickly escape from the layers of Void Stalkers and ran towards the teleportation passage in the center of the camp. The Federation players didn't expect the Void Stalkers to suddenly stop. Then, they saw a human figure scuttling out from the group of mutated beasts. They are temporarily paralyzed. They will recover very soon. Be careful. When the 8 seconds were up, the Void Stalkers gradually recovered from their paralysis and entered battle mode again to fight with the Federation soldiers. Fang Heng took the opportunity to run into the inner area of the federal camp. He bypassed the teleportation passage device guarded by many soldiers and ran to the back. He sat down in the open space and panted heavily. Consecutively tanking damage and hooking monsters, as well as calculating the angle, Fang Heng's stamina consumption was also very high. The Federation players were mostly focused on the Void Stalkers. They had all seen Fang Heng exhibiting tremendous power during the battle. It was normal for a person to be drained of stamina after enduring the concentrated attacks of so many Void Stalkers for so long. No one suspected that there was something wrong with Fang Heng. Soon, the Void Stalkers recovered from their paralysis. Their aggro was still firmly locked on Fang Heng, and they attacked him crazily. The federal soldiers were even more convinced that the Void Stalkers' target was the spatial teleportation device. They gritted their teeth and blocked their path. Dormer found Fang Heng in the crowd and hurried over to him, asking, Fang Heng, how is it? Are you alright? Not too good. Feng Heng panted heavily as he replied. Dormer frowned and asked, can we continue fighting? Feng Heng looked at the battle situation in front of him again. When he had calmed down, he shook his head and said, I am afraid not. My innate ability has a limit. 10 minutes is my limit. I am afraid I won't be able to continue fighting for a long time. A troubled look appeared in Dormer's eyes as he patted Feng Heng's shoulder. He reassured, it's okay. You've already done very well. Rest well and leave the rest to us. Feng Heng nodded and watched as Dormer ran away in a hurry. He saw him running to an empty area on the right side of the spatial teleportation passage to communicate with a group of Federation officers. They looked a little anxious. Feng Heng had noticed earlier that some Federation soldiers were setting up something over there as if they were discussing tactics. Feng Heng decided not to meddle in this matter. He looked away again and looked at the Void Stalkers who were trying to rush into the teleportation device area not far away. Without him leading the charge to attract the firepower of the Void Stalkers as a meat shield, the Federal team was in an even more difficult situation. If he didn't come up with a countermeasure, the teleportation passage would most likely be destroyed. Feng Heng looked like he was watching the fire from afar. He even had the leisure to size up the central teleportation passage of the Federation. 1711 Sincerity. After a day of repair, the teleportation passage that had been destroyed last night had been mostly repaired. Its current level was restored to level 3. He estimated that it would be able to completely repaired in a few hours. Whoosh! Whoosh! From the corner of his eye, Feng Heng saw several red light beams flash past. Looking back, as the Void Stalkers got closer to the central teleportation passage area, they directly used light cannons to attack from afar. Feng Heng felt it. The Void Stalker's target was him. However, he was hiding behind the spatial teleportation passage. In addition, the Void Stalker's accuracy was not very good. A large portion of the attacks landed on the spatial teleportation passage. Buzz. A protective shield appeared outside the teleportation passage. Boom. Boom boom boom. More than a dozen light cannons bombarded the outer barrier, immediately setting off a series of explosions. The defensive barrier shook, and its overall durability decreased greatly. The soldiers of the Federation were scared half to death. From the Federation's perspective, the Void Stalkers had been charging toward the central teleportation passage of the Federal camp. They had even used long-range light beam weapons to bombard the teleportation passage, which was a rare sight. Their target was undoubtedly the teleportation passage. Who knew that the Void Stalker's aggro had been locked onto Feng Heng, who was behind the teleportation passage? The commander had already given the order to protect the teleportation passage. No matter how much it cost. But there were too many enemies. Even though the door that had malfunctioned previously had been repaired, they could not deal with the remaining 6,000 Void Stalkers in a short period. At this rate, they couldn't protect the teleportation passage. The Void Stalker horde was slowly approaching the teleportation passage despite the obstruction of the Federation soldiers. In addition, there were long-range light beam weapons firing at the central area from time to time. The energy value of the outer barrier of spatial teleportation passage steadily decreased. The players' hearts were in their throats. Feng Heng was watching the show from the side, but he felt a little conflicted. He hoped that the Void Stalkers could destroy the teleportation passage as soon as possible to buy him and the Black Castle some time. He also hoped that the Federation could help him get rid of the Void Stalkers as soon as possible. As he was pondering, Feng Heng sensed someone walking towards him. He could not help but look up to his right. A middle-aged man wearing the uniform of a high-ranking officer of the Federation walked up to him, surrounded by a group of Federation soldiers. Dormer followed behind the high-ranking officer. Feng Heng, I am the first lieutenant of the Federation, Middle. Middle looked serious and old-fashioned on the outside, but his tone was anxious and unquestionable. We have all witnessed your contribution to stopping the mutated beasts, but we need your assistance now. Feng Heng stood up with his tired body and said, Sir, it's not that I don't want to help, but my ability is already. Middle raised his hand and handed a bottle of medicine to Feng Heng. I know, here, this potion can help you. Feng Heng took a bottle of orange-red potion from Middle, and the description of the potion's attributes immediately appeared in his eyes. Ding! The player has obtained a special potion Evil Spirit's Blessing. Potion, Evil Spirit's Blessing. Description: after using the potion, the player will recover all health point and magic point, reset all skills cooldowns, except for a small number of special skills, and increase 100% spirit strength, lasts for 1 hour. Description: after using this potion, you will not be able to use any buffing potions for 8 hours. What a powerful potion effect. Seeing the game notification, Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat. Not only was his health point and mana fully restored, but even the cooldown time had been reset. Feng Heng suddenly thought of his ultimate move. Everlasting Moon. Coupled with the potion, He could even use his ultimate skill twice in a row. The Federation had such good stuff. The situation was urgent. Metal stared at Fang Heng and urged, "Fang Heng, time is of the essence. With it, can you continue fighting?" "Of course." Fang Heng's expression turned serious as he put the potion into his backpack. There was nothing wrong with him. The so-called bad condition was just an excuse to watch the show. Since the Federation was so sincere, then he would help them. Fang Heng asked seriously, "What do you think I should do?" "Yeah, do you see that?" Fang Heng looked at the area that Metal pointed at. The Federation players had already sprayed out a rough circle on the space on the right. "Use your skill to lure the Void Stalkers into that circle." Fang Heng carefully observed the circle on the ground with a diameter of 5 to 6 meters. He frowned and asked, "I just need to lure them over?" "Yes. Leave the rest to us. The alloy metal gate has been repaired. Now, we only need to clear out these 6,000 Void Stalkers and we will be able to fight for a chance to breathe." Metal couldn't help but speed up his speech and continued, "Fang Heng, I know this is very difficult. We have thought of all kinds of methods. Among us, only you can do this. Lure the Void Stalkers over, the more the better. Try to concentrate on the circular area on the ground. We have already focused the electromagnetic field of the energy device there. When the time comes, we will overload the space passage and destroy them in one fell swoop." Boom. Boom boom. As he spoke, several scorching long-range light cannons bombarded the barrier outside the spatial teleportation passage. The barrier outside the teleportation passage trembled violently when it was attacked. A soldier shouted from the side, "Sir." The energy level of the barrier had already fallen below the warning line. "We need to think of a way to stop them." Metal's face darkened as he urged, "Fang Heng, lure them over and start as soon as possible. We don't have time." While they were talking, the Federation team in front was forced back by the Void Stalkers for another 30 meters. They could not stop the Void Stalkers from approaching the teleportation passage. All they could do was waste ammunition and buy more time. "Good." Fang Heng nodded heavily, turned around, and dashed toward the Void Stalkers behind him. At the same time, he raised his head and pretended to pour the potion into his mouth. He was in good condition. There was no need to drink potions at all. He could save on this bottle of potion and it might be of great use in the future. The surrounding Void Stalkers sensed that Fang Heng had entered the attack range. They immediately rushed toward Fang Heng like they were pumped with adrenaline. The Federation players who were fighting against the mutated beasts suddenly felt their bodies relax. Looking again, a dense group of Void Stalkers surged towards Fang Heng. Wasn't this taunting ability too strong? "Hurry up. Help him." Metal stared at Fang Heng's movement route and shouted commands from the back of the team. 1712 Activating the soldiers immediately assisted Fang Heng by continuously casting all kinds of positive recovery skills on him and reducing the number of Void Stalkers from the side. At this moment, Fang Heng was already surrounded by a dense group of Void Stalkers. His line of sight was blocked the moment he rushed into the group of beasts. Fang Heng forcefully withstood the attacks and kept waving the alloy metal rod in his hand. Relying on his powerful perception skill, he forced his way towards the marked circle on the right side of the central teleportation passage step by step. 1 step. 2 steps. All the players' eyes were fixed on Fang Heng, their eyes filled with admiration. After experiencing the fierce battle with the Void Stalkers, the players were more aware of Fang Heng as the meat shield. 1 blast. Nearly 6,000 Void Stalkers. Fang Heng had actually withstood it. And the aggro was extremely stable. The Void Stalkers followed Fang Heng into the area designated by the Federation. Metal's eyes locked onto Fang Heng. When the Void Stalkers were lured into the circle, they were in. Now. Metal gave a loud command, "Activate the electromagnetic current." The few Federation soldiers on standby pulled the switch at the same time. Kai. Kai Kai. The 43 high-energy electromagnetic field activation barrier towers built around the central area of the camp were activated at the same time. Increase the power output to the maximum. The purple electric current kept flowing through the barrier towers and finally condensed into a purple lightning ball in the air. Buzz. Buzz. The ball of lightning kept hissing as it darted toward the center of Fang Heng's circle at an extremely fast speed. Whoosh. The purple lightning ball suddenly hovered above Fang Heng's head. Crack. The purple ball of lightning stopped and instantly expanded in all directions, forming a huge purple electromagnetic net above it. Buzz. Buzz. Instantly, under the influence of the electromagnetic network force field, the Void Stalkers below were covered in a layer of blue electric current that sizzled. Bang. Bang bang bang. The Void Stalkers' bodies were bursting with sparks. All the Void Stalkers were paralyzed after receiving huge damage numbers. Ding. The player has been affected by an unknown high-energy magnetic field. The player is not a mechanically modified creature. The player has not received any damage. Ding. In the current state, some items in the player's backpack cannot be used. Bang. The purple ball of lightning hovered above Fang Heng's head for a full 3 seconds before exploding with a loud bang. All the Void Stalkers in the circle were also affected by the explosive force field and were sent flying in all directions. Fang Heng also felt a huge force surging toward him, and he was sent flying. Ding. The player received 28,733 points of electromagnetic force field explosion damage. The player has been sent flying. Ding. Player has been electrocuted. At the same time, the 43 high-energy electromagnetic field activation barrier towers that were being overturned in the entire Federation dimmed simultaneously. They were all completely destroyed due to overload. The Federation had paid a huge price to protect the space passage. Hurry! The Void Stalkers that had been sent flying in all directions had suffered great damage. Most of them fell to the ground with less than half of their health point left, and they were even paralyzed for a period of time. The Federation players immediately swarmed forward and killed all the paralyzed Void Stalkers. Bang! Fang Heng quickly adjusted himself as he flew out, and his back hit the ground heavily. Immediately, 2 or 3 players surrounded him and cast a healing spell on Fang Heng's head. A soldier quickly checked Fang Heng's condition and reported loudly, "Sir, we have checked. Fang Heng is fine." Fang Heng stood up with the help of 2 players, panting heavily. The feeling of being hunted down by thousands of Void Stalkers was really unpleasant. Looking up, other than the remaining 20 to 30 Void Stalkers that were relatively far away from the previous explosion, the rest of the Void Stalkers had been crippled by the electromagnetic explosion and lost their ability to fight. The soldiers of the Federation had been through hundreds of battles and quickly completed the last round of harvest with a huge advantage. Soon, as the last Void Stalker fell, the entire camp fell into silence again. Only the heavy panting of the players could be heard. Fang Heng looked at the spatial teleportation passage in the center of the camp. The barrier outside the passageway began to absorb energy to recharge and recover its energy. As for the dozen or so high-energy electromagnetic field activation barrier towers built around the passage, they were completely damaged and could not function. They were still emitting wisps of smoke. He didn't expect the high-energy electromagnetic field to activate the barrier tower in such a way. Fang Heng pondered in his heart and could not help but look up at the sky again. Unknowingly, the sky had already turned completely dark. Dormer came to Fang Heng's side, patted his shoulder, and asked, "How is it? Fang Heng? Are you alright? Can you hold on any longer?" Fang Heng waved his hand and smiled bitterly. He replied, "I can't do it anymore. I am completely out of combat power now." He knew that there were too many pairs of eyes staring at him. If this dragged on any longer, it would be easy for others to notice that something was wrong. It was better to be safe. He had to think of a way to leave. Good. We've dealt with 2/3 of the Void Stalkers that invaded the camp. The remaining threats aren't that big. We can deal with the rest. I will get someone to bring you back to the rest area. Yes, thank you. Fang Heng did not want to stay any longer. Under the lead of a soldier, he headed to the campsite where the Federation had settled the player. When Fang Heng arrived at the rest area, he realized that the rest area was also in chaos. He could not see Lu Yanlong at all. Fortunately, Lu Yanlong had set up spies here. The players of Starfish Company discovered Fang Heng and brought him to a corner at the edge of the rest area to meet up with Lu Yanlong. Lu Yanlong heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Fang Heng return safely. He had been panicking ever since he parted ways with Fang Heng. He was most worried that Fang Heng would leave with the Federation and his identity would be exposed. "Mr. Fang, we've been looking for you everywhere." "No worried. I am very good." "Oh right, I still need your help." Fang Heng whispered something into Lu Yanlong's ear. Lu Yanlong nodded and replied, "No problem. It's a small matter. Leave it to me. This is the log-off area provided by the Federation. Mr. Fang, you can log off here. Our people will watch over you 24/7. "Yes, okay. Sorry to trouble you." Fang Heng did not delay. He nodded and took out a sleeping bag from his backpack. Go offline. At the federal camp, after more than 2 hours of fierce battle, the tens of thousands of Void Stalkers that Fang Heng had lured over had been mostly cleared out by the Federation through various means. Even though there was still a large portion of Void Stalkers that were blocked outside the camp by the metal alloy defense, it would not be a problem for the Federation to eliminate them completely. After Fang Heng went offline, the Void Stalkers that were chasing after the rest area suddenly lost their direction. They were all stunned for half a second. Then, the Void Stalkers launched an attack on the Federation outpost. 1713 Hurrying to class when Fang Heng went offline, it was already night time. After resting in the dormitory for a while, Fang Heng soon received news from Starfish Company on his phone. "Mr. Fang, everything is going well. After you left, the Void Stalker lost its target. The Federation shouldn't suspect anything, That was good. Feng Heng was relieved after seeing the message. He was a little worried that the Void Stalkers would continue to attack him after he went offline. Now, it seemed that his worries were unfounded. It would probably take some time for the Federation to deal with the remaining Void Stalkers. Just in time to attend a class. He had been attending classes every day recently, so he was not used to missing 2 days of class. Feng Heng quickly flipped through the class schedule, took the spatial science textbook, and rushed to the building for class. When Feng Heng arrived at the classroom, the class had already started for half an hour. The lecturer, Hueco, did not care about Feng Heng, who came in late through the back door. He continued to teach according to his rhythm. The good thing about adult universities was that the teachers never take attendance in class. Learning was all about self-awareness. Feng Heng was still sitting at the back, and he quickly calmed down and entered the learning state. Today's spatial science class was about secondary space projection. Mr. Hueco's explanation was different from Lu Yanlong's. He focused more on the basic principles, research direction, and practical application. In terms of explanation, Feng Heng felt that teacher Hueco had an advantage. Feng Heng finally understood how dangerous it was to move in the secondary space projection. Feng Heng couldn't help but ponder. He had been in class all this time, and after supplementing his fundamentals, his spatial science skill experience points had increased very quickly. In addition, from time to time, he would control his zombie clones to enter the secondary space projection to kill themselves and gain experience. Compared to ordinary players, his spatial science cultivation progress had increased by leaps and bounds. He was currently upgraded to intermediate level 18. His spatial science talent had also improved by leaps and bounds. It had already reached 205. His evaluation had already reached the genius level. Stay calm and don't be reckless. Let's farm a little longer. It was better to be more stable and wait until his skill reached master level spatial science before thinking about entering the secondary space projection. At that time, he should be able to move within the secondary space projection. It didn't have to be too long. He should be able to maintain it for a few seconds. Moreover, it could also increase his life preservation ability. Feng Heng frowned again. Speaking of which, if he could walk in the secondary space projection, would he be able to directly pass through the door at the bottom of the mausoleum and enter from the back? It didn't seem to work. The spawns had advanced spatial transmission technology. Theoretically, they had a deep understanding of space and should have set up a space defense barrier. However, in theory, once a spatial barrier was set up, the path of the secondary space projection would also be sealed. As he was thinking, the lecturer, Hueco, closed the book in his hand. Students, today's class will end here. Oh right, I have 2 spatial science research projects on hand, one of which is related to the development and application of secondary space projection. If any students are interested, you can come to me after class to sign up. A research project. Feng Heng was stunned. What was that? Teacher Hueco probably saw the confusion on Feng Heng's face and explained with a smile, perhaps some of the new students don't know. If you participate in related research projects, it would look good on your resume. It will also be very helpful for you to find a job or get promoted. In addition, the school will also give some financial subsidies to the research team members. If you do well, you can stay in school and be a teacher in the future. Of course, if you want to join my research group, you have to pass some simple assessments. Alright, class is over. Feng Heng immediately understood after listening to Hueco's explanation. He wasn't very interested. It was a scientific research project related to spatial science in the real world. Participating in projects usually requires a lot of time and energy. Feng Heng did not make plans for this. He might as well spend more time studying other subjects. Oh right. A scientific research project. Feng Heng was packing up his books when he suddenly thought of Tongjia. Tongjia's research project. Could it be related to the special compound that triggered the original devouring body reaction? If he could join Tongjia's research team. Feng Heng quickly typed a message and sent it to Tongjia. He could use the excuse that he needed work experience to ask Tongjia if she needed someone to intern in the laboratory. Perhaps he could find a way to get some synthetics. After sending the message, Feng Heng waited in his seat for a while. Tongjia did not reply for a while. That's right. The class lasted for a full 2 hours. It was almost midnight now. Tongjia might have already fallen asleep. Feng Heng shrugged and turned off his phone. He was about to rush to the next natural science class when his phone vibrated again. It's here? He turned on his phone and saw that the message was not from Tongjia, but a contact from Starfish Company. Mr. Feng, I have something to do online. If it's convenient, please log in as soon as possible. Forget it. Let's deal with the game world first. Feng Heng frowned and gave up on attending another natural science class. He rushed back to the dormitory and logged into the game again. He returned to the game world. Lu Yanlong had just finished communicating with the person in charge of the Federation Commission office and was still in a state of confusion. After Feng Heng went offline, the Void Stalkers that invaded the Federation became normal. The Federation spent more than half an hour to eliminate the Void Stalkers. After that, the Central Federation quickly contacted Starfish Company and agreed to exchange a batch of high-energy electromagnetic field activation barrier towers for them. They were also prepared to commend Starfish Company after the construction of the camp was completed to thank them for their outstanding performance in the mission of guarding the federal camp. Outstanding performance? What was going on? What did Feng Heng do? Lu Yanlong felt that it was strange, so he asked a few more questions. After a detailed chat, Lu Yanlong found out that it was Feng Heng who had saved the Federation at the last moment and helped the Federation kill a large number of Void Stalkers, protecting the Federation's central teleportation passage from being destroyed. Otherwise, the teleportation passage that had been rebuilt with great difficulty would be destroyed again. The Federation's mentality was about to explode. Lu Yanlong was completely dumbfounded after hearing that. At first, when he heard the news that the Federation's central teleportation passage was almost destroyed in this attack, he felt that it was a pity. Just a little bit more. However, after listening to the Federation's version, what did that mean? In the end, it was Feng Heng who helped to guard the teleportation passage? After going back and forth for half a day? What was Mr. Feng after? Lu Yanlong walked back in a daze. When he raised his head, he happened to see Feng Heng leaving the rest area. He quickly stretched out his hand and called out, "Mr. Feng. I am here." 1714 Evidence Feng Heng had just left the resting area of the federal camp. He raised his head and saw Lu Yanlong walking towards him. He waved at him. After logging in, Feng Heng had an additional game points certificate in his backpack. Feng Heng flipped through the game log. Ding. The player has completed the commission to defend the federal camp. Ding. The player has obtained a points certificate. Item. Special points certificate 218,723 points. Description. The game provides a points certificate to prove your outstanding performance in the mission. Description. Certificate number 219,831. The player can use this certificate to exchange for rewards from the Federation. So many. Lu Yanlong was shocked when he saw Feng Heng's points certificate. Starfish Company had previously received an additional reward of 500,000 points from the Central Federation, plus the 210,000 points that Feng Heng currently had. It added up to 700,000 points. Lu Yanlong looked at Feng Heng and thought to himself, "You made such a great contribution to the Federation's protective camp?" Feng Heng patted Lu Yanlong's shoulder and said, "Come, let's go to the Commission Exchange Office." After a wave of attacks from the Void Stalkers, the federal camp was in the midst of restoration work. People were coming and going. Feng Heng followed Lu Yanlong to the Commission Office. "Hello, your identity has been recognized." The clerk at the Commission Office checked the information of Starfish Company and the remaining points. He raised his head and asked, "Starfish Company's exchange rights have been approved. You already have the right to exchange for the high-energy electromagnetic field activation barrier tower. It will take some time for the barrier tower to be transported over. Are you sure you want to exchange now? There's no need to go through so much trouble." Lu Yanlong waved his hand and said, "Just send the barrier tower to the mid-level game world, Floating Dust. We have been cooperating with your Federation in that world. We will be responsible for the subsequent transfer of resources. I hope that the sooner the better. We need it very urgently." "Alright, we will handle it urgently for you. Within 3 hours, 7 high-energy electromagnetic field activation barrier towers will be sent to the Floating Dust world. After that, please collect the goods yourself. Please don't forget to check them." "Thank you." Lu Yanlong finished filling in the form and registered. While the cashier was registering, he explained to Feng Heng in a low voice, "Feng Heng, the efficiency of using the Federation's transportation passage is too slow. Our Starfish Company also has our own transportation passage, which is faster and won't arouse the Federation's suspicion. When the time comes, I will send the barrier tower over through the zombie apocalypse teleportation passage. Alright, I will have to trouble you to keep an eye on this place. When the barrier towers arrive, bring it directly to the lakeside. I need them urgently, no problem. Leave this to me." "Yes." Feng Heng nodded. Lu Yanlong had to deal with the transportation of all kinds of supplies, so he had to stay in the federal camp for the time being. As for him, Feng Heng looked up at the dark night sky. He wondered what was going on in Black Castle. He didn't care. Anyway, with such a delay, he didn't have the mood to go offline to rush for the next natural science class. He decided that he would not go offline. Instead, he would head back to the mausoleum to check on the situation first. In the worst-case scenario, he could just attack the energy barrier on the island's outer layer and farm mutant crystals for a while longer. After discussing a few details with Liu Yanglong, Feng Heng left. The federal camp was open to the public again after successfully surviving the crisis. Feng Heng's departure did not attract much attention. At this moment, Black Castle could no longer sit still. They learned about the general situation within the Federation through certain channels. The Federation had paid a huge price to stop the Void Stalkers. Although the camp's teleportation passage did not suffer any substantial damage, the repair work was interrupted. They estimated that it would take some time for it to upgrade to level 5. This was not the most troublesome thing for Black Castle. It had been a full 90 hours since they received news of the missing party. This meant that the team was most likely in big trouble. The players who had entered the advanced game world all understood. Sometimes, death was not the worst news. After all, once a player died, there were various special ways to revive him. At least there was still hope. But this kind of silent disappearance was the most terrifying. The attack on the federal camp tonight had once again failed. In fact, they did not have much hope for tonight's attack. However, the appearance of the Void Stalkers made their mood go on a roller coaster ride. Let's invite Olga over to take a look. She might find something. We don't have time. Yes, this is the best solution now. We will be responsible for inviting Olga. As for Feng Heng, Fauna nodded and said, I will communicate with Feng Heng. With my contact with Feng Heng, he's not a difficult person to communicate with. Alright, everyone, let's move. It's estimated that the Federation's teleportation passage upgrade to level 5 would be 24 hours later. At that time, the Federation would connect the teleportation passage to another advanced game world. Every minute before that is extremely precious to us. We must rescue our leader within 24 hours. Understood. Fauna's expression was solemn. In fact, the whole story she told Feng Heng was not a lie at all. But there was one thing that she had intentionally left out from her narration. The leader of the trap team was not an ordinary person. She was the leader of their party and was chosen by the previous leader before his death. Charlene. That was why the Black Castle was doing everything it could to save the trapped party. Feng Heng didn't know that the situation in the Black Castle was a life-and-death crisis. After returning to the edge of the lake, Feng Heng descended from the sky and returned to his human form. Who is it? Two masked players from the Black Castle noticed that someone was approaching. They quickly approached to investigate and at the same time issued a warning. World Lord Feng Heng. When the players approached and realized that it was Feng Heng, they lowered their guard and nodded at Feng Heng in unison. The special interference tower that destroyed the barrier outside the island was still left at the edge of the lake. Before the retreat, the Black Castle left 2 players to guard the place. Feng Heng nodded and asked, yes. How's the interference tower? Due to the influence of the Void Stalkers, the interference tower was partially damaged. It has been repaired. No one has approached it while you were away. Alright. Feng Heng once again shifted his gaze to the lone island that was enveloped by the dark red shield. He had been thinking since he came here. Was there a possibility? Was it just an accident that he had triggered the aggro of a large number of Void Stalkers? The possibility didn't seem high. No matter what, he had already pulled a large group of Void Stalkers out of the mausoleum area. Would there be fewer Void Stalkers left in the mausoleum? How about? He would go in and take a look? Try again? Feng Heng's heart itched. He felt that the second guess was more reliable. Let's go in and try again. The 2 players from the Black Castle saw Feng Heng's thoughtful expression and stood quietly at the side without disturbing him. 17-15 again? After a while, Feng Heng turned to the 2 players and asked, can the interference device be activated now? Now. Do you want to go in alone? The 2 of them looked at Feng Heng in surprise. After getting an answer from Feng Heng's face, one of the players nodded and said, sure, World Lord Feng Heng, please take a few steps back. We can activate the interference tower for you now. Let's begin. The 2 of them immediately prepared to activate the interference tower. Before Fauna left, she told them that no matter what Feng Heng suggested, as long as it didn't violate the bottom line of the Black Castle, they would do as Feng Heng said. Since that was the case, they would just have to follow instructions. 2 minutes later, the interference device was activated again. A light blue light appeared. Ripples appeared on the red barrier outside the island again, and it was gradually melted by the blue light. Feng Heng said, I will go in and take a look. All of you be careful and be prepared to evacuate at any time. Hearing Feng Heng's words, the 2 players from the Black Castle had a bad feeling. Feng Heng turned around and entered the mausoleum area again. It was the same as during the day. 3 obelisks stood in a triangular shape outside the mausoleum. There was a pitch-black hole in the middle of the mausoleum. Feng Heng turned on his flashlight and slowly explored the stone steps. He passed through a long passage and entered the cave. Clack. In the extremely quiet cave, Feng Heng's footsteps became unusually clear. He could not help but stop in his tracks. He narrowed his eyes and surveyed the entire cave. He felt it. The eyes hidden in the cave were staring at him. The number seemed to be less than during the day? Probably. Feng Heng was not sure. He once again shifted his gaze to the door in the depths of the cave. That's right. It was that door. The door was engraved with a stone chain that locked it. During the day, when he tried to get close to the door, a large number of void stalkers seemed to have been greatly stimulated and popped out of the wall. After that, it was a desperate pursuit. They even chased him to the federal camp. Feng Heng carefully observed the surroundings of the entrance. Other than the door, there were only cold rock walls around. He did not pay attention to anything else. Feng Heng pondered and walked towards a hidden void stalker. He had only taken a few steps when the void stalker immediately used its special spatial ability to burrow into the rock wall and completely disappeared from his perception. It was different from during the day. The void stalker did not take the initiative to attack. So, it was because I triggered some kind of special mechanism that triggered it. Feng Heng muttered to himself, feeling more and more puzzled. But why didn't this happen when others touched the stone door in the past? Why did it have to be him? As Feng Heng thought about it, he slowly walked toward the stone door again. He felt it. As he approached the stone door, more and more void stalkers appeared from the stone wall in the darkness. Many pairs of eyes were staring at him. Pa! Feng Heng took another step forward. Just as he lifted his foot and moved forward, the void stalkers in the cave were once again greatly stimulated. White specks of spatial element light appeared on the rock wall. Damn it! They were triggered again. Run! Feng Heng immediately retracted his leg that was stretched out halfway. Without looking back, he fled out of the cave. In the next second, the first batch of void stalkers emerged from the rock wall and quickly chased after Feng Heng. Following that, more and more void stalkers were still slowly escaping from the rocks by relying on their spatial abilities. Outside, the two players looked in the direction of the island. Ever since Feng Heng entered, the two of them felt their hearts hanging in the air. They had a bad feeling. Not long after, they saw Feng Heng running out of the island. At the same time, Feng Heng shouted, "Be careful. They are here. Retreat first." They? When the two of them heard this, their hearts skipped a beat. Could it be? Following that, they saw a large group of void stalkers chasing after Feng Heng. Run! The two players turned and ran. Feng Heng had learned his lesson this time. He had prepared a group of lickers to block the entrance of the cave. After leaving the island, he quickly switched to vampire mode and flew high into the sky. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! The void stalkers behind him immediately used long-range beam weapons to try and shoot Feng Heng down from the sky. However, the effect was not good. In his bat form, Feng Heng's body was very small, and he could easily dodge the beam attacks. In addition, the distance was too far, and the void stalkers' attacks were not very accurate. After Feng Heng left the beam attacks range, he immediately flew high into the sky, bringing the void stalkers to the other direction of the interference tower, trying to lure the void stalkers away. The void stalkers were not interested in the interference tower and chased after Feng Heng. Feng Heng flew at high altitude for more than 10 minutes before slowly flying down to observe the situation behind him. As expected, his guess was most likely correct. The number of void stalkers in the cave was limited. This time, it was different from during the day. The number of void stalkers that were drawn out was about a quarter less. Of course, Feng Heng already had a plan to deal with this wave of void stalkers. What else could he do? Anyway, he couldn't handle it alone. Moreover, these void stalkers did not drop anything after killing them. He would directly hand them over to the Federation. Anyway, someone was going to take the blame. Feng Heng did not panic at all. Maintaining his bat form, he accelerated all the way toward the federal camp. At the federal camp, Commander Josh had just gathered all the team leaders to complete today's post-battle review. The battle with the void stalkers was a huge drain on both his energy and stamina. Josh watched as the team leaders left the conference room one by one. He sat in his seat and rubbed his temples. He felt a deep sense of exhaustion, but he still persisted. He guessed that the attack from the void stalkers tonight was the final trump card of the Black Castle. They defended it. In another 24 hours, when the second passage of the advanced game world opened, at least 50 high-level elite players would join the game. With their combat strength joining in, his mission could be considered to have been successfully completed. There were still 24 hours left. Get through it. Josh forced himself to be alert. He arranged the rest of the staff and the duty list for tonight, then got up and left the conference room to inspect the warehouse again. Just as he walked out of the room, he bumped into a Federation player who was rushing over. Josh frowned and questioned, "What's going on? Why do you seem so impatient?" "I am sorry, sir." The Federal soldier was knocked back a few steps before he managed to regain his footing. He raised his head and saw that it was the commander, so he hurriedly bowed. Sir. We have just received news from Outpost Number 6 that the Obsidian Company was preparing to carry out a reconstruction mission at Outpost Number 6. They discovered traces of a large number of Void Stalkers in the distance and immediately retreated. The Void Stalkers are surging toward the camp and are expected to arrive in 10 minutes. 1716 hiding for a while, what the hell? Josh's expression changed when he heard the news. Void Stalkers? Didn't they just end a wave of fighting those beasts? Again? Josh was still barely able to keep his composure, but the two assistants beside him suddenly felt as if their vision had gone black. Another wave? Could they still hold on? Josh said in a low voice, "Give the order. The camp has entered level 1 state of alert. All personnel on standby, stop resting and go online immediately." At this moment, Lu Yanlong was still in the federal camp to discuss the transportation of goods. Out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly saw a figure appear behind him and looked behind him warily. Seeing that it was Feng Heng, Lu Yanlong relaxed and asked, "Mr. Feng? You're back?" "I am here. I just went back for a walk and came to lay low." "Huh? Lay low?" What did he mean? Lu Yanlong's eyes revealed a hint of doubt. For a moment, he didn't quite understand what Feng Heng meant. Feng Heng replied casually. He looked up at the commission information issued by the Federation Commission Office and asked, "How about the barrier tower? Did the Federation make things difficult for us?" "No. This time, it was through the Central Federation's channels. Everything went smoothly." Lu Yanlong was just about to ask Feng Heng about the matter of laying low. Just as he opened his mouth, the alarm sounded again from the loudspeaker inside the camp. "Warning, the camp has entered level 1 alert mode. Warning. A large number of mutated forms have been detected rapidly approaching from the west side of the camp. They are expected to reach the periphery of the west side of the camp in 10 minutes. All soldiers, please enter level 1. What was going on? Alarm? Level 1 alert mode? This alarm sounded a little familiar. Lu Yanlong was stunned for a moment when he heard the ear-piercing alarm. He could not help but turn his head to look at Feng Heng. "Mr. Feng, could this alarm be SHH?" Feng Heng made a hand gesture to keep quiet, then turned his head to indicate the entrance of the commission office. The captain of the Federation team, Dormer, who had worked with them before, was passing by with his soldiers. When he saw Feng Heng, he waved his hand to signal the team to leave first. Then, he walked over to them alone. "Feng Heng, how is your recovery? Are you alright?" "Not bad. That's good. We just received news that another batch of Void Stalkers has attacked the camp. This time, the scale isn't as large as the last time, but you should know that the camp has just suffered a huge threat. Many facilities haven't been repaired yet, and the camp's defense has been greatly reduced." Dormer quickly introduced the current situation and immediately extended an invitation to Feng Heng and said, "I heard that the people from Starfish Company are here, so I came to look for you. Our team is short of manpower. Would you consider joining our team? Just like before, we are willing to give you extra points. Help the Federation guard the camp." When Feng Heng heard this, he was immediately tempted. It seemed pretty good. He had planned to go offline to attend a lesson and check on the situation when he came back. After hearing what Dormer said, it seemed like it wasn't a bad idea to farm points with the Federation team. Dormer was a member of the Central Federation's team. Their credibility was much better than that of the Western District Federation. Moreover, he was quite short of points. Whether it was to purchase the high-energy electromagnetic field activation barrier tower or the mutant crystallization assembly device, both required Federation points. He might even be able to get Dormer's help to get back the mutant crystallization assembly device that the Federation had cheated him off last time. "Alright, I will go with you all." Feng Heng nodded at Lu Yanlong. Lu Yanlong watched as Feng Heng hurriedly left with Dormer. He could not help but open his mouth and fall into silence. Soon, as the Void Stalkers chased Feng Heng and entered the periphery of the federal camp, the entire Federation entered a state of battle again. After the previous battle, the players went offline one after another. Some of them had even just crawled into their beds and were ready to sleep. They had no choice but to receive an emergency report and were urged to go online. They hurriedly prepared for the battle. The morale of the team was greatly affected. Feng Heng mixed in with Dormer's team and once again tanked the monsters to fight for his teammates. This time, the entire Federation clearly had more experience dealing with the Void Stalkers. Despite the frequent incidents, they were all resolved by Commander Josh's ingenious response. He went back and forth for nearly 2 hours. The Void Stalkers that attacked the camp were wiped out once again. The already dilapidated federal camp was once again attacked, adding insult to injury. Commander Josh immediately issued a commission to the outside world. The reward was doubled, and he urgently recruited external mechanical engineer players to enter the camp to repair the damaged alloy metal defense facilities. The 2 consecutive attacks on the camp tonight gave Josh an extremely bad feeling. There might be a third or even fourth wave of attacks from the Void Stalkers. In addition, due to the continuous attacks of the Void Stalkers, the teleportation passage in the center of the camp was not destroyed, but the pace of construction was interrupted. The estimated completion time of the level 5 upgrade had to be pushed back again. Lu Yanlong stayed in the rest area of the camp and did not leave. When the commotion outside stopped, he quickly came out to look for Feng Heng. Soon, he saw Feng Heng and Dormer coming back together, chatting and laughing. There's actually such a thing? Feng Heng, don't worry. I will help you ask around later. Under normal circumstances, the Federation will seal off some suspicious goods. I will report to the commander and put pressure on the Western District's Federation commander. Then I will have to trouble you. We need the mutant crystallization assembly device to upgrade. It's not a problem to keep being detained. No problem. I will report this to the higher-ups. After killing a wave of monsters, including the additional points that Dormer had promised as compensation, Feng Heng earned more than 200,000 Federation commission points. Feng Heng and Lu Yanlong had a quick discussion. Lu Yanlong would continue to exchange the points he had earned for the high-energy electromagnetic field activation barrier tower in the name of Starfish Company. He then returned to the lakeside mausoleum area. This time, when Feng Heng returned to the lakeside area, Fauna and the other 20 or so players of the Black Castle had been waiting for a long time. Feng Heng returned to his human form. So many people came at once? Why did they make such a big fuss? Feng Heng was puzzled. He waved at Fauna and the others, walked up, and asked, "Are you all waiting for me? Did you find anything special?" Fauna and the others looked at each other. Actually, they wanted to know Feng Heng's plan. According to the plan, they had spent a lot of money to escort the special game character Olga into the current game world. They wanted to start with the alien spawns to crack the entrance below the mausoleum passage. Black Castle was already using their fastest speed. However, when they arrived, they learned from their companions that Feng Heng had arrived earlier than them. Not long ago, he had even lured another batch of Void Stalkers away. 1717 spawns looking at the direction, they were lured to the federal camp again. Thus, Fauna and the others fell silent again. It was no wonder that he had heard the offline team mention that the federal camp had been lively again not long ago. It seemed that they had encountered great trouble again. So it was Feng Heng's doing again. Fauna sorted out her thoughts, took half a step forward, and explained, "World Lord Feng Heng, we have lost contact with the trap team for over 90 hours. The situation is very critical." "Yes, it's indeed not good." Feng Heng shrugged. He had tried his best. There was no particularly good solution at the moment. "We tried our best to convince the spawns and brought her here, hoping that she could help us open the entrance to the mausoleum below." Feng Heng's eyes lit up. Black Castle had already found the spawns? And they were still alive? Dodd's team studied the writings of spawns for most of the day before they were able to decipher most of them. If they could find surviving spawns, why would they bother? Fauna stepped back and gestured to the young girl who was protected by the players. Feng Heng looked at the girl. This was the first time he had seen spawns. The appearance of spawns and humans was at least 90% similar. The most obvious difference was that spawns had white hair and paler skin. The spawn girl had been hiding beside a player from the Black Castle, watching Feng Heng carefully. Her name is Olga. She's one of the spawns who was left behind. She was separated from her clansmen since she was young. We received a mission to find her family. Some of the mission lines we came into contact with are related to her. As for whether she can open the door to the passage, there's no guarantee. Fauna explained to Feng Heng. If the situation wasn't so bad, we wouldn't have taken the risk to bring her here. Feng Heng curiously observed Olga and asked, "I heard that the eyes of spawns are white?" He had heard from Dodd that the appearance of spawns was similar to that of humans. Other than the difference in hair color, their pupils were also white, and the pupils occupied the entire eye. It was said that this was related to their innate psychic abilities. Once the color of the spawn's eyes changed, it meant that their abilities had also changed. Yes, the spawn's pupils are white. Because it's too conspicuous, we disguised her and put on cosmetic contact lenses. In addition, the spawn's bodies are relatively weak. They're not suitable to survive in the world. Here, their various attributes and abilities will be reduced. Also, under emotional situations, the blue blood vessels under the spawn's skin will be revealed. Fauna briefly introduced Olga's situation and continued to ask, "World Lord Feng Heng, I heard that you went down to explore the mausoleum again?" "Yes." Feng Heng nodded and shifted his gaze to the isolated island not far away. He said, "I tried to enter the mausoleum again, and it was the same as before. When I was about to enter the cave, there was no abnormality. As soon as I approached the door, the Void Stalkers were triggered and attacked me." As Feng Heng was speaking, the spawn girl Olga tugged at the corner of a Black Castle member's shirt. Player Santis nodded, formed a hand seal in front of him, and closed his eyes. Fauna whispered into Fang Heng's ear, Santos is a player who directly participated in Olga's mission. He is extremely talented in psychics. I forgot to mention that spawns also communicate with each other through their minds. We can't understand their special language. Currently, only Santos in the entire Black Castle can simulate the use of psychics to communicate with Olga. The telepathic communication lasted for a moment. Santos opened his eyes again and looked at Fang Heng with a strange look in his eyes. Fang Heng asked suspiciously, "What did she say? Is it related to me?" "World Lord Fang Heng, Olga told me that she sensed something in you that made her very uncomfortable." Fang Heng frowned as he listened. "Something about him? Uncomfortable? Speaking of his body. Could it be the demonic seed? Could it be that the demonic seed was also related to spawns?" The other players from the Black Castle also looked at Fang Heng with doubts in their eyes. Olga doesn't know what it is exactly. She was adopted by her grandmother when she was young, and she learned a lot about spawns from her grandmother. Ever since her grandmother died, she hasn't met any of her family members. Santos shook his head and said, "Olga is a spawn after all. She has a strong sense of her own kind. Her sense of you is probably correct." Fauna asked, "Is it possible that the Void Stalkers under the mausoleum sensed Fang Heng's aura and chased after him?" Everyone looked at each other again. No one could give an answer. "Alright, let's not bother about this. It's a waste of time. Why don't we go in and take a look under the mausoleum?" "Alright." Everyone discussed for a while and activated the interference tower again to open the passage barrier outside the island. With Fauna leading the team, Fang Heng followed at the back of the team and once again entered the mausoleum through the entrance to explore. Just as they were about to enter the cave, Olga stopped and pulled Santos's clothes. Santos signaled for the team to stop again. He then used his psychic power to communicate with Olga. He raised his head and said, "World Lord Fang Heng, Olga hopes that you can stay at the entrance of the cave for the time being. She feels that the things on you will arouse greater hostility from the mausoleum guardians." Fang Heng opened his mouth. So there really was something about him? And it had an effect on the Void Stalkers? What could it be? Was it really the demonic seed? Fang Heng nodded with a serious expression. He stopped in place and said, "Alright, I understand. I will stay outside for the time being." The party from the Black Castle entered the cave. Olga had been carefully following Santos. It was only then that she walked out of the group and stood in front of the closed door in front of the rock wall. Whoosh, whoosh whoosh. Olga raised her hand. Her white hair floated in the air due to the activation of her spiritual power. Blue veins appeared on her pale face. Moments later, she stopped. Fauna asked, "How is it?" Santos communicated with Olga and said, "Olga just checked the entrance to the passage. She confirmed that this is the entrance to the depths of the mausoleum left behind by the spawns. The spawns have set up a restriction at the entrance. No matter who enters, it will be considered blasphemy. She doesn't think that we can find a way to return to the spawns in the mausoleum." Fauna said in a deep voice, "Ask her if she knows what's inside the mausoleum. Tell her that we have to go in. Our friends are trapped in the mausoleum. She wants to find her people, and we want to find our friends. I hope she can understand." 1718 Catch Up. Santos nodded and closed his eyes again to use psychic communication. This time, the communication time was longer. Opening his eyes again, Santos said, "Olga believes that only the remains of the warriors of the spawns are stored in the depths of the mausoleum. She has agreed to help us force our way through the gate, but doing so will provoke the guardian of the mausoleum. She needs to continue casting for at least 10 minutes. During this process, we need to ensure her safety and not interrupt her. Resist so many Void Stalkers in the cave for 10 minutes? It was too difficult." Everyone fell silent again. With their current abilities, they simply couldn't do it. Fang Heng stood at the entrance of the cave. This place allowed him to have a panoramic view of the cave. He could even hear the conversation between Fauna and the others. Hearing this, he couldn't help but rub his chin and suggest, "Everyone, perhaps I have an idea." Everyone turned to look at Fang Heng, who was at the entrance of the cave. "The Void Stalkers hate me very much. Perhaps I can try to lure them out and deal with them." Fang Heng thought about perfecting the plan and continued to add, "I just tried it out. The number of Void Stalkers that I lured during the second wave has decreased. In theory, after attracting more than 10 times in a row, the number of Void Stalkers will decrease greatly. At that time, when the number of Void Stalkers is less than a certain number, we will attack and break the stone door." The players of the Black Castle looked at each other. Forcefully kill all the monsters? There was such a method? However, after thinking about it carefully, this seemed to be the only method they could use. Fang Heng shrugged and said, "The risk isn't high. We can give it a try. It doesn't matter even if we fail." Hearing Fang Heng's words, everyone nodded. That was the logic. It was better than wasting time here. Fauna was a little worried. She looked at Feng Heng and asked, "World Lord Feng Heng, are you sure you can do it? Isn't it too dangerous?" "It's fine. It's not dangerous." Feng Heng waved his hand sincerely and continued, "In any case, the Federation will help us out if anything happens." In the federal camp, Lu Yanlong had been staying at the Federation Commission office. Boss Feng Heng was indeed quite capable. After they parted ways with Feng Heng, some Federation workers found Starfish Company and brought them to deal with the mutant crystallization assembly device that was temporarily detained. Lu Yanlong was filling in the form when suddenly, a near-piercing alarm sounded in the commission hall again. "Warning, the camp has entered level 1 alert mode. A large number of mutated forms have been detected approaching from the west side of the camp at high speed. They are expected to reach the periphery of the west side of the camp in 10 minutes. All soldiers, please enter level 1. "What the hell? Again? Did Mr. Feng get another batch? When Lu Yanlong heard the alarm sound again, he quickly followed the rioting players back to the rest area. Along the way, he saw Feng Heng, who was heading to the preparation area with Dormer. The two of them even quickly exchanged glances. Lu Yanlong was speechless, thinking that Mr. Feng knew how to do business. He was running back and forth. Was he busy harvesting leaks at both ends, right? In the central command room, Commander Josh was ready. He had predicted the third wave of Void Stalkers in advance. The entire federal camp was on standby. Fortunately, the Void Stalkers attacked in waves. If all of them rushed over, they would not be able to defend. The camp must not be in chaos. He absolutely could not afford to have any more disagreements with the Central Federation. This was also the reason why Josh was decisive when he learned about the problems Starfish Company was facing and directly returned the supplies to Starfish Company. The good news was that from the current situation, the number of Void Stalkers in the third wave was less than the previous two. A night of torment. By the morning of the second day, the Federation had already experienced 7 waves of Void Stalkers attacks. The soldiers of the Federation had been in an extremely tense state. They spent the entire night fighting against waves of Void Stalkers. The entire camp never stopped. They thought that they could rest at dawn, but they did not expect that there would be a 6th and 7th wave of attacks after dawn. They became numb. Naturally, there was no time to upgrade the teleportation passage in the center of the camp. After all, the maintenance engineers were too busy repairing the defense facilities to care about this. Feng Heng spent the night going back and forth between the camp and the mausoleum area to lure monsters and use the Federation's power to deplete the Void Stalkers. Of course, he had also contributed to this operation. He would help Dormer's team deal with the Void Stalkers. One after another, he obtained more than 500,000 Federation points. At the temporary resting point, another wave of Void Stalkers was repelled. The soldiers casually sat on the ground, and some even lay down. The fatigue in their bodies made the soldiers lose interest in saying a word. Dormer's eyes were bloodshot. He looked at Feng Heng, who was about to leave, and waved at him. He asked, "Leave? Feng Heng?" "Yes, something is going on at the company. I have to leave first. If there's any trouble, I will come back." After every round of battle, Feng Heng would leave with the people from Starfish Company for a short period of time. Dormer was already used to this. However, every time, Feng Heng would be able to return before the next wave of Void Stalkers attacks. He wanted to persuade Feng Heng to stay. He reckoned that the next wave would arrive soon. When the words reached his mouth, he felt that it was a little pessimistic. After a night of continuous fighting, the team was approaching its limits. No one knew when this bitter life would end. Their combat strength had been greatly reduced and morale also fell. Wouldn't their morale continue to drop if they said that? Dormer said, "Yeah, okay." After leaving the camp, Feng Heng once again entered his bat form and quickly flew toward the lakeside area. When he was resting, he had asked around and learned about the teleportation passage from Dormer. Due to the continuous attacks on the camp, the construction was delayed. It was estimated that there would be at least 22 hours before the completion of the Level 5 spatial teleportation passage. 22 hours. Time was still tight. Feng Heng flew quickly toward the lakeside. When he was about to reach the lakeside, he noticed that there was a fleet of trucks driving toward the lakeside. Why were there other teams heading there? Feng Heng had a bad feeling and flew down. What a coincidence. It turned out that Lu Yanlong was leading the transportation team to transport the high-energy electromagnetic field activation barrier tower. Feng Heng flew down from the sky and approached the SUV at the front of the team. "Mr. Feng." Lu Yanlong, who was sitting in the passenger seat, was shocked when he saw a bat approaching. He quickly realized that it was Feng Heng, so he quickly asked the driver to slow down and roll down the window. Feng Heng flew into the SUV from the window and returned to his human form in the back seat. 1719 Surround and kill Mr. Feng. There are 12 parts of the high-energy electromagnetic field activation barrier towers in the car behind us. We asked Black Castle about it, and they said that the barrier towers can't be activated due to the special magnetic field under the mausoleum, so they can only be installed on the periphery of the island. Lu Yanlong quickly explained the situation. Later, our people will start assembling the equipment when we arrive at the lakeside area. The subsequent points have not been touched as you said. Good. With a high-energy electromagnetic field activation barrier tower, they could also use the tower to consume a portion of the Void Stalkers. After all, he had been luring monsters for an entire night. As the number of monsters he lured decreased with each wave, it would be a waste of time to go back and forth to the federal camp. It would be best if he could settle them by himself. Soon, the truck team successfully arrived at the lakeside area. Fauna and her team of over 20 were waiting at the side. In fact, they really couldn't help Fang Heng in luring the monsters. They could only watch from the side. It would be the same for others. Only Fang Heng could do this. Mr. Fang, I will take some people to assemble the barrier tower. Due to his sensitive identity, Lu Yanlong did not want to get too involved in the matters of the Black Castle. He nodded to Fang Heng and called the Starfish Company team to start moving the supplies. They were ready to install a high-energy electromagnetic field activation barrier tower at the edge of the lake. World Lord Fang Heng. Fauna saw Fang Heng returning with a group of players and walked up to him, asking, "The number of Void Stalkers has decreased by a large portion. If you need our help, please let us know." "Yes, I was just about to discuss it with you guys." Fang Heng did some calculations in his heart, then raised his head and asked, "How many Void Stalkers did you see in the last wave?" Another player behind Fauna stepped forward and replied, "I've observed that there were about 5,800 Void Stalkers last time. According to the previous decrease, the number of Void Stalkers this time is estimated to be in the range of 4,000 to 4,300. Oh. Fang Heng rubbed his chin. Let's just call it 4,500. With a high-energy electromagnetic field activation barrier tower device, coupled with the mental controllability of the Black Castle team, he should be able to handle it, right? The number of Void Stalkers has been greatly reduced. They are no longer a threat to the federal camp. It's a waste of time to continue coming and going. If we work together to get rid of them ourselves, are you confident?" When the players of the Black Castle heard what Fang Heng said, they were shocked. Clean them up directly? Was he so arrogant? One had to know that there were more than 4,000 Void Stalkers. Fauna frowned and said, "Psychics have a strong restraining effect on these kinds of life forms. With our party's current abilities, dealing with 2,000 Void Stalkers at the same time is already our limit. Moreover, this will take a long time and the risk is extremely high." Fang Heng lowered his head and made a quick calculation in his heart. Even if the players from the Black Castle could deal with 2,000 Void Stalkers, they would not be able to do so. The zombie clones could still stall 1,000 Void Stalkers, let alone destroy them. The high-energy electromagnetic field activation barrier tower could deal with 500. That added up to 3,500. He had to face the remaining 1,000 Void Stalkers alone. It was enough. Fang Heng raised his head and said, "Well, that's about enough. We have energy towers, and my zombie clones, and I can help." Wait, how was it almost done? Fauna and the other members of the Black Castle behind him were also confused. They looked at the confident Fang Heng with a confused expression. Olga also looked at Fang Heng curiously. A player from the Black Castle felt that this was a little unreliable. He could not help but say, "World Lord Fang Heng, it's all right. I have my own arrangements. Everyone, you can prepare yourselves first. Even if the plan fails, I can still drag them away and bring them to the Federation to be dealt with. It's not a big problem." When everyone heard this, they felt that it made sense. In any case, with Fang Heng's ability, even if there were any problems during the execution of the plan, he would be able to cover for them. He could totally handle it. Then let's give it a try. All right. Fauna immediately nodded and told her teammates to get ready for battle. Right now, they just had to listen to Fang Heng and act. Half an hour later, 12 high-energy electromagnetic field activation barrier towers were built on the edge of the lake and were directly converted from the available cosmic crystals. "Mr. Fang, it's done. We can start anytime." Lu Yanlong gave Fang Heng an okay sign. The zombie clones were also ready and waiting for orders. They gathered around the entrance of the mausoleum. Fauna's team went behind the barrier tower. After confirming that there was no mistake, Fauna nodded to Fang Heng, "World Lord Fang Heng, we are ready to move out." The players of Black Castle watched as Fang Heng entered the entrance of the underground mausoleum at the center of the isolated island and disappeared from sight. Everyone couldn't help but feel nervous for Fang Heng. If it were anyone else, they definitely wouldn't go crazy with him. But Fang Heng was different. He had the ability to lure hundreds of thousands of Void Stalkers back and forth to the federal camp. he would definitely have the ability to deal with the current situation. Less than 5 minutes after entering the passage, Fang Heng quickly came out of the underground cave. They were sprinting toward the high-energy electromagnetic field activation barrier tower. TSK. Kai. A few seconds later, a dense horde of void stalkers emerged from the underground cave behind Fang Heng. The fusion tyrant forms, the lickers, and the vine zombies guarding outside the cave entrance pounced forward together. Just as Fang Heng had predicted, a small portion of the void stalkers was entangled by his zombie team, while the rest continued to chase after him. Aggro was firmly locked onto him. Behind the barrier tower, the players watched as a large group of void stalkers charged at them. For the first time, they truly felt the immense pressure that was coming their way. Lu Yanlong raised his hand and shouted, "Activate the barrier." Buzz. The barrier tower instantly activated at maximum power, and an invisible barrier spread out in all directions. The first batch of void stalkers at the front were immediately affected when they stepped into the barrier area. They immediately entered a paralyzed state and lost their ability to move. Boom. Boom boom. The fusion tyrant forms took this opportunity to use their cannon fire to fire at the paralyzed void stalkers. Soon, as more void stalkers entered the barrier force field, the load on the barrier tower increased, and the paralysis effect disappeared. Only the speed reduction effect took effect. Fauna and the other players from the Black Castle all formed a mark in front of them. Gather. Long-range psychic attack. The void stalkers exploded in the air without any warning due to the impact of the psychic skill. The casting speed of the psychic attack skill used by the players of the Black Castle was slow, and it would take some time to guide them. However, every time the skill was successfully released, it could instantly kill him. 1720 Breaking free. Fang Heng quickly observed the battle situation and immediately lured a large group of void stalkers to stay where they were, buying time for the Black Castle team to attack. Almost instantly, the void stalkers swarmed over from behind and surrounded Fang Heng. They attacked him with their sharp claws, leaving open wounds on Fang Heng's body. There were even some void stalkers who tried to wrap Fang Heng up with spider silk. Ding! The player has been affected by the skill Spider Silk Bind. The player has been bound by the spider web. Ding! The player's strength and physique attributes have been successfully determined. The player has broken free from the spider silk bind. Fang Heng kept waving the metal rod, quickly breaking free from the spider silk. Not far away, the players from Black Castle and the maintenance staff of the Starfish Company were shocked by the scene. He could do such a thing? Staying in place and taking the enemies head-on? Olga was also surprised. So many mausoleum guards were unable to kill that human? Seeing Fang Heng's bravery, everyone from the Black Castle focused on attacking. However, although the psychic skill was very effective, it was a point-to-point attack skill, and it required time to channel the skill. They could not deal with such a large number of monsters in a short time. After waiting for nearly 20 seconds, Fang Heng saw that his health point was rapidly reduced to a quarter. He quickly accelerated and escaped from the many void stalkers that were surrounding him, running towards the right area. Behind him, the void stalkers immediately chased after him. The players fell silent again. Fang Heng, he could escape so easily. And he was able to lure all the void stalkers away? Everyone, hurry up and recover. The players of the Black Castle immediately closed their eyes and meditated to recover their lost spiritual energy. Lu Yanlong was stunned for a moment when he saw this. He then shouted to the maintenance staff players behind him, "Quickly check the status of the barrier tower. Hurry up. You only have 3 minutes." Understood. Soon, 3 minutes later, Fang Heng and the void stalkers circled the island and arrived at the area covered by the high-energy electromagnetic field activation barrier tower not far away from the players of the Black Castle. Just like before, the void stalkers at the front were immediately paralyzed by the magnetic field. Boom. Boom boom boom. The fusion tyrant forms once again used the high-energy beam weapons to launch a volley of attacks. Fauna's Black Castle party cast a psychic skill at the back to reduce the number of void stalkers. In the end, Fang Heng led the void stalkers behind him to stay within the range of the barrier tower's force field for 20 seconds before pulling them apart again. Only a small number of void stalkers were left. The cycle repeated itself. Now, the players of the Black Castle finally understood Fang Heng's battle plan. There was such a thing? This was something they had never imagined. Thinking about it carefully, Fang Heng seemed to be the only one who could do this. After all, the most difficult part of the entire farming process was the player luring the monsters. Other than having to steadily trigger the aggro of the void stalkers, it also required the player to have an extremely strong ability to take damage. He could not die under the attacks of a large number of void stalkers. Fang Heng was the only one who satisfied both conditions. After running around the towers for more than 20 rounds, the number of void stalkers was gradually reduced to about 1,000. Feng Heng decided to stay within the range of the electromagnetic barrier force field. The fusion tyrant forms and the players from the Black Castle were attacking from the rear. Soon, as the last Void Stalker exploded under the bombardment of the fusion tyrant forms, the entire batch of 4,000 Void Stalkers was completely annihilated. After a period of exhaustion, the members of the Black Castle started to drink healing potions to rest. Lu Yanlong also called the company's maintenance personnel to stop the operation of the high-energy electromagnetic field activation barrier towers and conduct a comprehensive maintenance inspection of the equipment. His luck was pretty good. During the entire farming process, only one barrier tower had a small problem, and it was quickly repaired when Feng Heng was luring monsters and running in circles. Lu Yanlong felt that this job was very easy. After all, he did not spend much effort during the entire process. He only needed to watch the operation of the barrier towers from the side. Feng Heng didn't exert too much energy. He was just getting beaten up. Previously, at the federal camp, he had to be careful with his movements while being beaten. Now, it was even easier. He didn't need to move at all. He just needed to stand there and take a beating for 20 seconds. Then, he would run around the island and take another beating round. He even had the leisure to control more than 20 zombie clones to enter the secondary space projection and earn some experience points for his spatial science skills. The only pity was that the level of the Void Stalker was not low, but it seemed that due to the special settings of the game, the Void Stalker did not drop any items after being killed. Feng Heng also found this very strange. After resting for more than 10 minutes and checking all the high-energy electromagnetic field activation barrier towers to ensure no problems, Feng Heng raised his head again and looked at the players from the Black Castle. They were the ones who spent the most energy. The players of the Black Castle were the main attackers. Coincidentally, Fauna also looked at Feng Heng. She was also a little worried about Feng Heng's condition. The plan was executed perfectly. Fauna felt that Feng Heng was the one with the most pressure. World Lord Feng Heng, are you alright? Feng Heng nodded and replied, no problem for now. What about you guys? Alright? Shall we continue? Even though the members of the Black Castle had consumed a lot of their energy, they nodded in agreement when they saw Feng Heng's determination. World Lord Feng Heng, don't worry about us. As long as you don't have any problems, we can continue anytime. Good. Feng Heng was excited. If there was no problem with Black Castle, then the plan was a success. Then let's continue to work hard. In the end, Fauna had misjudged Feng Heng's tolerance. From 10 in the morning, the entire team farmed until night fell. Even lunch and dinner were barely eaten during the transition period of each round of killing monsters. As the sky gradually darkened, the last batch of Void Stalkers that had been lured out was less than 300. The players of the Black Castle finally had a chance to catch their breath. They rested for an hour to recover. Fauna saw that everyone was almost done resting, so she brought a group of people to Feng Heng. World Lord Feng Heng, we've recovered and are ready. Okay, let's go down and take a look. Feng Heng signaled for Lu Yanlong and a few players from the Black Castle to stay behind. The group activated the barrier tower again and entered the island. The player team once again entered the area below the mausoleum. After walking through the long passage, they arrived at the underground cave again. This time, Feng Heng followed them into the cave. However, he didn't dare to go too close. He stood at the back and carefully looked around. Santis communicated with Olga. Olga told us that she would use her spawn's special ability to forcefully open the entrance to the passage. During this process, we will encounter the attacks of the Void Stalkers. We must be careful and protect Olga. 1721 Elite Yes. Fauna nodded and gestured to everyone. The players of the Black Castle immediately spread out and guarded the surroundings, protecting Olga in the center. Olga took 2 steps forward and faced the door in front of her. She placed her hands in front of her and made a hand gesture similar to the way the players of the Black Castle used psychic skill. Kai. Tiny blue veins gradually appeared on Olga's pale face. The players were on high alert, ready to fight. Feng Heng also sensed that the Void Stalkers were slowly gathering around him. Kai. One Void Stalker started to attack. It suddenly flew out from the shadows on the right and pounced towards Feng Heng. Bang! The Void Stalker was still in the air when its body exploded and fell to the ground. The psychic skill had taken effect. The players of the Black Castle had already noticed the restless Void Stalkers on the rock wall and attacked in advance. Then, a few spatial white spots appeared from the cracks in the surrounding rock walls. Void Stalkers. Not many. Compared to the first time they came here, the number of Void Stalkers had greatly decreased. The players of the Black Castle quickly formed their marks in front of them. Before the Void Stalkers could fully reveal themselves, they immediately attacked. Bang! Bang bang! The Void Stalkers exploded in the cave. Feng Heng pondered in his heart. Psychic attacks were invisible and hard to defend against. Moreover, they could be fatal in one hit. It looked a little powerful. Should he find an opportunity to learn it? After all, having more skills was not a burden. As he was thinking, Feng Heng noticed that the game prompt appeared on his retina again. Ding! The player has triggered the current side mission Protect Olga. Mission title, Protect Olga. Mission difficulty, SS. Mission description, Olga is attempting to open the inner gate of the mausoleum. During the process, Olga may be attacked by the mausoleum guards. Mission requirement, the player has to protect Olga until the door opens. Mission reward, special mission exploration of the mausoleum. Feng Heng stood where he was and secretly raised his guard. The players of the Black Castle had also received the game notification. It was an SS-level mission. Extremely difficult. They had to be very focused and be careful. From the moment the game notification appeared, the players could see a long channeling bar appear above Olga's head. Based on her current speed, it was estimated that it would take her more than 10 minutes to finish the entire channeling bar. The players glanced at Feng Heng. The person who tried to break through the door to the mausoleum was Olga, and the game prompt was to protect Olga. However, something strange happened. The Void Stalker's primary target was still Feng Heng. How much aggro was there? Of course, this was good news for the players of the Black Castle. Previously, Feng Heng had lured thousands of Void Stalkers at the same time as if nothing had happened. There were at most 200 to 300 Void Stalkers in the cave. It was like scratching an itch. With Feng Heng around, Olga's situation became extremely safe. Feng Heng stood at the side, holding an alloy rod in his hand. The players from the Black Castle were more than capable of dealing with the 200 Void Stalkers. They did not need to make a move. All they had to do was stand aside and wait quietly. The loading bar above Olga's head was soon 1/3 complete. Crack. With a slight sound, a stone carving chain on the entrance of the mausoleum broke. Feng Heng raised his eyebrows. He keenly sensed a strong blood essence fluctuation coming from the right side of the rock wall. Everyone, be careful. Feng Heng reminded him and immediately pointed the flashlight in the direction of his perception. Fauna immediately looked in the direction of Feng Heng's flashlight. A faint red dot of light appeared on the rock wall. It was a light spot produced by the effect of spatial power. A player shouted softly when he saw the situation, "It's an elite-level creature. Everyone, be careful." Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, the elite Void Stalker appeared from the rock wall space. Its body was not bigger than an ordinary Void Stalker. Instead, it was smaller, and there were several protruding spikes on its forehead. All the players immediately became alert. It was obvious that the sudden appearance of the elite monster was related to the mission. "Protect Olga," Fauna said as she took 2 steps towards Olga, standing between her and the elite monster. Whoosh! The elite Void Stalker emerged from the walls much faster than normal creatures. In the blink of an eye, it had already attacked from the rock wall. Then, it dashed toward Feng Heng. Its target was actually Feng Heng? Fauna, who was ready for battle, was stunned. Feng Heng was also stunned. What the hell, was his aggro really that high? Seeing this, the players felt relieved. It was settled. It was just an elite creature. World Lord Feng Heng wasn't afraid at all. After witnessing Feng Heng's abilities, the players felt relieved once their horizons were broadened. Feng Heng's taunt skill. One word to describe it. Stable. Feng Heng had no intention of taking the attack head-on. Seeing that the elite monster was charging at him, he immediately raised the metal rod in his hand and smashed it forward. Po! The metal rod cut through the air with a piercing sound and finally smashed heavily on the elite monster. Bang! With a loud explosion, the elite Void Stalker was sent flying back. The elite Void Stalker had higher agility, strength, and defense than normal Void Stalkers. Other than that, it didn't seem to have any other moves. It was sent flying with a single strike. Seeing that his attack was effective, Feng Heng let out a disdainful snort. He immediately raised his metal rod and chased after the elite monster that had been sent flying. Whoosh! The elite Void Stalker that was sent flying in the air spat out several streams of green venom from its mouth. As the distance was too close, it was too late for Feng Heng to dodge. He decided not to dodge and smashed the metal rod forward again. Bang! The alloy rod struck the Void Stalker once again, creating a dent in its body before it was sent flying in another direction. At the same time, Feng Heng was affected by the venom spray, and his body was forced back a few steps. The spot where the venom had hit his heart quickly corroded and dissolved, leaving a black hole. Ding! The player has received the skill effect of venom spray. This damage is a critical hit. The player has received 15,233 points of damage. The player has received the knockback effect. The player has entered the negative effect of violent poison. The wound healed itself in the blink of an eye. Ding! The player's undying body skill has taken effect. The player's violent poison effect has been removed, Fang Heng's heart skipped a beat. A very powerful poison effect. Unfortunately, the effect of the poison skill was completely countered by the undying body. For safety's sake, he couldn't let it get close to Olga. Fang Heng steadied his steps after landing on the ground. He raised his long rod and chased after the elite Void Stalker. Bang! Once again, before the elite Void Stalker could land on the ground, Fang Heng, who had caught up to it, sent it flying again with his metal rod. 1722 Spatial Fluctuation. The players were once again shocked by Fang Heng's close combat ability. Previously, they only knew that Fang Heng was very good at taking hits, but they did not expect him to be so strong when it came to beating people up. The players of the Black Castle had been trying to find ways to help Fang Heng deal with the elite Void Stalker. However, the elite monster was too fast, and their psychic skill needed time, so they did not have time to catch up. Before the players could make a move, Fang Heng had already taken complete control of the situation and was chasing after the elite Void Stalker. Fang Heng had succeeded consecutively. He wanted to chase after it and continue attacking, but he suddenly realized that the elite Void Stalker's body emitted a faint red light after it crashed into the rock wall. Then, it directly merged into the rugged rock wall. The Void Stalker's special skill. Fang Heng frowned. Beside him, Fauna reminded him softly, "World Lord Fang Heng, be careful. It's the special ability of the Void Stalker. It can hide in a part of space and launch a surprise attack." "Alright, I know." Fang Heng replied and observed his surroundings. In the previous battle, ordinary Void Stalkers had similar abilities. However, the normal Void Stalker's skill was very slow. It needed more than 10 seconds to completely merge into the rock wall. On the other hand, the elite monsters only needed less than half a second to complete the entire process. "Found it. Over there." Fang Heng narrowed his eyes and looked to his right. It was the additional ability of the Vampire Prince's bloodline. Lifeblood Perception. The perception skill had a miraculous effect at this time. Even though the elite Void Stalker had already merged into the rock wall, once it tried to leave the rock wall, its blood flow would expose its position first. It was impossible to hide. Fang Heng immediately scurried to the side of the rock wall where the elite Void Stalker was about to emerge and raised his hand to wave the alloy metal rod in his hand. Phew. The moment the Void Stalker popped its head out, the metal rod smashed right at it. Bang. A headshot. The elite Void Stalker was sent flying from the rock wall by Fang Heng. The players were shocked by this scene. Fang Heng was able to predict the location of the elite Void Stalker in advance. The players felt as if the Void Stalker had deliberately appeared from that spot to attack Fang Heng. With just one attack, Fang Heng had already found the rhythm of the attack. He relied on the lifeblood perception ability of the vampire bloodline to lock onto the target in advance. Then, he would give chase and deliver a fatal blow. He was getting more and more skilled. Behind, the players of the Black Castle were dealing with the ordinary Void Stalkers. They were distracted by Fang Heng, who was chasing the elite Void Stalker as if he were playing a game of whack-a-mole. They fell silent again. It seemed like Fang Heng had completely crushed the elite monster by himself. He didn't need their help at all. Bang. After being beaten up more than 20 times, the elite Void Stalker seemed to realize that it could not do anything to Fang Heng. It might as well jump out of the rock wall and fight head-on. In a head-on fight, the Void Stalker was even less of a match for Fang Heng. In addition, the players of the Black Castle were using their psychic skills to interfere with it. In just a moment, the elite monster's health point was completely emptied. Ding! The player has killed the Void Stalker, elite level. The player has discovered a Tier 2 mutant crystal, A mutant crystal had finally appeared. Unfortunately, it was only at Tier 2. Fang Heng looked at the game notification carefully and felt that it was a pity. After all, he could grind for Tier 2 crystals by grinding for elite mutated giant crocodiles outside. Moreover, it was convenient and pollutant-free. He could go offline and hack. Fang Heng glanced at the remains of the elite monster and controlled a few zombie clones to come over and pack up the entire skeleton of the elite monster, preparing to go back and let Dodd's team study it. Ever since the elite Void Stalker was eliminated, there was no second or third elite monsters spawning. Soon, the channeling bar above Olga's head reached the end. Ka. The last two stone locks at the entrance of the mausoleum broke one after another, giving off two crisp sounds. Ding. The player completed the side mission Protect Olga. Ding. The player's current mission completion rate has increased. The player's final mission rating has increased slightly. Ding. The player's current mission exploration of the mausoleum has been completed to 85%. Ding. The player can choose to continue exploring. Finished? Was it that simple? Since when did SS level missions become so easy? The players of the Black Castle were still in disbelief. They felt that the mission was too simple and did not match the SS rating. They looked at each other as if they wanted to confirm it. Fano was very clear. It was all thanks to Fang Heng that the mission could be completed so easily. Without Fang Heng's participation in the mission, the Void Stalkers in the cave would not have been dealt with in advance. Then, they would first have to face a large number of Void Stalkers that appeared densely in the cave. There was even an elite-level Void Stalker among them. The mission difficulty rating was indeed SS. In fact, the difficulty rating of the game's missions was floating. For example, in the first week of the new Zombie Apocalypse server, missions like exploring a city occupied by zombies might be rated as SSS level. After a month, the difficulty rating of the same mission would most likely drop to SS or lower. Fauna felt that the difficulty of the mission was not a problem. The crowd didn't dwell on this issue and gathered around Olga. The blue veins on Olga's face gradually faded away, and her face returned to its pale state. Santos communicated with Olga and nodded to everyone. Everyone, the entrance to the depths of the mausoleum has been opened. We can now enter the mausoleum to investigate. We still need to be extra careful. We don't know if the spawns have set a trap inside the mausoleum. Yes. Fang Heng nodded and controlled a few lickers and zombie clones to come over. According to the routine of playing games in the past, the job of scouting the way was handed over to the summoned creatures. The zombie clones staggered forward and pushed open the heavy stone door. Behind the door was a long passage. The passage was straight ahead, about 50 meters. At the end was another stone room. The stone room was not locked, and there was not even a door. Standing here, he could vaguely see part of the situation inside the door. Let's go and take a closer look. While speaking, Fang Heng controlled his zombie clones to enter the passage and lead the way. The others slowly followed the zombie clones into the passage. Fang Heng followed in the middle of the team. When he was about to reach the end of the passage, he suddenly raised his eyebrows. Something was wrong. It was a spatial fluctuation. He had spent a lot of time and energy studying spatial science during this period of time. He had finally gained something. Fang Heng keenly sensed a special spatial fluctuation at the entrance of the room in front of him. He didn't know the reason for the fluctuation, but there was definitely something wrong. Another player from the Black Castle team also noticed the abnormality and immediately shouted to stop everyone. 1723 A strange device. Everyone, stop. Everyone turned to look at Sims. Sims majored in spatial science and minored in psychics. He looked at everyone with a solemn expression and explained, everyone, don't continue forward. There's a spatial trap ahead. A spatial trap? Fang Heng's heart skipped a beat. He controlled the zombie clones to stop and looked at the entrance of the stone chamber again. He asked, is it a trigger-type spatial trap? Sims looked at Fang Heng in surprise, as if he was surprised that Fang Heng also knew spatial science. He nodded and replied, I can't be sure about that, but it's very similar. Fang Heng also took a few steps forward, trying to get closer to observe. A spatial trap. It was a trap that could only be set up after advancing to the Grandmaster level of spatial science. There were many types of traps. Judging from the intensity of the current spatial fluctuations, it was very likely a large-scale spatial trap. As for the trigger method, it was still uncertain. Once the trap was triggered and the space collapsed, everything in the surroundings would be swallowed by the collapsed space. Players who were proficient in spatial science still had a chance of survival. The other players would basically be annihilated. Fang Heng asked after some thought, can you solve it? I need to observe more. Fang Heng thought of Lu Yanlong and said, I have a friend outside. He knows a lot about spatial science. Alright to let him in? Sims nodded and replied, of course, it would be better to have one more person to help. Soon, Lu Yanlong was led into the cave by a player of the Black Castle. He squatted on the ground and checked for a moment. Then, his face became solemn and he kept muttering to himself. How is it? Can you handle it? Fang Heng walked to Lu Yanlong's side and asked softly. Yes. Lu Yanlong thought for a moment and said, Mr. Fang, what you found is a special spatial trap. Once the trap is triggered, the entire space will collapse. The trigger is inside the cave. Fang Heng asked, is there a way to solve it? Yes, but it takes a lot of time. Lu Yanlong stood up and shook his head before saying, I want to take a look inside the space and confirm the specific situation of the spatial trap first. Fang Heng frowned. Is it extremely dangerous? Once the trap is triggered, it is indeed very dangerous. However, as long as we don't trigger the mechanism, it shouldn't be a problem. As Lu Yanlong spoke, he raised his head and looked at the interior of the passage. He continued, Mr. Fang, you've noticed that after mastering spatial science, we're more sensitive to space. As long as we can determine the trigger point of the trap in advance and don't touch it, we will be fine. Sims nodded in agreement and said, indeed, as long as we don't trigger the trap, our safety can be guaranteed. We can go in and take a look. It's safer for the others to stay here. Lu Yanlong continued, I have a special scroll with me. If there are only 3 of us, I am confident that I can bring you out even if the space collapses. Feng Heng felt much more at ease after receiving Lu Yanlong's assurance. Everyone quickly discussed for a while. Alright, the 3 of us will go in and investigate first. After the discussion, Feng Heng and the other 2 entered the stone chamber to investigate. The others left the area where the space collapsed and waited. The 3 of them lined up in a row, and Lu Yanlong led them into the room. Feng Heng followed at the back of the team. After stepping into the stone chamber, Feng Heng realized that the hall of the stone room in the center of the mausoleum was very spacious. Due to the 2 stone pillars blocking the entrance, the area inside was actually much larger than the entrance from the outside. There were not many decorations on the 4 walls of the hall. In the middle of the hall was a large stone coffin made of special jade. Behind the stone coffin were 7 alloy metal frames that were nearly 2 meters tall. The shape of the frame looked a little strange. It gave Feng Heng a feeling that it was a piece of art that lacked beauty. At first glance, it made him feel uncomfortable. Dark purple prismatic crystals were scattered on both sides of the frame, and it looked like they were floating around the frame. Lu Yanlong stopped in his tracks. His gaze focused on the frame and the dark purple prismatic crystals, and his expression became even more solemn. Feng Heng could not help but look at the frame. He could vaguely sense the fluctuation of spatial power from the dark purple prisms floating around the frame. Mr. Feng, look at that. Lu Yanlong was also attracted by the frame. He pointed at it and said, I think this should be the core device that controls the void stalkers outside to perform spatial transmission. Oh? Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat, and he took a few more glances at this odd-looking device. Sims, the player from the Black Castle who had followed the 2 into the hall to investigate, was also observing the core device from afar. That's right. Our team from the Black Castle has investigated. The main device for the spawn's external spatial transmission is this metal frame. The specific principle is not clear, but the special purple spatial prisms around it can continuously absorb the power in space and release location information to the outside world. Void stalkers can jump from another world through transitioning. Lu Yanlong also added, teleportation and sending the coordinates will consume a small portion of the device's energy. In theory, the purple prisms can absorb energy from space and achieve an infinite cycle of energy supply. However, the designer probably didn't expect that Mr. Feng would consume the energy of the spatial prisms to send the location information to the outside world in a short period of time. Feng Heng also walked forward, wanting to observe the metal frame up close. Just as he took a few steps closer, he suddenly raised his eyebrows. A skeleton was left beside the coffin. Previously, the skeleton had been blocked by the stone coffin and had not been discovered. Feng Heng could not help but lower his head to examine the skeleton. The skeleton had been here for a long time and had completely turned into white bones. The clothes on his body had also rotted. From the looks of the skeleton, it looked like a human. Of course, it could also be a spawn. There seemed to be something in the skeleton's hand. Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat. Just as he was about to squat down and examine it carefully, several lines of game prompts suddenly appeared on the retina of Feng Heng and the other 2 people in the hall. Ding! The player has completed the side mission exploring the mausoleum. Ding! Detected that the player has not triggered the main storyline mission. The player can choose one of the reward options below. Ding! As the player team has completed this mission, Feng Heng has the highest contribution to the mission. Feng Heng will choose the reward and the reward distribution. Option 1. Obtain the main storyline mission guidance information. This reward can still be obtained through other means. Option 2. Obtain the main mausoleum key. This reward can still be obtained through other means. Option 3. Obtain 10,000 King of Gods points. Option 4. Random V+ to A level skill book. When everyone saw the game notification, their expressions changed. Sims immediately noticed the key to the main mausoleum among the reward options, and he could not help but feel excited. The key. It was actually the key to the main mausoleum. 1724. The key with it, the trap team would be saved. Sims couldn't help but whisper, World Lord Feng Heng, the key to the main mausoleum. Our team is trapped in the main mausoleum. We need this key. Yes. Feng Heng grunted softly. He was not in a hurry to choose. Instead, he lowered his head and carefully observed the hints and options given by the mission. According to the usual routine of the previous games, entering the deepest part of the mausoleum would allow one to obtain a reward. There were many other small mausoleums in this unknown game world. In theory, they could still choose another reward after clearing the other small mausoleums. Feng Heng licked his lips. He had the urge to visit all the mausoleums in this world. But not now. The most important thing right now was to rescue the trapped party from the Black Castle. The reward could wait. With that thought, Feng Heng chose to exchange for the main mausoleum key. Ding! The player has chosen the reward, the key to the main mausoleum. Feng Heng squatted down and took out a metal key with a triangular tip from the corpse. While Feng Heng was observing the description, Lu Yanlong and Sims followed him. Sims' eyes lit up when he saw Feng Heng get the key. Their guess was correct. He had found a way to enter the main mausoleum. With the key, they could think of a way to rescue the trapped party. Feng Heng looked at the key, then looked up at the alloy metal frame in front of him again. The dark purple crystals floating around the metal frame were still slowly rotating, constantly releasing spatial energy fluctuations. The appearance of the corpse was related to the metal frame? Feng Heng asked, "Is it dangerous?" Lu Yanlong carefully observed the surroundings of the hall and said, "I just used my perception to check. I am sure that the center of the collapse point of the spatial trap is the sarcophagus. As long as we don't get close to the sarcophagus, we won't trigger the trap." Feng Heng also lowered his head to observe the sarcophagus. Just as Lu Yanlong said, the spatial fluctuations on the sarcophagus were abnormal. Sims was concerned about the safety of the Black Castle. Seeing that Feng Heng was still in the hall and had no intention of leaving, he could not help but suggest, "World Lord Feng Heng, we have the key. This place is too dangerous, I suggest we leave immediately." Feng Heng thought for a moment and threw the key in his hand at Sims. "Take the key and leave first. We will stay and observe." Sims' heart tightened. He quickly reached out to take the key that was thrown in midair, afraid that it would fall to the ground. "Many thanks, World Lord Feng Heng, please be careful, I will go out first." Sims didn't expect Feng Heng to give him the key so easily. He was stunned for a moment, then he checked the key in his hand, nodded to Feng Heng, turned around, and left in a hurry. Feng Heng and Li Yanlong watched Sims leave the hall and walk to the alloy metal frame to observe. Feng Heng was very interested in the dark purple crystals floating around the metal frame. "Do you know this thing?" "Yes, it's a special transition prism created by the alien spawns using space technology. It has powerful spatial energy attributes and can continuously absorb the surrounding spatial energy, converting it into the necessary energy for the transition device to operate." Feng Heng continued to observe the slowly rotating purple crystals. "You just said that the spatial collapse point is located in the sarcophagus, so this thing isn't dangerous?" "Yes, in theory, the transition prism is a very stable crystal." Lu Yanlong suddenly paused as he spoke. He turned his head to look at Feng Heng, feeling a little uncertain. He coughed lightly and added, "Mr. Feng, that is, if you don't touch it. After all, some safe things would become unsafe in the hands of some people." Feng Heng asked, "Can I take it away?" "It's very difficult. It's almost impossible." Lu Yanlong shrugged and explained, "Don't look at it like this. This kind of crystal has complex spatial properties. Such a large piece weighs at least dozens of tons, and it's extremely fragile. It's very difficult to transport it. I don't know how the spawns move and divide them." "Dozens of tons? So heavy?" It looked like it was floating in the air. Feng Heng examined the spatial prisms, feeling a little surprised. He tried to step forward and pressed his hand on the purple crystal, trying to obtain the game hint related to the item. The game hint quickly appeared on his retina. "Ding! The player has discovered a special item spatial prism, modified, item, spatial prism, modified, level, unappraised. Description: a modified special spatial prism. Ordinary spatial prisms are a very stable spatial energy carrier. Some higher life forms have modified them to make them more suitable for spatial energy storage and have some special abilities. Description: this spatial prism contains some unknown information. Ding! Detected that the player has mastered occultism, spatial science, and sealing art. Ding! The current spatial prism, unknown modified body, has spatial attribute energy that can be absorbed. Combined with the player's skills, the player can currently choose to absorb or inject. Click here to see the details." Feng Heng wanted to see the attributes of the spatial prism, but when he saw that there was more to it, his pupil shrank and he immediately checked the details. Option 1, Absorption. Description: the player can absorb spatial energy from the prism and convert it into spatial experience points. Additional description: the spatial energy in this prism is not pure spatial energy. This energy has a very negative effect. If you absorb it directly, you will suffer the negative effect of spatial energy corrosion. When absorbing it, the maximum health point of the same amount of experience will be deducted. There is also a small chance of directly causing death in a spatial storm. The maximum health point reduction effect lasts for 24 hours. Option 2, Injection. Description: the player can inject energy of other special attributes into the prism. This operation may cause the prism to produce unknown effects. Possible effects include but are not limited to explosion, fusion, division, mutation, etc. The prism could be absorbed and converted into spatial science experience points. This was great news. He was already dissatisfied with the progress of his spatial studies. After all, Every time he used a zombie clone to enter the secondary space projection to level up his skills, he would consume a lot of energy. If he accidentally farmed too much, his head would hurt. Directly absorbing the power of the spatial prism would bring about some troublesome negative effects. It would also reduce the maximum health point of the user. There was even a possibility of death. But it didn't matter. He had so many zombie clones. According to his experience, the zombie clone should be able to absorb the experience points from the spatial prisms as well. Even if he accidentally absorbed too many experience points and died, it was fine. He could be reborn after a while. Feng Heng took a few steps back and controlled a zombie clone to walk into the hall. Let's give it a try. 1725. Drawing outside the passage, Sims had just brought the key to the main mausoleum that he had found from the corpse to Fauna and the other players. He quickly told them what had happened in the depths of the mausoleum. When the players of the Black Castle heard the good news, their morale was boosted. After finding the key to the main mausoleum, the risk of staying here was too high, and it was completely unnecessary. Therefore, after a simple discussion, everyone decided to split up. Some of them would take the key and escort Olga away first. After they went offline, they would quickly inform the party to discuss the next step. Only Fauna and a few players from the Black Castle remained where they were, waiting for Feng Heng. Just as everyone split up into two teams, Fauna noticed that the zombie clone beside her had started moving and slowly walked into the stone chamber. Fauna couldn't help but look into the depths of the stone chamber, confusion rising in her heart. According to Sim's description, there was nothing particularly noteworthy inside the stone chamber other than the sarcophagus. It was confirmed that there was a spatial trap in the sarcophagus. Touching it rashly would definitely trigger a spatial collapse. If that was the case, why hadn't Feng Heng come out yet when the key had already been found? What did he want to do? Could it be that there were other discoveries? In the stone chamber, the zombie clone staggered in from the door until it reached the metal frame. It stretched out its greenish-gray palm and gently pressed it on the purple prism. Buzz. A faint fluctuation immediately appeared on the prism. The game notification appeared in Feng Heng's vision. Ding. The player's zombie clone absorbed unknown spatial energy and transformed it. The player has received plus 1912 spatial science experience points. The zombie clone's maximum health point has been reduced by 1912. As the game notification popped up, red damage numbers began to appear continuously above the zombie clone's head. Yes. Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat. The maximum health point damage of an unknown attribute. Most likely, it would be fatal. But it didn't matter. He had many zombie clones. Their health point was sufficient. Roughly speaking, a Vine zombie clone could be exchanged for 80,000 experience points. 10 of them would be 800,000 points, and 100 of them would be 8 million points. More importantly, Feng Heng didn't feel any heartache at all when hundreds of zombie clones died. As long as he didn't die, it didn't matter how many clones were sacrificed. Farm. Anyway, he couldn't move the spatial prisms away, so it would be a waste to keep them. A moment later, a large number of zombie clones rushed into the stone chamber. The zombie clones surrounded the purple prisms and sucked in the energy. Bang! One of the zombie clones' health point dropped to negative, and then a pale white spatial vortex suddenly appeared on its shoulder. Kai kai kai. The vortex spun rapidly, and in less than half a second, the zombie clone was sucked into it and completely disappeared. Feng Heng frowned when he saw this strange situation. He quickly opened the game prompt to check the relevant information. Ding! The player's zombie clone, Vine form, has absorbed and transformed unknown spatial energy. The player has received plus 4,980 spatial science experience points. The zombie clone's maximum health point has been reduced by 4,980. The zombie clone's health point has fallen below zero and has been swept into a spatial storm. Ding! The player's zombie clone, Vine form, has died. It will be revived in 5 hours and 21 minutes. Very good. It was confirmed. Even if the zombie clone was killed and fell into the spatial storm, it could still be resurrected. Then he could draw energy without worry. Feng Heng was no longer worried. He stood to the side and controlled the zombie clones to speed up the extraction of spatial knowledge experience points. Compared to using the secondary space projection passage to grind skills, this absorption mode was very easy. There was no consumption at all. He could even easily hack on the side. Lu Yanlong stood quietly at the side, watching Feng Heng operate. Although he didn't understand, he was still shocked. Bang! After more than 10 minutes, the first purple spatial prism was completely sucked dry and exploded on the spot. Feng Heng glanced at the game notification. Ding! The player's current skill, Intermediate Spatial Science, has been upgraded to level 8. He estimated that one spatial prism could increase his skill experience points by about 3 million. So many. If he absorbed all the prisms at this rate, he would be able to max out his intermediate spatial science skill experience. Moreover, there were even more mausoleums in this unknown world. There would be even more prisms in these mausoleums. If he could find a way to advance to high-level spatial science and absorb all of them. Feng Heng's heart was burning. It seemed like he was going to gain something this time. More work to do. He was not sure how to level up to the advanced spatial science, and it was likely that it would take some twists and turns to level up, just like what he had to do to level up to advanced necromancy. Mr. Feng? What did you just say? Lu Yanlong didn't hear Feng Heng's muttering and blinked his eyes in confusion. It's nothing. It's not a big problem, Feng Heng said as he retreated. He had to finish farming the prisms in front of him first. He would leave the issue of leveling up till later. Most of the zombie clones were squeezed together, so they couldn't use their full power. The speed at which they absorbed the energy from the prism wasn't as fast as he had imagined. It would probably take some time for them to fully absorb the energy. While the zombie clones were absorbing the energy of the prism, Feng Heng pulled his attention back and sized up the sarcophagus placed in the middle of the hall. Did you find anything on the sarcophagus? No, I haven't. Lu Yanlong had already checked the sarcophagus once. He shook his head repeatedly when he heard Feng Heng's question and replied to him, the trigger point of the spatial collapse is inside the sarcophagus. It's confirmed that the trap is related to the sarcophagus. I don't think the person who built the trap wants us to touch the sarcophagus. Feng Heng sized up the sarcophagus. What could be inside the sarcophagus? Sometimes, people had a rebellious mentality. When told not to touch it, the more he wanted to touch it. However, the game did not give any hints or trigger any missions. Are you saying that as long as you touch it lightly, it might cause a spatial collapse? That's not necessarily true. Lu Yanlong shrugged and continued, in my judgment, the probability of triggering the spatial trap by touching and moving the coffin cover is not high. Feng Heng raised his eyebrows and asked, then I will give it a try? Lu Yanlong smiled bitterly. Mr. Feng, are you sure you want to try? The risk is really high. I don't recommend doing this. If I run into trouble, you have the ability to escort me away, right? I have the ability, but the price for doing so is huge. Yes. Feng Heng hesitated for a moment before nodding. He said, all right, let's give it a try. He had a strong premonition that there must be something good hidden in this sarcophagus. All right then. Lu Yanlong took a deep breath, rubbed his wrist, and took out a spatial spell scroll from his backpack. Mr. Feng, we can start now. I will watch from the back. Once a spatial collapse is triggered, I will activate the scroll and take you away with me using the spatial energy. Feng Heng nodded and took a few steps forward. He carefully extended his hand and pressed it on the sarcophagus. There was no change. Lu Yanlong stared at Feng Heng, his heart in his throat. Once any signs appeared, he would not hesitate to activate the spatial spell scroll to bring the two of them away. 1726 Resurrection. Feng Heng looked at Lu Yanlong again. The two of them exchanged a glance, then reached out and slowly pushed the heavy sarcophagus forward. Kai kai kai. The heavy sarcophagus made a sizzling sound as the lid was removed. Feng Heng gradually saw the scene inside the sarcophagus and could not help but narrow his eyes. A thin layer of transparent spatial barrier. Beneath the spatial barrier, the remains of an alien spawn lay in the coffin. Perhaps due to the spatial barrier isolating the external environment, the corpse inside the sarcophagus was extremely well preserved. It didn't look rotten at all and seemed to have fallen asleep. Feng Heng opened the lid of the entire sarcophagus and placed it on the ground. Lu Yanlong carefully swallowed his saliva and lowered his head to look into the sarcophagus. The corpse of the spawn? If one had to describe it, this skeleton was very fresh. Perhaps the spawns had a special way of preserving corpses. Spatial storage could prevent the corpse from being destroyed by bacteria. Feng Heng stared at the corpse, thinking about the clues. There were still no game notifications or mission triggers. Something was wrong. Feng Heng placed his hand under his lips and looked at the corpse, deep in thought. They had followed the mission all the way to this place. They had found the corpses of spawns beside the sarcophagus and had even obtained rewards from the corpses. But what happened after that? There was no follow-up mission? There was nothing special about the entire mausoleum. Was it really just to protect the mausoleum that the spawns had spent so much effort on? It felt strange. Based on his past gaming experience, if he were to design the game, he would definitely not place the final reward on the corpse next to the coffin, but in the coffin. At the same time, he would also design a few traps for the players to fall into. However, the corpse in front of him did not seem to be a problem. So what was the problem? Could it be? Feng Heng stared at the corpse. Was it the corpse? Bring it back for research? Or was there something hidden under the corpse? Just as Feng Heng was pondering whether he should bring the corpse back for research, Lu Yanlong's expression suddenly changed. Mr. Feng. Lu Yanlong called out in a low voice. There was a hint of nervousness in his voice. What? Eyes. His eyes are moving. Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat, and he looked up at the eyes of the corpse. The eyes of the corpse were originally closed. But suddenly, the corpse's eyelids twitched slightly. Swoosh. In the next moment, the corpse's eyes suddenly opened. Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat. They were completely different from the spawns he had seen before. The spawns had white pupils, but the eyes of the corpse were bloodshot. Resurrected? Feng Heng stared at the corpse's every move. Or did he not die at all? Bang. The spawn stood up abruptly, but it slammed into the outer spatial barrier with a loud bang. Boom. The entire membrane barrier exploded under the impact. In the next moment, Lu Yanlong's expression changed drastically. At the same time, he crushed the scroll in his hand and shouted, "Mr. Feng! Retreat!" Swoosh! A white light flowed out from the magic scroll in Lu Yanlong's hand and enveloped Feng Heng and him in an instant. Almost at the same time, Feng Heng felt an extremely powerful spatial power fluctuation explode in the surroundings. He was still staring at the resurrected spawn in front of him. With the violent spatial fluctuations caused by the spatial collapse, the alien spawn actually reached out to grab him after he revived, making a gesture of wanting to attack. Just a second before he was about to be enveloped by the spatial energy, Feng Heng's pupils suddenly constricted, and his dagger quickly slashed forward. Kai. Feng Heng was surprised to find that the spawn's body was extremely dry and fragile, as if there was no water in him. With an extremely dry sound, the dagger cut off a small finger of the spawn. The severed finger rapidly decayed in the air. It was as if he had been dehydrated in a short period of time and lost all his vitality. Almost subconsciously, Feng Heng reached out to grab it. In the next moment, Feng Heng's vision was enveloped by a world of white. At the same time, Fauna and the other players who were waiting in the passage felt the spatial energy fluctuations coming from the stone chamber. Fauna's expression changed drastically, and she shouted, "Retreat!" The player team realized that something was wrong and quickly retreated. Boom. In the next moment, the space gradually collapsed in front of everyone like shattered sand. A moment later, the passage ahead was covered by a white spatial rift. Traces of spatial turbulence were constantly flowing out of the spatial rift. Without a doubt, this was the scene after the spatial passage shattered. Everyone stood at the entrance of the passage and looked at the white spatial rift left behind by the spatial collapse in front of them. They fell into silence again. Space had the ability to heal itself, and such cracks would slowly heal within a few days. At that time, the collapsed space would return to its original state. However, everything that was sucked into the collapsed space would be completely destroyed. Fauna retracted her gaze from the spatial rift and said, "It seems like they have encountered some trouble." However, with Mr. Lu around, Feng Heng shouldn't be in danger. At the same time, outside the mausoleum, Feng Heng and Lu Yanlong used the random spatial escape scroll and appeared above the lake. Bang! Bang! The two of them fell into the water. The lake was less than half a meter deep. Feng Heng quickly stood up from the water again and spread his tightly clenched palms. A rotten and dried finger appeared in the center of his palm. The game notification appeared. Ding! The player has obtained an unknown rotten remains. Item: unknown rotten remains. Description: rotten remains. It seems to be obtained from a certain humanoid life form. Description: the player does not possess the relevant skills. Unable to obtain more information. Feng Heng put his fingers into his backpack and thought about what he had just seen. So, the alien spawn that was placed inside the sarcophagus did not die? Why? Beside him, Lu Yanlong also stood up from the shallow water and walked over to Feng Heng's side, panting with lingering fear. "Mr. Feng, let's not do such dangerous things in the future." Fortunately, he was proficient in the master-level spatial science. If it were anyone else, they would have fallen into the spatial collapse trap. "Yes." Feng Heng hummed in acknowledgement and raised his head to ask, "You saw what was in the sarcophagus just now, right? What do you think?" Lu Yanlong smiled bitterly in his heart. He knew that Feng Heng most likely did not take his words to heart. "Actually, I didn't see it clearly. My attention was focused on the spatial fluctuations, but that spawn didn't die, right?" "Yes, indeed." Feng Heng nodded. He was sure that he saw the spawn in the sarcophagus resurrecting and standing up again. The latter broke through the spatial barrier and then rushed towards him. However, at that time, the spatial trap was triggered and the entire space collapsed. He quickly retreated under Lu Yanlong's escort. 1727 Design. Lu Yanlong carefully recalled the scene just now. He frowned and said, "Mr. Feng, I have a strange feeling, and I don't know if I am right." "Yes, it's okay. Please speak." "I think this spatial trap doesn't seem to be aimed at the outside, but at the inside." Feng Heng raised his eyebrows, feeling as if something had been triggered. He asked, What do you mean by targeting internally? Tell me more details. How should I put it? It was a very strange feeling. Assuming that the spatial trap was targeted at outsiders, with the ability of the trap setter, this kind of setup was a little too crude and could be discovered too easily. The designer could have hidden the spatial trap better and more stealthily. I feel like the designer of the trap was deliberately warning us. Lu Yanlong pondered and said, yes, I don't think the trap was designed for us. After hearing what Lu Yanlong said, Fang Heng had the same feeling. Not designed for us? Then for whom? Lu Yanlong hesitated for a moment and questioned, maybe. Is it for the spawn in the coffin? Fang Heng's heart skipped a beat. Indeed, what Lu Yanlong said made sense. Thinking about it carefully, the entire spatial trap was triggered after the alien spawn was revived. If the trap was simply designed to prevent outsiders from invading, the designer could have done a better job of making it more lethal and concealed. However, in reality, the way to trigger the spatial trap was to break through the inner spatial layer. It was more like it was to prevent the spawn in the sarcophagus from escaping. World Lord Fang Heng. As he was deep in thought, Fang Heng heard someone calling his name. He raised his head and looked in the direction of the island not far away. Fauna led the team from the Black Castle to retreat from the entrance of the mausoleum after the spatial trap exploded. When they saw Fang Heng, they gathered around him. World Lord Fang Heng, are you alright? Yes, I am fine. After everyone gathered, Fang Heng roughly explained the situation they had encountered in the mausoleum hall and asked Fauna and the others for their opinions. Fauna and the others behind her looked at each other. Most of them did not have much contact with the main storyline of spawns, so they were all puzzled when they heard this. They had no clues at all. World Lord Fang Heng, for safety reasons, we have already escorted Olga away together with the key to the main mausoleum. We will try to find a way to ask Olga about the discovery in the mausoleum. Fauna nodded and replied, also, thank you for your help. We've already obtained the key to open the main mausoleum. Our team is considering using the key to enter the main mausoleum and contact the trap team. Fang Heng nodded and asked, what can I do for you? The people guarding the main mausoleum are all elite players of the Federation in high-level games. The strength of each player cannot be underestimated. If you are willing to help us, we will naturally be very grateful. However, please also consider the risks. We may not be able to guarantee your safety during the operation. Ever since she came into contact with Fang Heng, Fauna had discovered that Fang Heng had endless means. She desperately wanted Fang Heng to help her. But considering the huge risk, Fauna hesitated. After all, the guards outside the main mausoleum were all high-level elite players. Moreover, it was not convenient for Fang Heng to reveal his identity. In fact, based on the results of the previous few tests, even Black Castle did not have the confidence to break through the Federation's blockade and enter the mausoleum. Alright, I will go and take a look. Fang Heng decided to follow. Since he had already come this far, he naturally could not let it end like this. In addition, he had a strong premonition. The various questions he had in the previous mausoleum might all be answered in the main mausoleum. There was also the trap team of the Black Castle. Everything started because of this team. Fang Heng really wanted to know what special connection this unknown world had with Hyla. If they found the trap team, everything would be answered. Fang Heng asked, when are you going to make your move? Fauna nodded and said in a deep voice, we need to hurry up before the Federation establishes level 5 teleportation passage. We had already contacted various guilds and trusted cooperative guilds. We will be moving as soon as possible. We can confirm that we will move before dawn. We will inform you immediately after the specific time is set. Alright, I will go back first. Let's keep in touch. After a quick discussion, everyone quickly left. Lu Yanlong naturally did not want to get involved too much. He waved at Fang Heng and left with the Starfish Company team. Fang Heng took one last look at the entrance of the mausoleum behind him. What a pity. There was still a portion of spatial energy left in the purple spatial prisms in the mausoleum. The prisms and the zombie clones had been destroyed in the collapsed space. He had some gains, of course. Other than the fact that his intermediate spatial science level had increased to level 12, he also obtained a small portion of the remains of the spawn. He would go back first and hand over the remains to Dodd's team for research. They should be able to find something. About 30 kilometers away from the northern area of the federal camp was a large mausoleum in the shape of an inverted pyramid. Outside the mausoleum, a small team of elite players from the Federation had set up a temporary camp and guarded the entrance day and night. In the past few days, they had encountered various unknown parties from the Black Castle at the entrance of the mausoleum who were trying to probe, attack, infiltrate, and assassinate. There were at least 20 times in total. Every time, the Federation players would discover and kill them in advance. Apart from that, the Federation team had also tried many ways to open the entrance to the mausoleum. Unfortunately, it did not work. In the past 2 days, The Federation team noticed that the Black Castle had suddenly stopped their small movements at the entrance of the mausoleum. They spent 3 days peacefully. As for the entrance to the mausoleum, it had always been very quiet. The players trapped inside had no intention of breaking out. They gathered around a bonfire. One of the players, who was slightly thinner, pursed his lips in disdain and threw a peanut into his mouth. He looked unhappy as he said, "Those useless people in the camp said they could build the teleportation passage 3 days ago. Now, there's not even a sight of them. We're wasting our time here." Another player carefully looked at the entrance of the mausoleum behind him and said, "There's been no movement for such a long time. Could it be that there's another exit in the mausoleum and the people from Black Castle have already escaped? That sounds possible. Captain, if that's the case, won't we be wasting our energy?" Arnold was the leader of the team. He looked around and shook his head confidently as he spoke, "No. Everyone shut up." Arnold was very direct and didn't like to talk. He didn't like to be questioned. If he wanted to give a reason, he would naturally give it. 1728 An ambush. Arnold continued, "The Federation is already repairing the passage. If everything goes well, the construction will be completed by noon tomorrow. We will continue to stay here tonight." A professional research organization had done a survey. After entering the intermediate game, the average time the players spent offline was less than 6 hours a day. In advanced games, the average time spent offline was less than 3 hours. In order to deal with unexpected situations in the game, the players would complete their tasks in the game even if they were sleeping. Sometimes, with the help of a potion, it was common for him to not go offline or sleep for several days in a row. About a kilometer away from the bonfire, Fauna's team of more than 10 people quietly observed the situation in the camp through binoculars. There are still 4 hours until dawn. Fauna put down her binoculars and looked at the time. "In 10 minutes, we will launch an attack on the Federation team at the entrance of the mausoleum. At that time, we will try to open the passage to the mausoleum and seize the opportunity to enter the mausoleum to investigate." Feng Heng nodded and shifted his gaze to the giant inverted pyramid in the distance. It looked like a brick structure. The circular pillars were erected on the outer edges of the pyramid as the support of the building. The Federation has completely broken through the outer protective shield of the mausoleum in the past few days. We still haven't found a way to break through the entrance of the mausoleum. Other than us, there are 18 other teams that will be participating in this operation. Among them are people from our Black Castle, as well as a few other teams that have accepted our request to cooperate with us. Based on our current information, the interior of the mausoleum is a large maze. The maze is filled with danger and the situation is very complicated. Therefore, if you have the opportunity to enter the mausoleum, please be on high alert. This is the mask of our Black Castle. Those who wear the same mask are our companions." Feng Heng took the mask from Fauna, weighed it in his hand, and put it on his face. "World Lord Feng Heng, please extend your hand. I still need to leave a spirit imprint on you." Feng Heng reached out his hand. Fauna gently tapped Feng Heng's outstretched wrist. A faint green light appeared on Feng Heng's wrist where he was touched. "I left a special soul imprint of the Black Castle on your wrist. The imprint can last for 3 days. If you successfully enter the mausoleum, you won't be able to determine the identity of the trapped party. As long as both parties approach each other with the imprint, the green light will reflect that it's one of your own. In addition, the imprint is also a kind of signal. Only us players of the Black Castle know how to activate the imprint. The various combinations of the imprint represent different meanings. You only need to remember the 3 simplest imprints. Red represents attack, blue represents retreat, and yellow represents waiting." Feng Heng watched as the green light on his arm gradually dimmed. He nodded and said, "Yes, all right. There are still 2 minutes. Wait a little bit and we will act soon." In Feng Heng's opinion, there was no plan at all for this operation. It was all impromptu. Feng Heng could understand. Time was too tight, and the enemies were all elite players in advanced games. Ordinary enemies would not fall for it. Instead of spending time pondering over some nonsense, it was better just to be reckless. "They're here." Feng Heng raised his eyebrows and looked to the right where Fauna was looking. Bang! Bang bang bang! Heavy footsteps came from the forest on the right. Under the night sky, a huge monster appeared from the dense forest on the right side and strode towards the camp. A giant-sized mutated aquatic rhino. Commander level. It wasn't that the Black Castle wasn't prepared. In order to increase the success rate of the operation, the Black Castle team used all their trump cards and forcefully influenced a mutated aquatic rhino leader to attack the Federation team. As soon as the aquatic rhino leader left the forest, the players surrounding the campfire outside the tent instantly realized that danger was approaching. The few people who were resting in the tent also walked out of the tent. In just a short moment, all the high-tier elite players of the Federation had arrived. Arnold quickly looked around before finally focusing on the commander-level aquatic rhino. "Be careful, It's a commander-level mutated form. It won't appear out of thin air. There must be people from the Black Castle hiding in the dark. One of the players in the party formed a curse in front of him, and his eyes were covered in a layer of dark light. He quickly swept his gaze forward and said in a deep voice, "Indeed, they are here. There are many of them, at least 60 of them." So many. Arnold's heart skipped a beat, and he was secretly on guard. In the past, the dozens of attacks they had received were all probing attacks. They had very few people, and they often retreated after one attack. This time, it seemed like they had come out in full force. Did something happen at the federal camp? Or were they compelled to act like this? They don't come with good intentions. Let's get rid of the creature first. Understood. Arnold and the rest of the team were players from the same advanced game world. They were mainly divided into 2 teams, and they understood each other very well in the game. Everyone immediately split into 3 small teams and waited from 3 different angles. Before the mutated aquatic rhino leader could get close, colorful elemental spells were thrown at it. The control system's frost effect and lightning paralysis effect slowed down the aquatic rhino leader's charging speed. The scouting player in the party said in a deep voice, "Be careful. They are here. On the left." On the left side of the area, a few huge rolling stones that were more than 3 meters tall rolled towards the team. The players immediately threw out several elemental spells. Boom. Boom boom. The rolling stones exploded after being bombarded by the mage. A figure appeared under the exploding rock. Mudstone Giant. Several mudstone giants broke out of the rolling stones. At the same time, several players dashed out from the ground. They did not have any intention of getting entangled with the Federation players. The player team directly rushed towards the entrance of the mausoleum in front of them. Stop them. Another small team of players quickly went forward to intercept. On the right side of the battlefield, another team arrived under the cover of the night and dashed towards the center of the mausoleum. At some point in time, a small patch of white mist had appeared on the right side. The frost fog condensed on the spot and did not dissipate for a long time. In the blink of an eye, both sides were enveloped in the frost fog and could not be seen clearly. Feng Hang did not join the battle immediately. Instead, he hid behind the battlefield and secretly observed. Looking at the battle situation in front of him, Feng Hang could not help but be secretly speechless. Good heavens! Was this a battle between players in an advanced game world? The special effects were quite impressive. Feng Hang was a little envious. Even though he felt that the players in the advanced game world were all showy with their skills and they came with all kinds of fancy negative effects and environmental effects, however, the damage was a little insufficient. It was not as refreshing as using a few high-energy beam weapons. The first few teams were there to attract the attention of the Federation and create chaos. 1729 confrontation soon. Fauna took advantage of the time when the Federal team was in a chaotic battle to quietly arrive at the entrance of the mausoleum with a few players behind her. Arnold noticed the anomaly and wanted to stop them, but he was stopped by 2 player teams that suddenly appeared from the right. This is troublesome. Arnold frowned. He realized that there were players from the advanced game world among the enemies. Not many, but they were extremely difficult to deal with. In the game, those who could survive in the advanced game would definitely have a few life-saving items on them. If the difference in strength between the 2 parties was not very large, they would only be able to repel them in most cases. Very few would be able to kill them successfully. Moreover, this time, the Black Castle had come out in full force, and they had a huge advantage in numbers. It wasn't that he couldn't beat them, but that he couldn't block all of them quickly. Feng Hang was still observing from behind. He knew very well that his damage output was not high, and it would be difficult for him to deliver a fatal blow other than to use a big move. Coupled with the sudden increase in the enemy's strength, the success rate was even lower. Instead of hiding in the background, it was better to wait and find an opportunity. Fauna and the others took advantage of the time their companions had bought to quickly arrive at the entrance of the mausoleum. It was a giant-sized inverted triangular pyramid. At the bottom was a 5-meter square and in front, there was a door that was exactly the same as the one they had seen in the mausoleum. Fauna quickly took out the main mausoleum key from her backpack. She focused and channeled her psychic energy into the key. Ka-ka-ka. Bang. Bang bang. Under the influence of the key's power, the stone chains on the central gate of the mausoleum trembled violently and broke one by one. Bang. When all the stone chains were broken, the door automatically opened, revealing a passage leading to the depths. She had succeeded. The door opened. Fauna's expression changed. Several players beside her immediately flew into the air and were about to flee into the passage. Stop them. Seeing that players from Black Castle really had the ability to break through the gate, Arnold shouted in surprise. Don't let them enter the mausoleum. Boom. Boom boom. In an instant, Several straight stone walls rose from the ground in front of the entrance of the mausoleum, forcefully blocking Fauna and the others from advancing. At the same time, 5 or 6 Federation players forcefully broke free from the entanglement and charged towards Fauna and the others at the entrance. Break it. One of the players from the Black Castle walked forward. The muscles on his right arm bulged, and more than 10 buffing spells gathered on his body. The player raised his fist and punched forward. Bang! His fist landed on the hard rock wall. Crack! The rock wall was instantly filled with fine cracks in front of everyone. Boom! The rock wall exploded. However, this delay caused the Federal team to stick close to them and prevent the players from entering the passage. Fauna was anxious. Even though the entrance to the mausoleum had been opened, the Federation's elite team was extremely difficult to deal with. They were being held back. Helpless, she could only reluctantly turn back to deal with the pursuers from the Federation. Fang Heng observed the situation of the battle and immediately felt that something was wrong. The Federation players were few in number, but each of them was extremely powerful. After the initial chaos, they gradually gained control of the situation and had the upper hand. It was no wonder that all the players on the Federation's side were elites in advanced games. On the other hand, the overall strength of Fauna's player was one level lower. He had to act quickly. It would only be more difficult if this dragged on. While the situation was still a little chaotic, Fang Heng quickly approached the front. Try it. Fight for it once. Fang Heng felt that the chances were not high, but he could only try it now. When the Federal team had complete control of the situation, they would not even stand a chance. Whoosh! Fang Heng immediately darted out from the shadows and flew towards the mausoleum ahead. Fauna's team was currently fighting with several people from the Federation. They were clearly trapped and unable to escape. However, the entrance to the mausoleum was only this small. It was very difficult to bypass. What should he do? He didn't care anymore. He was just going to be reckless. He would use the jade pendant with the aura of the Death Realm. Fang Heng was going to give it all out. He would treat it as a lottery draw and hope that he would not have any regrets after doing it. However, Fang Heng did not expect that just as he approached from afar before he could even get close to the mausoleum in front of him, a strange feeling suddenly rose in his heart. Something was wrong. Fang Heng's pupils shrank. This familiar feeling. Not good. It was the Void Stalkers. Fang Heng immediately sensed that a large number of Void Stalkers were surging into the outer walls of the inverted pyramid. Moreover, they were already locked onto him. What was the meaning of this? So there were also Void Stalkers here? That's not right. Wasn't the entrance to the mausoleum already open? In theory, shouldn't the defense facilities be shut down? Why was there a Void Stalker? Was the aggro really that great? Fang Heng was speechless. Wait, in this situation, perhaps he could use them. Just as this thought rose in his mind, Fang Heng immediately made a decision. His eyes instantly became determined. Who cares? He was going all out. In any case, judging from the looks of it, Black Castle wouldn't be able to defeat them in a head-on battle. He would think of a way to fish in troubled waters. It would be best if he could make it through. If he couldn't, he could just lure out a large wave of Void Stalkers and give the Federal camp a huge gift. Fang Heng sped up again and charged toward the entrance of the mausoleum. It was similar to the situation he had encountered in a cave in the depths of another mausoleum. Sensing Fang Heng's approach, dense light spots appeared on the rock wall and a large number of Void Stalkers emerged from the rock wall. The Void Stalkers locked their aggro on Fang Heng and pounced on him. The first to bear the brunt of the attack were the Federation players and the Black Castle's team that were fighting at the entrance of the cave. Other than Fauna and a few core members of the Black Castle who knew Fang Heng's true identity, there were about a dozen other people who knew that there was such a powerful player who could attract the Void Stalkers aggro. The rest of them had never seen Fang Heng before. Seeing so many Void Stalkers suddenly appear, they naturally did not think that it was Fang Heng's problem. Their first reaction was that the Void Stalkers were coming for them. The Void Stalkers that appeared like a tidal wave put a lot of pressure on the players. Under this pressure, the players immediately made a decision. Escape. Counterattack. The players from the Federation and the team from the Black Castle fought each other while retreating. They had to use all kinds of destructive methods to delay the Void Stalkers' attack. Fauna saw the Void Stalkers suddenly go berserk and a layer of cold sweat appeared on her forehead. She knew that Fang Heng had made a move. So, she did not expect that after all this, they still had to rely on Fang Heng. The appearance of the Void Stalkers had led the battle to the unknown. Fang Heng had already expected the Void Stalkers to target him. He was not surprised at all. Instead of retreating, he charged forward and charged towards the entrance of the mausoleum. 1730 courage in any case, the entrance to the mausoleum was only so small. He was betting that he could charge in. As long as Fauna wasn't stupid, she would definitely help him close the entrance and limit the number of Void Stalkers. He was sure that Fauna wasn't stupid, therefore, he would charge in. In the crowd, Fang Heng went against the current and rushed straight toward the surging blackish-brown sea of beasts. Whether it was the players from the Black Castle or the players from the Federation, they were shocked by the scene before them. What was going on? Who was that person? He was actually so courageous? Fang Heng became the only one who went against the flow in the crowd. The Federation players felt that something was wrong and wanted to stop Fang Heng. However, before they could do anything, a large number of Void Stalkers pounced on Fang Heng. The Void Stalkers instantly gathered around Fang Heng and surrounded him. Naturally, Fang Heng's forward charge was also temporarily halted as he was surrounded by a dense group of Void Stalkers. Everyone saw a huge monster meatball quickly condense in front of them. The Federation players were stunned. What was going on? With so many Void Stalkers surrounding Fang Heng, they naturally had no intention of going up. They wouldn't be able to handle such a situation. It was better for them to hide far away. The players from the Black Castle were also baffled. What was the meaning of this? He was so aggressive just now. Just this. They even thought that this teammate was trying to be funny. As Fang Heng attracted all the aggro of the Void Stalker, the pressure on the players from the Black Castle and the Federation was instantly reduced. Both sides paused for a moment and looked at each other. Continue fighting. Just as the battle between the Black Castle and the Federation resumed, everyone suddenly saw a silver-white light emitting from the spot surrounded by layers of Void Stalkers. Buzz. The dazzling light made the players' hearts skip a beat. When they turned around to take a look, they saw that the Void Stalkers seemed to have been greatly injured by the light and were sent flying. A large number of Void Stalkers were immediately paralyzed. Almost everyone was distracted by the area where the silver light appeared. A figure dashed out from the encirclement of the Void Stalkers and quickly approached the entrance of the mausoleum. The Void Stalkers around him had already entered a paralyzed state. There was no way to stop the player's advance. There were still many Void Stalkers charging at him, trying to stop him. However, the number of Void Stalkers that managed to give chase was quite few. Most of them could not stop him at all. The figure quickly disappeared through the entrance of the mausoleum. Did he go in? It was someone from the Black Castle. Everything happened too quickly, and both sides were still a little confused. Taking advantage of the fact that there were still a large number of Void Stalkers in a paralyzed state, some players immediately flew towards the entrance of the mausoleum to catch up. Seeing this, Arnold, the leader of the Federation, couldn't help but shout, "Damn it! What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and catch up!" Both sides immediately reacted and continued to fight. They became even more ruthless. Fauna watched as the figure entered the mausoleum first. She was sure that person was Fang Heng. There wouldn't be anyone else. Other than him, who else had the ability to attract the aggro of so many Void Stalkers? Fauna saw that there were still quite a number of Void Stalkers chasing Fang Heng into the mausoleum. She immediately activated her spirit skill and activated the key to close the entrance of the mausoleum again. Ka. The entrance of the mausoleum was slowly closing under the influence of the power. Hurry up. They are going to close the door. Stop him. The Federation team immediately changed their tactics in such a dangerous situation. Several players immediately flew into the mausoleum, while the remaining players rushed towards Fauna, attempting to disrupt her actions. Unfortunately, the key did not require continuous casting to close the door. Just as the door was about to close, the paralyzed Void Stalkers gradually woke up. Amidst the chaos, several Federation players chased Fang Heng into the mausoleum. A few players from the Black Castle also followed him into the mausoleum. Boom. The entrance to the mausoleum closed once again, blocking the few Federation players who had rushed over. Fauna saw that the situation was not good and quickly dodged the attacks of the two players. She continuously retreated from the entrance of the mausoleum and let out a spiritual shock. The symbols on the players' wrists on the battlefield emitted a faint blue light that represented retreat. All the players received the notification and immediately stopped fighting with the Federation players. They scattered and covered each other as they quickly retreated. When the Federation players saw this, they immediately felt that they had been played. The players of the Black Castle were clearly weaker than them, yet they still managed to get away with it. They got angry, and when they saw that the people from the Black Castle wanted to escape, they immediately chased after them to stop them. Seeing this, Arnold frowned and shouted to stop everyone. Stop. Don't chase. When they heard the command, the Federation team stopped pursuing and retreated. They regrouped behind Arnold. Arnold's face was gloomy. He saw it clearly. The retreat of the Black Castle's party was scattered yet orderly. The escape route had obviously been planned in advance. There would not be a good outcome if he pursued forcefully. He might even be defeated by the other party. As he thought, Arnold looked at the entrance of the inverted pyramid behind him. Without the key, the door closed again. It was probably impossible to enter the mausoleum's passage now. Arnold did a head count. The team had a total of 28 people. In the chaos, 8 people entered the mausoleum to explore. Coincidentally, it was a small group. Arnold thought for a moment and asked, "How many people from Black Castle went in?" "I've been observing the whole time. There are 3 people in total." "3 people, huh?" Arnold stroked his chin and said, "Reinforce the defenses and report this attack to the higher-ups." "Understood." In the mausoleum, Fang Heng was running along the passage. The mind transmission signal disruptor invented by Dodd's team was really useful. Once it was detonated, all the Void Stalkers within range would enter a paralyzed state. Without it, he would definitely not be able to break into the mausoleum. For this commission, he had already wasted 2 disruption devices. After this mission was over, he would have to discuss with Fauna about increasing the price. Fang Heng thought to himself as he ran forward. After entering the mausoleum area, he quickly realized that Fauna's information was correct. The entire main mausoleum was like a huge maze. The maze had a special magnetic field that blocked most communication models and prohibited flight. What was even more troublesome was that there were pursuers behind him. The Federation players who were chasing him. Fang Heng could clearly sense the other party's location through his lifeblood perception. 1731 Tail that person was chasing after him all the way. Fang Heng's speed had clearly increased to the limit, but the person behind him was still able to pursue him tightly. When passing through the maze, it was common to encounter a space barrier that would block the passageway. As a result of this, Fang Heng was gradually caught up by the person behind him. The elite players in high-level games were indeed competent. Fang Heng thought to himself, a hint of ferocity appearing on his face. Since he couldn't get rid of him, he would think of a way to eliminate him completely. Whoosh! Fang Heng suddenly stopped in his charge and turned around. At the same time, he swung the long rod in his hand forward. Phew! Behind him, the Federation player who had been following Fang Heng like a shadow all the way looked shocked. He seemed to be surprised by Fang Heng's agile speed and quickly dodged backward. Fang Heng stood rooted to the ground, staring at the person who had just arrived. Chris took a few steps back and quickly steadied himself. He maintained a distance of 5 meters from Fang Heng and nodded lightly. "I am Chris, a member of the Federation's high-level operation team." Chris looked at Fang Heng and quickly analyzed his various combat abilities. His specialty was shadow manipulation. In the beginning, he had obtained a special ability that was non-academic in the intermediate game. Later on, in the advanced game world, this ability was greatly enhanced. Coupled with a special talent, it could display the effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. Chris had always been regarded as a 1 in a million talent, a talent specially nurtured by the Federation. He specialized in infiltration, assassination, and one-on-one combat. "You're not from the Black Castle. It's not too late to stop now. You know the Federation's policy. As long as you're willing to accept the Federation's supervision, we can give you a chance." Chris gave his usual speech. "The Black Castle is an anti-Federation force. You're different from them. You still have the ability to turn back. Don't sink deeper and deeper." Fang Heng also stood where he was, staring at Chris. This was the first time he had fought a player from an advanced game world. Just nice. He could use him as a reference. He wanted to test which stage his ability had reached and see the difference between him and the advanced game world player. "Since you are unwilling to speak, I will take it as a refusal." Chris was also sizing Fang Heng up. Seeing that the other party was unmoved, he became even more vigilant. From the way he had been chasing Fang Heng, he could tell that Fang Heng was a player who was extremely good at close combat. Whoosh! Chris suddenly raised his hand to attack. Several dark lights flashed in the air. The dark shadow was extremely fast. Fang Heng only felt that something had passed by his cheek and cut several wounds on his cheek. Ding! You have received damage from an unknown player. Your health point has been reduced by 100 points. You lack a related skill. You are unable to identify the skill's attributes. You are unable to receive any immunity from the skill. Ding! As your intuition is higher than 200, you have noticed that an unknown skill imprint has been left on your body. He received full damage from an unknown skill attribute. There was also an unknown mark effect. The attack speed was also extremely fast, making it extremely difficult to dodge. The only thing was that the damage was not enough. Fang Heng was secretly vigilant. He stood still and stared at Chris with his blood-red eyes. Skill blood guidance. Chris was stunned by Fang Heng's stare. What was going on? He realized that the blood in his body was becoming restless uncontrollably. The person in front of him. Whoosh! Chris quickly flew forward and struck out with his right hand again. Kai! Kai Kai! A strange dark needle flew towards Fang Heng. Fang Heng tried to twist his body to dodge, but he was still hit by a part of the dark needle. At the same time, the blood manipulation skill that he was channeling also lost its effect. It didn't look good. In a one-on-one battle, The blood guidance skill that was added by the Vampire Prince bloodline was really ordinary. It was very easily interrupted by the other party. He would try another tactic. Feng Heng quickly jumped back. As he retreated, his body seemed to be torn apart by some special force. He quickly split into two identical figures in front of Chris. A special skill that was added by the coffin of the Vampire King. Blood Shadow Clone. Chris had just recovered from the blood guidance state. Before he could heave a sigh of relief, he saw Feng Heng split into two in front of him. He immediately frowned. It seemed that the other party was a player who was not only good at close combat, but he also had some strange ability that allowed him to induce his blood. It was very similar to the ability of the vampires. Other than that, he could also summon clones. Chris could easily tell the difference between Feng Heng's main body and his clone. After all, the long rod in the clone's hand was condensed from the blood shadow. Swoosh. The blood shadow clone raised a long rod in its hand and quickly approached Chris. Whoosh. The rod drew a blood-red shadow in the air. Obviously, the rod condensed by the blood shadow was not as powerful as the alloy metal staff in Feng Heng's hand. Chris relied on his agility to dodge the attacks. Soon, Chris felt the pressure. A clone with 100% ability? It was already very troublesome to fight one-on-one, but he still had to fight one-on-two? Should he directly shatter the clone or target the main body? Chris was trying to get more information when he suddenly stopped and felt the blood in his body stir. Not good. That familiar feeling came again. Chris could feel the blood in his body flowing rapidly. Damn it. That guy. Chris turned his head and stared at Feng Heng. He forcefully raised his hand. Whoosh. Whoosh. Chris's entire right hand turned into a ball of shadow in an instant. The dense black shadow needles exploded from the shadow ball in Chris' hand and flew towards Feng Heng. The speed of the needle was extremely fast, and the distance of tens of meters between the two parties was overcome in an instant. As a result, Feng Heng had no time to dodge. Kai. Kai kai kai. Feng Heng felt a sharp pain in the part of his body that had been hit by the needle. In an instant, dozens of game notifications quickly refreshed on his retina. Ding, you have received damage from an unknown player. Your health point has been reduced by 100 points. You cannot be exempted from this skill. You notice that there is a mark on your body left by the skill. Fortunately, the damage was limited. The pain was also rapidly diminishing. Although he lost thousands of health points, it quickly recovered. Feng Heng looked at the game notification and muttered to himself. Not really good. Blood guidance required continuous casting, and it could be interrupted if he was not careful. The blood shadow clone he summoned could not use most of his spells and skills. It did not even have a suitable weapon, so its practicality was limited. Using a clone to deal with Chris wasn't very effective. Moreover. That's right. If only his clone could use that move. Secondary space projection. Feng Heng thought of the new skill he had learned recently. 1732 Itching for skills. He was itching for skills. Not long ago, he had absorbed the spatial energy of the purple spatial prism. His spatial science level had already reached the mid-tier level 19. According to Lu Yanglong, in theory, one could only use the secondary space projection with 100% safety when he was at the master level of spatial science. But he was different. He was very talented in spatial science. His talent had already reached the evaluation of genius in the game. He could totally give it a try. Feng Heng focused his attention and began to control the clone. Chris was having a headache. He had no idea that Feng Heng was using him as an experiment. It was already very difficult to deal with the blood shadow clone alone. The blood shadow's close combat made him feel extremely uncomfortable. However, Feng Heng, who was standing behind the blood shadow, could use an extremely strange power to affect his blood circulation. He still had to divert his attention to interrupt the other party's skill guidance. As a result, he could only unleash 50 to 60% of his original power. It was rare for him to feel so unbearable during a battle in the past. Chris gritted his teeth and persevered, patiently looking for Feng Heng's weakness. Chris suddenly raised his eyebrows. What was that? Chris was surprised to find that the clone form quickly faded away after taking 2 steps back. The clone skill's duration had ended? Chris's heart skipped a beat. Swoosh. Just as he was puzzled, Chris's pupils suddenly constricted. A spatial fluctuation suddenly appeared on his right. Not good. Chris immediately felt that something was wrong. A figure emerged from the void. At the same time, the blood shadow long rod appeared. The clone didn't disappear, but merged into space. It was actually a spatial skill. Chris was shocked, and even his breathing became hurried. Oh no. It was already too late for him to react. Bang. Caught off guard, Chris suffered a loss. He was sent flying by the blood shadow long rod that appeared out of thin air and crashed into the wall behind him with a thud. Feng Heng looked at Chris, who was sent flying, and couldn't help but twitch his lips. As expected, the attack power of the Blood Shadow clone was not very strong. If it was the alloy metal rod in his hand, this rod would at least smash a big hole in the wall. Chris gritted his teeth and leaped up, avoiding the next attack from the Blood Shadow clone. He was speechless. What a powerful strength attribute. One hit from the rod had taken out nearly 1/5 of his health point. Moreover, it was under the premise of the Shadow skill's damage reduction. Whoosh! Chris noticed that the Blood Shadow clone had once again faded and merged into space. Again? The first time was indeed unexpected. This time, he was prepared. He would not let the clone succeed again. Chris felt that he had been underestimated. He frowned and released his perception with all his might, trying to determine the direction of the Blood Shadow clone's attack in advance. However, before he could make a judgment, the blood in his body flowed faster again. The nauseating feeling of blood surging in his entire body surged into his heart again. Damn it! That feeling was back again. Chris suddenly turned to look at Feng Heng. It was him. Due to the negative effect of the accelerated blood flow, he was unable to focus on sensing the Blood Shadow clone that was about to appear. Chris gritted his teeth and forcefully used a long-range shadow needles to interrupt Feng Heng's casting. However, just as he finished casting the skill, he keenly felt a slight fluctuation in the space beside him. Oh no! Chris had already realized that the Blood Shadow clone was about to appear, but he did not have the time or energy to do anything to counter it. Phew! The Blood Shadow clone appeared from the void, and the rod formed by the Blood Shadow hit Chris's waist and abdomen again, sending him flying backward and slamming into the wall behind him. After 2 consecutive attacks, Chris lost more than 1/3 of his health point. He quickly struggled to get up from the ground and drank a mouthful of potion. Just as he was about to counterattack, the feeling of his blood boiling came again. The Blood Shadow clone in front of him slowly merged into space again. There was no end to it. Chris felt like he was being played time and time again. He was extremely frustrated, but he could not find a way to deal with it. Chris suddenly raised his eyebrows. It seemed a little different this time. The clone that was gradually merging into the space suddenly trembled uncontrollably. Bang! The Blood Shadow clone exploded in front of Chris. Chris was stunned for a moment. He realized that the feeling of his blood boiling and restlessness had disappeared. What was going on? Exploded? Did he lose control of his skill? Or did he do it on purpose? Was it a trap? Chris did not dare to move. He stared at Feng Heng, who was not far away, with fear in his eyes. Who was the other party? The ability to control blood was similar to that of the vampires, and at the same time, he also had the special movement ability to control the spatial element. What was even more troublesome was that the opponent's strength and agility attributes were not inferior at all. From the feedback from the previous few attacks, the other party's physique attribute was also very high. It seemed that he was not affected by the skill at all. Damn it! Chris realized that his opponent didn't seem to have any shortcomings at all. Feng Heng stood where he was and looked at the Blood Shadow clone that had exploded. A hint of disappointment flashed across his eyes. He shook his head helplessly. After using the secondary space projection skill 3 times in a row, he still encountered a failure in the skill, and even his clone was completely destroyed. Feng Heng muttered to himself in a voice that only he could hear. Unfortunately, it seems like I still need some time to fully master the secondary space projection skill. If Lu Yanlong was here, he would definitely advise Feng Heng to give up on this suicidal thought. What the hell? He could not use the secondary space projection continuously and move quickly in the projection. Feng Heng actually wanted to make secondary space projection movement a regular skill? He must be crazy. He was definitely crazy. Continuous use of skill would cause fluctuations in the secondary space projection. As the number of times the skill was used increased in a short period of time, the success rate would decrease greatly. Doing so was simply courting death. Feng Heng hadn't learned this chapter in class in the real world, so he didn't know about it. After thinking about it, he felt that he hadn't fully mastered this move. He might as well switch to the next tactic. Feng Heng flicked his wrist and a black book appeared in his hand. Try this. Necromancy? Chris looked at the Book of the Dead that appeared in Feng Heng's palm, and he was extremely surprised. He was a necromancer. Did he actually encounter a necromancy player here? The other party first summoned a clone to engage in close combat. Then, he showed off some of the vampire's blood manipulation abilities and his spatial science skills. And now, he was using necromancy? Chris did not dare to be careless at all, and his expression was extremely solemn. At the advanced elite level, necromancy players were the last enemies they wanted to encounter. This was because necromancy players were proficient in the soul. After killing the enemy, they could also control and cause damage to the soul. This meant that they had the means to kill in one blow. 1733 Shake off. Chris regretted it now. He had thought that it would be easy to kill a player, but he did not expect the person in front of him to be so strange. He had all kinds of tricks up his sleeve, making it impossible to guard against. He regretted chasing after him alone. Swoosh! A dark light appeared in the Book of the Dead. Boom! Boom! Two huge wall of bones protruded from the ground at the same time. Chris felt that there was something strange about the wall of bones and quickly dodged. Feng Heng quickly put his palms together in front of him and formed a hand seal. Chris looked at Feng Heng's actions and his pupils constricted. He had an extremely bad feeling in his heart again. Undead detention spell? Was he really a necromancy summoner? Before Chris could think further, two magic rays appeared beside him and spun rapidly. Accompanied by a cold aura, two bones bosses emerged from the spinning magic rays. Whoosh! Whoosh! The moment the bones bosses appeared, two light blue sword lights slashed forward, carrying a terrifying frost aura. Chris sensed danger and quickly dodged the cold light attack. The undead detention skill, moreover, it was a detention spell that could summon a commander-level undead. Who was that guy? Chris looked at Feng Heng in shock as several thoughts flashed through his mind. He was now extremely regretful that he had chased after him alone. The cold breath of ice made his body stiffen. As soon as he landed on the ground, his expression changed again. Again. Chris immediately felt his blood boil and flow faster. The accelerated blood flow in his body and the ice waves released by the ice bones bosses made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Clenching his teeth, Chris' right hand shot forward and transformed into a dark shadow. Whoosh! Fine needles shot out from the dark shadow again and attacked Feng Heng. Chris raised his head and his pupils constricted. Not good. The Bones leader seemed to have predicted his actions in advance and used its body to block the attack path of the Shadow Needle. Kai. Kai Kai. The Shadow Needle attacks all landed on the body of the Bones leader, leaving several fine wounds on its body. However, to a commander-level creature with a lot of health point, this kind of damage was just like scratching an itch. This was troublesome. Chris cursed in his heart. His skills were not good at dealing with commander-level creatures. He was best at one-on-player battles. He would use his nimble movements and Shadow Needle's assault ability to threaten his opponent and finally think of a way to use his finishing skill to deal a fatal blow to complete the entire battle. However, this person in front of him had all sorts of tricks up his sleeve. Feng Heng stared coldly at Chris, a hint of disdain appearing on the corner of his mouth. This kid had already used the same move in front of him for the fourth time. Wasn't he a little too arrogant? Did he really think he was stupid? Under the control of Feng Heng's blood awakening skill, Chris' blood boiled faster and faster, making him feel more and more uncomfortable. He still had to deal with the attacks of the two Bones leaders. Not good. He had to risk his life. This was the last attempt. If it didn't work, he would retreat. Chris' thoughts were clear. He knew that if he continued to fight like this, his combat strength would only get weaker and weaker. Swoosh. Chris lowered his body and merged into the shadow under his feet. Feng Heng stood in the distance and stared at Chris' figure. He suddenly noticed that Chris had merged into the shadow on the ground and immediately let out a soft gasp. What a powerful skill. He could actually merge with the shadows on the ground to avoid attacks. Swoosh. The black shadow attached to the ground quickly flew forward. It passed through the bodies of the two Ice Bones leaders at an extremely fast speed and flew straight toward Feng Heng. Whoosh. The moment the black shadow was about to approach Feng Heng, Chris once again materialized and leaped out of the shadow. The dagger in his hand shot forward, drawing a dark light in the air. Crack. Bang. The blood-red barrier around Feng Heng exploded with a bang. The dagger continued to move forward. Chris used all his strength and stabbed Feng Heng's shoulder. Ka. There was a soft sound. Chris was still in the assassination position. He stared at Feng Heng in disbelief. What the hell? Ineffective? Ultimate skills were ineffective against him. The enemy didn't have any shortcomings. Attack, agility, spells, summoning, and even the terrifying defense ability. At this moment, Chris was sure that he had no way to deal with Feng Heng. He quickly pulled back his dagger and dove into the shadows as fast as he could, fleeing for his life. Feng Heng stood where he was and watched Chris flee. The game notification on his retina slowly faded away. Ding, you have received the effect of an unknown player's ultimate skill. The mark on your body has detonated. You have received 128,267 damage. You do not have any related skills. You have received the full damage of the skill. You have been bound for 5.1 seconds, how troublesome. Feng Heng cursed in his heart. Does every elite player in the advanced game have such unique skills? By the time he regained his mobility, Chris had already left his attack range. He turned into a black shadow on the ground and quickly escaped from his sight. Feng Heng couldn't catch up no matter how much he wanted to. He believed it now. Elite players in advanced games all had extraordinary life-saving abilities. Even though he had suppressed the other party throughout the entire battle, The other party still managed to escape in the end. Unless he used a big move to force him to stay. Forget it. There was no need to waste a big move on such a small fry. With that thought, Fang Heng summoned the two Icepone's leaders back and examined the inside of the maze again. The team of players from the Black Castle should be trapped in the mausoleum area. So where should he start searching next? Previously, he had been chased all the way and discovered a few spatial barriers along the way. At that time, he was in a hurry and did not carefully check the spatial barrier. He only quickly changed direction and fled. Now that he calmed down and thought about it, the spatial barrier might be to protect the correct route. Fang Heng was not sure if his train of thought was correct. In any case, rather than searching for the trapped party like a headless fly, it was better to find a random method to try and see the situation. According to the information given by the Black Castle team, the trapped team was heading towards the center of the mausoleum before they lost contact. Then let's try to start from the center. From the layout of the mausoleum, could there be some special entrance in the middle of the mausoleum? As he thought about it, Fang Heng relied on his perception and tried to walk toward the center of the mausoleum. At the same time, outside the mausoleum, the various teams of the Black Castle dispersed and retreated safely. The core members gathered at the designated retreat point. A middle-aged man wearing a mask asked, "How's the situation?" 1734 Collecting 2 of our comrades have died and are currently being resurrected. 17 of our comrades are heavily injured, and the rest are only slightly injured. Everyone was silent for a moment. Their overall combat strength was below that of the Federation elite team. If Fang Heng hadn't attracted the aggro of the Void Stalkers and caused chaos in the battle, their surprise attack would definitely have ended in failure. Luckily, with World Lord Fang Heng's help, 2 of our comrades managed to enter the mausoleum amid the chaos. The Federal team also sent close to 10 people into the passage to chase after them. Yes, the people sent into the mausoleum this time are all players who are good at stealth and concealment. It won't be a problem for them to avoid the Federation's pursuit. Let's wait. After they're out of danger, they will take the initiative to contact us. We need to find the leader as soon as possible. In addition, we need to continue suppressing the Federal camp. We can't let them easily complete the construction of the teleportation channel. Fang Heng did not know what was happening in the outside world and was currently wandering around the maze. Soon, he sensed a spatial barrier in front of the passage again. The transparent spatial barrier was like a thick wall in front of him, completely blocking his way. Fang Heng tried to touch the barrier with his hand and even knocked on it with his finger. A wall created by the power of space. It was very thick. At least, with his current strength, he could not break through it by force. It was undoubtedly an obstacle set up by the spawns. As Fang Heng was thinking, the game notification appeared again. Ding! The player has triggered the mission Secrets of the Mausoleum. Mission title, Secrets of the Mausoleum. Mission description, you have entered the main mausoleum built by the spawns while searching for the secrets of the mausoleum. Please continue to explore the main mausoleum and obtain more clues. Mission requirements, exploring the mausoleum maze area until the completion rate reaches 100%. Mission reward, next phase of the mission. Current exploration rate, 20%. Ding! The player has triggered a side mission the Mausoleum Layout Plan. Mission title, the Mausoleum Layout Plan. Mission description, in order to protect the main mausoleum, the spawns have set up layers of protective mechanisms. Other than the maze that can cause you to lose your way, the mausoleum guards will also bring you great trouble. Please be careful of the mausoleum guards' attacks. In addition, there may be some secret passages in the mausoleum. You may be able to find them through certain methods. Mission requirements, kill the mausoleum guards to obtain fragments of the Mausoleum Layout Plan. Collect all the fragments to obtain the Mausoleum Maze Layout Plan and obtain an additional main mission completion rate, increasing the main mission reward. Mission reward, the Mausoleum Maze Layout Plan, additional reward, and completion rate of the main mission. Fang Heng quickly checked the 2 mission notifications that suddenly popped up. Before he could figure out what the layout plan of the mausoleum was, heavy footsteps came from behind him. Fang Heng slowly turned his head and looked behind him. A tall mechanical creature appeared in the passage behind him. It was a complete mechanical device. The upper body was a straight cylinder, and the lower part of the bottom plate connected to the cylinder had 4 legs. The head was a short circle that could rotate 360 degrees. The mechanical guard aimed the sensor on its head at Fang Heng. DDD. As if it had confirmed that Fang Heng was an intruder, the mechanical guard beeped and quickly chased after Fang Heng. Due to the special modifications, the mechanical guard could move extremely fast in the passage. How troublesome. Seeing this, Fang Heng quickly gathered his hands in front of him and formed a seal. Close. Kai. Kai. Several black chains shot out from the Book of the Dead. The chain went straight for the mechanical guard. Bang. Bang bang bang. Fang Heng intended to control the soul chains to bind the mechanical creature, But he did not expect the soul chains to be knocked away when they hit the mechanical body. Ka ka ka. As the mechanical body approached Feng Heng, more than 10 black holes appeared on its cylindrical body. At the same time, the hole was aimed at Feng Heng, and an orange-red light vaguely emerged from the hole. Damn it! Feng Heng cursed loudly when he saw this. He put away the Book of the Dead and quickly dodged to the right side of the maze passage. In the next moment, the beam cannons fired at him. Boom. 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 Feng Heng dodged the attack first. He felt the aftershock coming from behind the corner and ran forward. This is troublesome. The zombie clones had not been resurrected yet, so with his current damage output, he would not be able to deal much damage to this metal monster. After all, alloy mechanical creatures had extremely high damage reduction against normal physical attacks. There was no need to waste his energy. He should run first. He wanted to see if he could avoid the battle. However, the mausoleum guards seemed to be built specifically for the maze. The 4 special mechanical parts under the base were extremely agile. They moved extremely fast in the passage and quickly caught up. Feng Heng quickly ran forward for a short distance and found that he could not escape at all. He decided that he wouldn't run anymore. Feng Heng suddenly stopped and turned around. Upgrade. A gentle white light enveloped Feng Heng's body, and the game prompt quickly refreshed his retina. Ding! The player's level has increased to level 36. Due to the player's innate skill, the player has obtained an additional 1089 zombie clones. Ding! Current number of zombie clones, 6533. Ding! The player's level 37 upgrade requirement, 100,000 Tier 1 mutant crystals, 500 Tier 2 mutant crystals. Feng Heng quickly scanned through the upgrade requirements. It was alright. Leveling up to level 37 only required the number of mutant crystals. It did not require higher level mutant crystals. He could work for it. Swoosh. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. At the same time, a large number of white magic arrays appeared on the ground around Feng Heng. Accompanied by the wails of the zombies, a large number of zombie clones crawled out of the magic array. The passage itself was not narrow. It was about 5 to 6 meters long, but more than 1,000 zombie clones were squeezed in at the same time. The entire passage was instantly filled with zombie clones. The newly obtained zombie clones charged at the mechanical guard. In the blink of an eye, a large number of zombie clones trapped the mechanical device in the center, making it unable to move. The muzzles on the mechanical body gathered light again, preparing to use the beam weapon to attack. However, the zombie clones were not afraid of death. Not a single one of them retreated. They directly used their bodies to block the black muzzle of the gun. Boom. Boom boom boom. The energy beams charged up for a short while before shooting out at the same time. A round of beam weapons bombarded the zombies around the mechanical cannons, and they were all sent flying. The zombie clones that were scattered on the ground were not killed. They got up from the ground one after another, and their health point recovered quickly. They staggered and continued to approach the mechanical body and used their most primitive attack method, scratching. After a round of artillery fire, the beam weapons exploded at a very close distance, and the mechanical guard also suffered a lot of damage from the explosion. The total damage was even more than the zombie clone's scratch. 1735 layout plan fragments. Feng Heng's vision was also flooded with game hints. Ding! The player's zombie clone, normal form, has dealt 144 damage to an unknown robot. Damage reduced by 75% due to the effect of the alloy mechanical skill. Ding! The player's zombie clone, normal form, has received 48,913 penetration damage, 29,471 explosion damage, flying effect, limb severing effect. Ding! The player's zombie clone, normal form, versus an unknown robot. Feng Heng shook his head helplessly as he looked at the large robot that was surrounded by zombie clones and could not move. Grind it slowly. He didn't have a good idea. It was best not to use the bones. After all, they were too large and difficult to use in such an environment. Moreover, there were limited numbers and they could not be resurrected. It would be heartbreaking if one of them died. Oh, right. When he had entered the main mausoleum earlier, there had been a game hint. Back then, because he had been chased by the Federation player, he had only taken a cursory glance. He remembered that the main mausoleum had blocked most electromagnetic communications and flight effects. Some offline tools and spatial teleportation tools could not be used. Feng Heng opened the game log and flipped through a few hundred pages before seeing the relevant hint. So, he didn't use conventional methods to log in and log out with the help of a sleeping bag. Did that mean he could still log off? Now was a good time to give it a try. Feng Heng took a few steps back and exited his combat mode. He closed his eyes on the spot. Swoosh. A spinning magic array appeared under Feng Heng's feet. Withered skeletal hands stretched out from the magic array and gradually extended along Feng Heng's body. They quickly enveloped Fang Hang and slowly pulled him into the magic array until he disappeared. When Fang Hang opened his eyes again, he found that he had successfully returned to the offline world. Very good. This way, he would have a channel to communicate with the outside world. He could find a way to contact the players from the Black Castle. Fang Hang was not in a hurry to go online. He first turned on his phone and sent a message to Mojai Oi. Then, he returned to his desk and took out his spatial science textbook. It was related to the spatial barrier he had encountered in the mausoleum. He had browsed through the textbook in the break room before and had a general understanding of the contents of the book. Even though he did not understand most of the content, it didn't matter. He had an impression of the spatial barrier. He remembered that there was a chapter in the book that talked about this. Fang Hang sat back at his desk and opened his book again. He flipped to the chapter about the spatial barrier and read it carefully. The spatial barrier was different from other barrier spells cast by academics. Through the ability of spatial science, the caster could use a special method to stack the space to achieve the effect of a barrier. The principle was a bit like building a soil barrier on the spot by piling up mud barriers in a limited space. As the density of the soil increased, the defensive ability would also increase. Compared to other barriers, the spatial barrier only required a small amount of energy to maintain after it was completed. After the barrier was attacked by external forces, its energy would not be consumed. Either the external force directly broke through the limit of the barrier and directly shattered the barrier, or the barrier was safe and sound. There was no such thing as durability or remaining energy for the stacked spatial barrier. In addition, because the spatial barrier was also invisible, one could directly see the situation behind the barrier. There were many ways to break the barrier. The simplest external force attack could directly break through the barrier. Fang Hang rubbed his chin and continued to flip through the pages. It's here. If the player had the ability of high-level spatial science, he could use a more ingenious method to use the power of spatial science to slowly flatten the spatial stack. Fang Hang read it carefully. He realized that this method recorded in the books was equivalent to slowly removing the mud wall that had been piled up. It would take a very long time, but it was very stable. Fang Hang thought for a moment, then flipped through the book and quickly closed it. He understood. The other methods were very troublesome, so he would not study them for the time being. He had many zombie clones anyway, so he could just spend some time grinding them. This safe method was more suitable for him. However, there was something else that Fang Hang found strange. In fact, all spaces had the ability to recover automatically. However, this kind of automatic recovery often took a very long time. Therefore, there must be something inside the passage that was continuously supplying energy to the spatial barriers and maintaining this barrier state. Theoretically, the spatial barriers in the mausoleum had existed for a long time, but they were still effective. What was powering them? Could it be? Fang Hang's heart skipped a beat. He could not help but recall the strange metal frame and dark purple spatial prisms he had seen in another mausoleum. If there was such a thing. That's not bad. His spatial skills hadn't been fully absorbed yet, so he could use this opportunity to upgrade to the intermediate level. It was about time to go back and take a look. Fang Hang walked to the bed, closed his eyes, and returned to the game world. Ding! The player has successfully killed the Mausoleum Mechanical Guardian Type 7, Elite. The player has discovered a Tier 2 mutant crystal. The player has discovered 5 Mausoleum layout plan fragments. Fang Hang returned to the game world once again, and the game hint quickly flashed across his retina. Raising his head, Fang Hang glanced at the broken mechanical parts on the ground. Although the zombie clone's damage output was a little low, it could still rely on its health point and number advantage to grind the elite-level guardian creatures to death. It was already very good. This was also related to the characteristics of mechanical creatures. Most of them did not have the ability to recover like normal creatures. If their appearance was damaged, they were damaged. Unless they were made of extremely expensive high-level machinery, special metals with self-repairing functions, or loaded with higher-level automatic repair programs, they would not be able to recover their health point. A large number of zombie clones swarmed forward. Although their attack power was low, it was enough to slowly grind the elite monsters to death. Other than wasting time, it was still considered good. Fang Hang raised his hand and opened his palm. The remaining Tier 2 mutant crystals and 5 pieces of paper flew into his palm. Ding! The player has obtained a Tier 2 mutant crystal, 5 mausoleum layout plan fragments. Fang Hang picked up a layout plan fragment of the mausoleum and examined it carefully. The layout plan fragment of the mausoleum was a very small piece of paper. There was a small number on the back of each piece of paper. Item: the mausoleum layout plan fragment, number 182, type, mission item, unavailable, can be traded, disappears 24 hours after leaving the mausoleum area. Description: after collecting all the fragments of mausoleum number 188, the layout plan of the mausoleum will be automatically synthesized. Description: current synthesis progress, 5 out of 188. 1736 Spatial barrier. Was it that difficult? Feng Heng looked at the item description and could not help but reveal a troubled expression. 188 fragments, and they had to be non-repetitive. The difficulty of collecting them had greatly increased. He thought, forget it, I will take it one step at a time. From the looks of it, it was not necessary to complete the mission of collecting the fragments. Feng Heng consoled himself, but his heart was still a little itchy. He felt uncomfortable and wanted to complete the mission. Taking a deep breath, Feng Heng temporarily suppressed this thought and returned to the path that he had been chased by earlier to search for the spatial barrier. After spending some time, Feng Heng once again arrived at the spatial barrier he had encountered earlier. Very good, the barrier was still there. Feng Heng looked around and walked to the spatial barrier. He pressed his hand on the barrier and activated the spatial energy according to the method he had just found in the book. Buzz. A faint white light appeared when his palm touched the spatial barrier. Feng Heng could feel that the spatial barrier was slowly melting. However, the speed of the melting was very slow. The zombie clones followed Feng Heng to the spatial barrier and used spatial element skills to melt it. With the help of the zombie cloned, the efficiency of melting the barrier increased by dozens of times. As a result, his speed was finally a little more impressive. Feng Heng estimated that it would take an hour to completely melt the spatial barrier. He was a little hesitant. Should he let a portion of his zombie clones stay behind to weaken the barrier, while he led the other zombie clones to explore the other path? Suddenly, Feng Heng heard a dense hissing sound coming from the corner of the passage behind him. Kai. That was. Feng Heng keenly sensed the movement and turned his head to look behind him. A large wave of mechanical creatures surged over from the corner of the passage. Mechanical guards. Different from the previous large elite mechanical guard, the mechanical guards this time were very small, only about half a meter tall. They relied on 8 flexible mechanical limbs to crawl on the ground at high speed. It looked like a small spider, and there were a lot of them. The mechanical creatures chased after him. Feng Heng frowned, then immediately controlled his zombie clones to stagger up. Originally, more than 1,000 zombies had blocked half of the passage behind them. Once they moved, the entire passage was filled with zombie clones. Kai. The small spider-like machines crashed into the zombie crowd, and both sides immediately started fighting. The mechanical creatures used their sharp artificial limbs to continuously wave in the air, easily cutting huge wounds on the zombie's body. A beam weapon shot out from the top of their heads and continuously fired at the zombie clones. The zombie clones could only use the simplest attacks. Scratching. Feng Heng observed the little mechanical spider's movement trajectory and attack pattern for a moment and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the attack judgment of the mechanical body was relatively simple. The mechanical spiders could not walk along the walls or the ceiling, so they were blocked by the zombie clones on the ground. Perhaps because of the limited energy, the frequency of their use of beam weapons was very low. The zombie clones relied on their bodies to resist the attack of the mechanical spiders. Feng Heng pondered and slowly retreated toward the spatial barrier behind him. An ordinary zombie clone's power output was still a little low. It would be difficult for them to deal with this batch of mechanical spiders in a short period of time with their output alone. Feng Heng took out a sniper rifle from his backpack and aimed at the target. Bang! The bullet accurately hit the little spider's head. After being severely injured, the entire mechanical spider exploded. Ding! The player has dealt 39,201 critical damage to the Mausoleum Guardian machine, Spider Type 3. The player has discovered a Tier 1 mutant crystal, A. Do the creatures in this mausoleum actually drop mutant crystals? This was good news. Feng Heng was in no hurry. He slowly retreated to the spatial barrier behind him and kept using his sniper rifle to reduce the number of small spiders. There were about 200 to 300 mechanical spiders that suddenly appeared. The zombie clones blocked the entrance of the passage with their bodies, so they couldn't rush in. If he relied on the zombie clones to slowly grind the spiders, he would probably be able to finish killing them in 1 or 2 hours. However, Feng Heng was more concerned about something. Just like the void stalkers outside, the spider's aggro seemed to be focused on him. Was it really just a coincidence? Feng Heng put down his sniper rifle and logged out of the game. At the same time, at the entrance of the main mausoleum, due to the chaotic situation at the entrance, dozens of players from the Federation followed them into the mausoleum. Some of them chased after the players from the Black Castle in an attempt to stop them. Unfortunately, all of them failed. In the subsequent exploration process, the players also encountered a lot of trouble. Every player was an elite in the advanced game. They might not be able to resolve the crisis perfectly, but escaping would not be a problem. Soon, the players realized that they seemed to be trapped in a maze. Thus, everyone returned to the entrance of the mausoleum and gathered their teammates. After the team gathered, They tried to open the entrance of the passage several times, but they all ended in failure. It was not until Chris rushed back that he informed everyone that he had just encountered an extremely troublesome opponent. The players were surprised. In terms of one-on-one combat, Chris's strength could be ranked within the top 3 in the entire team. Everyone took note of Chris's opponent. After all, there were many troublesome players. Just be careful. They had a more troublesome problem at hand. How could they get out? How could they contact the outside world? After some discussion, everyone decided to stay where they were for the time being. They would wait a little longer and hopefully, the outside world had the ability to open the teleportation portal. Feng Heng went offline and set an alarm for an hour-and-a-half nap. By the time he woke up and went online again, most of the mechanical spiders had been cleaned up by the zombie clones. There were also broken mechanical parts left behind at the back of the passage. Feng Heng raised his hand. The mutant crystals and fragments of the mausoleum layout plan that fell on the ground were absorbed into his palm. Ding! While the player is offline, the player's zombie clone has killed 274 Mausoleum Guard Machine, Spider Type 3. The player has obtained 55 Tier 1 mutant crystals. The player has obtained 41 Mausoleum Layout Plan Fragment, Ding. The player's current Mausoleum Layout Plan Synthesis Progress, 38 out of 188. Feng Heng looked back at the spatial barrier again. The spatial barrier had been completely melted, and the zombie clones had stopped moving because they had lost the latest command. Feng Heng continued to walk forward and turned another corner. Huh? Feng Heng's pupils contracted. He found it. It was the special metal frame he had seen in the small mausoleum. 1737 Absorption Space Energy Supply Device. There really was such a thing. Not far from the passage in front of him, there was a strangely shaped metal frame. Dark purple spatial prisms floated around the metal frame. It seemed that his previous guess was right. Feng Heng took 2 more steps forward. Another thick spatial barrier blocked his way. This was troublesome. Feng Heng had no choice but to stop and carefully sense it. There were actually 5 spatial barriers less than 100 meters away from the spatial prisms. He was getting a headache. I didn't expect the spatial barriers to be so concentrated. It would take a long time to melt them all. He would try to slowly melt them first. Feng Heng didn't have a good solution. He controlled the zombie clones to continue moving forward, then used his spatial science to slowly remove the barriers. According to the previous efficiency, it took less than an hour and a half to melt a wall. In that case, wouldn't 5 walls take 7 to 8 hours to completely melt? That would take such a long time. As Feng Heng was lampooning, the game hints began to spam crazily on his retina again. Ding! The player's zombie clone, normal form, has been attacked by the Mausoleum Guard Machine, Spider Type 3. It has entered a bleeding and tearing state and received 2,918 damage. Ding! The player's zombie clone, normal form, has been attacked by the Mausoleum Guard Machine. The pursuers were here again. A large group of mechanical spiders appeared from the back of the tunnel and chased after him from the intersection. They rushed toward him but were blocked by the zombie clones in the tunnel. Feng Heng felt helpless. Both the front and back were blocked. He couldn't leave. Feng Heng sighed in his heart and completely gave up on the idea of going to other places. He could only use the old tactic of controlling the zombie clones to stay behind while he logged off alone. Just like that, Feng Heng went online every half an hour to check on the situation. After grinding for another hour, he finally broke through another spatial barrier. Again? Feng Heng fell into silence as he watched the spider mesh that had just been wiped out spawn another wave. This time, he didn't want to waste any more time. He simply left the zombie clones to continue hacking and logged off. He finally understood that the aggro of the mechanical spiders was most likely related to him. As long as he was online, the spawn rate of the mechanical spiders would increase greatly. He might as well go offline so that his zombie clones could break the spatial barriers in peace. The efficiency would be higher. The next morning, the alarm clock rang. Feng Heng sat up on the bed and stretched. He walked to the window and pulled open the curtains of the single room. Sunlight shone through the window. No matter what happened last night, the sun would still rise during the day. Feng Heng washed his face and sobered up. He quickly logged into the game to collect some food. After checking the situation of the zombie clones, he logged off again. The situation was not bad. The zombie clones were still hacking in an orderly manner. 2 spatial barriers were broken, leaving only 2 more. He had obtained more than 200 Tier 1 mutant crystals, and the collection progress of the Mausoleum Layout Plan fragments had also increased to 69 out of 188. It would take 3 hours for the zombie clones to break the spatial barriers. There was no hurry. Once the spatial barriers were broken, he would be able to absorb spatial energy from the purple spatial prisms to level up his spatial science skills. His level in spatial studies had increased, and the speed at which he could melt the spatial barriers would also increase. It could be foreseen that the speed at which he broke through the spatial barriers would become faster and faster. It was just a pity that he could not continue to improve his spatial science after reaching the intermediate level with the omniscient eye alone. It was a little wasteful. It would be great if he could find a way to break through to the advanced level. Feng Heng shook his head and dismissed this unrealistic idea. Academic skills became very difficult from the moment they broke through to the advanced level. Back then, he had spent a lot of effort cultivating high-level necromancy studies. Now that he was trapped in the mausoleum, it was even more impossible to complete the spatial science advancement mission. During this period of time, Feng Heng had supplemented a lot of knowledge related to spatial science and had already left the ranks of novices. After all the talents reached the maximum level of the intermediate stage, each advancement was a hurdle. Lu Yanlong's talent in spatial science was already extremely high. Back then, he had spent half a year upgrading to advanced spatial science, and it had taken him an entire year to advance to the master level. His teacher, Hueco, was only at the peak of advanced spatial science. Of course, Hueco's main focus was on academic research and teaching. This was also one of the reasons why he had not advanced. This showed how difficult it was to level up. Feng Heng did not have much hope. He was going to attend a big class in the next 3 hours. Coincidentally, he was also a little curious about the food in the cafeteria, so he wanted to go to the cafeteria to solve his breakfast problem. He remembered hearing about it from Tongjia when he first arrived. It was said that the school cafeteria provided buffets. Of course, the fees were included in the tuition fees. Feng Heng quickly went to the cafeteria to take a look. It was indeed not bad. There were quite a variety of dishes to choose from. It was worth the tuition fees. Feng Heng ordered a bowl of spicy noodles and was eating when his phone rang. It was Mojai Oi. Old Mo? Have you contacted the people from the Black Castle yet? How's the situation? I got in touch with them, so I came to look for you immediately. The people from the Black Castle did not seem to know that Feng Heng had a special ability that allowed him to break through the game's restrictions and log in and out. They thought that he was still trapped in the mausoleum. Therefore, Mojai Oi took the initiative to contact the Black Castle and got some feedback from them. First, it was about the resurrection of the corpses they had seen in the small mausoleum. According to Olga, she did not know why the corpse of the spawn found in the sarcophagus would suddenly resurrect, but this was clearly inconsistent with the records on the tablet. According to the description of the stone slab and the eulogy in the outside world, the people buried here were the dead. There was no black technology that could revive the spawns. This is strange. Feng Heng muttered to himself and told Mojai Oi about what he had seen after entering the main mausoleum. He wanted Mojai Oi to think of a way to ask the people of the Black Castle if there was any way to easily resolve the spatial barriers. According to Feng Heng's estimation, it would take him about half a month to sneak into the depths of the mausoleum step by step. It couldn't be helped. The maximum level of spatial science was intermediate level. This meant that there was a limit to the speed at which he could melt the spatial barriers. What did they say? Mojai Oi quickly explained, yes, there's also news from the Black Castle. During the chaos earlier, 2 members of the Black Castle followed you into the main mausoleum. They also encountered spatial barriers along the way. According to Fauna, the team that was trapped earlier was heading towards the center of the mausoleum, and they chose to destroy all the spatial barriers along the way. 1738 requirement. That's why Black Castle suggested that we find the route that the trap team had taken earlier. That passage should be safe. Even if the spatial barrier has some kind of automatic recovery ability, the time is too short. The recovered spatial barrier is very weak and can be easily broken through. As long as we find a way to find their route, we can save a lot of trouble. Feng Heng was stunned when he heard Mojai Oi's explanation. Was the party trapped in the Black Castle that powerful? They were able to forcefully break through the spatial barrier? But soon, Feng Heng smiled bitterly. It was easy to say. How could it be so easy to search in such a large spatial maze? Moreover, they would still be pursued by a large number of mausoleum guards. It was very easy to be blocked halfway by a pincer attack from the front and back. After hearing Feng Heng's description, Mojai Oi also felt that things were not so simple, so he nodded, indicating that he would communicate with the players of Black Castle to see if there was a better way. Oh, right. Feng Heng thought of something before hanging up the phone and added, also, ask Black Castle if there's any way to quickly break through to the high-tier spatial science. Something like a skill book would be best. Alright. Mojai Oi agreed immediately. Feng Heng hung up. He just asked casually without expecting too much. What if? If he could find a high-tier spatial science skill book and break through to high-tier spatial science, he could rely on the zombie clones to quickly break through the spatial barrier. When he was almost done with the spicy noodles, Feng Heng off his phone and ran to class with his textbook. The day class was Elemental Science. From the start of the class till now, the Elemental Science course was already halfway through. It was hard to understand a lesson midway. Feng Heng himself had never studied Elemental Science, so he just casually listened to it. Elemental Science courses were much more popular than Spatial Science. Many students came to study, and the classes were held in large classrooms. Feng Heng arrived relatively late. Fortunately, there were many empty seats in the back row. Feng Heng had just found a seat when he received another notification on his phone. It was Tong Jia. I am sorry, I've been working all night for the past 2 days. The research direction of my research group doesn't quite match the spatial science you're studying. If you want to intern, you can come to my laboratory to take a look. Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat and he immediately typed a reply on his phone. I am interested. When is it convenient for me to go over? There are experiments in the laboratory that need to be monitored these few days. Just these few days, at 3 in the afternoon. Any day is fine. No problem. I will go over and take a look. Feng Heng quickly replied, put down his phone, and continued listening to the class quietly. While Feng Heng was busy with his lessons, the people in the Black Castle were busy and nervous. After the battle last night, the various teams of the Black Castle had safely evacuated the mausoleum area and returned to the gathering point to begin planning the next operation against the federal camp. The core team was more concerned about the situation inside the mausoleum. One of the core players put away his spiritual communication channel and nodded at everyone. We have successfully established a communication channel with them. We agreed to communicate with them every half an hour. Other than Feng Heng, 2 other players had barged into the mausoleum in the chaos earlier. After the 2 of them entered the mausoleum, they were chased by the Federation player. Unlike Feng Heng, they did not turn back and fight head-on. It took them a lot of effort to escape from the hands of the Federation's high-tier elite player. Yes. The infiltrators that were sent out all have special camouflage abilities. They have successfully avoided the Federation's pursuit and are exploring the maze, looking for the route that the leader took earlier. In other aspects, there are special mechanical guards in the mausoleum that are more difficult to deal with. Every once in a while, they still have to avoid the detection and patrol of the mechanical guards, so the efficiency of the search is very low. Everyone nodded secretly. Previously, the trap team had mentioned that there were spatial barriers inside the passage. The psychic ability of the players from the Black Castle was not advantageous against these barriers. Fortunately, the spatial defense was not invincible. The trap team forcefully broke through the spatial barriers and opened a passage to the center of the mausoleum. Therefore, as long as they found the passage they had broken through earlier, they could chase after them. But even so, it was extremely time-consuming. After all, the maze was too big, and it was not easy to find the correct route. They also had to avoid the guards of the mausoleum. As the few of them were talking, Fauna hurriedly went online. Her tone was a little anxious as she spoke. Everyone, we have successfully contacted World Lord Feng Heng. Everyone's expression changed. They were all core members of the Black Castle and knew about Feng Heng's existence. It was all thanks to Feng Heng and the others that they were able to obtain the key to the main mausoleum. They had also noticed Feng Heng during the fierce battle outside the mausoleum. They were happy that Feng Heng had appeared, which allowed them to enter the mausoleum. However, Feng Heng's entry into the mausoleum was not part of their plan, so they did not assign Feng Heng an external communication device. They did not expect Feng Heng to have the ability to communicate with the outside world while he was in the mausoleum. Is he alright? World Lord Feng Heng has already shaken off the Federation's pursuers. According to him, he also encountered spatial barriers in the maze. He is currently trying to break through them, but his speed is a little slow. Everyone was shocked. He could break through the spatial barriers at an extremely fast pace. Fauna paused for a moment, and her expression became more serious. She continued, in addition, World Lord Feng Heng also encountered a large number of spider mechanical guards. He communicated with us and asked if we have any other ways to quickly break through the spatial barriers, as well as a way to quickly advance to high-tier spatial science. As soon as he said this, everyone suddenly fell silent. A few of them looked at each other. What a coincidence. About 3 years ago, a certain team in the Black Castle completed a very difficult special mission and obtained an advanced spatial science notebook. The notebook had powerful effects. Players only needed to accumulate enough experience points to advance to the master level. Most importantly, this book could be traded. The item had a transaction attribute, and its value instantly soared. But at the same time, there was also an unknown curse attached to the notebook. Once the book was equipped or placed in the backpack, the player would be affected by a special curse, affecting his mind. At first, the party from the Black Castle wanted to remove the curse from the book, but after a few attempts, they realized that it was impossible. After several rounds of detailed investigation, they found that the curse might be related to a mission in a special high-tier world. Based on all the information, the mission level was SSS level. 1739 Skill Advancement Book. It was an SSS level difficulty mission for advanced games. One could imagine how difficult the mission was, and high difficulty missions meant high level rewards. Therefore, it was hard to tell whether the hidden effect of the curse was positive or negative. In short, the curse effect did not reduce the value of the book. Instead, it made it even more popular. However, most of the players in the Black Castle majored in psychic studies, so their learning ability in spatial science was limited. Furthermore, in recent years, the Black Castle's team had focused on Hyla's main storyline mission, so they temporarily kept this book on spatial science. In fact, many forces knew that the Black Castle possessed a spatial notebook, and many people had their own ideas about this book. What a coincidence! Feng Heng only needed an advanced skill book for spatial science? It made people suspicious. Did Feng Heng already know about this book? So his goal was to get this book from the start? After a moment of silence, one of them asked, "Is the news reliable?" "It's news from Mr. Mo." "It's absolutely reliable." "Then what do you think?" Everyone looked at each other. Based on my understanding of World Lord Feng Heng's personality, he shouldn't know about this skill book. If he knew we had it, he would have asked for it directly. Fauna looked at everyone and nodded. She said, "The fact that we have successfully entered the mausoleum is all thanks to Feng Heng, who has helped us a lot. I don't think we need to worry, since we don't need the notebook for now, we can just give it to him." Hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. Indeed, we owe him a lot this time. After this, we will need to compensate him with the corresponding value. This skill advancement book is enough. I agree. Since World Lord Feng Heng is trustworthy, there is no need to worry too much. We will have more collaborations in the future. However, there is a curse in the book. We must warn World Lord Feng Heng in advance to avoid unnecessary trouble. Another player smiled bitterly and said, "Our Black Castle has always done things with a clear conscience. World Lord Feng Heng has helped us a lot, I have no objections to giving him the book. World Lord Feng Heng is still trapped in the main mausoleum, how can we pass the book to him?" Everyone felt helpless when they heard this. In fact, this was also what they found strange earlier. He was clearly still trapped in the mausoleum, yet he still asked for something. It was too suspicious. Fauna nodded and said, "Everyone, World Lord Feng Heng has his special ability. We don't have to think too much about it. Leave this matter to me. I will communicate with Mr. Mo." Alright. Feng Heng hadn't even finished his elemental science class, and his phone was flooded with messages. The news came so quickly? Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat when he saw Mojai Ai's reply. The Black Castle really did have a spatial science skill book? Moreover, this spatial science skill book was extremely powerful. As long as the experience points were full, he could directly level up from basic to master level. Good news. Feng Heng felt like he had won the lottery. He was sure that this skill book could save him a lot of time. He suddenly lost the mood to continue his lesson. He quietly left the classroom through the back door and immediately called Mojai Ai. "Hello? Old Mo? What's the situation with that book?" On the other end of the phone, Mojai Ai gave Feng Heng a rough summary of the information that the Black Castle had given him. "Mr. Feng, Black Castle is very generous and willing to give us the book, but there's still a problem." "What is it?" "Yes, the book is incomplete. Black Castle believes that this skill book is related to a very troublesome curse. Once you come into contact with the book, you will be cursed. In addition, the Black Castle believes that the curse is related to an advanced game world, and it is likely to involve an SSS-level mission. Moreover, once bound to a book, the player's mind will be affected by some special power." Mojai Ai was very serious as he reminded Feng Heng, "Brother Feng, Black Castle warned us to be extra careful." Feng Heng frowned. "Curse?" Moreover, it was related to the advanced game world. The high-level negative effects of the curse in the advanced game world made his head hurt just thinking about it. He already had enough trouble on his hands, and now he had to trigger an SSS-level mission in an advanced game world? This is really troublesome. Feng Heng whispered. He clearly didn't want to cause any more trouble, but forget it, he would take it one step at a time. Anyway, he already had the demonic seed on him. He didn't have to worry about his debts. So he would take a look at the item first. "I know. When can we get the skill book?" "It's already been arranged. Old Black has a way to bring the item out of the game. It will be in your hands in an hour, but..." Mojai Ai hesitated for a moment before asking softly, "Feng Heng, can Old Black really be completely trusted? Could we trust him with the advancement book?" Mojai Ai hesitated. He knew a little about Old Black and did not feel comfortable about him. "Give it to him." Feng Heng did not hesitate. He had been working with Old Black for quite some time now, and he had even lent Old Black the spatial teleportation passage to the zombie apocalypse. The skill advancement book was indeed very valuable, but he believed that Old Black knew how to make the right choice. Okay, I understand, Mojai I reminded him again. Because of the curse, the skill book is stored in a special sealed wooden box. Feng Heng, be careful. After hanging up, Feng Heng returned to the classroom to listen to the lecture. However, this time, Feng Heng found it hard to immerse himself in the elemental science course. His thoughts could not help but drift out. The spatial science advancement book was definitely a good item. Coupled with the large number of spatial prisms in the mausoleum maze to absorb experience, it was also possible for him to level up spatial science to the master level. But a special curse would have encountered more trouble. An hour later, when the class ended, Feng Heng returned to the dormitory and found a parcel on the ground outside the dormitory door. The goods have arrived? Old Black was really fast. Feng Heng immediately picked up the parcel and opened the door. After returning to his room, Feng Heng locked the door, drew the curtains, and carefully tore open the package. There was a purple wooden box in the bag. The box wasn't big. It was only a cube about half a meter long. Feng Heng pressed his hand on the wooden box and he felt coldness upon contact. Jai Ai had reminded him that the wooden box was a special item found by the Black Castle team. It was used to isolate the curse of the skill book inside. Buzz. A faint white light flashed. The wooden box was stored in Feng Heng's special warp backpack space. For safety reasons, it was better not to dismantle it in the real world. If they encountered any special circumstances and created some fluctuations or light and shadow effects, it would cause trouble in school and be difficult to deal with. He would enter the game and take a look. Feng Heng immediately went online. 1740 Fire of Wrath swoosh. A magic array quickly appeared in the main mausoleum's passage. Feng Heng slowly condensed his figure from the magic array. He opened his eyes again. The spatial barrier that was originally erected in the passage ahead was only left with a thin layer. The zombie clones were still gathered in front of the spatial barrier, tirelessly using their spatial power to melt the spatial barrier. Behind them, there was still a small group of mechanical spiders fighting with the zombie clones. Feng Heng waved his hand. A thin layer of mutant crystal and fragments of the mausoleum layout plan flew into his palm. Ding! While the player is offline, the player's zombie clone has killed 274 Mausoleum Guardian Machine, Spider Type 3. The player has obtained 125 Tier 1 Mutant Crystal. The player has obtained 91 Mausoleum Layout Plan Fragment, Ding. The player's current Mausoleum Layout Plan Synthesis Progress, 101 out of 188, his gains were rather average. He needed tens of thousands of mutant crystals to level up to level 37, so 100 or so was not a problem at all. As for the Mausoleum Layout Plan Fragments, they might drop duplicate fragments. Therefore, the later the mission, the slower the completion of the mission. Feng Heng took a small step back and took out a wooden box from his warp backpack. A game notification appeared. Ding! The player has discovered an item. Master Carville's sealed box. Item: Master Carville's sealed box. Description: a box commissioned by craftsman Master Carville. It can seal most items with special curses. Description: the sealed artifact's size is required to be less than 0.3 into 0.3 into 0.3. Description: some special items can be stored in the sealed box and placed in the backpack. Not bad. The Black Castle was honest in doing business, and they even gave him a sealed box for free. As Feng Heng thought about it, he pressed his hand on the box, held his breath, and gently pushed the lid of the box forward. Whoosh! At the same time the box was opened, a faint dark yellow light burst out from the box. The light flickered for a moment before quickly dissipating. Feng Heng narrowed his eyes and looked at the bottom of the box. An exquisitely wrapped book lay there quietly. The book was very thin, only 30 to 50 pages. The cover of the book was engraved with an unknown picture. It seemed to be shrouded in a layer of shadow, giving people a strange feeling. Feng Heng narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself. Curse. At this point, what was there to hesitate about? So be it. Feng Heng stopped thinking about it and made up his mind. He suddenly reached out and pressed his hand on the book. Swoosh. Feng Heng's pupils contracted. He couldn't block it in time, and a dark yellow power entered his body through his finger. Ding! The player has been contaminated. The moment his palm touched the book, the game notifications that were rapidly refreshing in his retina were completely covered by a fiery red. At the same time, as the yellow energy flowed into his body, Feng Heng's heart was filled with an indescribable anger. The anger that was ignited made him have the urge to destroy everything. The yellow aura quickly flowed through his fingers and into his sea of consciousness. Swoosh! The gray curse aura that was entrenched in Feng Heng's sea of consciousness sensed the invasion and quickly pounced forward. The yellow aura seemed to have met its natural enemy and quickly melted under the strangulation of the pollution aura. Fang Heng instantly sobered up from his anger. In front of him was still a sea of crimson flames. It was an illusion. Through the dancing flames in front of him, Fang Heng could clearly see a pair of eyes. His eyes were also fixed on Fang Heng. "It's you." A deep voice rang out in Fang Heng's ears. He also stared at the pair of eyes in the illusion. The voice in his ears came from the pair of eyes. He continued to speak in a deep voice. "Why are you here? And why are you so weak? What happened to you?" The eyes in the flames retreated a few meters and kept laughing wildly. "Ha ha ha. I know. I understand now. Little brother. You're here for me, very good. Looks like you can't stand that idiot anymore. Let's work together to kill that guy. That despicable fool, the flames will devour him completely. He would sink into the flames of hell forever. I will make him suffer 1,000 times more pain. I swear." Swoosh. The eyes in the flames quickly approached Fang Heng, almost right in front of him. "Come find me. Little brother. Let's work together to get rid of that idiot." Roar. The burning flames engulf everything in front of Fang Heng. Fang Heng instantly felt like he had lost all his strength. He half knelt on the ground and reached out to support himself against the wall on his right, panting heavily. The illusion in front of him gradually faded, and sweat kept flowing down his cheeks. The game prompt appeared on Fang Heng's retina again. Ding. The player has been detected to have a higher level of pollution. This time, the pollution effect is immune. Ding. The player has been detected to have some related missions. Ding. Combining mission information. The player has triggered the mission Fire of Wrath. Mission title, Fire of Wrath. Difficulty, A. Mission description, you have touched a book contaminated by the demonic seed Wrath. You have come into direct contact with Wrath in the illusion. Wrath seems to be willing to cooperate with you. Mission requirement, please find a believer in the Fire of Wrath to trigger the next phase of the mission. Current stage mission reward, none. Fang Heng looked at the game prompt on his retina. It took him a long time to recover from the state of exhaustion. The power of the demonic seed was stronger than he had imagined. Even though he was in the illusion just now, the power of anger could almost suffocate him. So, Fang Heng carefully recalled everything he had seen and felt in the illusion. Because his body was already contaminated by a higher level of jealousy, the corruption of wrath was ineffective. Good news. The curse hidden in the book was actually related to the demonic seed's contamination. The contamination did not take effect. He had gotten a spatial skill book for free. Bad news. The corruption effect from jealousy on his body was even stronger than the corruption effect of anger hidden in the skill book. The power of wrath was already so strong that just an illusion could make him lose his ability to fight. How strong would jealousy be? Fang Heng smiled bitterly. He felt that he had really gotten into big trouble. He used his hand to support himself against the wall and stood up again. Combining the conversation he heard in the illusion, wrath seemed to have been tricked by jealousy. He had another mission related to the demonic seed. Fortunately, the mission did not have a time limit. He might be able to make use of it when dealing with jealousy later. Fang Heng calculated in his heart. Combined with the illusion he had just seen, he could roughly guess what had happened. The advanced spatial skill book in his hand was very likely to have spread his anger through his believers. He was furious and hoped that he could find a stronger believer to help him escape. He did not expect to meet him. On the other hand, the Black Castle might not know much about the demonic seed world, and they thought that the advanced skill book was an unknown curse. 1741 advancement. After figuring out the whole thing, Fang Heng felt that he had made a killing. Anyway, his body was already polluted, so it didn't matter. As for the bait left behind by wrath, it would be impolite for him to reject it. Fang Heng reached out and gently touched the book. The game hint appeared again. Ding. The player has discovered a special item. Sagnotketer's Spatial Science Review. Item. Sagnotketer's Spatial Science Review. Unknown Strength. Level. SS. Description. Records the understanding and awareness of the Master of Spatial Science, Sagnotketer. Before binding, this book can be traded. Description. This item has an unknown strength attached to it. Touching this item may cause one to be affected by the unknown power. Description. When placed in the backpack, the player's spatial science skill can be automatically upgraded to the next level after the player's experience points have reached the maximum level. The highest level that can be upgraded to is Master Level Spatial Science. This effect will be automatically bound after it takes effect once. Description. This item will be automatically destroyed after the player dies. Fang Heng read through the skill advancement book in detail. The book was not bound yet. It could only be bound automatically after completing a skill upgrade. Good stuff. Satisfied, Fang Heng put the book into his backpack. With it, coupled with the dark purple spatial prisms in the mausoleum maze, upgrading to Master Level Spatial Science was just around the corner. Fang Heng's heart was filled with anticipation. He walked to the front of the spatial barrier and pressed his hand on it. More than half of the spatial barrier had been melted. There was still a little bit left. It was almost time. Feng Heng flicked his wrist, and an alloy rod appeared in his palm. Phew. He raised the metal rod and smashed it at the spatial barrier in front of him. Bang. The spatial barrier was hit by a huge force and instantly shattered. Although he could not see it, Feng Heng could clearly sense the spatial fluctuations around him. Very good. The metal frame was right in front of him. Feng Heng slowly walked toward the metal frame behind the barrier. It was different from the metal frame he had encountered in the mausoleum. The metal frame in the main mausoleum was clearly much taller. There were 12 spatial prisms floating around the metal frame. Suck. Suck it dry. Feng Heng looked excited. He waved his hand, and the zombie clones behind him rushed up again, aiming at the floating spatial crystals and starting to absorb them. Ding! The player's zombie clone, Vine form, has absorbed and transformed unknown spatial strength. The player has obtained plus 3,321 spatial science experience points. The zombie clone's maximum health point has decreased by 3,321. Feng Heng's vision was once again flooded with absorbed information. Now that he had the spatial science advancement book, he didn't have to worry about wasting any more energy. According to this absorption speed, it would not be a problem for him to advance to the master level of spatial science. Feng Heng was extremely excited. He stood at the side and watched, waiting for the zombie clone to finish absorbing the energy. Ding! The player's zombie clone, Vine form, has died. It will be revived in 5 hours and 21 minutes. Bang! As the spatial strength in the dark purple spatial prisms was continuously absorbed and converted into spatial science experience points, more and more zombie clones triggered the negative death effect, or their health point was reduced to a negative value and they were directly killed by the spatial fluctuations. But that was not important. Feng Heng adjusted the speed of the zombie clone's absorption of experience points to be the fastest. Bang! Soon, the first spatial prism was sucked dry and shattered. Bang! Bang! Then, the second and third pieces. In less than half an hour, all the spatial prisms floating around the frame were sucked dry and exploded, leaving only a bare frame. At the same time, the spatial barrier around Feng Heng's area instantly disappeared. The metal frame and the 12 spatial prisms were central devices that could provide energy to the spatial barrier in a small area of the maze. Judging from the size of the mausoleum, there must be many similar centers in the mausoleum. Feng Heng looked at the game hint again. Intermediate spatial science leveled up to level 24. Soon. The last level would complete the advancement. He would continue to work hard. Feng Heng clenched his fists and controlled the zombie clone to scout ahead, slowly walking forward. What about the core members of the Black Castle? There was no hurry. Slowly explore the inside of the maze passage. When the time came, he would definitely find them. Soon, after walking for less than 10 minutes, Feng Heng was once again blocked by the spatial barrier in front of him. This time, Feng Heng directly passed through the 7 spatial barriers in front of him and saw the metal frame and spatial prisms standing on the ground of the passageway. As expected. His guess was right. Feng Heng nodded and controlled his zombie clones to move forward again, trying to use spatial strength to slowly melt the space barrier. After absorbing a large number of experience points, the intermediate spatial science skill had increased by 5 levels, and the speed at which it melted the spatial barrier had also increased slightly. Very good. Feng Heng nodded in his heart. When he absorbed another wave of energy from the spatial prisms, his spatial science would successfully upgrade to the advanced level, and the speed of melting the barrier would be even faster. Right now, the most troublesome thing was the pursuers behind them. Even though he had just completely destroyed a small control center of a metal frame, there were still mechanical spiders chasing after him. However, the passage behind them had been blocked by the zombie clones. Feng Heng realized that as long as he was online, the refresh rate of the mechanical spider pursuers would increase by several times. Once the numbers accumulate, the zombie clones might not be able to stop them. It was very troublesome. Forget it, he might as well go offline. Feng Heng thought for a moment, then gave the zombie clones the order to hack the machine. He estimated that it would take 3 hours for the zombie clones to melt the spatial barrier. It was almost time to come back after a class. In the Black Castle, the core player team learned about Feng Heng's latest exploration progress in the mausoleum from their subordinates. During this period of time, the 2 dark players who had infiltrated the mausoleum had been going around in circles in the maze. They spent most of their time avoiding the mechanical guards of the mausoleum, so they did not find the passage left behind by the team that was trapped earlier. That was not the only problem. It was a reliable piece of information that he had obtained from the federal camp. The level 5 teleportation passage was about to be completed, and the second advanced game world passage was about to be connected. The special shielding device that broke through the entrance of the mausoleum was also ready to be dismantled and transported over. The time left for them was getting lesser and lesser. At this moment, a player who had entered the main mausoleum reported that he had found a special zombie creature in the mausoleum maze. What was even stranger was that he found that the zombie creatures were fighting with a group of mechanical spider life forms. The player who had snuck into the mausoleum was being chased by the mechanical life forms. When he saw this strange scene, he immediately had an idea. He thought of a way to lure the mechanical life forms behind him and use the zombies to escape the pursuers. He did not expect that he would succeed. 1742 Gathering. After receiving the feedback, the core team members looked at each other. It was Feng Heng. Everyone present knew Feng Heng's identity and naturally knew his special ability controlling zombies. It was a coincidence. That player had found Feng Heng's location. Great, the two of them could complete their rendezvous. One of them said, "Tell Ji Mingbo to stop first, don't move around. Think of a way to wait in place." Fauna nodded and said, "I will try to contact World Lord Feng Heng. We need his help." Feng Heng did not have a locator on him, so he could not find the trapped party. However, the players from the Black Castle who entered the mausoleum all had one on them. The two of them could cooperate. If the two of them could successfully meet up, the success rate of finding the trapped party would undoubtedly increase greatly. At this time, Feng Heng was still in class. It was a natural science course. Feng Heng felt a little stumped when he started learning from the middle. Just as he was trying to understand a formula that the teacher had written on the blackboard, Moji Ai's message was uploaded to his phone. You've found a companion from Black Castle?" When Feng Heng saw the message, he thought for a moment, took his textbook, and carefully left the classroom through the back door. 10 minutes later, Feng Heng returned to the dormitory and went online again. Ding! While the player is offline, the player's zombie clone has killed 188 Mausoleum Guard Machine, Spider Type 3. The player has obtained 73 Tier 1 Mutant Crystal. The player has obtained 75 Mausoleum Layout Plan Fragment. Ding! The player's current Mausoleum Layout Plan Synthesis progress, 146 out of 188. The spatial barrier in front of him had been partially melted by the zombies, and there were only 2 left. It was estimated that it would be done very soon. Feng Heng turned around and walked toward the back of the passage, ready to welcome the player from the Black Castle. Soon, Feng Heng passed through the zombie crowd and arrived at the front of the tunnel. The spawned spider mechanical guards were still fighting with the zombie clones. But now, the lickers that had died earlier had been resurrected, and the farming efficiency had increased greatly. Ji Mingbo was an elite player of the Black Castle. In terms of strength alone, he was not the best player in the Black Castle. However, he had a special stealth talent and skill, which was especially suitable for infiltration. Therefore, he was one of the mission executors to infiltrate the mausoleum. Looking at the zombie crowd that was fighting against the machinery in the mausoleum, Ji Mingbo felt strange. So, was this group of zombies controlled by their allies? Ji Mingbo listened to the offline team's instructions and stayed where he was. He had been waiting for more than half an hour. All of a sudden, he saw a path open in the zombie crowd. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! Immediately, the mechanical spiders scurried toward the passage, but they were once again entangled by the lickers. Ji Mingbo carefully hid himself and used a special concealment technique to hide his aura, blending his body into the surrounding scenery. He relied on this innate skill to avoid many crises. It was always good to be careful. Ji Mingbo carefully observed the player who walked out of the zombie crowd in front of him. The man was wearing a mask from the Black Castle. He should be one of their own. Ji Mingbo's heart skipped a beat. He saw the player's gaze quickly sweep around before looking straight at him. He had actually been discovered. Ji Mingbo's heart skipped a beat. Their gazes met. He was sure that the other party had seen him. Who was that person? His concealment technique was useless in front of the other party. He was actually discovered. He didn't even last half a minute. Ji Mingbo realized that his concealment had been seen through, so he stopped hiding and carefully passed through the battle zone between the mechanical spiders and the zombies. Ji Mingbo revealed himself in front of Feng Heng. "Hello, I am Ji Mingbo, a member of the Black Castle. The team leader asked me to come here and wait for you." "Yes." Feng Heng had already known Ji Mingbo's name beforehand. He nodded and raised his hand to signal the spiritual mark Fauna had left on his right arm. "Hello, everyone calls me Mr. Feng." Ji Mingbo raised his hand and gestured at the back of his hand. A faint green line appeared on their marks at the same time. After both parties confirmed their identities, Feng Heng could not help but nod in approval and said, "Very powerful concealment skill." He admired Ji Mingbo's special stealth ability. He was able to hide from the senses of the mechanical creatures and directly arrive in front of him. Feng Heng could only sense the presence of someone through his own perception when he was within 5 meters of him. Before this, Fang Heng had always used his blood-sensing ability to sense Ji Mingbo's location to determine that there was something there. Beyond 5 meters away, he would not be able to see anything with his sight and perception. Ji Mingbo smiled. He didn't know if Fang Heng was really praising him. After all, even his concealment methods could not last more than a second under Fang Heng's nose. Mr. Fang, you're too polite. Ji Mingbo carefully sized up the zombies around Fang Heng and asked, are these your summoned creatures? Yes, it's more dangerous here. Follow me first and we will talk slowly. Alright. Ji Mingbo had a special hidden ability to suppress his aura and carefully followed Fang Heng forward. Behind the two of them, the entire passage was once again surrounded by zombies. The spider machines from the outside world were stopped by the zombies. This damn sense of security. Ji Mingbo praised in his heart. His stealth skill could be maintained for a long time when he was still, but it could not be maintained for long when he was moving. As he thought about it, he quickened his pace and followed Fang Heng. Soon, Ji Mingbo followed Fang Heng to the spatial barrier. He saw a large number of zombies gathered in front of the spatial barrier. He couldn't help but ask, Mr. Fang, are they? Fang Heng explained simply, it's a special ability. As you can see, they can help to melt the spatial barrier, but it will take some time. Ji Mingbo was even more surprised when he heard this. He could use a summoned creature to break through the spatial barrier? Unheard of. He had learned from the team of the Black Castle that Mr. Fang had the ability to open a spatial passage and he came here to confirm this ability. After witnessing it with his own eyes, Ji Mingbo looked at Fang Heng with admiration. This place is still safe for now. I am thinking of a way to break through a few layers of spatial barriers and enter the back. Fang Heng pointed at the metal shelf behind the barrier and continued to explain, do you see the central device inside? I will disintegrate it later. At that time, the spatial barriers in the surrounding area will completely lose their effect, and we can continue moving forward. Ji Mingbo's expression was solemn as he nodded, I see. I understand. By the way, Mr. Mo told me that you have something important to tell me in person. 1743 guidance. Yes. Ji Mingbo continued, Mr. Fang, our original plan was to sneak into the mausoleum with a few other teammates to find the trap team and meet them. However, something went wrong with our plan. In the end, only me and another teammate successfully entered the mausoleum. This is our communicator crystal. It can avoid the special magnetic field interference inside the mausoleum and communicate with the outside world. Ji Mingbo took out a light blue ball the size of a golf ball from his backpack and said, this is it. However, the communicator needs to be activated by a psychic skill, and it will also consume the built-in energy of the crystal. In addition, this energy cannot be replenished inside the mausoleum, so under normal circumstances, we agreed to contact the outside team once every half an hour. Yes. Fang Heng glanced at the crystal ball in Ji Mingbo's hand. The small ball that was held in Ji Mingbo's hand constantly emitted a weak blue light. This thing could only be triggered by psychic power. No wonder Fauna didn't give him one. Of course, apart from this, Fauna had never expected that only 3 people would enter the mausoleum and that one of them was actually Fang Heng. In addition, this crystal can also guide us to the location of the trap team. Fang Heng's heart skipped a beat. It can do that? Is the location accurate? Yes, we can confirm that the trap team also has a similar passage communicator on them. We are targeting the location of the communicator. As long as they are still carrying the communicator, we can locate them. Ji Mingbo said as he placed the crystal ball in his palm and closed his eyes. Buzz. Under the guidance of his special spiritual power, the small crystal ball floated in the air. Following that, the crystal slowly floated towards the right of the spatial barrier. Ji Mingbo suddenly opened his eyes, grabbed the crystal floating in the air, and stuffed it back into the player's backpack. The trapped party is in that direction. Fang Heng nodded and said, it's about the same as my previous judgment. That's the direction of the center of the mausoleum. Fauna also told me that the trap team is in the center of the mausoleum. Mr. Fang, the team has communicated with me earlier. I will take you as the leader and cooperate with you to find the trap team. In just 5 minutes, Ji Mingbo was already convinced by Fang Heng. Previously, he had been a little hesitant about the team leader's arrangements, wondering how he could be so obedient to an outsider. Now that he had witnessed Fang Heng's abilities, he had no complaints at all. You're welcome. There's no need to appoint a leader. My cooperation with Black Castle has always been very pleasant. We share the same goal. Fang Heng waved his hand as he spoke and continued to walk to the front of the spatial passage. An alloy metal rod appeared in his hand. Phew. The metal rod sliced through the air and smashed into the spatial barrier. Bang. The barrier that had been weakened by a large portion exploded. Ji Mingbo looked at Fang Heng's actions and swallowed carefully. Destroying the spatial barrier with a single strike? Was it possible? Thank you, Mr. Fang. For your understanding. Behind him, the zombie clones rushed up again and began to weaken the next spatial barrier. With outsiders around, Feng Hang didn't go offline. He watched the zombie clones work. Since the lickers had already been revived, the efficiency of clearing the mechanical spiders in the passage had greatly increased. There would be no danger for the time being. Ji Mingbo couldn't help, so he stood at the side for the time being. He looked around and couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Feng, is there anything else I can help you with?" "Not at the moment." Feng Hang shrugged and asked, "Oh, right. Do you know about the situation in the Federation?" "Yes, I've learned a little. There's news that the Federation will be able to complete the expansion of the teleportation passage before dark. We don't have much time left." Speaking of this, Ji Mingbo couldn't help but worry. "Mr. Feng, I will talk to the team from Black Castle in 5 minutes. Do you need me to pass on any message?" "It's nothing." Feng Hang shrugged. Then, he thought of something and said, "Ah, right, thank them for me. The skill book they gave me is very good. It is very helpful to me and can increase my efficiency greatly." "Alright." Ji Mingbo didn't know anything about the cursed spatial book. When half an hour was up, he immediately took out the crystal and communicated with the offline team. The core team of the Black Castle had been waiting for news from Ji Mingbo. Hearing that Feng Hang had confirmed that he had obtained the spatial skill book, they were a little surprised. Was this for real? He had already obtained the book? He even broke the curse? Regardless of whether it was true or not, the people of Black Castle felt more at ease after knowing from Ji Mingbo that Feng Hang had the ability to break the spatial barrier. The problem now was efficiency. Could Feng Hang find the track team as soon as possible? The offline core team told Ji Mingbo to continue listening to Feng Hang's instructions and assist him in finding the track team. Of course, if they encountered any problems, they would listen to Feng Hang's arrangements. The communication time provided by the crystal was very short. Soon, Ji Mingbo turned off the communicator. Feng Hang glanced at Ji Mingbo's actions and couldn't help but ask, "How is it?" "Yes, Mr. Feng, the situation outside is under control for now, and I will fully cooperate with you. However..." Ji Mingbo looked at the barrier in front of him worriedly and hesitated. The spatial barriers in the maze were too dense. From the perception of the crystal, they were still very far from the center of the mausoleum. Taking into consideration the speed of breaking the spatial barrier, it would take them at least 2 days to reach the center of the mausoleum. It was probably too late. Ji Mingbo repeated the team's worries and suggested, "Mr. Feng, we know that the Federation has set up a spatial passage in the advanced game, and the advanced game team will arrive at the periphery of the mausoleum tomorrow morning. Time is very tight, so I want to ask your opinion. Should we change our plan of action and search for the route left behind by the track team?" "No need." Feng Hang waved his hand and interrupted him, "The maze here is very big. It's very difficult to find the path left by the team. Moreover, if they don't destroy the core devices along the way, the spatial barrier is likely to be partially restored. Doing so will most likely waste more time." Ji Mingbo frowned. He felt that it was reasonable. Moreover? Ji Mingbo raised his head and looked at Feng Hang curiously. "Moreover what?" Feng Hang stood up from the corner with his back against the wall. He took out the metal rod from his backpack again and smashed it at the weakened spatial barrier in front of him. 1744 work. Bang. The spatial barrier exploded before his eyes once again. Feng Hang shook his slightly numb hands and put the metal rod back into his backpack. He continued, "Also, we're efficient enough now. The next time we communicate, tell Fauna that I am confident that I can find the track team before midnight." Ji Mingbo's pupils constricted. Confident? Could he really do it? Just as he was wondering, Ji Mingbo saw a large number of zombies rushing forward through the broken spatial passage. The zombies gathered around the oddly shaped metal shelf in the center, then reached out their hands and stuck them on the purple crystals levitated beside the shelf. What was that? It seemed to be a spatial prism. Ji Mingbo frowned as he tried to recall what had happened. He curiously observed the zombies' movements. The game notifications on Feng Hang's retina flooded the screen again. Ding! The player's zombie clone, Vine form, has absorbed and transformed unknown spatial energy. The player has obtained plus 17,231 spatial science experience points. The zombie clone's maximum health point has been reduced by 17,231. Feng Hang stared at the experience bar of the spatial skill, watching it slowly increase. Up to max level. Ding! The player's current spatial science skill has been upgraded to the maximum intermediate level. Ding! A special item has been detected in the player's backpack. Sagnotketer's spatial science review. Ding! This item has taken effect. The player's current intermediate spatial science skill has been eliminated. The player has mastered advanced spatial science, level 1. Ding! The item in the player's backpack Sagnotketer's Spatial Science Review has been bound and cannot be traded. Success. Skill upgrade completed. After advancing to Advanced Spatial Science, the zombie clones could melt the spatial barriers even faster. At this rate, reaching the center of the mausoleum maze before midnight was only a conservative estimate. It could definitely be earlier. Feng Hang soon discovered that after he advanced to Advanced Spatial Science, not only did the speed of melting the spatial barriers increase, but the speed at which the zombie clone absorbed the spatial power of the purple spatial prisms also increased. Bang! 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 In less than 5 minutes, the 12 spatial crystals that were floating around the metal frame exploded one after another. The entire small central control device also lost its function, and the spatial barriers around the area also lost their effectiveness. Feng Hang looked back at Ji Mingbo. When Ji Mingbo saw the spatial barriers disappear, he also opened his mouth. He didn't know how Feng Hang did it, but when he noticed Feng Hang's gaze, he pointed at the passage in front of him and said, "It should be in that direction." "Okay, let's go." Feng Hang continued to control the zombie clones to open up a path ahead. Following Ji Mingbo's guidance, the two of them walked a long way along the passage ahead. Soon, the path ahead was blocked by an invisible spatial barrier. The zombie clones wobbled and gathered again, then began to melt the spatial barrier. After advancing to the advanced level of spatial science, the speed at which the zombie clones melted the spatial barrier was about twice as fast as before. Soon, when the spatial barrier was melted to a certain extent, Feng Hang walked over and gave the barrier a fatal blow with the metal rod. Bang! The spatial barrier shattered in front of the two of them again. Ji Mingbo also noticed it and looked at Feng Hang in surprise. Mr. Feng and the zombies seemed to be breaking the spatial barrier faster. It was strange. How did they do it? Ji Mingbo was puzzled. He continued to communicate with the offline team every half an hour. The entire core team of the offline Black Castle was also paying close attention to Feng Hang's exploration progress in the maze. As time passed, the offline players began to realize that Feng Hang was moving faster and faster in the maze. At first, they had advanced 50 meters in half an hour, but now, they had advanced 500 meters in half an hour. The speed was even increasing. Ji Mingbo couldn't help but feel excited. Soon. At this rate, they would definitely be able to reach the center of the mausoleum before dawn and find the trapped team. Night fell. In the main mausoleum's passage, as the dark purple spatial prisms in front of him shattered one after another, Ji Mingbo's mood became a little nervous. Judging from the direction the sensing crystal was pointing, they were very close to the group trapped in the center of the main mausoleum. Feng Hang looked in the direction and walked towards the right corner. Ji Mingbo looked at Feng Hang's way of moving forward and was slightly stunned. Then, he quickly followed him and asked in confusion, "Mr. Feng, the correct direction should be that way, right?" "Yes, I know." Feng Hang nodded. This time, after the zombie clones finished absorbing the energy from the spatial prisms, Feng Hang didn't rush to the center of the mausoleum. Instead, he changed his direction and moved to the right. Ji Mingbo asked curiously, "Mr. Feng, what are you?" "No rush." Feng Hang nodded and explained, "The space hub device that we just saw can supply energy to the spatial barrier as well as other sources of energy, such as the location of the mechanical creatures. We still have time. For safety reasons, I want to dismantle more before entering the center of the mausoleum." This. Ji Mingbo was speechless. He was a little confused. Was this really necessary? Feng Hang thought so. While he was absorbing the energy from the spatial prisms, he had already sensed that there were many central devices in the entire mausoleum's passage. If all the devices in the space passage were activated at the same time, the spatial energy fluctuations that erupted would be terrifying. What if there was a huge spatial trap in the middle of the mausoleum? Just like the one he encountered in the small mausoleum. It was better to dismantle it for safety reasons. If time permits, it would be best to tear them all down. Of course, there was another important reason. As his level of spatial science increased, the amount of experience required to level up his skills also increased. Once he left the mausoleum, it would not be easy to find such a good opportunity to absorb experience points in the future. So, wouldn't he be able to farm them again? The more, the better. Right now, he was still 1/3 away from leveling up to Master Spatial Science. At the very least, he had to reach the Master level of Spatial Science, right? According to Lu Yanlong, if he could successfully master the Master level Spatial Science, he would be able to fully master the secondary space projection skill. He would be able to enter and exit the secondary space projection quickly, and his survival ability would increase greatly. Exploring the central mausoleum was most likely fraught with danger. It would be good if he could master another life-saving ability in advance. Apart from these 2 points, there was one last reason. The mausoleum layout plan fragment. He had spent the whole day grinding in the passage with his zombie clones, and he had completed the mausoleum layout plan mission, 186 out of 188. It was very annoying. There were still 2 more fragments to complete the mission. However, the fragments that dropped after that were all the same. Maybe he would be able to get it after a while? 1745 Master Level Ji Mingbo didn't know Fang Heng's other 2 reasons, but he felt that Mr. Fang was being too careful. Why did he still have the mood to think about this when the fire was burning? Did they have the time to do so? Perhaps the big brother's thinking was different from his. Ji Mingbo felt that he had not reached the height of his horizons and could not understand Fang Heng's thinking. However, he still faithfully carried out the orders given by the Black Castle and cooperated with Fang Heng throughout the entire operation. Thus, they changed their direction and continued to explore to the right, speeding up and breaking through the spatial barriers along the way. Soon, Ji Mingbu contacted the offline team every half an hour. The offline team was also a little confused when they learned that Fang Heng had changed his direction and started cleaning up the spatial devices around him. The situation was clearly looking good, and they were about to find the trapped party. Why did he suddenly stop? Everyone was silent for a moment before a player said, "World Lord Fang Heng naturally has his reasons for doing this. We aren't in the mausoleum, so it's normal that we can't make a judgment. Since we trust him, we will support him unconditionally." Everyone quickly reached an agreement. But you must remind World Lord Fang Heng that the federal team will arrive soon, so he should be prepared. Fang Heng did not know that there was a group of people watching him from the outside. With such a good opportunity, of course, he would speed up his farming speed. He started to circle around the outer area near the center of the main mausoleum, and then slowly moved closer to the center. While cleaning up the spatial devices, the zombie clones were also absorbing the spatial energy at an accelerated rate. 3 hours later, a game notification appeared in Fang Heng's vision. Ding! The player's current spatial science skill has been upgraded to the highest level. Ding! A special item has been detected in the player's backpack. Sagnotketer's spatial science review. Ding! This item has taken effect. The player's current high-level spatial science skill has been eliminated. The player has attained master-level spatial science, level 1. Ding! The item in the player's backpack. Sagnotketer's spatial science review has been destroyed. Fang Heng closed his eyes. As he leveled up, he felt a special energy flow into his sea of consciousness. At the same time, his sensitivity to the surrounding space reached an unprecedented level. He had never expected that his first master-level learning would actually be spatial science. Opening his eyes again, Fang Heng quickly opened the skill attribute pane to observe. Skill, Master-level spatial science, level 1, type, academic skill. Level 1. Description, basic perception plus 120, physique plus 50, spatial perception plus 1200. Every time the skill level increases, you will receive an additional 10 points of perception and 5 points of constitution. Description, you have a deeper perception of space. You can use the power of space to a limited extent. You have the qualifications to teach disciples and become a respected master. Of course, the title of master does not represent your strength. Description, spatial science is a prerequisite skill for casting all kinds of spatial spells. This skill can be upgraded to level 30. Ji Mingbo stood at the side and looked at Fang Heng. He could faintly feel a strange change in Fang Heng's body. Something seemed different. However, upon closer inspection, it seemed to be an illusion. There was no difference. Fang Heng looked at the skill description. After advancing to master-level spatial science, the experience required for each level increased greatly. However, the experience points gained by the zombie clones from absorbing the spatial prisms did not increase at all. Ding! Currently, the player is unable to obtain more skill experience points from the spatial prism. Please find other ways to obtain skill experience points. Fang Heng looked at the game notification and frowned. He had planned to stay in the maze for a while longer to try and max out master-level spatial science to level 30. Unfortunately, the game sealed this bug. As for the last 2 missing fragments of the mausoleum layout plan, they had not appeared yet. Forget it. Since that was the case, there was no need to continue grinding. Fang Heng once again closed his eyes to sense. He had a strong feeling that in his current state, he could easily enter the secondary space projection. If he didn't move, he could even stay in the secondary space projection for a long time. Ji Mingbo saw that Fang Heng was standing there without moving or saying anything. He felt a little strange. He carefully took 2 steps forward and stood beside Fang Heng. "Mr. Fang, are you alright? Did you find anything?" "No, I am fine." Fang Heng opened his eyes again and nodded. He said, "I suddenly had some enlightenment just now. Step back a little and wait for me." "Alright." Ji Mingbo quickly nodded and took a few steps back to keep a distance from Fang Heng. Feng Heng tried to merge with a secondary space projection. Under Ji Mingbo's astonished gaze, he saw Feng Heng's entire body rapidly fade, as if he had melted into the surrounding space until he completely disappeared. It was a special ability of spatial science. Ji Mingbo immediately recognized it. At this moment, Feng Heng had completely entered the secondary space projection. He felt as if he had entered a different underwater world. He could observe the situation in the outside world through the water surface. The underwater secondary space projection world was filled with large amounts of spatial energy fluctuations. Waves of energy surged toward him like a tide, and he was the one who was drowned in the tide. Beginners in spatial science would easily drown if they encountered a slight wave. Having obtained master-level spatial science, he was like a master of water. He could follow the tide, or rather, he could stay in a spatial projection for a longer time with the help of the tide. He could even feel the changes in the tide and quickly leave before the next violent tide arrived. Of course, staying in the water would consume his stamina and mental energy. Feng Heng had a feeling that as long as he was lucky enough not to encounter violent tidal waves and not take the initiative to move around in the secondary projection space, he could at least last for more than half an hour in the space. Whoosh! After trying for a moment, Feng Heng leaped away from the secondary space projection with all his might. At the same time, Ji Mingbo saw tiny spots of light appear out of thin air around the space. Feng Heng stepped out of the spatial light spot. However, Feng Heng still kept his eyes closed. Ji Mingbo swallowed his saliva carefully and tried to whisper, "Mr. Feng? Mr. Feng, are you feeling well?" Feng Heng slowly opened his eyes and experienced the feeling of entering the spatial projection just now. Then, he nodded and replied, "Yes, I am fine." After mastering master-level spatial science, not only him but even his zombie clones could hide in the spatial projection for a period of time. His concealment ability was undoubtedly stronger. "Did you just use a special ability of the spatial element?" "Yes." 1746. The trap team. Feng Heng nodded and didn't linger on this question. He said, "There are still 3 hours left until dawn. It's almost time. Let's go straight to the center of the mausoleum to take a look." Ji Mingbo's spirit was lifted when he heard that. He had been waiting for this moment. "Good. Mr. Feng, I will inform the team right away." In the central region of the mausoleum, at the exits of the various maze passages stood a grand hall. The dozen or so trapped players of Black Castle gathered at the entrance of the hall and sat in a circle on the ground. All the players were dressed in black and wore the same mask. From time to time, a group of spider-like machines would emerge from the exit of the maze and pounce on them. However, the machines were affected by a special force just as they were within 100 meters of them. Their entire bodies floated in the air uncontrollably and exploded. The party had already maintained this state for a full 4 days and 5 nights. Suddenly, everyone sensed something. They opened their eyes and looked at a passage on the right side of the maze at the same time. At the entrance of the gate, 2 figures walked out of the passage side by side. Whoosh! A player sitting on the ground suddenly stood up from his seat and disappeared from where he was. When he appeared again, he was already blocking the 2 people at the entrance of the passage. Ji Mingbo followed Feng Heng and broke through the spatial defense barrier of the passageway. They were about to reach the center of the maze. Before they could see what was in front of them, they suddenly saw a figure appear in front of them. Their hearts skipped a beat. When he saw who it was, Ji Mingbo quickly cupped his fists. "Ji Mingbo greets Mr. Sun." "Yes." Sun Yu nodded slightly and looked at Feng Heng beside Ji Mingbo. Ji Mingbo did an introduction. "This is Mr. Feng. We got here successfully with his help. Thank you for your hard work." Sun Yu's voice was hoarse. He glanced at Feng Heng and nodded at Sun Yu. He said, "Come with me. He will stay here for now." Ji Mingbo gave Feng Heng an apologetic look. Feng Heng nodded to show that he understood. He took half a step back and controlled the dozen or so zombie clones to retreat as well. Fauna had communicated with Feng Heng before. The trapped party didn't know about him, so the deal would only be completed after all the trapped parties were rescued. Feng Heng felt that his cooperation with the Black Castle had always been very pleasant, so he readily agreed to this request. "It's okay, Mr. Sunday, bring him along. This is not how we treat our guests." Feng Heng heard a cold voice and couldn't help but turn around. The woman who spoke wore a mask on her face, so her appearance could not be seen clearly. However, her figure looked relatively thin. There were more than 10 players from the Black Castle present, but the mask on her face was slightly different. It had a silver trim. Sun Yu's voice was hoarse. He nodded at Feng Heng, raised his hand, and said, "Sorry, please follow me." Feng Heng and Ji Mingbo immediately followed Sun Yu into the entrance of the central hall of the mausoleum and looked at the people sitting around on the ground. Everyone was wearing a mask, so it was impossible to judge their appearance. However, it seemed that the thin woman sitting in the middle was the leader of this team. The rest of the people were very respectful to her. I am Charlene. Thank you for your help. You risked your life to come here. Charlene nodded at Feng Heng, then looked at Ji Mingbo and asked, how is the situation outside? The Federation is expanding the teleportation passage in the camp. It is expected to be completed by midnight. The follow-up support team from the Federation will arrive tomorrow morning. The leader hopes that we can leave this place tonight. Ji Mingbo briefly explained what had happened in the outside world and respectfully handed the spirit transmission crystal to Charlene. Charlene took the spirit stone and placed it in her palm. She closed her eyes and tried to communicate with the outside world. A moment later, Charlene opened her eyes again. Yes, the outside world has already made preparations. The Federation still doesn't know our true goal. We still have time. Charlene put away the crystal and looked at Ji Mingbo. She asked, you still have it with you, right? Yes, sir. Ji Mingbo didn't dare to be careless. He carefully took out a piece of glassware from his backpack and handed it to Charlene again with a serious expression. What was it? Why was he so careful with it? Feng Heng's curiosity was piqued. He couldn't help but look at the item in Ji Mingbo's hand. Huh? Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat. This thing was actually Tongjia's research project. It was a special compound that could trigger the reaction of the original devouring body. The glassware contained a large piece of a composite fragment. Feng Heng stared at the fragment. This fragment was much bigger than the one he had obtained from the exhibition hall. He remembered that when the Black Castle team attacked the exhibition hall, they used an explosion to destroy the entire piece of the composite. It was obvious that other than him, there were others in the Black Castle who had taken advantage of the chaos to obtain the composite fragments. Charlene held the composite in her palm and examined it for a moment before nodding. All right, thank you for your hard work, everyone. I believe that everything we've put in is worth it. Hearing this, everyone followed Charlene and stood up one after another, walking towards the inner part of the hall. Feng Heng didn't know what they were going to do, but he noticed something. The Black Castle must have been hiding something from him. From the moment he saw the trap team, Feng Heng had a feeling. The Black Castle did not seem to be in a hurry to get out of the mausoleum. So what were they going to do? Curious, Feng Heng quickened his pace and followed the crowd into the main hall at the back and quickly looked around. The layout of the entire hall was very simple. A sarcophagus was placed in the middle of the empty hall. Feng Heng's gaze shifted to the sarcophagus, and his heart could not help but beat violently again. The sarcophagus. He had seen a similar sarcophagus in another mausoleum. And here, he saw another one. Feng Heng stared at the sarcophagus. As his spatial science level had increased to master level, his perception of space had become several times sharper than before. There were spatial traps around and inside the sarcophagus. Moreover, the traps were all aimed at the inside. Feng Heng noticed that the people from the Black Castle were walking towards the sarcophagus. He could not help but remind them in a low voice, be careful, everyone. There are spatial traps around the sarcophagus. Everyone stopped in their tracks and turned to look at Feng Heng. One of the players said, thank you for your reminder. We have already carefully observed the sarcophagus and discovered the existence of a spatial trap. Please step back a little to avoid being affected by the spatial fluctuations. Feng Heng frowned. They already know about the spatial trap? And they wanted to forcefully attack the sarcophagus? 1747 Resurrection. Ji Mingbo gently pulled Feng Heng and whispered, Mr. Feng, I believe they have their plans. Let's step back and not disturb them. Yes. Feng Heng was extremely curious. He agreed softly and retreated with Ji Mingbo until they returned to the wall, closer to the depths of the hall. Charlene walked to the front of the sarcophagus and nodded at everyone. All the players with masks on their faces stood around the sarcophagus and focused their attention on the sarcophagus again. Charlene slowly took off the black crystalline necklace on her chest and raised it high. Whoosh! The black crystalline necklace emitted a dazzling light. The necklace broke free from Charlene's hand and slowly moved forward, levitating above the sarcophagus. Buzz! At the same time, the large magic array hidden on the ground beneath the sarcophagus slowly rotated and gradually emitted a white light. For a moment, the black light released by the necklace and the white light released by the large magic array on the floor of the hall complemented each other. Feng Heng narrowed his eyes. It was only then that he realized that the entire floor of the hall had been drawn with a special large-scale magic array. Relying on the strength of the black crystal necklace, the magic array on the ground was activated. The spatial fluctuations in the entire hall had been locked onto. Spatial bind. Under the effect of the powerful spatial bind, all spatial powers within the range of the magic array would be completely ineffective. Naturally, the spatial trap would not detonate. What a powerful magic array! Feng Heng praised in his heart. His gaze also focused on the magic array, and the magic array in his right pupil spun rapidly. It was obvious that he had never seen such a magic array before. Even with his current ability, he could not identify and replicate it. However, Feng Heng could tell that the large-scale magic array on the ground had been set up not long ago. So perhaps the Black Castle had been waiting? Waiting for the people outside the mausoleum to give them a special compound that could trigger the reaction of the original devouring body? Several question marks appeared in Feng Heng's head. He didn't know the answer to these questions, so he continued observing, waiting for an answer. When the magic array took effect, Charlene slowly stretched out her hand and made a gesture of pushing the air forward. Ka. The lid of the sarcophagus was affected by an unknown strength and slowly moved forward in the direction that Charlene had pushed until the entire lid was lifted. Bang! The lid of the sarcophagus smashed heavily onto the ground. Feng Heng's attention was also drawn to the inside of the sarcophagus. The sarcophagus. What exactly was inside? Buzz. Charlene seemed to have seen what was inside the sarcophagus. A light blue light appeared in front of her. Under the effect of the light, a corpse lying flat rose from the coffin and gradually levitated in the air. Feng Heng stared at the corpse. It was similar to the corpse he saw in the sarcophagus of another small tomb. It was said to be a corpse, but it was impossible to determine whether the corpse was alive or not just from its appearance. It didn't seem to be resurrected this time. Whoosh! Beside him, the bottle containing the special compound was also enveloped by a pale blue light. It levitated in the air and slowly floated above the corpse. Charlene's left hand, which was originally outstretched, clenched into a fist. Bang! The bottle containing the fragments exploded in the air. Including the bottle, even the compound inside the bottle was blown into fine powder. Fine powder fell on the corpse. Feng Heng's pupils contracted. What? He clearly saw that the corpse had been stimulated by the powder and was shaking uncontrollably. Resurrection? The corpse was resurrected? Other than Charlene, the other players standing around the sarcophagus formed a hand seal in front of them. Gathering. In the next moment, the large magic array under everyone's feet began to operate rapidly again, emitting a blue light. The fine blue patterns on the magic array flowed rapidly toward the corpse in the air until they spread to its body. Soon, the trembling corpse was sealed by the blue stripes. However, it was still trembling. Charlene took half a step forward again and reached out her hand. Her palm seemed to touch the forehead of the corpse. Ka. Affected by an unknown strength, a small wound and tentacle appeared between the eyebrows of the corpse. It was as if something was about to slowly drill out from between his eyebrows. What was it? Feng Heng stared at the forehead of the corpse. PFFT. A soft sound rang out. A black object flew out from the corpse's forehead. It looked like some kind of special metal. What was it? Bang. At this moment, there was an explosion. A sudden change occurred. The three players from Black Castle's team, who had been controlling the magic array, attacked their teammates at the same time. Bang. Bang bang bang. Suddenly, they were attacked by their teammates at close range. The players who were ambushed immediately lost control of the magic array. The shields on their bodies exploded, and they were sent flying uncontrollably. What the hell? Feng Heng's pupils contracted. In the next moment, the magic array at the bottom of the hall lost control. The magic array on the floor of the hall flickered, and the entire space trembled violently. Whoosh! Before anyone could react, one of the players who had launched the sneak attack flew up and snatched the metal shard in the air. He then flew back and stood with the other two players who had launched the sneak attack. At the same time, the corpse levitating in the air lost control of its strength and fell to the ground beside the sarcophagus. What was going on? After losing half of the players controlling the magic array, the remaining players immediately sensed that the spatial trap was about to be triggered. They immediately tried to stabilize the magic array. Anku. What are you doing? Everything had happened too quickly. When everyone regained their senses, they glared at the player who had snatched the metal fragment. Charlene's face instantly turned pale from the backlash, but she still forcefully controlled the black crystalline necklace to maintain her stability. However, the black crystalline necklace levitating above the sarcophagus had already begun to shake violently. Charlene raised her head and looked at the three people who chose to betray the team. With a cold face, she questioned, "Why?" "Because you're not suitable." Anku stared at Charlene and shook his head. He said, "Charlene, you're too soft-hearted. Have you counted? Ever since you took charge of the team, more than half of our comrades have lost their lives because of you. The Black Castle will not flourish in your hands. If this continues, it will only be a matter of time before the Federation annihilates us. We are an anti-Federation organization, and we have been marked as evil. I have reminded you more than once to put away your mercy." Charlene looked at them coldly. "I am very disappointed, Anku. You've forgotten the original purpose of the establishment of the Black Castle. You're no different from the Federation now. Bullshit. Do you still remember those comrades who died? And these people? They didn't have to die, But because of you, because of your cowardice and kindness, they will all die here. Ridiculous. 1748 Internal dispute. Sun Yu's voice was hoarse as he stared at him and questioned, is this the reason for your betrayal? Don't find excuses for yourself. You've already abandoned your faith and chosen to join the Federation. The other two traitors took off the masks on their faces and retorted, all right, stop talking nonsense with them. The Federation will naturally do what it promised you. Hurry up and get rid of him. We'll go back and report the order. Ka. Just as they were about to make their move, they heard a cracking sound coming from the side of the sarcophagus. The corpse that had lost control and fallen to the ground twitched violently. Countless tiny red tentacles gradually spread out from the surface of the corpse's body, quickly wrapping the entire corpse within. The corpse rapidly expanded after being wrapped by the red tentacles. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into a huge red worm in front of everyone. What? Bang. In the next second, intense spatial fluctuations spread out from the sarcophagus. Fang Heng's pupils constricted. He immediately felt a huge impact coming at him from the front. Then, he was knocked back by the force of the spatial fluctuations and crashed into the wall behind him. The players around the sarcophagus were also sent flying by the spatial energy fluctuations. Fang Heng struggled to get up from the ground. He looked up and saw Charlene standing alone in front of the sarcophagus. She was protected by a layer of dark light and was not hurt by any fluctuation. Suddenly, Fang Heng raised his eyebrows. Not good. A strong sense of danger surged into his heart. It was a very familiar feeling. He had been targeted by a large amount of aggro. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the next moment, tiny white specks of light appeared on the walls of the hall. The familiar void stalkers quickly emerged from the wall. The game notification appeared on Fang Heng and the players in the hall. Ding. The player has triggered a special trap. The current environment has triggered a special alarm. Player, please evacuate in time. Ding. Due to damage to some of the spatial devices in the environment, the detonation time of the spatial trap has been increased by 20 seconds. Ding. Please evacuate from the spatial collapse area quickly. This was bad. The magic array controlling the spatial trap had completely lost its effect. Furthermore, there were so many void stalkers that had suddenly appeared. Fang Heng immediately felt that something was wrong. When the three rebels of the Black Castle saw a large number of void stalkers suddenly appearing from the surroundings, their expressions changed slightly. What was going on? Why would there still be void stalkers? Retreat. Seeing that the situation was not good, the three players immediately fled towards the exit of the hall. Charlene frowned and hesitated for half a second. She didn't choose to chase after them. Instead, she turned her head to look at Fang Heng. Their eyes met briefly in midair. It was as if they'd seen a ghost. Fang Heng really wanted to curse. It wasn't easy for him to come here, and he didn't know about anything. Then why was he the one who was unlucky in the end? In just a few seconds, a large number of void stalkers flew out of the wall. Fang Heng was certain that he was the target of these void stalkers. In the next moment, the void stalkers that were overflowing from the space around the wall pounced towards him. Go help them. I'll lure these bugs away. Fang Heng shouted and ran back. Ji Mingbo, who had been standing beside Fang Heng, didn't understand what Fang Heng meant. He realized that Fang Heng had already retreated in a hurry. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that a large number of void stalkers had escaped from the wall and were chasing after Fang Heng. Oh. Ji Mingbo immediately recalled the similar scene he had seen outside the mausoleum not long ago and came to a realization. So, the target of these void stalkers was Mr. Fang? Charlene noticed the large number of void stalkers that had followed Fang Heng out of the hall. She raised her eyebrows and gathered her hands in front of her again. Condense. The black crystalline necklace once again floated above the central sarcophagus. The space that was about to collapse was suppressed, and the collapse slowed down. Charlene's expression was solemn as she threw another scroll in front of her, and the seal in front of her changed its hand gesture. Release. Swoosh. Bang. The scroll shattered in midair. Ka. Following that, a spatial rift quickly condensed and appeared at the spot where the scroll had shattered. The other injured members of the Black Castle also surrounded Charlene and cried out, Charlene. There's no need to say any more. The magic array has gone out of control, and the intelligent core has fallen into the hands of the Federation. We've failed this time. I can only temporarily suppress the spatial collapse. Soon, the spatial trap will be detonated. I'll escort you guys out first. Everyone looked at each other and hesitated for a moment, then you. Don't worry about me. We know the mausoleum better than you do. I'm confident we can leave this place. Seeing that everyone was still hesitating, Charlene said coldly, hurry up. This is an order. Yes, sir. The people from the Black Castle had suffered serious injuries from the backlash from the magic array they had controlled. Hearing Charlene's words, they gritted their teeth and jumped into the spatial rift to escape. Soon, everyone had retreated, leaving Charlene alone in the hall. Charlene opened her hand again. Bang! The spatial rift passage exploded in midair, and the shockwaves sent the Void Stalkers that were about to attack flying. Charlene looked around. More and more Void Stalkers were charging towards her. However, just as they approached her, they were knocked away by an invisible force. The mutated red bug was still on the ground. It had also become the Void Stalker's target. The red worm seemed to be still growing. Other than twisting its body crazily, it did not have any effective resistance. However, the effect of doing so was extremely limited. A dense number of Void Stalkers attached themselves to the red worm and devoured it crazily. Charlene retracted her gaze from the red worm and closed her eyes to sense for a moment. Then, she quickly chased after Fang Heng. Outside the hall, Fang Heng had just run a short distance before he was caught up by a large number of Void Stalkers which slowed down his pace. Too many of them. What the hell? A large number of Void Stalkers emerged from the walls of the maze. Fang Heng immediately felt that there were Void Stalkers everywhere, and there was no chance of escape. The Void Stalkers kept slashing his body and inflicting wounds on him. He was completely surrounded by them and his speed was also affected. The only thing that felt better this time was that he was not the only one who was hated by the Void Stalkers. He could sense that a large number of Void Stalkers were going towards the interior of the hall. Fortunately, he could barely survive by relying on the powerful effect of the undying body. But what should he do next? 1749 falling into he could feel that there was a special force in the center of the hall that suppressed the spatial collapse. However, this power could not be suppressed for too long. He did not have much time left. What should he do? Should he use his ultimate move? Could his big move withstand it? Fang Heng was not sure if he could rely on the ultimate skill, Everlasting Moon, to withstand the powerful AO-negative effect of the spatial collapse. He thought that he had to give it a try no matter what. In any case, he was going to die, he would just do it. Of course, not now. He had to use it when the space collapsed and was about to explode. Fang Heng was trying his best to sense the spatial fluctuations and was ready to find the time to release his big move when he suddenly heard a cold woman's voice shouting from behind. Fang Heng. This way. Fang Heng's pupils constricted. He forcefully waved the metal rod in his hand to sweep away the Void Stalkers in front of him and looked at a crack on the right. It was actually Charlene. What surprised him even more was that there seemed to be an invisible force field around Charlene. No Void Stalker could get within a meter of her. All the Void Stalkers that pounced at her were sent flying by a powerful force. Domain power? For some reason, this term appeared in Fang Heng's mind. Follow me. Charlene quickly walked to Fang Heng, grabbed his right hand, and brought him back to the main hall. Fang Heng easily stepped into Charlene's domain power and broke away from the Void Stalkers. He was subconsciously pulled forward by Charlene. Something's not right. Why were they heading towards the center of the spatial collapse? Was she not afraid of accelerated death? That's not right either. Fang Heng was sure that Charlene had used a special method to temporarily suppress the spatial collapse. Charlene knew better than him that the space was about to collapse. Fang Heng asked in a deep voice, "Where are we going?" "Follow me, I have a way." In a moment of desperation, Fang Heng immediately shut his mouth and quickly followed Charlene's footsteps. The two of them returned to the sarcophagus as fast as possible. Along the way, a dense number of Void Stalkers were chasing after the two of them, but without exception, they were all repelled by the invisible force field around Charlene. Fang Heng's eyelids twitched when he noticed the writhing and struggling red worm on the ground. In just a short moment, the red worm's body had expanded to 5 meters. The dense Void Stalkers had already surrounded it and were still gnawing at it. Charlene came to the sarcophagus. Her right hand was still holding Fang Heng's wrist, and her other hand grabbed the black crystal necklace floating on the sarcophagus. Whoosh! Fang Heng's pupils contracted. In the next moment, he felt himself being pulled by a special spatial power. The power came from the left wrist that was held by Charlene. Boom! Fang Heng could vaguely hear the rumbling of the spatial collapse outside. Following that, his vision turned black. Whoosh! Swoosh! In the pitch-black space, Fang Heng felt streams of light flashing in front of his eyes. He could not see anything clearly, but he could feel that he was shuttling through the spatial turbulence. It was actually a spatial transmission passage? Fang Heng's heart skipped a beat. In the next moment, a blinding white light bloomed in front of him again and it made him lose his sight temporarily. Soon, the white light dissipated, and Fang Heng could see his surroundings clearly again. This is... Fang Heng muttered to himself as he sized up his surroundings. He realized that he had completely left the main hall of the mausoleum. He was in a study. No. This was not a study. It was a special space. Fang Heng was very confident in his ability to sense space. He turned his head and looked at Charlene, who was holding his hand tightly. Necklace. That's right. It should be a special space created by the black crystal necklace. Feng Heng quickly made a judgment and looked around again. The entire study was about 100 square meters. 4 walls and a door. However, Feng Heng was very sure that the study was just a decoration or a smoke screen. There was spatial turbulence behind the walls and the door. He remembered reading about it in a spatial science book. After advancing to the demigod level, the spellcaster could use some methods to open up a similar special space. This space was extremely stable. Of course, it might not be the case if it was a space carrier. The black crystal necklace in Charlene's hand most likely had a limited number of uses. Feng Heng looked at Charlene again. She also looked at Feng Heng. Their eyes met. Feng Heng suddenly realized that his hand was still being held by Charlene. Moreover, Charlene was holding his wrist even harder. Of course, this amount of strength had no effect on Feng Heng, whose physique was above 300. Feng Heng didn't know what Charlene's purpose was. He looked at Charlene with a puzzled expression and said, "Thank you. I am sorry." A hint of fatigue flashed across Charlene's eyes as she replied in an extremely low voice. What? Feng Heng didn't hear what Charlene said clearly. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly felt a huge wave of energy exploding from Charlene's body. What the hell? Feng Heng's heart moved, and his warning signs rose. He immediately exerted strength in his hands and broke free from Charlene's grasp. He immediately retreated backward, trying to keep a safe distance from Charlene. However, behind him was a wall. With his master-level spatial science, Feng Heng was certain that behind the wall was spatial turbulence. The entire area was more than 100 square meters. He had no way to dodge. Feng Heng vigilantly watched Charlene's every move. Charlene lowered her head, her shoulders shaking from time to time. Following that, the right side of her body rapidly expanded and mutated. What was that? That power. Feng Heng's pupils constricted. So familiar. Whoosh. Charlene's right shoulder suddenly twisted and squirmed. Following that, a sharp thorn condensed from her tendrils quickly grew out and stabbed toward Feng Heng. Whoosh. Feng Heng was prepared in advance and quickly dodged to the right. Phew. However, the flesh tentacles suddenly changed their attack direction in midair. They suddenly swept to the right and toward Feng Heng again. Bang. The tentacles were covered with sharp barbs, leaving a bloody wound on Feng Heng's skin. Then, they slammed Feng Heng against a wall on the right. Boom. Ding. The player received minus 21,982 damage from an unknown player. The player has received a special poison effect. Ding. Judging. Ding. The player has received the effect of the same poison. The effect has weakened. The player has received minus 1,283 poison damage. Ding. The player has received a dark attribute attack. Negative effect. Effect of darkness corrosion. The player's darkness resistance is reduced. Duration, 471 seconds. Kai. Wild dance. Feng Heng had just propped himself up against the wall when he saw countless tiny flesh thorns emerging from Charlene's body and quickly attacking the surroundings. A large number of tendrils were attacking the surroundings aimlessly. 1750 The familiar loss of control. The spatial trap was triggered. Moreover, it was a spatial collapse trap with a large area. In this state, even if he hid in the secondary space projection, he would still be affected by the spatial collapse. The only way now was to escape. He would escape from the range of the spatial collapse. But he couldn't do it. The collapse area covered a large portion of the center of the mausoleum. Moreover, he was surrounded by a large number of void stalkers. Where could he retreat to in this situation? It was actually a dark attribute attack. Feng Heng quickly glanced at the game notification and was shocked. He knew very well that Charlene was currently out of control. Her crazy attacks were not her original intention. He had a lot of health point, but it didn't seem good to rely on it. Every time he was attacked, his dark resistance would be weakened, which caused the damage he received to increase rapidly. How long could he last? Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat. Right, that move. Buzz. Faint light spots appeared around Feng Heng's body. His figure quickly faded and gradually merged into the void in a strange way. Secondary space projection. Within half a second, Feng Heng hid in the spatial projection before the next wave of tentacle attacks arrived, observing the outside world through the water-like spatial membrane. Fortunately, Charlene's frenzied attacks couldn't pierce through space. The tendrils that were overflowing from her body were still bombarding everything around her. Even the attack speed and density were constantly increasing. Fortunately, he dodged in time. Feng Heng was speechless. After careful observation, Feng Heng realized that the walls of this spatial structure had been specially reinforced, and could actually withstand Charlene's powerful whips. Judging from this, it was very likely that this space was prepared by Charlene for her to fall into a state of madness. Feng Heng pondered, quietly waiting for his health point to quickly recover through the undying body effect. Very quickly, his health point recovered to full. The duration of the dark resistance weakening debuff had also reached its limit. Feng Heng once again observed Charlene's condition through the spatial water surface. This strange situation seemed familiar. He had once seen a similar scene on another person. The Duke of the Vampires, Bellamy. Feng Heng remembered very clearly that Bellamy had also lost control of herself before. After fusing with Hyla, Bellamy suffered a backlash because she could not control Hyla. Her appearance when she suffered the backlash was very similar to Charlene's current state. Of course, Charlene was more aggressive than Bellamy in her berserk state. The strength of her spikes had also increased by several levels, and it even had the effect of dark attribute attacks. So, could it be that the same thing could happen to Charlene? Was it also because of the mutation of the Hyla virus? It was highly possible. Black Castle's understanding of the zombie apocalypse was no less than his. Feng Heng pondered. This was troublesome. In the past, Bellamy would usually lose control for 2 to 3 hours, and it wasn't easy to suppress. Usually, when she lost control, they would use the power of the Vampire King's coffin to temporarily seal her. Looking at Charlene's current situation, it was probably not good. Judging from the worst-case scenario, she might be out of control for more than 10 hours. Feng Heng thought to himself that it was troublesome. He couldn't stay in a secondary space projection for more than 10 hours. After thinking for a while, Feng Heng tried to leave the secondary space projection. He had no choice but to go outside and resist for a while longer. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! Feng Heng left the secondary space projection and immediately drank a bottle of stamina recovery potion. As soon as he finished drinking the potion, the 3 tentacles immediately swept towards him. Dodge! Phew! The sharp tentacle brushed past Feng Heng's cheek. Feng Heng tried his best to find an opening to dodge the crazy attacks of the tentacles. However, the tentacle attacks were too concentrated. It was impossible to dodge all of them. The second tentacle swept across his right arm and the spikes on the tentacle left a deep gash on Feng Heng's right arm. Feng Heng felt a burning pain in the area where the flesh thorn had brushed against him, and lines of game notifications quickly appeared. Ding! The player received -19,743 damage from an unknown player. The player received 12,83 poison damage. The player's dark resistance has decreased. Feng Heng was helpless. This hellish place had very little space for him to move around. There was no way to escape at all. He could only dodge the attacks in an extremely narrow environment. If he couldn't avoid it, he would take it head-on. In order to last longer in Charlene's frenzied state, Feng Heng could only shorten the time he stayed in the secondary space projection each time, thus extending the overall time he stayed outside. Every time he was beaten down by Charlene, he would hide in the secondary space projection. After all the negative statuses were cleared, he would run outside to receive another round of Charlene's hammering. Feng Heng was very familiar with Hyla's out-of-control situation. In this state, taking the initiative to attack the aggressor would only result in an even crazier counterattack. Being beaten up obediently was the right path. After persisting for 5 minutes, Feng Heng saw that his health had been reduced to 1/3. He quickly retreated into the stimulating spatial projection again. Taking advantage of the time to catch his breath, Feng Heng distracted himself to observe the current game mission notification. The mission to explore the mausoleum had been completed. In fact, when the corpse in the sarcophagus mutated, he had already received the game notification. It was just that the situation was critical at that time, so he did not have time to look carefully. Feng Heng quickly found the relevant information after flipping through the previous mission log. Ding! The player has discovered the corpse of the main mausoleum. Current mission exploration of the main mausoleum has been completed by 80%. Ding! The player has completed the mission. The player can choose one of the following rewards, or choose to continue to increase the mission completion rate to obtain more rewards. Mission reward option 1, Random Skill Book, Level AB. Mission reward option 2, 20,000 King of Gods points. Mission reward option 3, a Elementary Academic Skill Advancement Book. A. Academic Skill Advancement Book. Feng Heng's eyes lit up. After taking a closer look, he was a little disappointed. Unfortunately, it was only an elementary skill and was not very useful. As for the second option, 20,000 King of Gods points was a little too little. It was not enough for the thousands of zombie clones that were preparing to undergo a fixed evolution. As for the random skill book, low-level skill books had a high chance of being a trap. None of them were of much use. After some thought, Feng Heng closed the game log. The current mission completion rate was only 80%, and there was still room for improvement. After all, the game didn't force him to submit missions. He looked again. Perhaps he could find something in the future and think of a way to increase the game reward. According to the routine of previous games, the completion rate could very likely exceed 100%. At that time, the rewards might even increase greatly. In the outside world, at the gathering place of the core members of the Black Castle, a spatial rift suddenly appeared in the air. They're back. Everyone who was anxiously waiting was immediately shaken when they saw this. They immediately retreated, leaving a small empty space. Chapter 1751. Relieved as a spatial rift appeared, a core player of the Black Castle leaped out of it. Soon, more than 10 of his companions emerged from the spatial rift one after another. In the end, Ji Mingbo helped a heavily injured player out of the crack. Whoosh! The spatial crack in the center instantly closed up and completely disappeared before everyone's eyes. What happened? Are you injured? Realizing that almost all the people who escaped from the spatial rift were seriously injured, everyone could not help but become nervous. It's Anku. An injured core player replied in a deep voice. He and his 2 companions betrayed the Black Castle. Together, they took the stabilizer core from the corpse. Everyone's hearts sank when they heard that. Then, their faces turned green and they were furious. There was a mole. They had spent a few years tracking down this world. It was not easy for them to find a clue, and they were about to obtain the stabilizer core. They did not expect to be betrayed by a mole. No wonder the Federation knew their movements like the back of their hand. Damn it. All their efforts were in vain. Where's the leader? She didn't leave with you? At that time, the space collapsed. The leader used a special tool to tear open the spatial rift to guide us to leave first. Everyone fell into silence again. The situation was very bad. Not only had they lost the core stabilizer, but they could not even be sure of their leader's safety. Until now, the establishment of the Black Castle had never suffered such a huge setback. At this moment, Ji Mingbo looked around and asked softly, "Guys, have you seen Mr. Fang? He didn't come out either?" It was too chaotic in the hall. Ji Mingbo was busy waking up the unconscious Black Castle's wounded, so he didn't notice Fang Heng for a while. He wasn't sure if Fang Heng had followed him to evacuate through the spatial rift. At this moment, Ji Mingbo finally managed to escape, so he looked around. When he realized that he did not find Fang Heng in the crowd, he could not help but sense that things were not going well. A terrifying spatial collapse was about to erupt in the mausoleum. The leader, Charlene, was proficient in spatial science and had terrifying strength. She had a way to ensure her safety in such a dangerous situation. What about Fang Heng? Fang Heng also knew about spatial science. However, that was a spatial trap. Ordinary spatial science was not very useful. Mr. Fang? When everyone heard Ji Mingbo's words, they quickly exchanged glances. Fang Heng was also trapped in the mausoleum. Up until now, the core team believed that the best choice in the entire operation was to cooperate with Fang Heng. Their first reaction was that Fang Heng must have the ability to survive in the spatial collapse. Fauna, find a way to go offline and contact Mr. Fang. Yes. Another player said, let's leave this place first. The spatial fluctuations will expose our location. Let's find a place to recover first. In a space created by a special power, Fang Heng was in the secondary space projection carefully observing the crazy Charlene outside. It had been 5 hours since she started going crazy. Fang Heng was also beaten up intermittently for nearly 5 hours. In the secondary space projection state, he couldn't leave the game. After exiting the secondary space projection, he was immediately attacked by Charlene, who was out of control and entered battle mode. Similarly, he could not leave the game. Feeling helpless, Fang Heng could only go back and forth in the secondary space projection, slowly waiting for Charlene to recover. As Charlene's attack speed gradually slowed down, Fang Heng's tensed nerves gradually relaxed. It looked like she was about to recover. The right side of Charlene's body, which was constantly distorting, slowly recovered, and her confused eyes gradually regained clarity. Her consciousness slowly recovered. Charlene's eyes gradually regained their original vigor as she looked around. She could only vaguely see a few unclear images of her previous crazy state. She had no way to determine what had happened during the time when she lost control. Charlene first looked at the game time, and a hint of worry flashed across her brows. She was losing control for longer and longer durations. It had been more than 5 hours. If this continued, she would probably fall into a permanent mutation and become a monster that had lost consciousness. Oh, right. Charlene suddenly recalled that before the spatial trap exploded, she had pulled another person into the special space. Not good. Charlene's heart sank as she looked around. Fang Heng was nowhere to be seen. Was he dead? Charlene's eyes revealed a hint of apology. In the state of mutation, she lost consciousness, and her strength was greatly reduced. However, it was also a nightmare for the weaker players in the intermediate world. Charlene's slightly apologetic gaze quickly returned to its cold state. Due to the previous mutation, her clothes were already tattered. She frowned and took out a new set of clothes from her backpack. She took off her tattered clothes and was about to change into them. Suddenly, Charlene felt something. She suddenly became alert and looked to the right. A faint fluctuation appeared in the space in front of the right area. Feng Heng walked out of the secondary space projection. He looked very miserable. His clothes were cut everywhere and his body was covered in blood. The two of them looked at each other. Feng Heng felt a little awkward. Hiding in the secondary space projection, he watched as Charlene regained consciousness and was about to change her clothes. He was afraid that he would see something he shouldn't, so he quickly ran out. Charlene stared at Feng Heng, who suddenly appeared. Her hands that were changing trembled slightly, and a blush flashed across her face. Fortunately, he was wearing a mask. She would treat it as if he didn't know anything and nothing happened. Charlene tried to hypnotize herself, but her trembling hands betrayed her inner turmoil. "So you're still here. I am sorry about what happened just now." Charlene quickly calmed down, and her tone was cold. She nodded at Feng Heng and apologized, pretending that she didn't mind at all, and continued to change her clothes. She pretended that she didn't have to hide anything. Ahem. Feng Heng also pretended to observe the surroundings and turned his head to avoid Charlene's gaze, trying to ease the awkwardness. He spoke, "I understand. I have to thank you. If you hadn't brought me in to hide, I am afraid I would have been swept into the spatial collapse." Charlene changed into a new black robe and took out a new one from her backpack. "Do you want it?" "Thank you." Feng Heng took the clothes that Charlene threw over and quickly changed his shirt. Their gazes met in the air again, and they fell into an awkward silence. "You." The two of them spoke almost at the same time. Charlene nodded and said, "I know you have a lot of questions. All right then." Speaking of serious matters, Feng Heng did not think about the messy things. His expression became more serious and he said in a deep voice, "The abnormal state that appeared on your body just now. Is it a special abnormality of Hyla's organization?" Charlene looked at Feng Heng and nodded. "Yes, I am sure you can tell." 1752 The limit. Without waiting for Feng Heng to continue asking, Charlene had already started to explain. "I've heard about you from Wu Xiang and Tang Minayu. I know that you have a certain understanding of the background of the zombie apocalypse world, so I don't need to talk about the background story." Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat. He knew Wu Xiang and her sister. Both of them were from the Black Castle. He had briefly interacted or worked with both of them. But Tang Minayu? Was she related to the Black Castle? Wait, you mean Tang Minayu? No, Tang Minayu isn't from our Black Castle. She's one of our partners. Seeing the confusion on Feng Heng's face, Charlene nodded and said, "What I want to tell you is that because of the Federation, our Black Castle can only act in secret. Our identities are special. It's not convenient for us to directly obtain the World Lord qualification, so we helped Tang Minayu obtain it. In exchange, Tang Minayu will also help us do something within her power. She has a very high evaluation of you, which is one of the reasons why we invited you to cooperate this time." Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat. No wonder the first time he met Black Castle, they were so confident that they could help him get the World Lord qualification. It turned out that Black Castle had already helped Tang Minayu complete a mission. The Black Castle had indeed explored the zombie apocalypse quite a bit. Charlene suddenly changed the topic and asked, "Feng Heng, before I begin my explanation, I want to ask you a question. What do you think is the limit of power?" "Limit?" Feng Heng was confused. Obviously, he had never considered this question. If he forced an answer, it was probably to max out all his academic skills. Then, he would use his powerful attributes to crush the other party? We believe that the unification of space, mind, and body is the final form of power. The power of the spawns represents an extremely high level of spiritual power, and the power of the mutant worm virus in Hyla's body represents the same peak of physical strength. And space is the dependence of everything. In the beginning, I only studied psychics. Later on, as my psychics gradually deepened, I increasingly understood the importance of physical strength and spatial sensing. I asked my teacher and finally came to a conclusion through my own understanding. Space, physical body, and spirit. Only by fusing the three can one reach the nirvana realm. Charlene saw the confusion on Feng Heng's face and continued, "As you can see, Hyla is a manifestation of a high degree of fusion of mental and physical strength." Feng Heng's brows were tightly knitted together as if he was thinking. With the two combined, Hyla can unleash shocking power. I've reached a bottleneck in my exploration of the power of the mind, so I tried to fuse with the power of my physical body and found the Hyla virus. Now that I think about it, I am a little anxious for success. I thought that I had found a way to suppress Hyla, and with the suppression of my mental power, it would be enough to resolve the hidden danger of Hyla's backlash. Unfortunately, in reality, it's still far from enough. After fusing with Hyla's organization, my strength has undergone a qualitative change, but I will still suffer a backlash from my physical strength. After that, in order to fuse with this power, I found this place. Feng Heng listened to Charlene and became even more curious. Not considering whether the concept of the limit of power was correct or not, at least there was one thing that he thought Charlene was right about. Hyla's strength was indeed terrifying. The power of the fusion of mind and body even created the zombie apocalypse, causing the dead who had been buried deep underground to be infected with the virus and resurrected as zombies. This kind of strength had long surpassed the limits of ordinary virus infection. The Black Castle wanted such a powerful ability. Obviously, they had not succeeded completely. Feng Heng asked, "So what did you find?" "What we encountered in the mausoleum is related to Hyla's zombie apocalypse. Yes, the meteorite company's virus comes from a special life form in a certain galaxy. For the time being, we will call them mutant worms. Their main body's abilities aren't weak. Once, by chance, their world was invaded by outsiders. With the power of the invaders, they were able to spread across various worlds. The mutant worm race has an extremely special ability, fusion evolution. Once the mutant worms entered a new world, they could quickly coexist and integrate with the local life forms, quickly adapt to the current environment, and adapt to the evolution. I think we should start from the beginning. The rapid spread of mutant worm races has had a great impact on this already chaotic world. With the appearance of highly integrated life forms, ordinary low-level worlds will be quickly destroyed and devoured without any resistance. It's also extremely difficult for middle-level worlds to resist the invasion of the mutant worms. After resisting for a few years, they will be completely devoured by the mutant worms, or fused, or destroyed, or even enslaved. What's even more terrifying is that the entire mutant worm race is constantly devouring and evolving. The strength of their entire race is increasing at a terrifying speed. Since ancient times, the spawns have always regarded themselves as the guardians of the world galaxy and the rulers. They feel threatened by the savage development of the mutant worms. The spawns encountered an accident while carrying out a resource transportation research mission. The aircraft malfunctioned, and it forcefully stopped traveling during the process of space travel. After that, it appeared in the zombie apocalypse world, and then it detonated. The aircraft that the spawns are riding on will be destroyed first. The aircraft is carrying a special and rare material called the Spirit Core Crystal, as well as a special primitive mutant worm virus fossil. The explosion of the Spirit Core Crystal caused a small portion of the humans in the zombie apocalypse world to mutate and gain the special psychic abilities of the alien spawns. The virus fossils fall into the zombie apocalypse world after being burned at high temperatures in the air. The humans living in the world believe that they are a special type of meteorite. I am sure you already know what happened after that. Through all kinds of coincidences, Hyla obtained both the psychic ability and the mutant worm's virus ability at the same time. Under immense mental stimulation, the two successfully fused, unexpectedly producing an extremely powerful mutation ability. It's the zombie apocalypse that you saw. After Charlene finished telling the whole story, Feng Heng fell silent for a while. The story that Charlene told could be considered the prelude to the zombie apocalypse world. It involved two special races in the large world. Extreme strength. Feng Heng muttered to himself. The game prompt appeared on his retina. 1753 Body or Spirit, ding. The player's identity as a world lord has been confirmed. The player has successfully obtained Hyla's background story. The player has received an additional 10,000 King of Gods points, ding. Player Charlene has shared a special realm main storyline mission with you. Body and Spirit. Mission title, Body and Spirit. Mission description: in this vast world, there are two special forces. One of them evolves in the direction of physical strength. Through rapid mutation, they reach the theoretically strongest physical form. This race, known as the mutant worms, is rapidly wreaking havoc across the galaxy. Meanwhile, another old empire that had established an interstellar order with psychic weapons was attacking this race, announcing to the world the power of the mind and the order of the world. Strangely enough, these two races had been extinct for a long time. Mission description: as a world lord, you realize that your world has been embroiled in this ancient war. Even though these two races have disappeared for a long time, you have a deep sense of danger. To the spawns and mutant worms, your existence is not worth mentioning. Mission Guide 1. Obtain clues related to the mission line to find the lost spawns. Option 2. Find a way to obtain the power of the mutant worms. Feng Heng looked at the game notification and hesitated for a moment. He didn't make a decision immediately. Instead, he raised his head and asked, "So you followed the mission and came here?" The mission line to explore this unknown world is something that our Black Castle found out on our own. It is not part of the main storyline. In the process of pursuing the mission, we discovered that the spawns had experienced a tragic war before they disappeared. The cause of the war is unknown, and we don't know who they fought with. It's very strange. We've obtained some clues from the long river of history. The spawns completely disappeared after that battle. Since then, the activities of the mutant worms have greatly decreased. There are only a very small number of clues about the activities of the mutant worms, so we think that the battle might be related to the mutant worms. Helpless, we continued to investigate the movements of the entire race before the spawns disappeared. We accidentally discovered the secrets of the entire world. This is the world of mausoleums left behind by the spawns and the mutant worms at the beginning of the official war. The spawns built a large number of mausoleums here to commemorate the warriors who died in the war. At the same time, it has another function. Fang Heng asked, puzzled, what is it? To prevent the virus from spreading. There is a passage in the prayer outside the mausoleum. The brave warriors of the spawns killed the evil insects. They paid the price with their lives. Their bodies were also stained with evil blood and were cursed by evil. Charlene continued to explain, being cursed by evil means that some of the spawns were infected by the mutant worms during the battle and then died because of the mutated virus. The spawns realized that even after death, the virus in the corpses was still active, so they chose to seal them in the mausoleum by force. Fang Heng finally understood. So that was how it was. All the questions he had previously had finally been answered. No wonder he felt that something was wrong when he saw the spatial trap. The trap was targeted at the corpses of the spawns that had been infected by the mutant worms. Thinking of everything that happened after entering this world, Fang Heng suddenly understood. I understand now. So, the Void Stalkers hate me because of the Hyla virus in my body. Charlene shifted her gaze to Fang Heng and nodded lightly. Yes, it's very likely that you've completed the main mission and obtained part of the power of the Hyla virus. Your body has part of the genes that can modify mutated worms, so you will be targeted by the mausoleum guards. Me too. My body is fused with Hyla's tissue. The same goes for the corpse found in the sarcophagus. There are mutant worm viruses in the corpse. We will all receive the highest treatment from the mausoleum guards. Fang Heng asked again, then what about the metal disc in the corpse? What was that? The metal disc is a special technology developed by the spawns, the Avira chip. The metal contains a chip. We saw it in a document left behind by the spawns. The chip can suppress the mutation of corpses. At this point, Charlene's eyes couldn't help but reveal a regretful expression. In order to find the Avira chip, we came all the way here, hoping to use the power of the chip to suppress the mutation of Hyla's organization that had fused with my body. Unfortunately, our team spent a lot of effort to find the entrance to this mausoleum world. You should have already guessed what happened after that. A traitor appeared in our Black Castle, and his whereabouts were leaked, so he was trapped in the mausoleum. Of course, with our abilities, it won't be a problem for us to leave the mausoleum. However, once we leave, the mausoleum and this hidden world will fall into the hands of the Federation. It will be almost impossible for us to obtain the Avira chip. We had no choice but to stay in the mausoleum and wait for outside support. We will wait for the outside world to find a special amalgamation that can activate the remains of the spawns and help us obtain the Avira chip. Fang Heng finally understood what had happened. After saying that, Charlene could not help but sigh softly. What a pity. Just a little bit more. Charlene quickly adjusted her state of mind and raised her head to continue. Fang Heng, we still haven't overcome the crisis. There are still a large number of elite teams from the Federation gathered outside. Due to the spatial collapse outside, we can't leave immediately. We can only think of a way to escape after the spatial collapse slowly recovers. Fang Heng nodded and pondered for a moment before asking, the Avira chip was stolen by a traitor of your Black Castle. We might not be able to escape and hand it over to the Federation. Can't you think of a way to get it back? It's already too late. Chris has already made ample preparations. With their speed, they've probably already retreated from the inner passage. We're trapped here and can't catch up, and the teams outside can't attack the mausoleum. Fang Heng felt that it was reasonable and suggested, oh right, I've seen corpses in other small mausoleums before. Don't they have Avira chips in their bodies? The production of the Avira chip and the outer metal disc is extremely complicated. The corpse in the sarcophagus in the main mausoleum belongs to an elder of the spawns. He died bravely while killing the queen bug and his body was infected with the queen bug's power. Therefore, the spawns need to place the Avira chip to prevent mutation. As for the ordinary corpses, they are still under the control of the spawns, so the probability of them mutating isn't high. There are also some devices in the sarcophagus that prevent them from mutating. These things aren't very useful to me. Fang Heng scratched his head. According to the current situation, they had really failed completely. 1754 Metal Disc Charlene had already accepted this failure and adjusted her mentality. She comforted Fang Heng instead, it's fine. Finding the mole in the organization will be a relief. Yes. Fang Heng grunted and looked at Charlene. She had a good attitude. If it were him, he would not be able to accept it. This was a huge loss. After this spatial collapse, we need to wait for at least 12 hours before the collapsed space outside can recover to the extent that we can leave from here. For safety reasons, we will wait 18 hours before leaving. Right now, I am more worried about the situation of the external teams. A hint of worry flashed across Charlene's brows as she said, the space in the collapsed state belongs to a state of collapse. This state can block the power of spirituality, and we can't contact the outside world. Judging from the current situation, it will take half a month or even longer for the passage to completely recover by self-healing. While I am away, the Federation team will likely make a move on the core team outside of the Black Castle. I am worried that losing contact with us will affect them and cause them to make a misjudgment. Feng Heng was shocked when he heard that, and he could not help but raise his voice a little. Wait, what did you say? Half a month? Are we going to be trapped here for half a month? Charlene replied coldly, yes. Half a month is still a relatively optimistic situation, but the actual situation will probably be worse. Feng Heng opened his mouth and suddenly felt an inexplicable frustration. He would be trapped here for at least half a month. How could this be so? He was still expecting to reach level 40 within a month. It had been a week since he received the mission, and he had only reached level 36. There were only 4 levels left. Originally, leveling up to 4 levels in 3 weeks was considered safe. If they were trapped here for half a month without leveling up, it would definitely affect the subsequent missions. No. He had to think of a way to get out quickly. Charlene didn't know what Feng Heng was thinking. She calculated and continued, in the worst-case scenario, the Federation may also figure out that we are trapped inside the passageway. Considering that there may be extreme situations and that the Federation has the ability to figure out what we don't know, it is very likely that they will choose to intercept us outside the mausoleum. No way. Can they really do it? Feng Heng opened his mouth, wondering why he seemed to have become a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Charlene shook her head. She did not know if the Federation could do this. Feng Heng could not sit still anymore. No, he had to think of a way to leave this place quickly. So we need to contact the core members of the Black Castle outside as soon as possible. They should have the ability to speed up the recovery of the surrounding spatial collapse, right? Charlene was deep in thought. She raised her head and looked at Feng Heng, frowning. She said, indeed. In theory, that's the case, but in reality, it's still very difficult. It's very difficult for the people outside to help us, but at least we can determine the movements of the outside world. Feng Heng nodded and replied, all right then. I will go and communicate with the people offline. You? Charlene looked at Feng Heng with a puzzled expression. Yes, I have a special ability to contact the outside world. Feng Heng was feeling helpless and sighed in his heart. If he had not been forced to this extent, he would not have wanted to reveal his special ability in front of outsiders. Charlene had saved him once and shared the main mission with him, so she had won some of his trust. This is my secret. I hope you can keep it a secret as well. Charlene stared at Feng Heng and nodded seriously. All right, definitely. The next moment, Feng Heng closed his eyes. Whoosh. Swoosh swoosh. Charlene raised her eyebrows. She was surprised to find that as Feng Heng closed his eyes, a rapidly spinning magic array appeared under his feet. The magic array emitted specks of white light. Shrouded by the light, Feng Heng gradually disappeared before her eyes. Spatial power? It was not an ordinary spatial power. Demi-humans. Feng Heng was actually a demi-human? Charlene watched Feng Heng log off using the demi-human method, her eyes flashing with surprise. Impossible. What happened before her eyes was beyond her understanding. The demi-humans couldn't accept most of the game missions, and they couldn't become world lords. Moreover, she had just shared the special main mission with Feng Heng. Therefore, Feng Heng was definitely not a demi-human. So what was going on with him? Why could he go offline in this way? Seeing Feng Heng disappear before her eyes, Charlene stood still, her eyes revealing a thoughtful look. Whoosh. On the other side, Feng Heng quickly appeared in his dormitory in the real world. He grabbed his phone by the bed and immediately called Mojai Oi. On the other end of the phone, Mojai Oi was extremely fast. After hanging up the phone, he immediately contacted the Black Castle. In fact, the Black Castle had placed their last hope on Feng Heng, and they had been trying to contact him. They did not expect to successfully contact him. After confirming that their leader was safe, the core members of the Black Castle finally calmed down. Knowing that the leader was still trapped in the spatial collapse, the entire Black Castle organization quickly went into action trying to find a way to help the leader escape. Feng Heng waited in the dormitory for a while and soon received a reply from Mojai Oi. After communicating for a while, he quickly went online again. Charlene stayed where she was. She looked at the spot where Feng Heng had disappeared from the game and fell into deep thought. Swoosh. 5 minutes later, A spiraling magic array appeared on the ground. Only then did Charlene come back to her senses and look ahead. Fang Heng emerged from the magic array again. You're back. Have you contacted the Black Castle? Yes, I've contacted them. The core members of the Black Castle outside have already learned of our situation. They were worried that the spatial rift would cause a huge spatial fluctuation that would expose our location. The elite team of the Federation gathered outside the mausoleum hasn't left yet. Based on the judgment of the Black Castle team, they shouldn't have met up with the rebels who took a Vera chip. The Black Castle team outside will continue to observe the Federation's movements. Fang Heng briefly described the current situation of the Black Castle team in the outside world and continued, in addition, they already know that we are trapped. They will find a way to find a tool that can accelerate the recovery of the spatial collapse and help us escape as soon as possible. Yes, alright. Charlene lowered her head and thought for a moment before adding, the next time you contact them, help me inform the core team of the Black Castle. Other than normal scouting, tell them to stop all operations against the Federation. Other than some scouting personnel, all personnel must immediately evacuate. Fang Heng looked at Charlene in surprise and nodded. To be able to command the core team, it seemed like Charlene had a very high level of authority in Black Castle. Alright. Fang Heng nodded and went offline again. After a series of bitter battles, it was already close to dawn. After Fang Heng made the call to Mojai, he also lay down on the bed. He did not return to the game. No matter how he thought about it, he felt awkward and uncomfortable being locked up in a 100 square meter study room with Charlene. He would see how tomorrow. He hoped that the Black Castle could think of a way to help them get out of danger as soon as possible. The exhaustion of his body caused Fang Heng to fall into a deep sleep very quickly. 1755 Spiritual Force Field. The next day, Fang Heng got up and went online to check on Charlene's condition. After confirming that everything was okay, he went offline again. He was trapped inside the game, but fortunately, he could still move around outside the game. Fang Heng felt that his days had returned to their usual peace. He brought his books to class and studied like an ordinary student. The daily life outside the game was not as thrilling as it was inside the game. No one disturbed him the entire morning. Fang Heng was still in class until 2 in the afternoon when he received a message from Mojai. The Black Castle has provided a special stone and a special mechanical device that can accelerate the self-recovery of the surrounding collapsed space. Mojai continued to send a message. The Black Castle is still trying to get their hands on the space leveling and stabilizing device. The special stone has already been sent over through Old Black's channel. It should be here soon. Okay, I got it. Fang Heng quickly replied to the message, put down his phone, and continued to attend class in peace. He waited until it was dark and estimated that the 18 hours that Charlene had mentioned were almost up before he returned to the dormitory. There were a few large cardboard boxes placed at the entrance of the dormitory room. They were very heavy. Fang Heng tried to carry the boxes into the room one by one. He opened the cardboard box and saw a few stones with white patterns inside. This thing can accelerate the self-recovery of the surrounding space. Fang Heng looked at the stones a few more times, then put them into his backpack one by one and returned to the game. In the special space in the game, Charlene closed her eyes and focused. The backlash from the channeling magic array and the frenzied state had caused great damage to her body. It would take some time to completely remove the damage. Suddenly, Charlene realized something. She opened her eyes and looked ahead. Buzz. The magic array spun rapidly on the ground and the space condensed into stars. Fang Heng stepped out of the magic array and nodded at Charlene. Then, he took out a stone from his backpack. A game notification appeared. Item, elapsed white stone. Description, a special stone found in outer space. It has been in the rapidly passing space for tens of thousands of years. This allows the stone to accelerate the self-recovery speed of the surrounding space. At the same time, it has a suppression effect on the surrounding space. Some spatial skills are affected or cannot be used. Fang Heng saw Charlene's gaze and said, "Look at this. The Black Castle Guild got it from outside." Charlene nodded in her heart. A special item that only world lords could have was the warp backpack slot. Normal players could not obtain it. In addition, Fang Heng had the ability to enter and exit the game world similar to demi-humans. The warp backpack slot could play a powerful support effect. Yes, the white stone can affect the surrounding environment and speed up the recovery of spatial collapse. Charlene observed the stone in Fang Heng's hand and nodded. She said, "It has been 20 hours since the space collapsed. Theoretically, a small portion of the collapsed central space in the main mausoleum has been restored. We should return to the outside to take a look at the specific situation." Fang Heng put the stone back into his normal backpack, his expression solemn. "All right." Charlene took Fang Heng's wrist and gently pressed her left hand on the black crystal necklace in front of her chest. Fang Heng felt that Charlene's fingers were unusually cold. Before he could say anything, a dazzling white light bloomed in front of his eyes. Buzz. When he opened his eyes again, Feng Heng found himself back in the main hall of the mausoleum. He and Charlene stood on a circular platform with a radius of about 10 meters. Only the ground and the ceiling were restored from the spatial collapse. The space outside the 10-meter radius of the platform was in a collapsed state. It was as if they were placed in the starry sky. Feng Heng could clearly see a weak space current flowing rapidly outside the space. This was the scene after the spatial gaps were connected. It looked very beautiful. Feng Heng knew very well that once he stepped into outer space, there was a high chance that he would be permanently lost in space. Upon closer inspection, the surrounding space was healing at an extremely slow speed. The circular platform with a radius of more than 10 meters on the ground was slowly spreading outwards. The space's self-recovery speed was too slow. Feng Heng frowned. He felt that Charlene's prediction was still optimistic. Half a month was probably not enough for the collapsed space to heal itself. Feng Heng was about to try to take out the special stone from his backpack when he suddenly raised his eyebrows and swept his gaze across the floor and ceiling. What the hell? Again? Charlene also sensed something and frowned. Stars appeared on the ground and ceiling again. Void stalkers. They once again revealed themselves from the ground and ceiling of the space. Feng Heng was speechless. He looked at Charlene and said helplessly, even the spatial collapse can't kill them. The void stalkers lurk in hidden spaces. They have been modified by the spawns and can teleport from another region through spatial transmission. The spawn spatial transmission method is point-to-point, and the spatial collapse has no way of affecting them. Charlene had expected this. She explained calmly and slowly raised her hand. Buzz. A formless energy wave pushed forward. The dozen void stalkers that had just emerged from the void were immediately sent flying by an invisible force, and were ruthlessly pushed into the chaotic space behind them. The originally dazzling and beautiful spatial turbulence immediately revealed a ferocious scene. It erupted with an extremely powerful suction force, immediately distorting the approaching void stalkers and swallowing them into the darkness. Feng Heng glanced at Charlene. He had noticed long ago that Charlene was extremely powerful. This was even under the condition that she was constantly suppressing the hyla tissue in her body. Was the strength of a player in a high-level game that strong? What is this move? Spiritual force field. Charlene explained softly, I will protect you. You arrange the stones. Good. Feng Heng immediately made the arrangements. Although it was said to be a layout, it was actually just taking out the stones from the warped backpack and placing them on the ground. As for the effects of the white stone, he couldn't say for sure. However, Feng Heng was the first to witness Charlene's formidable strength. He only needed to stand within the range of Charlene's force field, and all the void stalkers that attacked him would be repelled by her special force field without exception. Even the void stalker's beam attack was unable to break through Charlene's spiritual force field. The light beams would explode when they hit the outside of the spiritual force field. They couldn't affect the two people inside. Charlene didn't want to stay here any longer. She watched as Feng Heng took out the stones one by one, and then she reached out to press the necklace on her chest again. She reached out to touch Feng Heng's shoulder and said, let's go back first. Don't be anxious. Let's wait a little longer. Wait for me a little longer. 1756 Leveling up. Feng Heng took out the tools from his backpack to set up the magic array. At this moment, the void stalkers kept appearing from the ceiling and the ground. There were even void stalkers appearing under his feet. He had to find a safe place for himself. Feng Heng quickly set up a small simple alchemy magic array on the ground. He used an alchemy magic array to seal off a small portion of the spatial effect, preventing the void stalkers from appearing within a small area through the transition power. Charlene looked at Feng Heng in surprise, then retracted her gaze and continued to maintain the force field to protect the two of them. Although it was just a small magic array, it involved spatial theory and was very complicated to set up. It took Feng Heng a full 20 minutes to design and set it up. Done. Feng Heng wiped the sweat off his forehead as he spoke. He pressed his hands on the magic array and injected his mental power into it. Buzz. The magic array spun rapidly and a ray of light appeared. The spatial ripple power quickly spread to an area with a radius of about 3 meters, even enveloping the ceiling. Immediately, the void stalkers stopped spawning in the areas affected by the magic array's light. Phew. Feng Heng heaved a sigh of relief. He stood up again and walked to Charlene's side. Charlene cast a puzzled look at Feng Heng. For the players in the intermediate game world, it was not bad to be able to do this. But she felt that it was unnecessary. Charlene asked, what are you trying to do by setting up a magic array here? To level up? Feng Heng shrugged and sighed helplessly in his heart. What a joke. He was about to be trapped here for more than half a month. How could he waste his time? One had to know that the creatures that spawned in the main mausoleum could all spawn mutant crystals. This naturally included the Void Stalkers. No matter how small a mosquito's leg was, it was still a piece of meat. Besides, what if an elite-level creature appeared later? That was a Tier 2 mutant crystal. Now that he was trapped here and could not get out, he could not waste time. Leveling up still needed to be done. It was better to get as much as possible. Feng Heng sighed in his heart, but he still continued to explain, I received a special mission. I need to complete the upgrade as soon as possible within a certain period of time. Charlene nodded and stretched out her hand. More than 20 Void Stalkers that were pouncing toward them from the right were simultaneously controlled by the spiritual force field and were slowly pulled into the air by an invisible force. Bang! Bang bang! The Void Stalkers exploded one after another under the urging of the spiritual force. Feng Heng raised his eyebrows and looked at Charlene beside him. Instant kill. Moreover, it was a group of instant kills. Fauna and the others killed the Void Stalkers one by one, and their efficiency was very low. In comparison, Charlene could kill groups of Void Stalkers in seconds, and the efficiency was terrifying. Charlene noticed Feng Heng's gaze and said lightly, it's okay. It's boring to be trapped here. I will help you farm for a while. Feng Heng was overjoyed. Thank you so much. You've helped me a lot. Previously, in the special space created by the Black Necklace, Feng Heng's zombie clones had automatically been revived twice. As the 100 square meter study room was too crowded, Feng Heng simply sent them all into the secondary space projection to commit suicide. The zombie clones hadn't been revived yet. During this awkward period, it was naturally best to have Charlene help him farm monsters. Feng Heng was on high alert as he watched the Void Stalkers explode under Charlene's control. Just the strength that Charlene had displayed was enough to shock everyone. The Federation player Chris, whom they met earlier, was also an elite player in the high-level game world. Compared to Charlene, the difference in strength between them was too great. It seemed like there were many levels of strength in high-level games. Charlene belonged to the stronger group. After more than 2 hours, Feng Heng noticed that Charlene's speed of killing monsters had suddenly decreased significantly. Following that, Charlene's body swayed a little, and then her knees went soft. Seeing this, Feng Heng immediately reached out to support her, not letting her fall. He felt that Charlene's body was as cold as ice. Are you alright? It's a small problem. I suffered a backlash while controlling the alchemy array, and I haven't fully recovered yet. In addition, using my spiritual power for a long time has caused some fluctuations in the fusion tissue. With Feng Heng's help, Charlene stood up straight again and continued, this is a good thing, but I need some time to recover. I will bring you back to the special space first. Can you do it alone? Charlene looked at Feng Heng in surprise. She understood the meaning in his eyes and asked, do you want to be alone? Yes. Alright, I am fine on my own. For some reason, Charlene didn't want the person in front of her to see her weak appearance. Realizing that the next wave of backlash was coming, she didn't say anything else and immediately pressed her palm on the black necklace around her neck. In the next moment, Charlene was shrouded in darkness and disappeared. Feng Heng looked in the direction where Charlene disappeared. So the terrifying efficiency of killing monsters just now was the strength that Charlene displayed when she was injured? Terrifying. The strength of the Black Castle was unfathomable. Feng Heng thought about it and took out the alloy rod from his backpack again. There were still 2.5 hours left before the first batch of zombie clones could be resurrected. He had to get through this period of time. Then let's fight 1-to-1. Whoosh. Blood shadow clones. Feng Heng's body quickly split into two, one on the left and one on the right, chasing after the Void Stalkers in front of him. Most of the space in the hall was in a state of spatial collapse. The speed at which the Void Stalkers were escaping was actually not fast. Their numbers were far less terrifying than before. With Feng Heng's current health, there was no risk at all. However, the efficiency of farming monsters was too slow. Feng Heng waved his alloy metal rod and swept away an incoming Void Stalker. Then, he quickly condensed a hand seal in front of him. Gathering. Swoosh. 4 huge magic arrays appeared around Feng Heng's body at the same time, one on the left, one on the right, one in front, and one at the back. They were operating rapidly. Mixed with the harsh frost, 4 undead bones leaders emerged from the magic arrays. Whoosh. Swoosh. A flash of sword light went past. A layer of frost instantly covered the Void Stalkers in front of them. With the 4 bones leaders joining the battlefield, the efficiency of farming monsters instantly increased by a large margin. As the area of the hall that had been restored was still too small, the undead bones leader could not use it fully. Summoning 4 was already the limit. Come on. Feng Heng quickly observed the battle platform area and raised his metal rod again to meet the enemy. After 2.5 hours of intense fighting, Feng Heng sent the Void Stalker into the spatial turbulence behind him while taking a few steps back. Ding! The player's zombie clone, Liquor form has been revived. Ding. The player's zombie clone, normal form, has been revived. 1757. Preparing with two hands. They were here. Seeing the game notification, Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat. As the notifications of the resurrection of the zombies appeared on his retina, dense magic arrays appeared under his feet. Zombie clones stepped out of the magic arrays and joined the battle. Seeing that the zombie clones had begun to join the battlefield, Feng Heng immediately summoned the injured undead bones back. At the same time, he retreated to the central alchemy magic array area, switched to sniper rifles, and changed his combat mode. The zombie clones quickly gathered in a big circle to protect the center. The zombie clones would fight the void stalkers on the periphery while he would shoot from the back. He could still maintain this efficiency. The zombies' death rate was also within his control. Feng Heng took a look at the time. It was already midnight. He might as well not go offline tonight. Continue to work hard. A few hours later, Charlene, who was in the special space, opened her eyes. After a period of suppression, the restless hyla tissue in her body gradually recovered. It has actually been so long. I wonder how he is. Charlene muttered to herself. She was a little worried about Feng Heng. She thought that this adjustment would not take too long, but she did not expect the Hyla organization to be so agitated because of the backlash. There were a large number of void stalkers in the outside world. If too much time had passed, Feng Heng might be in trouble. As she thought about it, Charlene stood up, pressed her hand on the necklace, and left the space. When she returned to the main hall of the main mausoleum, Charlene's eyes lit up. The scene in front of her had exceeded her expectations. A group of zombies formed a circle and attacked the void stalkers that came from all directions. It wasn't the first time Charlene had seen zombies. However, this was the first time she noticed the terrifying self-recovery ability of zombies. They could actually suppress the void stalkers. The special ability to recruit zombies, as well as this powerful body's self-recovery. Did he obtain it from Hyla's main storyline world? Charlene muttered to herself as she shifted her gaze to Feng Heng, who was standing in the middle of the circle. Hey, you're finally here. I was worried about you. Are you okay? Feng Heng had been waiting for Charlene for some time. Seeing that she had not appeared, he thought that she had encountered trouble in the special space. However, he had no other way. Seeing that Charlene had finally appeared, Feng Heng heaved a sigh of relief. Yes, it took a long time. I am sorry to make you worry. It's fine. By the way, I am going offline for a while. There's something I need your help with. Alright. Charlene didn't ask what it was and agreed immediately. What is it? Help you continue farming monsters. Haha, it's naturally best if I can help you farm monsters. I am just a little worried about your current physical condition. Feng Heng laughed in embarrassment as he found someone to help him grind monsters. He said, actually, you don't have to go through so much trouble. You just have to appear here every hour. After 8 consecutive hours, Feng Heng was a little tired. Considering that the Void Stalker's trigger mechanism was to detect the Hyla virus in his body, once he left the space, the Void Stalkers might stop respawning. Therefore, he had to ask Charlene for help. Charlene's body was fused with Hyla's cell virus, and it also had the same effect of attracting hatred. Yes. With Charlene's intelligence, she quickly understood the meaning of this operation after hearing Feng Heng's words. She looked at the Void Stalkers that were constantly appearing around her and nodded gently. Are you leaving? I will go offline and rest for a while. I will also go and check on the news outside. Alright, leave this to me. Thank you. Feng Heng thanked her again and closed his eyes. A magic array appeared under his feet again. He went offline on the spot. He would come back tomorrow. In the game, the zombie clones could hack continuously with Charlene's help. He barely wasted too much time. He only needed to go online a few times a day to observe. After logging off, Feng Heng realized that it was already dawn outside. He hurriedly went to the cafeteria to get breakfast and ate while rushing to class. During the day, Feng Heng would attend classes and study at Hain's school. His days were quite fulfilling. The feedback from the Black Castle was very diligent, but the space-staring stabilizing device as promised had not been implemented yet. This thing was not easy to deal with, and it was also a little difficult for the Black Castle to do so. Just like that, an entire day passed, until the afternoon of the next day. Feng Heng was still in a daze after a class on elemental science. He didn't know much about this subject. He was even more confused after listening to the class. Feng Heng pondered for a while and prepared to take this time to go to Tongjia's research laboratory to take a look at the situation. Polymers that could stimulate the original devouring body were good stuff. Other than being able to evolve the original zombie clone, this thing was also related to Hyla's main storyline mission. Sooner or later, he would have to find a way to get it. Now that he was trapped in the game, he had time to think of a way. Feng Heng sent a message to Tongjia, asking if she was free and if he could visit the research team later. Soon, Tongjia sent him an address. I am busy with the project approval. You can come to the project team first and look for the person in charge, Dan Guangbin. I've talked to him, and he will take care of you. After Feng Heng received the reply, he went to the school's research and experiment area. Hain's school occupied a very large area, and 2/3 of it was an experimental research area. Feng Heng found the third building according to the location and took the elevator to the 5th floor. C-28 Special Research Team. Feng Heng followed the corridor on the 5th floor and looked at the signs on the door plates one by one. It should be here. Feng Heng stopped in front of the door of a laboratory and knocked on it. However, there was no response. The door was not locked. Feng Heng tried to open the door and saw a researcher wearing glasses walking towards him. The researcher's hair was messy, and he looked sleepy as he sized up Feng Heng. Feng Heng nodded and said, I am here to see Senior Dan Guangbin. I am him. Are you Feng Heng? Yes, it's me. Feng Heng said as he observed the layout of the room behind Dan Guangbin. It was a very messy office. He even saw a table with some freshly finished instant noodles. It seemed that it would be a little difficult to find the compound formula here. Hello, I am Dan Guangbin, a member of the project team. Team leader Tongjia just went to rush for approval. She told me about you. Have a seat. Dan Guangbin called Feng Heng into his office, found a chair, and invited Feng Heng to sit down. Then, he turned around and rummaged through a slightly messy table. Strange, where did it go? Dan Guangbin muttered as he rummaged through the registration forms. He finally found it in the lowest drawer of a table and hurried over to Feng Heng. 1758 The campus come, fill in the form first. Feng Heng took the form and quickly glanced at it. It was all asking about relatively basic information. Feng Heng quickly filled it in and handed it back. Senior, I am done. So fast? Dan Guangbin was browsing through his phone. When he heard Feng Heng's words, he adjusted his glasses and took the form from Feng Heng's hand to look at it carefully. Major in spatial studies, also proficient in natural science, occultism, sealing art, alchemy. Dan Guangbin raised his head and looked at Feng Heng, wanting to make sure that this junior was not here to make a joke. A person could study 5 subjects at the same time, and he claimed to be proficient in all of them. Regarding academic information. Did you fill it out without any problems? Feng Heng nodded repeatedly. In order to avoid trouble, he also concealed the study of necromancy and sacred study. Dan Guangbin frowned. Indeed. Perhaps most people didn't have an accurate definition of expert. If it was an ordinary person, Dan Guangbin would have probably found an excuse to send him away. However, this person was introduced by team leader Tongjia. Dan Guangbin looked at the form and pondered what other chores in the laboratory could be handed over to this junior in front of him. After all, the requirements for an internship were not too high. Dan Guangbin pondered and said, Junior, to be honest, our research team doesn't need the ability of spatial science at all. Occultism is a general ability, and there's no way to use it directly. Natural science and alchemy can help a bit. If you don't mind me asking, what's your natural science level? Outside of the game, it was sometimes considered offensive to ask someone about their skill level. Feng Heng answered frankly, I just advanced to the intermediate level of natural science. What did you say? Intermediate level in natural science? Dan Guangbin's eyes lit up immediately. He stood up from his chair and stared at Feng Heng with a burning gaze. His tone was filled with surprise. Following that, he was a little puzzled. Was this for real? After mastering the intermediate natural science, why didn't he stay in the game to enjoy himself? Instead, he came to the research institute to do odd jobs? This kid couldn't be fooling people, right? More than 99% of the players had mastered intermediate academic skills. They were the rare talents that the major gaming guilds fought over. For scientific research players outside the game, it was even rarer to master intermediate academic knowledge. After all, most researchers researched theoretical knowledge outside of the game. They did less work on leveling in the game. Without waiting for Feng Heng's reply, Dan Guangbin patted Feng Heng's shoulder gently and suggested, how about this? Come with me. We will conduct a simple ability test. Dan Guangbin was looking forward to it. This kind of anticipation came from Tongjia. That was someone the team leader had recommended. There might be a miracle. Dan Guangbin left the office with Feng Heng and headed straight to the advanced research building in the neighboring block. Feng Heng followed behind Dan Guangbin silently and carefully observed the entire journey. The security of the advanced research lab was much stricter than he had expected. A team of federal soldiers could be seen guarding the entrance of the campus. Dan Guangbin verified his identity card at the entrance of the campus, and Feng Heng was only allowed to enter the place after filling out an application form. They entered a research building in the campus and boarded the elevator to the 5th floor. Along the way, most of the areas were equipped with surveillance cameras. Fang Heng remained silent and carefully observed his surroundings. Ding dong. They arrived at the 5th floor. The elevator opened in front of the two of them. Junior, we're here. Dan Guangbin left the elevator first and led Fang Heng into the large research room facing the elevator entrance. This is the simulated ecological botanic garden built into the research institute. The entrance to the research lab was a hall. Fang Heng stepped into the research hall. Without waiting for Dan Guangbin's explanation, he picked up the lab coat hanging at the side very skillfully. After putting it on, he ran to the side of the disinfection tunnel and walked around. He stood at the end of the tunnel and waited for Dan Guangbin. Dan Guangbin looked at Fang Heng's skillful movements and nodded repeatedly. His evaluation of Fang Heng also increased a little. Junior is so skilled? Did you intern somewhere before? Yes, that's right. Fang Heng was silent for a moment. He thought of the zombie apocalypse's laboratory under Kaiyu Yao Kang's control and sighed in his heart. Along the way, Fang Heng observed carefully. Other than the need for identification at the entrance of the research building, there were also federal soldiers guarding the elevators and a few research rooms. Now that they had entered the research lab, there were no surveillance cameras. Senior, what's with the federal soldiers we saw on the road ahead? Yes, don't be nervous. You might have heard that our school is related to the Federation. Many of our scientific research projects are cooperative with the Federation. In the past, we were invaded by anti-Federation forces several times. In consideration of safety, the Federation sent some soldiers to guard the research building. Dan Guangbin explained and patted Fang Heng's shoulder, saying don't worry, they won't affect us. Besides, our research project is only sea level. It's not that strict. There won't be any problems. Ah, right, but there's one thing to remember. Everything in the research lab is not allowed to be taken out. This place is connected to the Federation's network. If you accidentally trigger the detection alarm, it will be very troublesome. Yes, alright. Fang Heng noted it down. After putting on all the equipment, Dan Guangbin led Fang Heng through the central control hall and into the indoor simulated botanic garden at the back. Junior, this campus was applied for by our project team. For the time being, only our project team will use it. No one else will enter. The control hall has temperature and humidity regulations. Under normal circumstances, we won't modify it. After entering the campus, Dan Guangbin explained as he led Fang Heng to the center. They reached a large tree near the center. The tree was about 3 meters tall. Junior, come and take a look. This plant is known as the ancient bronze wood. It was brought out from the game and has been cultivated through special methods. The fruit of the ancient bronze wood after it blossoms and bears fruit is a very important research material, so it needs a researcher who is proficient in natural science to carry out specific cultivation operations. During this period of time, the cultivation of special plant materials for the project was a huge problem. Charlene's research team only had one beginner researcher. Moreover, they had spent a lot of effort to rent it from other research projects. Not only did they have to eat their project team's quota, but they could only come 2 days a week. The most annoying thing was that the players' cultivation efficiency was very low, and the success rate was even more unbearable. However, before they could produce more research results, the team could not apply for more project support. Junior, you know about natural science, right? Come and try. Let's see if you can speed up the flowering and fruiting of trees as soon as possible. 1759 Fruit. Dan Guangbin's eyes were filled with anticipation as he called Fang Heng over to give it a try. He was still looking forward to it. Fang Heng took 2 steps forward and stood in front of the ancient bronze wood. He held his breath and focused his senses for a moment. The power of nature was abundant in the artificial indoor botanical garden. It was related to the other plants planted on the campus. These plants could release more natural energy. It was not bad to level up here. As Fang Heng thought about it, he slowly gathered the natural power around him. At his fingertips, he reached out and gently touched the tree trunk. After the natural power was gathered, it slowly poured into the ancient bronze wood. Kai. The tree immediately reacted. The branches near Fang Heng's finger seemed to have been stimulated and quickly extended outwards. Dan Guangbin's heart skipped a beat as he stared at the ancient bronze wood. Good fellow. The effect was so good. An expert's move was extraordinary. He could tell the difference at a glance. It was completely different from the rookie in the project team whom they had spent a lot of money to hire. The branches and leaves slowly grew under the urging of natural forces. Soon, a tiny flower bud gradually condensed on the top of the branch. Fang Heng frowned slightly. It was strange. There was still a lot of natural power around, and it was still pouring into the ancient bronze wood, but it couldn't make the flower bud on the ancient bronze wood continue to bloom. What went wrong? Just as Fang Heng was wondering, Dan Guangbin, who was beside him, quickly took out a bottle filled with blue medicine from his backpack. He opened the lid and poured it on the root of the ancient bronze tree. Kai. The liquid splashed on the roots and made a sizzling sound. Then, it was quickly absorbed by the roots. Feng Heng raised his eyebrows. There was a reaction. He realized that the branch had begun to absorb natural energy at an accelerated rate after being stimulated by the potion. In just a short moment, the flower bud of the ancient bronze wood gradually bloomed in front of him. Dan Guangbin looked at the flower bud that was gradually blooming. His face was filled with excitement, and his eyes widened. He was really that strong? In less than 3 minutes, the ancient bronze wood had finished growing under the urging of Feng Heng's natural science ability. The flower bud had already begun to bloom. Feng Heng sensed that the natural energy around him had been almost exhausted, so he put down his hand. That was all they could do for today. Amazing. Junior. You're too strong. Dan Guangbin turned around and looked at Feng Heng. He stared at him with a burning gaze and couldn't help but clap his hands in praise. His eyes couldn't hide the admiration in them. You're amazing. You will definitely be a great help to our project team. Feng Heng heaved a sigh of relief and asked, so I passed the test? Of course. You're now a member of our research team. Do you have your student ID? I will bring you to fill out the application form now. Dan Guangbin was in a good mood. He reached out and hooked his arm around Feng Heng's shoulder. He was several times more enthusiastic than before. They chatted and laughed all the way out of the Natural Science Research Lab. The last time Tongjia invited reinforcements, it took half a month for a plant to bloom. This junior in front of him could do it in a day. Comparing goods with goods, a victor could be identified. In the past, due to the scarcity of raw materials, the materials used in experiments were all scrounged up. With Feng Heng joining them, their lives would be much better in the future, and the research efficiency of the entire team would also be greatly improved. Junior, don't worry. The application form is just a formality. It will be done very quickly. It will probably be done in a day or two. Let's add each other on WeChat to make it easier for us to contact each other. Dan Guangbin and Feng Heng took off their lab coats and disinfected them. Just as they were about to leave the botanic garden and return, Feng Heng's mobile phone suddenly rang. It was Mojai Eyes. Feng Heng glanced at the caller ID and greeted Dan Guangbin. Sorry, I have to take this call. It's more important. It's okay, Junior. We're very chill here. Dan Guangbin now found Feng Heng extremely pleasing to the eye. He waved his hand and said, go and pick up the call. I will wait for you. I will also call my senior and see how we can help you finish the process as soon as possible. Feng Heng nodded and walked to the corner. After confirming that there were no surveillance cameras around, he picked up the phone. Hello? It's me. Feng Heng, is it convenient to talk? Yes, go ahead. The Black Castle contacted me. They have already obtained the space-staring stabilizing device. However, the device is too large and difficult to transmit, so the Black Castle disassembled the device into several parts. I've sent you the installation blueprints and the disassembled stabilizer through Old Black's channel. It should be here soon. Also, the stabilizer needs a lot of energy to operate, so it might be a little troublesome. Also, there's a situation at the Federation's side. Is there a new move from the Federation? Yes, the Federal Camp has already completed the expansion of the passage. Some high-level game players have already arrived at the Mausoleum world. It is estimated that they will be able to safely break through the periphery of the Mausoleum tonight. I am not sure if they have the ability to quickly undo the spatial collapse. Your situation may be a little dangerous. The Black Castle has heard that the Federation will conduct a further search of the Mausoleum world and eliminate the remaining forces of the Black Castle. At the same time, they will eliminate all the teleportation points in the world. If the Black Castle doesn't take this opportunity to evacuate immediately, it will be very difficult to evacuate later. Feng Heng frowned. He realized that Charlene had a very high position in Black Castle. Charlene was the direct decision maker for many things. Yes, I know. I will go back and tell Charlene as soon as possible. Okay, wait, there's one more thing. Mojai I stopped Feng Heng from hanging up the phone and said in a low voice, 2 days ago, Black Castle noticed you appearing in Hane's school. I told Fauna that we arranged a substitute for you in the school to hide from the public. Understood. Mojai I had mentioned the excuse of substitute to him a long time ago. The Black Castle would not suspect anything. After all, from their point of view, World Lord Feng Heng often played some tricks in the game world, so it was normal for him to find a substitute. Feng Heng hung up the phone and went back to Dan Guangbin, thinking of an excuse to return to the game. When Dan Guangbin saw Feng Heng rushing back from the phone call, he couldn't help but ask, what's wrong, Junior? Did something urgent happen? Yes, a little. It's okay. How about this? Why don't you give me a copy of your student ID first? I will keep a copy and help you with the procedures. Alright. Feng Heng handed over his student ID. Alright, I will get someone to send your student ID back to your dormitory. We will contact each other then. Feng Heng and Tan Guangbin exchanged contact information and immediately returned to the dormitory. The Federation's matters were rather urgent, so he had to communicate with Tong Jia as soon as possible. 1760 A monster farming machine. Feng Heng didn't expect to be stopped by the dormitory manager as soon as he entered the building. The uncle looked at Feng Heng with a strange expression and said, Feng Heng? What's in your packages? How did so many of them end up in school? Did you send it to the wrong place? The uncle had a deep impression of this new student. He booked the most expensive dormitory and came back with a large pile of books on the first day. Today, he actually delivered more than 20 large boxes back. The school dormitory building originally provided a first-floor room for students to temporarily store express packages. He had filled up the backup storage room with his express delivery alone. I am sorry. It's something the laboratory wants. The address might be wrong. Feng Heng knew that Old Black would probably dismantle the space stabilizer and send it to the school. He smiled bitterly and apologized profusely. He said that he would move things away soon and was willing to pay the rental fee. There's no need for the rental fee. I will leave your things in a utility room at the end. Move them out as soon as possible. Don't think I am long-winded. Let me remind you that the school's single dormitory will be inspected once a month for potential safety risks. The middle-aged man noticed Feng Heng's polite tone and kindly reminded him. Thank you. I will get rid of it soon. Feng Heng quickly signed the bill and ran to the utility room under the puzzled gaze of the dormitory manager. The entire utility room was already filled with more than 20 large boxes. 2 security personnel who delivered goods had been waiting in the utility room. When they saw Feng Heng, they stood up with a murderous look in their eyes. I am Feng Heng, I am here to pick up the goods. The 2 of them did not speak. They compared Feng Heng's photo and confirmed his identity. After getting him to sign it and hand it over to the owner, they left. After everyone left the utility room, Feng Heng walked to the boxes and randomly picked one to open and check. The space stabilizer was split into a dozen parts of various sizes. If one were to look at these parts alone, one would not be able to tell what they would look like after they were assembled. Feng Heng felt bitter in his heart. Fortunately, the space warp backpack was large enough, or else it would have taken a few days to move the parts. But even so, it would still take some time to move it. Feng Heng did not think too much about it. He filled his warp backpack slot with spare parts and returned to the game world. In the game world, Feng Heng appeared above the spinning magic array. He quickly looked around. The space in the main mausoleum had expanded by about 10 meters compared to when he had left this morning. It was much more spacious. The white stone had some effect. At the side, Charlene was dealing with the Void Stalkers. As the space gradually recovered, more Void Stalkers emerged from the ground and ceiling. There was even an elite-level Void Stalker among them. It was a small dark red Void Stalker with feelers on its head. It was extremely agile. However, under the control of Charlene's spiritual power, even elite creatures could not escape. Large numbers of Void Stalkers were pulled into the air by an invisible force. They lost control of their bodies and struggled non-stop. Charlene slowly clenched her fist. Bang! Hundreds of Void Stalkers exploded into a pile of flesh and blood in midair. The mutant crystals fell to the ground. Feng Heng's eyelids twitched, and he couldn't help but take a few more glances at Charlene. So strong. Not only was she able to deal with normal Void Stalkers wave after wave, but she was also able to deal with elite monsters without any difficulty. Feng Heng knew that he could also deal with elite monsters, but not as easily as Charlene. As he thought, he shifted his gaze to the ground. He was shocked at what he saw. The entire ground was actually covered in large pieces of crystal fragments that were 5 to 6 centimeters thick. So many. Feng Heng was surprised and turned to look at Charlene again. Charlene's farming efficiency was terrifying, but it must have taken a long time to accumulate so many mutant crystals. It was terrifying. Were all the people of the Black Castle so aggressive? Charlene noticed Feng Heng's gaze and nodded at him. You're back. While Feng Heng was away, Charlene spent most of her time farming monsters. On the one hand, Charlene felt that Feng Heng was trapped because he had helped their Black Castle. She owed Feng Heng something and wanted to farm more mutant crystals to help him level up and complete the mission as compensation. On the other hand, since the death of the previous leader of the Black Castle, the future of the entire Black Castle was in her hands. Charlene felt immense pressure. She realized that her strength was insufficient. To her, every second was extremely precious. Instead of wasting time here, she might as well train her control and rapid recovery abilities. Feng Heng came back to his senses and nodded. He said, yes, the Black Castle has already sent the space-staring stabilizing device over. I still need some time to move it into the game. Also, they have some news about the Federation. They still want to ask for your opinion." As he spoke, Feng Heng took out the mechanical parts from his backpack and placed them on the ground one by one. "What is it?" Feng Heng recounted what had happened outside in detail. Hearing this, Charlene frowned and nodded. She replied, "It's too dangerous to stay here. Tell everyone to evacuate immediately." "All right." Feng Heng shrugged. He hoped that the Federation could quickly think of a way to break through the spatial collapse and barge in. At that time, he would also take the opportunity to escape from this godforsaken place as soon as possible and run to complete his leveling plan. When the dozen or so mechanical parts in his backpack were almost gone, Feng Heng controlled a group of zombie clones to come over and start assembling the special machine. Feng Heng secretly calculated. With his current speed, he would need to go back and forth between the game and the outside world about 10 times before he could finish assembling the space stabilizer. As for the energy supply, it was actually not that bad. There were still many cosmic crystals left in his bag. Such a small piece could provide a lot of energy. It was enough for him to cause trouble for a period of time. Charlene saw the zombies under Feng Heng's control begin to assemble and repair the machinery, and a hint of surprise flashed across her eyes. Zombies could actually create something like this? There is a time limit for the space warp backpack. It will take a day to move all the space stabilizers over and assemble them. Feng Heng explained, taking 2 steps forward while the zombie clones were assembling the parts. A thick layer of mutant crystals. Only Charlene's terrifying efficiency in farming monsters could achieve this. A terrifying monster farming machine. This farming speed was no slower than leaving the mausoleum. He had to hold on to this thigh. Thinking about it carefully, it didn't seem like it was too much of a loss to stay here and farm monsters. Feng Heng didn't think too much about it and raised his hand. The thick layer of mutant crystals accumulated on the ground flew into Feng Heng's palm like a black torrent and fused into the mark on the back of his hand. 1761 Blueprint. The game notification appeared in Feng Heng's vision. Ding! You have successfully obtained 56,361 Tier 1 mutation crystals and 182 Tier 2 mutation crystals. Ding! The player has obtained 12,012 Mausoleum Fragment Blueprint. Ding! The player's current Mausoleum Blueprint Fragment, 188 out of 188. Ding! The player has collected all the Mausoleum Blueprint Fragments. The player has completed the mission Main Mausoleum Map. Ding! The player's current mission, Exploration of the Main Mausoleum, has an additional 20% completion rate. The player's current mission, Exploration of the Main Mausoleum, has reached 100%. The player has unlocked subsequent missions. The player's subsequent exploration has been unlocked. Ding! The player has obtained the Main Mausoleum Map, follow-up mission. Feng Heng frowned. There was a hidden follow-up mission? Feng Heng immediately took out the mausoleum map from his backpack. Item, Map of the Main Mausoleum, Description, a detailed blueprint of the main mausoleum built by the spawns. Charlene noticed that Feng Heng took out a map from his backpack and started to study it. With a curious expression, she stopped farming monsters and walked to Feng Heng's side, asking, "Is it the blueprint of the main mausoleum? You've collected all of them?" "Yes." When Charlene entered the main mausoleum, she had triggered a related mission. However, she had a clear goal from the beginning. She went straight to the Avira chip in the center of the mausoleum and was not interested in other missions and rewards. Feng Heng nodded. When he saw Charlene coming over, he moved the blueprint closer to her. Soon, the two of them found some clues in the blueprint. It was actually a 2-layered structure. They were currently in a maze on the first floor of the mausoleum. Above this was the second layer of concealment. The two of them looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. It was a coincidence that the secret entrance to the upper level was in the middle of the hall where the two of them were. The mechanism to activate the entrance was on the sarcophagus behind them. According to the map's instructions, they only needed to move the coffin to trigger the entrance. It looked like opening the entrance to the second floor was very simple. But in fact, because the sarcophagus was filled with spatial traps, ordinary people would not easily touch it, let alone think that there was an entrance mechanism on the sarcophagus. If there were 2 levels. Did this mean that there were other exits from the mausoleum? Feng Heng was excited. "I will go take a look," Feng Heng said as he put away the mausoleum blueprint. He carefully walked to the sarcophagus and squatted down to observe it carefully. The exterior of the sarcophagus was carved with stone carvings, and there were 2 grooves on the edge. The buckle was exquisitely integrated into the outer patterns. If one did not observe it intentionally, it would definitely not be discovered. "Found it." As Feng Heng spoke, he put his finger into the buckle and pressed it down gently according to the instructions on the map. Ka. After a slight mechanical sound, Feng Heng kept pressing and tried to slowly rotate the entire sarcophagus clockwise. Ka ka ka. The entire sarcophagus slowly rotated until it had rotated 90 degrees from the center. A small hole the size of a thumb appeared under the sarcophagus. The entrance of the cave was originally covered by a sarcophagus. Now that the sarcophagus was gone, a faint blue beam of light shot out from the hole and shone on the ceiling, forming a blue light spot. Feng Hang raised his head and observed the light spot above him. He could not help but frown. And then? According to the instructions on the map, the entrance to the second floor should be opened next. Why was there no reaction? Was it ineffective? Seeing this, Charlene was deep in thought. Then, her hands condensed into a hand seal in front of her. Condense. Ka. Under the urging of her psychic power, the mechanism on the ceiling made a cracking sound and moved backward, revealing an entrance passage that led to the top. It was here. So it needed to be triggered through psychics. Feng Hang's eyes revealed a hint of excitement when he saw the entrance to the passage on the ceiling. If he could pass through this passage, he might be able to find the way out of the mausoleum. Feng Hang and Charlene looked at each other. Just as he was about to go up and investigate, he was stopped by Charlene. Wait here for a moment. I will go up and take a look. Feng Hang pondered for a moment and felt that it made sense. Charlene had a better understanding of the spawns, and her spiritual and spatial abilities were extremely strong. She was more suitable to scout the way than him. All right. Feng Hang did not insist and took a small step back. Charlene gently tapped the ground, and her body was lifted by an invisible force. She slowly floated up until she entered the hole in the ceiling and quickly disappeared from Feng Hang's sight. Feng Hang waited for 2 minutes and saw a rope swinging down from the hole in the ceiling. Following that, Charlene's voice was heard. Come on up. I've roughly checked. There's no danger on the second floor. All right. Feng Hang replied, grabbed the rope, and quickly climbed to the second floor. This is... Feng Hang went up to the second floor and quickly observed his surroundings. The second floor was very dark, but with the night vision of the vampires, he could still see their surroundings clearly. What surprised him was that the spatial collapse on the second floor was recovering faster than the first floor. This place has been specially reinforced, and the hall area is immune to the effects of spatial collapse. In my judgment, this is probably a special research hall for the spawns. The spawns are likely doing research on the mutant worm race here. Charlene's expression was solemn. She looked around at the scattered research tables and various research equipment, carefully searching. The entire research hall was in a mess. It was obvious that no one had been here for a long time, and there was a thick layer of dust all over the place. Charlene found a manual on a stool next to the experiment table. She used her spiritual power to wipe off the outer layer of dust and opened it, quickly reading it. Seeing this, Feng Hang walked to Charlene's side and glanced at the manual a few times. The book was written in the language of the spawns, and he could not understand it. Charlene flipped through the diary and a thoughtful expression quickly appeared on her face. Feng Hang asked, "What did it say? Did you find anything?" "Yes, the corpse stored in the sarcophagus at the center of the maze is not ordinary. He was a warrior of the spawns, and he personally killed the queen of the mutant worm race when he was alive. After his death, in order to commemorate his achievements, the spawns built the largest mausoleum here. Similarly, he is also the first warrior among the spawns to be infected by the queen bug. The spawns want to conduct follow-up research experiments on him. In order to prevent him from turning into a zombie corpse, they need to at least purify him completely. However, the other part of the spawns believed that the remains of the deceased should not be defiled and did not agree with this proposal. The spawns are divided into 5 factions. These 5 factions have their own ideas. After several months of debate, they finally took a step back and reached an agreement. They decided to give up on the research. However, a spawn faction called Hikaru will be responsible for the subsequent protection of the mausoleum. Once they discover that the corpse has the possibility of mutating, they will allow the corpse to be purified. 1762 Increase in rewards. The Hikaru clan has always insisted on purification and research. After they took control of the mausoleum's guarding work, they chose to study the corpses in secret, so they secretly built a secret research institute on the top of the mausoleum. Charlene said as she continued to flip to the next page, to ensure that the corpses in the research won't mutate, the Hikaru clan has set up spatial traps and deployed guards to protect the mausoleum, and they have completely hidden themselves from this world. This secret experiment has been going on for 20 years. It was suddenly put on hold at the last minute due to an emergency. All spawns and researchers have to complete the emergency evacuation within 3 hours. Feng Hang asked, "Put on hold? For what reason?" The evacuation happened very suddenly. The laboratory logs didn't explain it, but from the time left in the logs, it happened before the spawns completely disappeared. Charlene frowned and continued, "Combined with the information we collected in the past, the spawns encountered a life and death crisis during that period. To deal with the crisis, the spawns gathered all their strength. The evacuation of the research site should be related to that crisis." Feng Heng finally understood what had happened in the Secret Research Institute on the second floor. At the same time, a game notification appeared on his retina. Ding! The player has obtained partial information. The player's current mission main mausoleum exploration mission completion rate has increased to 150%. Ding! The player has completed the mission. The player can choose one of the following rewards, or choose to continue to increase the mission completion rate to obtain more rewards. Mission reward option 1, random skill book from A to S level. Mission reward option 2, 100,000 King of Gods points. Mission reward option 3, a intermediate academic skill advancement book. The mission completion rate had increased by a large margin. Even the mission rewards had increased greatly. Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat. The mission had not been forced to end, which meant that there was still a possibility of further progress. If he continued to think of ways to increase his mission completion rate, he might even be able to obtain a higher level academic skill advancement book. Charlene flipped to the last few pages of the experimental record manual and suddenly found something good. Her eyes revealed a surprised expression. Then, she raised her head and kept sweeping her gaze across the second floor, as if she was searching for something. Another discovery? Charlene nodded and said, yes. The spawns collected a small piece of living sample from the corpse. They were originally prepared to carry out further research and experiments. However, because they suddenly received news and retreated, the experiment was temporarily delayed. The living body was temporarily dormant. Feng Heng's pupils contracted. A small part of the corpse? You mean? Yes. Charlene whispered, the Spawn's research lab is conducting experiments on the corpses before they evacuated. Theoretically, the corpse slices are also part of the infected parts, carrying the virus. So that thing down there hasn't been eliminated? Yes, the purpose of the simulation experiment is to replace the version of the Avira chip. The Spawns were originally preparing to modify the Avira chip and implant it into the Spawns. They believe that the latest version of the Avira chip can more effectively suppress the activity of the virus. The research on the corpse has also completely proved this point. The design is still in the final adjustment. Since it was related to the Avira chip, Charlene couldn't help but feel nervous. Her expression was quite serious. Feng Heng's eyes lit up as he asked, what do you mean? The Spawns have already left behind a new version of Avira's chip design. If we can find the design, we can replicate the chip. No, it's not quite the same. The blueprint hasn't been released yet. The Spawns are already in the final stage of simulating the design and modifying it. The final blueprint still needs to go through the simulation step. Feng Heng's heart began to beat faster as he listened. Wasn't that the same thing? A silver lining? Feng Heng thought to himself, why are you still acting so cold? He further confirmed with Charlene, so we only need to complete the final step before the Spawns retreat and complete the chip design. Then we can obtain the final research results of the Spawns, right? As soon as he finished speaking, the game notification appeared. Ding! The player has triggered a side mission Avira chip design. Mission title, Avira chip design. Mission difficulty, SS. Mission description, you have discovered the research room left behind by the Spawns on the second floor of the main mausoleum. From the researcher logs left behind in the research room, you have discovered information related to the replacement version of the Avira chip design, 9.28. Mission requirements, try to complete the design that the Spawns have done halfway and obtain the final version of the design. Mission rewards, Avira chip design, important item, can trigger subsequent related missions, main mission exploration of the main mausoleum mission completion rate. Charlene was surprised when she saw the game notification on her retina. She immediately fell silent and lowered her head to look at the research blueprint in her hand, as if she was carefully considering the feasibility of completing the mission. Finally, Charlene put down the book in her hand and shook her head. Feng Heng, this is the ideal situation, but in reality, we might not be able to do it. Why? Too much time has passed. In addition to the previous spatial collapse, a large portion of the experimental equipment here has been damaged. There's also the energy source which has already been used up. There's no problem with the maintenance of the experimental equipment and energy. I will think of a way. It was just maintenance and energy. What's the big deal? Feng Heng felt that it was not a big problem. Charlene looked at the excited Feng Heng and could not help but open her mouth. Why was he so confident? Could he do it? Feng Heng continued to explain, I have a high-level maintenance skill. The success rate of repairing future machinery will decrease, but at least I can repair it. As for the energy supply, it's easier to deal with it. I just need to make an energy conversion device alchemy magic ray. The key is the specific experimental steps and whether I can produce the blueprints after the instrument is repaired. Charlene looked at Feng Heng's extremely serious face and pondered for a moment. Here, you can find the relevant instructions for the simulation experiment and the information on various experimental instruments. I can think of a way to learn from them. How confident are you in terms of maintenance? The difficulty rating of the mission is SS. Completing all the equipment repairs is only the most basic condition for completing the mission. After that, we might encounter many unexpected issues. There's also the problem of time. You have to know that there are still people from the Federation outside. We need to rush before them. Feng Heng interrupted and exclaimed, 100%. The mission is right in front of us, we need to give it a try. By the way, if you can help me get some blueprints of the equipment here, the success rate of the repair can be increased. I can complete the repair project faster. Chapter 1763. Hope. Charlene looked at Feng Heng from head to toe again, seemingly influenced by his confidence. Perhaps this seemingly impossible mission was not as difficult as she had imagined. Alright, we can give it a try. I will get the team from the Black Castle outside to cooperate with us to complete the mission. Yes. Just do it. Feng Heng was in high spirits. The design of the Avira chip was obviously related to Hyla's main storyline mission. If he could obtain the design and create the corresponding metal chip, the problem of the Hyla tissue sample fused with Duke Bellamy's body would be solved. Furthermore, Feng Heng had a premonition. This chip could very well become an important tool in the follow-up mission. He was already here, so he might as well find a way to get the blueprint. The two of them immediately searched around the research hall on the second floor. Soon, Charlene stopped in front of a large control panel in the corner of the hall. Feng Heng, come and take a look at this. Feng Heng walked past the tables and chairs that were scattered all over the place and quickly went to Charlene's side. This is... In front of the main console was a large piece of tempered glass. Behind the glass was a small enclosed research room. There was a stone box in the middle of the research room. The lines engraved on the stone box were very similar to the lines on the sarcophagus. It was very likely that the infected remains were inside. The entire small laboratory was not affected by the spatial collapse. Everything remained the same. Feng Heng felt a strong spatial fluctuation coming from the sealed research room. There was also a spatial trap inside. Charlene also sensed the existence of the spatial trap and nodded. She said, Feng Heng, I think it's a safe research room for the spawns. The box is very likely to contain the remains of the spawns. There are spatial fluctuations in the research room. It should be a safety measure to prevent any abnormalities during the research process. Yes. Feng Heng took 2 steps back and observed the layout of the hall. On the right was the entrance to the small laboratory. In theory, this was the main experimental area, and the damaged equipment in front of him needed to be repaired. Feng Heng lowered his head and looked at the map of the second level of the main mausoleum in his hand. He roughly compared the two and said, we are currently in the central research laboratory. He pointed to the other side. In that direction was a white shattered space. It was still in a state of spatial collapse. This direction should have been the corridor of the research hall on the second floor. There's a storage room behind the corridor. There are some spare parts and equipment that can be replaced, as well as some data rooms. If we're lucky, we might be able to find relevant blueprints in the data room. With the blueprints, the success rate of the repair will also increase. Charlene looked up at the collapsed space and shook her head, saying, most of the time, the spatial collapse won't cause any damage to inanimate objects. When the space recovers, most of the items will be restored. I hope we're lucky. Indeed, if I had known this would happen, I would have brought a friend of mine. Feng Heng sighed as he spoke. He took a step forward and gently pressed his hand on a large control device in front of the tempered glass. Ding. Detected that the player is attempting to repair a special item. Ding. The item has been determined to be a future machine. The player has not mastered some skills. The player's repair success rate is low. Ding. Detected the current damage level of the machine. Minor damage. Damage level 5% to 15%. Ding. The player can choose to repair this item. Requires 2 special parts, V27 type. The success rate of this repair is 78%. Damage can be reduced by 0.010.1. Failure will not increase damage. Do you want to repair it? Feng Heng saw the game notification and heaved a sigh of relief. He had bragged just now. If it showed that the success rate was only 0.01%, he would lose face. Fortunately, an 87% success rate was not considered low. There would be no additional punishment for failure. Charlene asked, how is it? Is it difficult? The initial success rate of the repair is 78%. I estimate that the difficulty of the subsequent repairs will increase, and the lowest may be less than 10%. Feng Heng had always been doing this sort of thing in the past. With a 1% chance, he only hoped that he had the luck of an ordinary person and could probably complete it successfully after 1,000 attempts. Charlene frowned slightly. Just as she was about to say that they might not have that much time, she suddenly heard a rustling sound coming from behind. Looking behind Feng Heng, several vine zombies used their vines to quickly climb up to the research room area on the second floor. The zombies staggered past Feng Heng and took out a wrench from somewhere. They then took the parts from Feng Heng and surrounded the large machine. Slowly increasing loading bars appeared above their heads. A moment later, the loading bar was completed, and the game notifications began to appear on Feng Heng's retina. Ding! Your zombie clone has completed repair work and 21 consumed parts. Repair successful. Damage of the machine recovered by 0.02%. Ding! Your zombie clone has failed to repair. Some parts are damaged. Charlene looked at the zombies, her eyes sparkling with surprise. Zombies could also assist in maintenance. In her opinion, the combat ability of zombies was relatively ordinary, but their support ability was really terrifying. After nearly 10 minutes of maintenance, the zombie clones stopped one by one. Feng Heng shrugged helplessly at Charlene. There are no more materials. We can only wait for a while. Charlene nodded in understanding. After the collapsed space slowly healed, they could enter the maintenance tool room on the second floor and find repair materials from there. As for what was in front of them, they would first move the space-tearing stabilizing device. Feng Heng thought for a moment and clapped his hands. He said, "All right, I will go and bring up the space-stabilizing device from downstairs first." In the outside world, after receiving the feedback from Charlene, Black Castle immediately began to retreat. As for Chris and the traders, they would definitely carry out a series of crazy revenge actions. Of course, not now. This time, the losses from the operation of the Black Castle were huge. The federal team also used brute force to break through the main mausoleum's entrance after receiving support from the outside world. They met up with a team trapped inside the mausoleum, as well as Chris' group. Chris's expression was ugly. He nodded at Arnold and threw the black metal fragment in his backpack at him. Arnold took the metal fragment and observed it for a while. He asked, "What is this?" "A metal device that can suppress the mutation in Charlene's body. The Avira chip is hidden inside." Arnold raised his eyebrows and put the metal disc back into his backpack. He continued to ask, "Where's Charlene?" Chris briefly explained the situation they had encountered in the passage before shaking his head. Charlene's spatial power is terrifying. With her ability, a mere spatial collapse wouldn't be able to kill her. 1764 A federal player beside Arnold walked up and whispered into his ear, "Sir, we have detected the fluctuations of the spatial rift. We have determined that the Black Castle has already been evacuated from the mausoleum. In addition, the intelligence department has also received some news from the outside. The Black Castle and the various teams that have accepted their commissions have begun to settle their commissions and evacuate." "What a pity." Arnold shook his head in disappointment. Judging from all the signs, the Black Castle had already given up on this operation, and the leader of the Black Castle, Charlene, had also retreated. Originally, Arnold had thought that they could use this opportunity to capture Charlene alive and completely destroy the forces of the Black Castle. At the very least, they could plant Chris deep within Charlene's team and continue to provide them with information. But now, the situation was the worst-case scenario. Charlene escaped, and the moles buried in the enemy team were completely removed. The only fortunate thing was that Charlene didn't get her hands on the Avira chip in the corpse. Otherwise, TSK. Chris was obviously very dissatisfied with the Federation's operation. He clenched his fists and looked at Arnold, asking, "What did you promise me back then? How could you let the people of the Black Castle invade the mausoleum so easily? If it weren't for you guys, I wouldn't have been exposed. We can also easily get our hands on Avira. I would never take such a big risk." It was only now that Chris felt some lingering fear. The Black Castle had never been merciful to traitors with any organization. They would take the fiercest revenge. Arnold didn't like Chris questioning and coldly glanced at him. The latter immediately felt a chill run down his spine and gritted his teeth without saying anything. "It's fine. This time, we've dealt a heavy blow to the Black Castle. Their plan for the past few years has been destroyed. The backlash on Charlene's body is getting stronger and stronger." Arnold stared at Chris for a moment before shifting his gaze to the central mausoleum. "It's very important to apply for a space-tearing stabilizing device from the Central Federation. Even if the chances of finding Charlene in the mausoleum are not high, we still have to confirm it." "Yes, sir." Feng Heng did not know that the Federation had also begun to restore the space passage in the outside world. He spent a whole night moving the boxes between reality and the game. Finally, he moved all the parts of the space-tearing stabilizing device from the dormitory warehouse back to the laboratory on the second floor of the mausoleum. According to the blueprint, the zombie clones spent another 3 hours to completely install the space-tearing stabilizing device. "It's almost time to start." Feng Heng was still a little nervous and subconsciously rubbed his hands. Charlene couldn't help but be curious, so she came over to observe during intervals of grinding the monsters. Yesterday, Fang Heng had been fiddling with it for the whole night. Until now, Charlene noticed that Fang Heng had already set up a small alchemy transformation magic array next to the second floor space stabilizer. Within the magic array was a small pile of cosmic crystals. Fang Heng walked up to the space stabilizer that had been installed and looked at the alchemy magic array. The omniscient eye. Whoosh! The alchemy array in his right eye rapidly rotated. The energy conversion magic array on the ground also activated quickly, emitting a faint blue light. The space-staring stabilizing device connected to the magic array was activated after it was replenished with energy. Fang Heng quickly pressed a few buttons on the large space-staring stabilizing device in front of him. Buzz! The space-staring stabilizing device let out a mechanical roar before gradually lowering its volume and starting to operate steadily. Alright. Fang Heng confirmed that the various indicators on the space-staring stabilizing device were working normally. He clapped his hands, took 2 steps back, and nodded at Charlene. Charlene also nodded slightly and looked at Fang Heng again. She felt like she was getting to know him all over again. Thank you for your hard work. Charlene first heard Fang Heng's name during the zombie apocalypse. At that time, due to the difficulty of Hyla's mission, they decided to be more adventurous and invited Fang Heng to join Black Castle. At the same time, they hoped to use Fang Heng's power to conduct some special experiments on Hyla's tissue samples in District 7. As a condition, they were willing to help Fang Heng obtain the World Lord status. Even if it didn't work out, they could still use the World Lord status in exchange for future cooperation. However, they did not expect that Fang Heng would not only refuse to join the Black Castle but also refuse to cooperate with them. Wu Xiang spoke highly of him. This time, when they were trapped, they accidentally discovered Fang Heng, so they asked him for help. Charlene suddenly realized that Fang Heng's strongest ability wasn't what he looked like on the surface. Ha! It's fine, it's fine. Fang Heng was a little sleepy after working for the whole night. He couldn't help but yawn. Then I will leave the rest to you. After the space-tearing stabilizing device was set up, Charlene only needed to place some cosmic crystals into the magic array every 3 hours. The space-staring stabilizing device could only accelerate the self-healing of space. They still had to wait. Charlene nodded and replied, "Alright, I understand." The two of them continued to divide their work. Fang Heng closed his eyes and went offline to rest and study. Charlene returned to the first floor and helped Fang Heng continue to farm crystals while cultivating. As the area on the first floor of the maze gradually expanded and Charlene's strength recovered, her farming speed became more and more terrifying. Soon, Fang Heng went online again at noon the next day. The entire central hall of the mausoleum had already spread out for nearly 120 meters. With a larger area, the Void Stalkers appeared even faster. Apart from resting, Charlene had been camping on the first floor for a full day and night. When Fang Heng came online, he saw a thick layer of mutant crystals on the ground. She really worked non-stop. Fang Heng glanced at Charlene and couldn't help but sigh. His zombie clones could farm day and night, but he didn't expect that Charlene could do the same. As the backlash effect on Charlene gradually decreased, her damage output had a qualitative change. Large numbers of Void Stalkers were suspended in the air under Charlene's spiritual control and exploded. As long as the Void Stalkers were within a certain range of her, they would be instantly killed by the spiritual force field. Since Charlene had been wearing a mask, Fang Heng couldn't see her expression. What a thigh! Fang Heng sighed in his heart and waved his hand forward. A thick layer of black mutant crystals on the ground surged from all directions and sucked into Fang Heng's palm. Ding! The player has obtained 192,817 Tier 1 mutant crystals, 677 Tier 2 mutant crystals. Ding! The player has met the level up requirement. To level up? So much? He actually met the upgrade requirements? Fang Heng was pleasantly surprised when he saw the game notification. He had thought that his leveling speed would slow down after being trapped here, but he did not expect to find a powerful backer. Fang Heng glanced at the game prompt and chose to cancel. 1765 maintenance anyway, they were still trapped on the first floor, and the number of zombie clones was already saturated. He decided not to level up for the time being. He could save a large number of zombie clones for emergencies. There were only 3 levels left before he reached level 40. Based on his past experience, he would most likely require a Tier 3 mutation crystal for his next upgrade. At least for now, he had yet to find a way to obtain the Tier 3 mutation crystal. Perhaps he would have to farm a commander-level creature to get it. It was not difficult. Fang Heng remembered that he had seen the Black Castle using commander-level mechanically modified mutated creatures to attack the federal camp. At that time, he had also observed it. The commander-level mutated beast was very strong, but it was not impossible to defeat it. Charlene sensed the space fluctuation and knew that Fang Heng had appeared. She turned slightly and nodded at him. "You're here." "Yes." I took some time to take a look earlier. The spatial collapse in the maintenance tool storage room has mostly recovered. Should we go over and take a look now? So fast? The effect of the space-tearing stabilizing device was so good? Feng Heng's eyes lit up and he immediately nodded. Good. The two of them immediately entered the secret research area on the second floor through the entrance on the ceiling of the mausoleum. Just as Charlene had said, the entrance to the tool storage room had already completed its self-healing process, and everything was displayed in front of the two of them. Of course, a large part of the entire tool storage room was still in a state of spatial collapse. Feng Heng and Charlene came to the door of the tool storage room together. The door was closed. Due to the power failure, the door of the entire tool storage room was locked. Feng Heng stepped forward and tried to push it, but he looked troubled. Ding! The player has been detected to have the skill of lock-picking. As this lock is a futuristic technology, the success rate of unlocking has decreased. Failure to unlock may result in complete damage or trigger an alarm. Ding! Current success rate of forcefully unlocking, 25%. Feng Heng looked at the game notification and hesitated for a moment. If he was unlucky and broke it, wouldn't it be troublesome if the entire tool storage room was equipped with a self-destruct device? Wait here for a while. I will go in and take a look first, Charlene said as her figure gradually faded in the air. Feng Heng's pupils contracted. Spatial science. Secondary space projection. Charlene also knew this move. She quickly disappeared into space. Feng Heng immediately understood Charlene's intention. Moving in the secondary space projection could avoid most locked doors. She could even cross walls. That was why spatial science was especially powerful after advancing to the advanced level. A normal environment would not be able to trap a spatial science player. Of course, this move was also very risky. Lu Yanlong had told him that the difficulty of staying and moving in the secondary projection space was worlds apart. He was already a master in spatial science. Could he penetrate the wall? It should be possible, right? Let's give it a try. Feng Heng thought about it and quickly entered the secondary space projection. His figure quickly merged into space. Feng Heng realized that he had entered the underwater projection again. Previously, he didn't move when he entered the secondary space projection. This time, he chose to approach the door from below the water's surface. As soon as he moved, the surrounding spatial fluctuations surged toward him. The difficulty of moving and stopping instantly increased by dozens of times. Of course, the difficulty was still manageable for Feng Heng. The time flow in the secondary space projection was slightly slower than in the outside world. He tried his best to keep his body moving forward slowly along with the spatial fluctuations. Suddenly, Feng Heng frowned. At first, it was not difficult to move, but when he entered the wall, Feng Heng realized that the water pressure around him had increased by dozens of times. The difficulty of movement had increased by dozens of times. Fortunately, the door was not thick. Feng Heng quickly left the metal door area and immediately left the secondary space projection. Phew. Feng Heng stepped out of the space, exhaled, and wiped the sweat off his forehead. Moving within the secondary space projection was still fine, but once he needed to pass through obstacles, the difficulty of moving would increase by 100 times. It was too difficult. In the current situation, it was very difficult to use this move as a regular method in battle. If he was escaping, he had to use it carefully. In contrast, Charlene, who was beside him, looked exceptionally calm. Feng Heng was secretly surprised. He was already a master of spatial science, but Charlene was even better than him. What level of spatial knowledge did Charlene have? The strength of the players in the advanced game world was unfathomable. Feng Heng warned himself to be careful. When Charlene saw Feng Heng using the same secondary space projection method to pass through the door, her eyes flashed with surprise. Master-level spatial science. How much more was he hiding? Feng Heng stopped letting his imagination run wild and looked inside the maintenance tool storage room. More than half of the storage room was still in the spatial turbulence caused by the collapse of space. There were rows of large lockers near the right wall. Feng Heng walked to one of the large lockers and opened the door. A series of spare parts were neatly placed in the cabinet. At first glance, it was quite complete. Feng Heng was delighted and tried to pick up a few parts to fiddle with and observe. Ding! The player discovered items, replaceable 8 parts, GY2378, fixed 2 module, improved type V23, very good. Most of the parts and replacement devices were more than 90% complete. They could be used. Charlene did not know much about mechanical maintenance. She watched from the side and asked, can they still be used? Yes, a small portion of the items has been damaged because it has been too long, but most of them can be used. Feng Heng nodded as he spoke. He walked to the entrance of the storage room and opened the locked door from the inside. He was thinking too much. There was no self-destruct device installed on the door. If he had known earlier, he could have simply used an external force to blast it open with a punch. Soon, under Feng Heng's guidance, the zombie clones entered the storage room through the main door and began to search for maintenance materials. After that, the zombie clones moved the collected materials into the research hall and gathered in front of the equipment to continue the maintenance work. The game notifications on Feng Heng's retina started to refresh. Ding! The player's zombie clone has completed the collection of resources. Ding! The player's zombie clone has attempted to repair an unknown machine. The current repair success rate is 23%. Consumption of modified 2 model device. Ding! The player's zombie clone is repairing. As the difficulty of maintenance increased, the time required for subsequent maintenance also gradually increased. There was no hurry. After confirming that the zombie clones were working normally, Feng Heng and Charlene nodded and went offline again. Charlene looked at the spot where Feng Heng had left and fell into deep thought. A terrifying support ability. This was Feng Heng's strongest ability to control zombies. To be able to improve so much in such a short period of time, it was inseparable from the support ability of zombies. 1766 Review. Outside the research building of Haines School, more than 10 people from Tongjia's project team were waiting at the door. Everyone's expressions were not very good. Because the finished compound product developed by the team last time was damaged in the exhibition, together with other exhibits, this resulted in the subsequent research and development phase of the finished product being stalled. If they didn't find a way to get another compound, they wouldn't even be able to participate in the mid-year assessment. The project team was under a lot of pressure. After Tan Guangbin reported to Tongjia that Feng Heng had an extremely high natural science ability, Tongjia was stunned for a long time. She didn't know much about Feng Heng. She only knew that Feng Heng was introduced by a friend of her teacher. At first, she thought that Feng Heng was studying spatial science. She didn't expect that he was a player who studied natural science. If that was the case, their laboratory would have found a treasure. Now, the entire project team was working day and night, hoping to redevelop the compound before the mid-year review. Upon discovering Feng Heng's talent, Tongjia immediately made the decision to ask for him. Last night, Tan Guangbin helped Feng Heng complete the application for the project team. He used Tongjia's personal connections to speed up the application and quickly got Feng Heng's identity card. He also sent him several messages on WeChat, asking him to meet at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Originally, it was just a matter of expediency in a state of emergency. He did not expect to encounter trouble. Since most of the projects at Haines School were funded by the Federation, they would undergo a routine review every year. Coincidentally, the project team had been selected by the Federal Project Team for review this year. The Federation was keenly aware that Feng Heng's decision to join the project team was somewhat illogical. Tongjia's reason for inviting Feng Heng to join the project team was special talent. A student who had just graduated? In the past, he was ordinary in school, but he became a special talent after just a week at Haines School. Coincidentally, today was Feng Heng's first day officially joining the research team. Therefore, the Federal Investigation Team stepped in to investigate. The entire investigation team came to determine if Feng Heng had the ability to do scientific research. Feng Heng arrived at the school's research building at the appointed time. He looked up and saw Tan Guangbin and his group waiting in front of the research building. Tongjia was among them. There was also a group of people dressed in federal uniforms. What was going on? Feng Heng looked at this scene and muttered in his heart. Today's treatment seemed to be several levels higher than the day before yesterday. Had his identity been discovered? Junior Feng Heng, we're here. Tan Guangbin saw Feng Heng and waved at him. Feng Heng heard Tan Guangbin shout and felt a little relieved. He quickly walked toward them. Junior Feng Heng, welcome. Tongjia shook hands with Feng Heng and secretly gave him a look. With a serious expression, she put on an appearance as if she was meeting Feng Heng for the first time and introduced him. I am the project team leader. Welcome to the team. This is Mr. Misho from the Federal Investigation Team. These people are from his team. We will be conducting a simple evaluation on you later. Why did he have to encounter the Federal Investigation Team? Did they discover something? Feng Heng had a bad premonition. He glanced at Misho and the 5 Federation members behind him. He was extremely suspicious, but he still nodded. Yes, all right. Then, everyone followed Tan Guangbin into the indoor ecological simulation botanic garden on the 5th floor of the research lab. More than half of Tongjia's project team had come this time. On one hand, it was to deal with the review team. On the other hand, everyone wanted to see Feng Heng's ability with their own eyes. Not to mention anything else, at least yesterday, Tan Guangbin had praised Feng Heng to the skies. He had simply become a super worker that was rarely seen in 10,000 years. Feng Heng was still not used to this kind of treatment. After carefully cleaning, disinfecting, and changing into their lab coats according to the required steps, The group came to the ancient bronze wood in the center of the botanical garden. Dan Guangbin nodded at Feng Heng and said, Junior Feng Heng, the flowers of the ancient bronze wood will bear fruit after they bloom. Due to the relationship between the experimental supplies, we have very strict requirements for the finished fruit. But to be honest, we don't know much about the cultivation of ancient bronze wood. The nutrients and special triggering substances required for each stage are still in the exploration stage. We can't be sure what the final fruit will look like. The success of the last batch of fruits was also a bit of luck. This is the research data left behind by the previous batch. You can refer to it. Feng Heng took the information from Dan Guangbin and read it carefully. There was a thick stack of information, including the daily watering steps and the growth of the ancient bronze wood. The last batch of ancient bronze wood had taken more than half a year to cultivate. Feng Heng felt a little dizzy just by looking at the dense data. He flipped through a few pages in a hurry and saw the final conclusion. After spending more than half a year, most of the fruits that finally grew did not meet the requirements. Only 2 were successful. As for what went wrong that caused most of the failures, he couldn't tell. Dan Guangbin also found it difficult to explain what he wanted. He showed an embarrassed expression and scratched his head. He said, Junior Feng Heng, the fruit of the ancient bronze wood that we need to obtain is rather special. From its appearance, it should be blue. Feng Heng understood and nodded. Wasn't it just some kind of mutation? As long as it was confirmed to be related to the cultivation method, he just needed to use the rapid growth ability of nature to repeatedly catalyze it. After a few more tries, he would eventually find something suitable. Feng Heng followed the instructions in the research book and sensed the natural energy nearby. Then, he began to urge the natural energy to catalyze the growth of the ancient bronze wood. After 2 days, the natural energy in the entire inner campus was filled again. Natural energy gathered in Feng Heng's hand and flowed into the ancient bronze wood through his fingertips. Under the infusion of natural energy, several flower buds bloomed on one of the branches. The Federation inspectors were surprised to see this, and they began to write something down in their notebooks. The players in the research team had already learned about Feng Heng's ability from Dan Guangbin. Now that they had seen it with their own eyes, they nodded in their hearts. But soon, the dozen flowers that had bloomed in succession stopped growing. Feng Heng tried to sense it through natural energy again. So that was the case. The efficiency of the absorption of the potion was a little slow. There is a problem with the absorption efficiency of the potion. As soon as he said this, the research team was surprised. They looked at Feng Heng with surprise and admiration. The research team had spent an entire month to discover the problem last time, but Feng Heng was able to quickly come to the same conclusion. It was enough to show his ability. The people of the Federation continued to write and draw in their notebooks. Tong Jia asked, "Is there a solution?" 1767 Motivate. Everyone looked at Feng Heng again. They had also found the problem back then, but they were at a loss as to how to solve it. Last time, the entire team had spent a lot of time and effort to concoct a more suitable potion to facilitate the absorption. Of course, the cost of the potion was not cheap, and it would take extra time. Feng Heng lowered his head and observed for a moment before nodding and said, "Yes, I thought of a way. We can try." The research team was stunned. There was really a way? Tong Jia was just asking casually. After getting a positive answer, she was slightly stunned. Then, she smiled and asked, "All right, what materials do you need? I will get someone to prepare it for you now. It doesn't have to be so complicated. However, this method might cause damage to the ancient bronze wood. It doesn't matter. Just try. The ancient bronze wood used for the experiment is only a basic material. If it's not enough, I will apply for it. Then there's no problem." With Tong Jia's assurance, Feng Heng completely relaxed and did it boldly. He walked to the experiment table and picked up a pair of alloy tweezers. The alloy tweezers had high density, and high precision, and were extremely hard. What did he want this thing for? Everyone looked at Feng Heng curiously. Feng Heng returned to the ancient bronze wood. He held the ancient bronze wood in place with one hand and carved a special pattern on the ancient bronze wood trunk with the other hand. Caw-caw, caw-caw. The tree trunk kept making cracking sounds. When everyone saw this, their faces revealed a surprised expression. What was he doing? Even the members of the Federal Investigation Team put down their notebooks and stared at Feng Heng, watching his every move. The ancient bronze wood was extremely hard. He could easily make deep marks on it with his hands and tweezers. Soon, Feng Heng left a simple magic array pattern on the ancient bronze tree trunk. Alchemy magic array? A member of the Federal Investigation Team recognized the lines and revealed a surprised expression. Yes, that's right. It was a simple absorption magic array. He had made some slight modifications to the basic magic array. However, it was not easy to create it. It requires players to have an understanding of both alchemy and natural science. It was custom made by Feng Heng after he understood the characteristics of the ancient bronze wood. Everyone present was knowledgeable and naturally knew the difficulty of this move. They looked at Feng Heng with admiration in their eyes. Dan Guangbin was even more surprised. Good heavens! Junior Feng Heng really knows alchemy? He had thought that Feng Heng had filled in the form with nonsense. Suddenly, a strange thought flashed through Dan Guangbin's mind. He remembered that on the form, Feng Heng had written that he was familiar with both natural science and alchemy and that he was proficient in spatial science. In that case, wouldn't his junior's spatial science ability be stronger? Whoosh! The continuous crackling sounds pulled Dan Guangbin's attention back. Feng Heng poured the blue potion on the ancient bronze tree branch and then pressed his hand on the magic array on the tree branch. The alchemy magic array was activated, and in addition to the infusion of natural power, small flower buds on the trees rapidly grew and bloomed under everyone's astonished gazes. Tiny fruits began to condense at the tip of the flower bud. It was a success. And it was completed with such high efficiency. Once again, everyone looked at Feng Heng in amazement. The fusion of alchemy and natural science could actually achieve such a powerful effect. Feng Heng stopped when the natural energy in the entire campus was completely absorbed. The newly formed fruit in the middle of the flower was only the size of a fingernail. It was a pity. He still needed 2/3 of the natural energy for the fruit to completely condense. It seemed that he had to wait until the next time. Clap, clap, clap. Amidst the silence, Tong Jia took the lead in clapping. Everyone in the research lab also applauded. Only then did the Federal Investigation Team come back to their senses. They lowered their heads and continued to record. Tong Jia was overjoyed. She looked at the Federal Investigation Team with a provocative expression. Junior Feng Heng had such ability, what nonsense could the investigation team say? Not to mention that the project team had an extremely powerful natural science player, which greatly increased the efficiency of the research. Junior Feng Heng, welcome to our research team. You will be responsible for the cultivation of the ancient bronze wood for this project. Dan Guangbin will be responsible for guiding you during this period. Tong Jia was very satisfied with Feng Heng and even had the idea of pulling him into the official research team. Haynes School's research group had a relatively small number of spots, but with Feng Heng's ability, it wasn't impossible for him to fight for it. Tong Jia pondered in her heart. With such a person on the team, she could save a lot of time for many research projects in the future. Senior, I haven't thought about it that much yet. I might return to the Eastern Federation after graduation. Yes, indeed. I was too anxious. It's a little too early to say this now. There's still a long time. Tong Jia was a little disappointed. She turned to look at the investigation team and asked, Mr. Michaud, is the review over? Did Feng Heng pass the test? Michaud maintained his stoic expression from the beginning to the end and replied, today's review is over. We will submit the detailed report to the Federation headquarters later. If you have any questions, you can consult the headquarters. I won't disturb you guys anymore. After saying that, Michaud waved his hand and left with the Federal Investigation Team. The annoying bugs are finally gone. We can finally have some peace and quiet. After the Federal Investigation Team had completely left, Tong Jia began to cheer for the project team. I know that our project team has encountered unprecedented challenges, but I believe that as long as we go all out, we will definitely be able to create a miracle. Feng Heng's arrival had solved a big problem for the research lab, but the project team's crisis had not been resolved yet. If they failed the mid-year examination, the project team would not be able to get the funds for the second half of the year. The follow-up research would become more and more difficult, and the entire project would even be cut off. All the early efforts might be taken over by the Federation. This was something that the entire project team did not want to see. No matter what, Feng Heng had this cultivation technique and was more than enough to be a coolie. Dan Guangbin patted Feng Heng's shoulder and whispered, Junior, the team leader is trying to boost everyone's morale. Let's just listen to this. Don't take it too seriously. Now that you're a member of our project team, let's go. Feng Heng's eyes lit up.